Chapter 451. Who else should I call next? Looking through his communication device, Kevin contemplated on who to call next. Now that he had called Melissa, he needed to think of who to call next. There were multiple people that he wanted to call, but since he was pressed for time, he needed to decide on who to prioritize. Scrolling through his contacts, his finger paused on a certain name, Octavius Hall. Should I inform Octavius? Kevin's relationship with Octavius wasn't very close. In fact, Kevin had barely talked to him. If there was anyone that could help him, it was him. Being the leader of the biggest organization in the human domain, he definitely had the resources and knowledge to be able to find a solution for Ren's situation. Moreover, since his daughter was coming here, and a future prospect of humanity was in danger, there was a possibility of him possibly helping. No, this won't work. But after thinking about it for a short while, Kevin proceeded to shake his head. Kevin may have not known him for a long time, however. From what he knew, Octavius was a pragmatic man, meaning that if he chose to help Ren, he would expect something in return. In the most likely scenario, he was going to force Ren to join the Union, which was something that Kevin knew Ren would absolutely loathe. Furthermore, now that Ren was injured, and now that he knew that he was 876, there was also the possibility of him handing him over to the monolith. If he judged that Ren couldn't be of any use, he would simply follow through with the deal with the monolith, and Kevin couldn't allow for such a scenario to occur. Therefore, he quickly discarded the notion of informing Octavius of the situation. Damn it, who should I call? He wanted to call Monica and Donna. If the two of them had been here, they would have most likely been able to find a solution, but for some unknown reason, the two of them had returned to the human domain. Scratching the side of his head, Kevin continued to scroll through his list, and just as he was about to press on a random contact, a cold voice sounded from behind him, startling him completely. Call the Amanda girl. Who? Kevin's head snapped in the direction of where the voice came from. The moment his head snapped in the direction of where the voice came from, the first thing he saw was a familiar black cat jumping down from a tall cabinet. You. Kevin was instantly able to recognize the cat. It was none other than the demon that accompanied Ren. His wariness toned down a notch. Although she was a demon, he knew that she was contracted to him through a mono-contract, and as such also knew that she didn't mean any harm. Softly landing on the ground, the demon, or as of right now, cat slowly moved in Kevin's direction. As she moved, the cat's bright yellow eyes gazed in Ren's direction. Pausing a couple of meters away from Ren, who was still spasming on the bed, she softly said, "If you want to call someone, you must call Amanda. She may be able to help. Or should I say, the people that she can ask help from can help." Amanda? Kevin asked in a confused voice. Shua. Black smoke suddenly diffused in the air as a cold and enchanting figure suddenly materialized before Kevin. With long black hair cascading down her shoulders, Angelica's delicate brows locked into a tight frown. Glancing in Kevin's direction, she repeated, "The only person that can truly help Ren at the moment would be Amanda. Tell her the truth, and that Ren is currently on the verge of dying. She will know what to do next." Listening to Angelica's words, Kevin had many things that he wanted to ask, but after realizing just how serious the situation was, he could only comply with her words, and turned his attention back towards his communication device, and did as Angelica told him, and called Amanda. "Make sure you tell Amanda to bring the people next to her," Angelica added as she watched Kevin call Amanda. "Okay." Though confused by the sudden request, Kevin nodded his head. Ringing, ringing. As he was calling her, Kevin turned to look at Ren. Worry flashed across his face as he thought, "Damn it, why do you always do this kind of shit?" 15 hours had passed ever since her mother woke up. Because it was almost early in the morning when her mother woke up, Amanda, who was understandably quite tired, headed back to her dorm to sleep before going back to the Queen's quarters to meet her mother. She may not have spent a lot of time with her mother, but Amanda was not uncomfortable with her. Amanda wasn't one to like physical touch much, and therefore loathed it when other people tried to touch her except for a select few, but somehow she was unable to feel any repulsion coming from her mother when she hugged her yesterday. Understanding her backstory, and their familial blood ties, in her heart, Amanda had already accepted her as her mother. At the moment, she was accompanying her mother and Malin for dinner. Seated on a large wooden table covered in a long white cloth, a multitude of succulent food appeared before Amanda. Staring at the food, Amanda had trouble selecting what she wanted. In the end, she settled for a crystal clear grape. Plucking the grape away from the pedestal, Amanda brought the grape to her mouth and ate it. The moment she bit onto the grape, Amanda's cheeks sunk as the juices coming from the fruit exploded in her mouth like a waterfall. "Say, I'm still curious about something." Snapping her out of her thoughts was the sound of her mother's voice. "Yes." Waiting for her mother to continue, Amanda tilted her head. Her mouth was still watering from the grape. "About the thing that you used to cure me. How was the boy able to get it?" Hearing her mother's comment, Amanda's brows knit. Actually, she had also wondered where Ren had gotten the fruit from. Because she trusted him, she never once questioned the validity of the fruit, but that didn't mean that she wasn't curious. She naturally understood that everyone had their own secrets, and that was why she never pressed for an answer, but if she said that she wasn't curious, that would be a lie. "I don't know," Amanda eventually answered. Placing her hand over her chin, Natasha muttered, "I see. You must really trust that boy to not have questioned if the fruit was valid or not." "I do." Amanda nodded her head. From the moment that Ren had presented the fruit to her, Amanda had not once doubted the validity of his words. She had seen him do the craziest stuff, and have even survived an explosion that put S rank to shame. Furthermore, he didn't really have a reason to lie to her. Maybe if he was trying to impress her, but Amanda knew that he wasn't that type of person. From the moment that she had met him, she had never seen him be interested in any girl. The only girl she had ever seen him trying to impress was Nola, and rightfully so. She was just too cute. Caressing her cheeks, a smile blossomed on Natasha's face. Interesting. To make my daughter trust him so much, this boy must be quite the charmer. Hearing her mother's comment, Amanda's cheek turned rosier. Before she could say anything else, her communication device suddenly started to vibrate. Twing, twing. Amanda's brows furrowed when she sensed this. She then turned to look at her mother, who smiled at her. Go ahead and take it. Thank you. Turning her communication device on, Amanda looked at the caller ID. It was Kevin. She quickly answered the call. Hello, Amanda. Kevin's rushed voice suddenly sounded from the speaker of the communication device. Amanda instantly became serious. This was one of the few rare times that she had ever heard Kevin sound so panicked. Something was definitely up. Bringing the communication device closer to her ear, she carefully asked, Kevin, is there something going on? You need to come to Ren's room. Ren's on the verge of death. Ha. Like a thunderclap, Kevin's words powerfully resounded across Amanda's head as her mind blanked. She couldn't quite process what Kevin had said. Opening her mouth, she asked, is it true? What? What you just said, is that true? Yes, so come quick. Make sure to bring the people that are next to you. Do. Before Amanda could ask anything else, Kevin quickly hung up, sending Amanda into a state of shock. Everything happened so abruptly that she wasn't sure how to react. Was what Kevin said real or fake? She wasn't sure, but she doubted that Kevin would lie to her about something this serious. Realizing this, Amanda's heartbeat increased. Not again, she thought. Trying to keep her mind clear, Amanda thought back at the conversation, before a few words suddenly caught her attention. Make sure to bring the people that are next to you. The last sentence. How did he know that she was with someone? Did Ren tell him? She had so many questions that she wanted to ask, but she quickly dropped them. The priority was saving Ren. Noticing Amanda's strange reaction, Natasha's face grew solemn as she asked, Amanda, is everything all right? Turning her head to look at her mother, Amanda opened and closed her mouth repeatedly as no words came out of her mouth. She then shook her head and said, no. Hanging up the phone, Kevin turned to look at Angelica. All right, I've told Amanda to come. Can you explain to me what happened? No. Angelica shook her head, quickly shutting Kevin down. This is not something you should be meddling with, she added. What? Hearing Angelica's words, Kevin's voice raised. Pointing at Ren, who was spasming uncontrollably on the bed, he shouted, he is right here dying, and I'm here trying to help him. Shouldn't I at least know how he got in this state so I can figure things out? Kevin was angry, and understandably so. He was trying to figure out a way to save Ren, yet the one person that should be helping him was telling him to not meddle. One of his closest friends was dying. Why in the world would he not meddle? Despite Kevin's protests, Angelica was adamant about not telling him anything. This is a private matter. If you want to know what happened, you should ask Ren after he is healed. Her words made Kevin angrier, but after thinking things through for a bit, he realized that her words somehow made sense. Right now his priority should be helping Ren. Since Angelica was adamant in saying that this was a private matter, Kevin decided to stop being unreasonable and proceeded to calm himself down. There was a time and place to lose his cool. Clank. And it was then the door suddenly swung open at full force, and an enraged Melissa came in. Angelica, who was standing next to Kevin, quickly vanished from sight. Before Kevin could wonder where she had left off, Melissa's angry voice resounded throughout the room. You better have a good excuse for telling me to come here and hanging up on me. Halting her footsteps, Melissa's eyes paused on Ren. Her brows knit tightly when she saw the state that Ren was in. Walking towards Ren, she turned to look at Kevin and asked, did he overdose on period tablets? I told him not to do that. Hearing Melissa's remark, Kevin's mouth twitched. You think now is the time for jokes? Just saying. Bending down and taking a closer look at Ren, Melissa closely examined his body before taking out several potions from her dimensional space and quickly fed them to him. The moment she fed him the potions, Ren's body instantly stabilized, much to Kevin's surprise. Turning his head to look at Melissa, Kevin asked, what did you do? Putting the empty potions caps away, Melissa did not respond to Kevin. Staring at Ren's pale face for a good minute, she finally took her eyes away from him before replying. I gave him a muscle relaxer to relax his muscles, a healing potion, and a couple of other things, but, pausing, her brows knit, it has only stabilized his condition a bit. He is still far from being in the clear. Standing up, she looked at Kevin. What in the world did he do? Chapter 452. Where am I? My mind was a mess. I couldn't really think properly. My body was numb, and the moment I opened my eyes, all I saw was darkness. A pitch-black darkness. A darkness that seemed to completely eat the world around me. Placing my hand on the ground, or what seemed to be the ground, I propped my body up. What is happening? I muttered out loud, glancing around me, and only seeing darkness. At first I was confused. However, recalling the events that had happened not too long ago, I was able to instantly realize that what was happening to me was definitely connected to the other Ren. This place, I have been here before. Once I made the connection with the other Ren, everything started to make more sense as I realized that I had been in this place before. It wasn't that long ago as well. Around the time when I had activated Monarch's indifference to test my theory and communicate with the other Ren. Once my thoughts paused there, I instantly looked around the place in hopes of finding the other Ren, but regardless of how much I looked, I couldn't find him. My brows knit. Where are you? I muttered out loud. From what I recalled, the last time, when I called him, he instantly appeared before me. Perhaps it was the same now. Unfortunately, I was only met with silence. Just as I was about to call out for him again, I closed my mouth as I suddenly recalled something. Could it perhaps be the chains? Right before I appeared in this place, I remembered the other Ren being bonded by a series of chains. Was the reason why I couldn't find him because of this? This was a plausible scenario. Taking a look at my surroundings one more time, I took a step forward and walked towards the darkness. Even though I wasn't sure of where I was headed, it was better than staying in the same place. After all, there was nothing but darkness around me. Right now, my priority was going back. What in the world did he do? That. Hearing Melissa's question, Kevin opened his mouth and tried to say something, but he proceeded to helplessly shake his head. I really don't know if I have to be honest. I was coming back from training, and this is how I found him. As he said those words, from the side of his eyes, Kevin eyed a black cat in the distance. At the moment, she was the only person that knew about what happened to Ren. Unfortunately, for some reason, she refused to say anything, or even show up. Listening to Kevin's words, Melissa raised her brow. You don't know. I don't. Kevin earnestly replied, staring straight into Melissa's eyes. This persisted for a couple of seconds before Melissa eventually gave up. All right, if you say so. Then, turning around, she walked out of the room, much to Kevin's surprise. Wait, where are you going? Halting her steps, Melissa glanced at Kevin. Where else? I'm going back. What about him? Kevin pointed at Ren's sickly figure that was laying down on the bed. Staring at him, Melissa scornfully looked at Kevin. Who told me to come here without telling me what type of situation this was? I only came here with the basic stuff. You expect me to have the right tools to heal him. Reprimanded by Melissa, Kevin wanted to say, but it's because you would have refused if I didn't do it this way. However, he knew that this wasn't the time or place to fight against Melissa, as he could only apologetically lower his head. Had you actually told me that Ren was in danger, I would have come here with more potions and preparations. Had you told me, I would have been able to save so much time, and now because of you, I'm forced to go back to get the proper potions that might help him get through this. You're right, I'm wrong. For every word that Melissa said, Kevin lowered his head and apologized. Honestly, all of Melissa's words went from one ear to the other, and the only reason he was apologizing was just to appease her anger. He really couldn't care less about her complaints, but he knew that there was a time and place to act up. Fortunately, Melissa's anger did not last for long. As she too realized how dire the situation was, saying a couple more discourteous words, she directly left the room, finally leaving Kevin alone once again. Clank. Ha. Once Melissa left the room, Kevin powerlessly sat back down on the sofa as he let out a long and tired sigh. Turning to look at Ren, whose condition seemed to have stabilized, Kevin forced a smile. Seriously, just what in the world did you do to suddenly find yourself in this kind of situation? Kevin knew Ren well. He was an extremely cautious person that would try to not take any risks at all. For him to find himself in such a situation, Kevin just couldn't understand what had happened. Right as he was about to take another long sigh, a charming voice suddenly entered his head, startling him. Soon Amanda will come with the Elven Queen and her mother. When that happens, I want you to take their attention. Ha. Jumping back in shock, Kevin almost bumped his head against a nearby table as he looked around the room. It wasn't long before his eyes paused on a black cat in the distance. Did you just talk inside of my head? Kevin asked. Nodding her head, Angelica sat down on top of the shelf and continued. Once the Elven Queen and Amanda's mother come in, if they do find out about me, which they probably will since the Queen's perception is strong, I want you to tell them that I'm contracted with Ren. Kevin's brows jumped up a little. He naturally understood the implications in Angelica's words. She was trying to tell them that if anything happened to her, Ren would die. Kevin did not doubt her words, as he knew that the two of them were under the same contract. For her to say such words, it felt as though the Queen was going to do something to her if she found out about her existence. Alarm bells instantly rang inside of Kevin's head as he suddenly asked, "Do you have something to do with Ren's situation?" Silence. Kevin's question was met with silence as Angelica simply stared at him. So, Kevin asked once again. However, yet again, he was met with silence. Just know that the reason why I called you first is because Ren told me to do so. Your job is to stop them from killing me. But why would they kill you? Kevin asked. However, yet again he was met with silence. Angelica's lack of answers caused frustrations to rise from deep within Kevin's body. All Angelica did was order him around without telling him exactly what was going on. Had it not been for his friend's situation, he would have flipped out by now. In fact, he was already irked by Melissa's attitude, and Angelica's attitude did not help at all. Calm down, I'm bound to find sooner or later. Since she told him that he needed to protect her for when the Elven Queen and snapping his head in Angelica's direction, Kevin suddenly asked, "Wait, did you just say Amanda's mother?" "I did," Angelica replied, causing Kevin's eyes to open widely. How is that possible? Being friends with Amanda, Kevin knew about her mother's circumstances, about how she had left her when she was young to never appear again. For her to suddenly appear in Isinor, Kevin was naturally shocked. Opening his mouth again, he incredulously asked, "How in the world did she appear here?" "That's B. Clank." Before Angelica could reply, the door burst open and 3 figures walked in. Before Kevin had the chance to see who the 3 figures were, one vanished from the spot before reappearing in front of Ren. Bending down on the bed, a look of worry flashed across Amanda's eyes as she stared at Ren's pale figure on the bed. Taking a couple of seconds to take a good look at him, Amanda bit her lips before turning to look at Kevin and asking, "What? What happened? For how long did I walk for?" I really wasn't sure at this point. It felt as though I had been walking for over a day, yet at the same time, knew I didn't. The darkness around me made me lose my sense of time and direction as I aimlessly wandered around the darkness. A thought suddenly occurred to me as my feet came to a pause. Does the other Ren live in this world? If so, his behavior made sense. To be trapped in this voidless world for such a long time, anyone would go crazy. I was already starting to feel that way, and yet I had only been here for a day at most. How long had the other Ren been here for? My thoughts continued to wander astray as I continued to move around the never-ending darkness. At some point, I just continued to walk for the sake of walking. I had long stopped thinking, and was just blankly staring at the black void before me. How long must this go on for? I wondered as I took another step. Is there anything else apart from darkness here? Just how big is this place? Am I walking in circles? Question after question popped up inside of my mind as my eyes dulled, and my feet came to a stop. I can't do this anymore, I thought as I lowered my head. The loneliness and purposeless wondering made it hard for me to continue walking. What was the point in moving forward when there was no direction to move? I let out a long exhausted sigh before sitting down in the void. Clank, clank. But just as I sat down, my ear picked up a faint sound coming from the distance. Making sure that the sound was real, vitality quickly returned to my face. This, clank, 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 clank. This sound, it sounds familiar. The more I heard the sound, the surer I was that I had heard it before. It didn't take me long to figure out what the sound was as I immediately stood up and moved in that direction. Clank, 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 clank. With each step I took, the louder the sound became. It wasn't long before the sound fully reached my ears, and I finally spotted a familiar figure in the distance. With chains moving all over his body, binding him together toward the ground, I finally saw Ren again. Seemingly being able to sense my presence, turning his head toward my direction, his deep blue eyes locked onto me before he softly said, "Took you long enough." Walking up to him, my footsteps came to a halt. My eyes furrowed as I heard his words. "Took me long enough. Were you expecting me? Didn't I say it before? That we'd see each other soon enough?" The other Ren indifferently said as he gazed at his arms and legs, which were currently being bonded by thick metallic chains. Taking his eyes away from them, and raising his head once again, he muttered, "We just have enough time." Enough time. My brows furrowed even more. Recalling just what kind of state I was in before entering this place, I shook my head. What time? Right about now I should be on the verge of death because of you. But contrary to my worries, the other Ren simply said, "It's fine, you won't die." I won't die. Hearing his words, I grew confused. Before I could say anything else, the other Ren added, "Yes, I won't let you die even if you wanted to die. I've already made the proper calculations." Chapter 453. Isn't it fun? Yes, I won't let you die even if you wanted to die. I've already made the proper calculations. Hearing his words, I unconsciously took a step back as my eyes opened wide. It can't be. He had made the proper calculations? Didn't that mean that he already knew that I was going to act the way I was going to act? How was that even possible? Furthermore, from what his words suggested, my life had never been in any danger. The only reason why I had passed out was probably him trying to drag me here. Confirming my doubts was the other Ren's voice as he coldly said, "Don't think too much. It's exactly what you think." "How?" I softly muttered, trying to suppress the shock within my body. The shock didn't last for long. Clenching my teeth, I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Then, lifting my head and meeting the other Ren's gaze, I opened my mouth. "So it really was you who planned this whole thing." I already had a hunch before this when I linked up the scenario with Angelica and Amanda's mother. The clues were there, from how Everblood had tried to manipulate her to come to me, to how she was able to have pictures of her mother back at the lock. Everything was a full circle, and it all led to the man in front of me. Of course, everything was just speculation on my part, but the more I looked at the other Ren, the more I was convinced about my conjecture. As my thoughts paused there, my brows furrowed. If this is indeed planned by him, what would his real motive be? Could he be trying to separate me from the others? That was a plausible scenario, but I don't think it was the right answer. From what I knew, his goal was to create a perfect version of Kevin, an unfeeling Kevin that had no burdens and only aimed to kill the Demon King. That was the only goal I knew he had. Without a doubt, there were other goals he had, but I had no idea about what they were. Wait. It was then that a thought suddenly struck me. Wasn't the reason why I was able to see him in the real world because of the damage that my soul took due to the contract breach? What if the real purpose in him trying to set this whole scenario up was to damage my soul? A cold chill ran down my spine as my thoughts paused there. Lifting my head, my eyes met with the other Ren's. "Looks like you've figured things out," the other Ren said as he calmly stood in the void with the chains rotating around his body, binding him down even more tightly. With both of his hands locked down, he continued, "My goal was indeed to damage your soul." Upon hearing his confirmation, I became even warier of him. Taking a step forward, I coldly asked, "Was the reason I made the decision that I did because of you?" "You can say so." The other Ren indifferently nodded his head, admitting to every single thing that I was accusing him of. This increased my wariness even more as my brows tightened even further. If what the other Ren said was true, then didn't that mean that he had manipulated my emotions as well? The reason why I chose to forfeit the tournament, and my questionable feelings for Amanda, were also things that he had implanted into my mind. Why and when did he do that? It was back when you activated Monarch's indifference, seemingly being able to read my thoughts. The other Ren answered the question that was inside of my mind. Back when you used Monarch's indifference, that was when I implanted the ideologies inside of your mind. My body froze upon hearing his words. Did he just admit to the fact that he could affect my mind whenever I use Monarch's indifference? I already had my speculations in the past, and I was able to confirm this when I met him a while back. But who would have thought that during that time I activated it again he would take advantage of the situation to set up a few seeds inside of my mind? The more I talked to this version of Ren, the more apprehensive I became. Whenever I thought I was one step ahead of him, I would later find out that he was 10 steps ahead of me. It was frustrating. Just how much had he planned everything? I secretly clenched my fists at the thought, unaware of what I was thinking, or at least pretending to not know. The other Ren continued. The choice of forfeiting the tournament was for the purpose of not allowing you to grow stronger when undertaking the contract breach. Had you been stronger, the damage that your soul would have taken wouldn't have been enough for me. Only at your current rank could I guarantee your survival, as well as the optimal soul damage. The more he spoke, the numb my mind became. The feeling of having every one of my actions carefully puppeteered to the will of someone else caused me this sense of loathing to rise from deep within my heart. Thinking back, his words made perfect sense. Had I waited until after the tournament ended, although it would have taken me nearly 4 months to reach A- rank, it would have definitely have increased my chances of surviving. Regarding Amanda's mother's situation, I could have easily said that I needed to make some preparations that required me to reach A- rank. My choice from back then didn't make sense. Slowly my heart started to freeze. The other Ren didn't seem to care about what I was thinking, as he continued to speak. Regarding your feelings for Amanda, the only reason why I planted them inside of your mind was so that I could create a perfect excuse for you to act the way that you did. My heart squeezed when I heard this. Indeed, back then, I remembered doing what I did for the sake of not hurting Amanda. But taking a look at it back now, I was still uncertain about how I felt for her. Compared to before, the feelings inside of my heart weren't as dominant, if that made sense. Opening his mouth, the other Ren continued. I only amplified your feelings for her. Whether you like her or not, it's for you to figure out. I don't care if you like her or not. Lowering his head, the other Ren's eyes once again met with mine. Frustrating, isn't it? Gazing back into his eyes, I chose to remain silent. Tilting his head, the other Ren looked towards the darkness. Having someone control the flow of your life, it's frustrating, isn't it? Hearing his words, my brows jumped a little. For the first time in a while, I heard emotions coming from the other Ren's voice. It was faint, very faint, but I could feel a mix of sadness and hate hidden within his voice as he gazed toward the distance. My face changed slightly when I sensed this. Opening my mouth, I asked, "Why are you telling me this? What's your purpose?" From how he revealed to me that he had been manipulating me to how he revealed that he could influence my thoughts whenever I activated Monarch's indifference, what was his goal in telling me this? Usually, someone with a hidden agenda would never reveal such things, yet, here he was, telling me everything that he had done. Was he just stupid, or did he have something else in mind? Especially with Monarch's indifference. Now that I knew that he could manipulate me through it, why would he ever think that I would ever use it again? Unless... A thought suddenly struck me as my head snapped upwards and I glared at the other Ren. Are you once again trying to influence my decision-making by telling me all of this? This sort of setup, it felt familiar. Memories of the monolith incident replayed back into my mind, or more specifically, the time when I was manipulating the commander into acting the way that I wanted him to act by acting in a way that made it seem as though he could predict my movements. This was exactly what was happening. The reason the other Ren was telling me all of this was so that I would be forced to act in a way that he could predict. Once I realized this, my glare intensified. But before I could say anything, the other Ren asked, "Isn't it fun?" Hearing his voice, my body instantly froze as for the first time since ever meeting Ren. A smile crept up on his face, and a cold chill ran down my spine. Fun? I questioned, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. What was so fun about the situation? Clank, 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 clank. Taking a step forward, the sound of the chains on his body rattling against each other reverberated throughout the void as the other Ren neared me. Clank. He was only able to take a couple of steps before his whole body was forced back with a loud clank, but it was enough to near me. With a smile still on his face, the other Ren calmly said, "Isn't it fun? Creating multiple threads and setting up different scenarios to entrap the person you wish to manipulate into doing your bidding? Isn't it fun to watch them struggle as they try to desperately leave the grasp of our influence to only realize that they had just been running right into our trap?" The smile on the other's face deepened as his eyes peered straight through my soul. "Remember this. No matter what you do, no matter what decision you make, I know everything. You think you will never use Monarch's indifference again after I told you that I can control you through it? Think again. There will come a day where you will use it once again, and it will be on that day that you will finally see the truth." Clank, 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 clank. Suddenly a familiar metallic sound reverberated throughout the void as the chains binding Ren started to move as they dragged him back to where he previously stood. Slowly, once the chains dragged him back to the spot, more chains sprung out from the ground as they dragged him toward the ground. Ignoring the chains, the other Ren kept his gaze locked on me. The smile that was on his face had long faded away from his face as his cold and indifferent voice rang out in the void. I've already set up the pieces, now it's your turn to move. Following his last words, the chains binding his body dragged him toward the ground and his figure quickly disappeared. Before he disappeared, he managed to utter a few more words. I'll see you soon. Clank, 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 clank. Following his disappearance, the sound of the chains rattling rang out for a couple more minutes before silence once again descended on the world. Hugh. With my eyes closed, I took a deep breath. His last words, I understood them. Although confusing, I understood exactly what he was trying to hint at. The game he was playing, it was like a chess game. One where two opponents would try to predict and try to influence the other's move. So far, the game that we had been playing had been a one-sided one. Every move I made, he had already predicted or had made me move that way. I naturally understood that I was at a disadvantage, but, clenching my fists, I glared in the direction of where the other Ren had disappeared. Slowly my consciousness started to slip as I muttered softly. You're right, it's fun. It was fun beating an opponent that seemed to have everything under control. Chapter 454. How's his condition? Kevin's gaze locked onto the Elven Queen as he asked. Although he looked unperturbed on the outside, in reality, he was quite shocked by the Queen's appearance. But that wasn't the only thing that he was shocked about. Standing beside the Queen was a tall woman with long black hair. Furthermore, her looks rivaled that of the Queen. She was stunning. She looked to be a little bit older than him, if not for the striking resemblance that she had to Amanda, and the fact that Angelica had told him beforehand, he would have never been able to make a connection with her mother. In fact, he still couldn't quite accept this fact. She looked more like her sister than her mother. While Kevin was in the midst of his thoughts, the Elven Queen pressed her hand on Ren's forehead. A thin green glow suddenly enshrouded his figure. Staring at him for a couple of seconds, the Queen's face darkened a little as her brows knit. Noticing this, Amanda, who was standing next to her mother, worriedly asked, "Is everything okay?" Her voice was quite rushed, making it clear to everyone in the room that she cared a lot for Ren, who was currently being treated. Standing beside her, Natasha, her mother, quietly observed everything as her eyes paused on Ren's sickly figure laying down on the bed. Did his condition have anything to do with me? She wondered. She wasn't quite sure yet, but her guts told her that the reason he was in that state was because of her situation. It made sense if one thought about it. There was no free lunch in the world. To heal something as incurable as the Mindbreaker curse, there must have been some sort of big price that one had to pay in order to do so. Once her thoughts paused there, she looked at her daughter. Looking at how pale her figure was, Natasha felt guilt creep up inside of her mind. She blamed herself for what was happening. Had it not been for her own uselessness, none of this would have happened. Her daughter wouldn't have had to suffer as much as she was suffering. She had already lost too many people in her life. It wasn't fair on her. Taking her hand away from Ren, the Elven Queen placed her hand on her chin. Then, turning to look at Amanda, she shook her head. I'm not sure, his soul seems to be heavily damaged. His soul? Kevin solemnly asked. Turning to face Kevin, the Queen nodded her head. That's correct, his soul, and that's what makes this extremely problematic. The Queen turned her attention back to Ren, who was laying down on the bed. His breathing was extremely thin. Waving her hand, the green veil revolving around his body disappeared. Had it been any other type of injury, I would have been able to heal him using the Elven Tear, but he is currently suffering some sort of soul backlash. A look of worry flashed across Amanda and Kevin's faces as they heard the Queen's words. Following this, they both simultaneously asked, "Is there no way to heal him?" Thinking for a bit, the Elven Queen eventually shook her head. Like I said, this is a soul type of damage. I don't have anything at my disposal that can help in that regard, as a soul is not something one should mess with. Just a simple mistake, and you can obliterate their soul, completely destroying their existence. Before Kevin and Amanda could say anything else, the Elven Queen continued. Even though there is no way to currently heal him, if we find out the source of why he is in such a state, then maybe we can figure out a solution. Ah, letting out a weak sound, Amanda's face bleached even more as she had to sit down on a nearby chair. She currently felt powerless. This wasn't the first time she felt this way. It was a feeling she was all too familiar with. Clenching her clothes, she looked around the room in hopes of finding any clue that might be able to help Ren in any way. It was to no avail as she found nothing. The more time passed, the stronger the feeling of powerlessness became as she thought to herself, is there really nothing that can be done? If even the Queen couldn't do anything, what could she do? Just when she thought that the situation was going to be a grim one, her eyes paused on Kevin. The moment her eyes paused on him, she immediately noticed his facial expression. Her brows instantly knit. Placing her hand on the armrest of the chair she was sitting on, she supported her body up as she looked at Kevin and asked, "Kevin, do you know something that we don't?" The moment Amanda's words faded, everyone turned their attention toward Kevin. Feeling everyone's gaze and scratching the back of his head, a complicated look flashed across his face. If you know something, say it now. The more time you waste, the more likely your friend will die." Mailing added from the side. Pursing his lips, Kevin eventually let out a long sigh. "Before I say anything, I want you guys to promise me something." "Say it." Turning his head to look at the Elven Queen, Kevin's eyes soon paused on Natasha. I'm not exactly sure myself, but I want you two to promise me that whatever happens next, the two of you must remain calm and not do anything rash. If you guys act rashly, then Ren might die for real. Everyone furrowed their brows upon hearing Kevin's words. Nevertheless, they all nodded their heads. They didn't have time to waste. Okay, sure, that's good. Nodding his head, Kevin turned to look towards the corner of the room, where a black cat was quietly resting. Honestly, he wasn't exactly sure about what was going on, and whether the two of them would be able to keep their promises. He had at least given them a warning, which was enough to make them think twice before acting. And that was all Angelica asked for. The moment his eyes paused on the black cat on the top of the shelf, everyone also turned their attention towards it. Feeling everyone's gazes, Angelica calmly hopped off the cabinet she was resting on. As soon as Angelica touched the ground, a black mist suddenly diffused in the air. An enchanting figure suddenly materialized in front of everyone, shocking everyone apart from Malin and Kevin. I was wondering when you were finally going to appear, Malin said as she calmly observed Angelica in front of her. Ever since arriving in the room, she already knew of her presence. However, since Angelica was currently wearing a bracelet indicating that she was on their side, she didn't think too much of it and proceeded to focus her attention on Ren. The only thing that she was curious about was why she had never done anything since their arrival. Pudding was a demon. The one that was most shocked by the situation was Amanda. She naturally recognized the cat. She had seen her multiple times in the past, and not once did the thought of her being a demon ever cross her mind. A multitude of questions suddenly emerged inside of her mind as her mouth opened widely. It finally dawned on her. She finally realized why Pudding always refused to let her touch her. You, snapping Amanda out of her thoughts. And before the Elven Queen could open her mouth, Amanda suddenly heard a panicked sound coming from next to her. Turning her head, she noticed her mother staring at Angelica, with eyes fully opened and filled with fright. What is going on? Amanda thought as she looked at her mother. Taking a step back, Natasha's face bleached even more as she stumbled back a bit. There was a mixture of shock and fear in her voice as she took a couple of steps back. It can't be. What's going on? Realizing that the situation wasn't right, the Elven Queen instantly became wary. Focusing her attention back on Natasha, she quickly tried to calm her down. Natasha, speak to me. What's going on? But, regardless of how much she tried, Malin was somehow unable to calm Natasha down. She seemed to be completely frozen as fear clouded her face entirely. Realizing that Natasha was not in a state to communicate, Malin stopped trying and turned to look in Angelica's direction. Feeling the Elven Queen's gaze, Angelica ignored it as she continued to look at Natasha. Standing by the side and alternating her gaze between Natasha and Angelica, an idea suddenly formed inside of Malin's mind. Her view instantly became cold. The temperature of the room suddenly dropped to 0 degrees as the mana in the air warped around her body. Turning her attention toward Angelica, Malin coldly said, "It was you, wasn't it?" Lifting her head and meeting Malin's eyes, Angelica didn't respond. The temperature of the room dropped a few more notches. I may have not been able to sense it's a lot purer and more powerful than before. Now that I take a closer look at you, the demonic energy in your body bears a striking resemblance to the one that cursed Natasha. Her words may have been soft, but they powerfully reverberated through the ears of all the people present, like powerful claps of thunder. Especially for Amanda, whose eyes opened widely. What did she just say? Amanda couldn't quite process the words that the Elven Queen said. Even though she wanted to refute her words, Amanda knew that she couldn't. For someone as powerful as the Elven Queen, she had no reason to lie like that. This meant that, without a doubt, the demon in front of her was the one responsible for tearing her family apart. Suddenly, everything started to become more foreign to her as she had trouble processing what was happening. All along, the black cat that had been accompanying Ren in the academy was the demon that was responsible for cursing her mother. Her heart suddenly squeezed, and her face paled. She didn't know what to make out of the situation. Turning her head toward Ren, who was laying down on the bed, Amanda wondered to herself. Did he know all along? Did he know all along that the demon he had been with was the one responsible for her mother's curse? The thought caused Amanda's stomach to churn. However, the sensation did not last for long. Closing her eyes, she quickly calmed herself down. At the moment, she didn't know all the information. It was far too early for her to judge. She didn't want to immaturely come up with a conclusion before she heard the whole truth. Stopping Amanda from saying anything, the whole room was enveloped in ice as a series of sharp icicles encircled Angelica completely. Pressing against Angelica's skin, the sharp tips of the icicles caged Angelica in her spot. If she as much as lifted a finger, an icicle would quickly pierce through her whole body, obliterating her existence completely. Seeing that the situation was turning out for the worst, Kevin quickly shouted, "Wait, what is it, human?" Malin icily asked as water vapor escaped from her mouth. Meeting the Queen's gaze head-on, Kevin continued, "Didn't we agree to it before? That you must not act rashly the moment she appeared." Rashly? The Queen laughed. Her sweet and melodious voice rang throughout the whole room. Glancing at Angelica, she asked, "Do you have any idea what this demon has done? The fact that I haven't killed her on the spot is enough mercy." "No, I don't know about the circumstances, but I do know something." Turning around, he pointed at Ren. "If you kill her, he will die. Hearing Kevin's words, the Elven Queen's brows furrowed. She naturally understood what Kevin's words meant. It meant that the youth before her had signed a mana contract with the demon. If she died, so would he. This situation put her in a tight spot as it made her unsure of what to do. And just as she was about to come up with a decision, she suddenly heard Natasha's voice from behind her. "You can stop now, Natasha." Slowly walking towards Angelica, Natasha, who was previously looking at her with fear, now had a calm look on her face. Or at least that's how it looked on the surface. Then, turning her attention back toward Malin, she softly said, "How about we listen to what she has to say?" Glancing in her daughter's direction, she smiled. "You would want that, wouldn't you?" Chapter 455. Isn't it fun? Hearing her mother's words, Amanda nodded her head. Staring at Ren, who was lying down on the bed, Amanda turned her head to look at Angelica. A complicated look flashed across her face. She still couldn't quite come to terms with the fact that the cat that had been following Ren all the time was in fact the same demon that had cursed her mother. She felt that there was more to the story than it was let out. "Are you sure about this, Natasha?" Malin asked while turning to look at Natasha. The icicles in the air trembled slightly. "This is the same demon that stopped you from seeing your daughter for 15 years. Are you sure that you want to let her go just like that?" With her eyes locked on her daughter, Natasha sighed. "What other choice do I have? Just take a look at my daughter." Waving her hand, all of the icicles that were aiming at Angelica vanished out of thin air. "Okay." Giving a cold glance to Angelica, Malin added, "Just because I'm not killing you right now doesn't mean that I won't be doing it later. I'm only doing this for her sake." Under Malin's pressure, Angelica kept her cool. She wasn't a count-ranked demon for nothing. Despite the fact that she had been subjected to the power of one of the strongest people in the human domain, she was able to remain unfazed. "Let her be, Malin." Natasha's voice rang throughout the room as she stepped in front of Malin. Then, turning her attention towards Angelica, she took a deep breath. Memories of her past surfaced inside of her mind. She could still remember getting chased and threatened by her, and it honestly frightened her. But, for the sake of looking strong for her daughter, she remained composed. Can you explain the situation?" There was a faint tremble in her voice as she asked Angelica her question, but following that, her words became more concise, and the tremble vanished. Turning her head, she looked at Ren. What happened for him to turn this way? There was an awkward silence following her words. "You don't have to hide anything. I can tell that it is somehow connected with my awakening." A complicated look appeared on Angelica's face as she heard her words. It wasn't long before she eventually opened her mouth. "You're correct." Lowering her head, Angelica lightly glanced in Ren's direction. "The reason why he's in that state is indeed due to the fruit that he gave you." "I see." Rather than being shocked, a look of understanding appeared on Natasha's face. She then turned to look at Kevin. "If I don't remember wrongly, you previously said that if something happens to her, the boy over here will die, correct?" "Yes." Kevin nodded his head as his brows furrowed. Seeing Kevin confirm her words, Natasha pursed her lips before turning her attention back toward Angelica. "I think I get the gist of the situation. I'm sure you also have an idea, Malin." "Yeah." Malin nodded from the side before adding, "I have enough evidence to believe that Ren and the demoness over here have signed a mana contract." "Yes, and in the contract, there was most likely a clause that stated that neither party could harm the other." Looking up toward the ceiling of the room, Natasha plucked her lips outwardly. She then crossed her arms together and tapped onto the right side of her arm with her fingers. "Since he handed Amanda the fruit, we can conclude that the moment I ate the fruit and the curse broke, she, the demoness, suffered from the backlash of the curse, and as a result broke the contract with her, and was thus put into this type of situation." Walking toward Ren and staring at his sickly figure, Natasha placed her finger underneath her chin and added, "That also explains why his soul is in the state that it is now." Listening to the analysis from Malin and Natasha, Angelica's eyes opened up a bit. Before she could even explain the situation, the two of them had already figured everything out. She wasn't that surprised by this, however. One was the Elven Queen while the other was the wife of one of the top executives in the human domain. They didn't get their jobs because of luck. They were quite competent in their own right. Placing her hand over Ren's forehead, Natasha further analyzed. "Since he is still alive, we can already assume that the contract that he signed with." Furrowing her brows, Natasha's words halted mid-sentence as she glimpsed in Angelica's direction. The pause was brief as she quickly continued. "Her is ranked between I and 2. Since Amanda previously told me that he's made it past the round of 16 of the tournament, we can exclude rank I and 2 contracts, leaving me with no choice but to believe that he signed a tier 2 contract." Once Natasha's analysis reached this point, her brows proceeded to knit tightly. But that would mean that he would be ranked around B+ in order to survive the contract breach. Pausing once more, Natasha's head snapped in Ren's direction. This time her face had a little shock in it. Having already come up with a proper analysis of the situation, she suddenly realized something. And that was that the only possible way for Ren to have survived the situation was for him to have reached a rank of B+. But how was that possible? She was already shocked by the fact that her daughter had reached B- rank, but B+ rank? What kind of monster was this youth before her? This kind of thought became even more prominent from the fact that she knew that he was around the same age as her own daughter. Slowly her mouth hung open as she turned her head to look at Malin, hoping that perhaps her analysis was wrong, but instead Malin's next words caused the shock inside of her body to double. "It's exactly like you thought. He indeed rank is B+. What? How is that possible?" Didn't he get eliminated from the tournament already? Malin's mouth twitched. Turning her head to the side, she softly said, "Well, how should I say this? He eliminated himself." Himself? Why would he do that? Forcing a smile, Malin replied, "Because he said that he was bored." While Natasha and Malin were discussing the reasoning behind Ren's elimination, Amanda, who had been listening throughout their whole time, powerlessly sat back down on her chair. "So everything that happened was because of me." Amanda's emotions were currently a mess as she felt many different things at the moment. On one hand, she was grateful, and even touched by what Ren did. After all, he did just try to sacrifice his life for the sake of her mother. But at the same time, she was also angry. She was having trouble putting it into words, but she really hated the way Ren did things. She hated the way that he just did things without caring about himself or what the others felt. Amanda understood why Ren acted the way he did, and it was exactly because she understood this that she felt the way she did. Had he told her the situation from the start, Amanda would have understood. She wasn't unreasonable. Ren had never taken part in her mother's situation. Furthermore, although she wasn't exactly sure, she could tell that Ren most likely didn't know about the fact that the demon he had contracted with was the one responsible for her situation. Thinking back, Amanda had a feeling that the demon Ren contracted with was in fact the same demon that had contracted with Elijah, the elective representative back at the lock. If so, how he met her made sense. She had always wondered why that demon had not targeted her again, but it was only now that she understood that Ren had taken care of it. Closing her eyes, Amanda bit her lips. It became clear to her that Ren still did not trust her enough. The realization saddened her, but it did not discourage her. This was only natural, especially since they hadn't known each other long enough to develop a full sense of trust between each other. "Oi!" Snapping Amanda out of her thoughts was her mother's voice. Turning her head to look in the direction of where her mother was, she saw her with her back bent, and her face a few inches away from Ren's face. "Mom!" Amanda immediately became flustered at the sight as she stood up from her seat. However, her mother's following words caused her to freeze on the spot. "Boy, I can tell that you're awake. You can stop pretending." Raising her hand, Natasha flicked Ren's forehead. "Ouch." Suddenly having my forehead flicked, my eyes snapped open. The moment I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was a familiar-looking face a couple of inches away from mine. Caught off guard by the sudden situation, I felt my cheeks warm up a little as a bitter smile appeared on my face. That was because I was able to instantly recognize the woman before me. She may have looked like Amanda at a first glance, but there was definitely a difference. "Looks like you're fine," Amanda's mother muttered before finally moving her head away from me. It was then that I was able to see the current situation in the room, and when I did, I almost wished I didn't. With almost everyone present in the room, including Angelica, I already knew that the cat was out of the bag. The smile on my face became more bitter as I suddenly recalled the other Ren's words. "Isn't it fun?" "No, it's not," I muttered inside of my head as I silently shook my head. "No, it's not fun at all. Ren, how are you feeling?" In the midst of my thoughts, a familiar voice reached my ear. Without turning my head, I already knew who the voice belonged to. It was Kevin. Ugh. Moving my head, I tried to sit up straight, but a terrifying pain suddenly caused my body to helplessly fall back before I could even move a few inches up. My brows knit when I realized this. Just as I was about to try again, I suddenly felt a hand touch mine, and a sweet voice reached my ear. "Sit back down, you're in no condition to move." Turning my head, I saw Amanda staring at me with a smile on her face. I was surprised by this. Glancing in Angelica's direction, just as I was about to say something, Amanda shook her head. "It's fine, I understand what you did. I'm not angry." She wasn't? "No, I understand why you acted the way you did. You probably didn't want to cause any misunderstandings, right?" A wry smile appeared on my face when I heard her words. She had pretty much read me like a book. Yeah, that was one of the main reasons as to why I never told her the truth. Well, that was until I found out that my memories were being tampered with, and realized that perhaps those may have not really been my true thoughts. In hindsight, it was a terrible decision. Staring at Amanda in the eyes, I understood that Amanda would have listened to everything that I had to say with a clear mind. Amanda wasn't the type of person that ran away before she heard the full truth. "I'm sorry." Opening my mouth, I tried to apologize to Amanda, but just as I was about to do so, the door of the room burst open, and Melissa entered the room. She had her usual grumpy look on her face. The moment she stepped into the room, her body froze as her eyes landed on the Elven Queen and Amanda's mother. Once her eyes paused on her, she tilted her head to the side as she had trouble processing the situation. Then, turning her head, our eyes met. For a brief moment, the moment our eyes met, Melissa's eyes flashed as an awkward silence enveloped the room. Soon after, clicking her tongue, she muttered in a disappointed tone, "Aw shit, you woke up." My mouth twitched when I heard her comments. "Why do you sound so disappointed?" Covering her mouth, Melissa laughed. "Do I? Must be your imagination." Crossing her arms, her eyes soon paused on Kevin. After that, her eyes paused on Amanda as her face slowly turned to one filled with disgust. Her next words almost made me want to kill her on the spot. "And here I thought you were only going to stick with Kevin. Looks like you've got yourself quite the decent harem, huh? Fuck off." Chapter 456. Ugh. I just woke up and this is the situation I find myself in. Melissa alone was enough to give me a headache, but the fact that almost everyone was here increased the pain in my head. Leaning back on the bed and dully staring at the ceiling of the room, For a moment I wished to slip back into a coma. I would rather have that than be in this type of situation. Unfortunately, this was only wishful thinking on my part, as following Melissa's words, everyone's head snapped in my direction. I could only bitterly smile at the sight. What are you looking at me for? Raising my hand, I pointed in Melissa's direction. Don't listen to anything she says, especially when she's part of the harem. Ha! This time it was Melissa's turn to feel what I felt as everyone turned to look at her with strange looks on their faces. Opening her eyes widely, Melissa glared at me. Sensing her gaze, I slowly mouthed with my mouth. Trying to ruin me? I'll drag you down with me. As soon as I said those words, I could vividly see the side of Melissa's cheeks tense. I smirked when I saw this. That's right, I may have lost the battle, but I won the war. Like hell, I would ever let Melissa one-up me. Coo. Just as things were getting heated between Melissa and me, yet again, a throbbing pain coursed through my body, prompting me to let out a groan. This instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. As she was already seated next to me, the first one to help me was Amanda, who worriedly asked, "Are you okay?" "Somewhat," I replied with a forced smile. To be honest, I was anything but fine. Although I had survived, the damage that my soul took was significant. I need to find something to heal my soul. Though extremely rare, there were definitely ways to heal someone's soul. The damage to my soul wasn't to the extent that it would affect me in any way, but looking back at what just happened, I felt that I needed to somehow find a way to heal my soul. The sense of discomfort that it brought wasn't something I quite liked. Just as I was about to make my mind up about how to heal my soul, a sudden thought crossed my mind. Wait, what if this has also been planned by him? At this realization, my body froze completely. Ever since meeting the other Ren, or to be more precise, the entity inside of my body, he had always been acting in a way that made it seem as though everything was going according to how he planned. And so far, it seemed to be true. Everything that had happened to me seemed to have already been planned beforehand by someone. From the incident back at the hotel with Matthew to the dome incident, everything just felt so warped and altered that made me think of the possibility of it being something that the other entity had planned. It was only a hypothesis for now, but it wasn't one that I was willing to discard. If it was truly like that, then it meant that my every move was being predicted. Realistically speaking, the logical direction that I should take would be to heal my soul. But what if that was also part of the plan? What if he wanted me to heal my soul? But if it was truly like that, why would he reveal to me that he had purposely damaged my soul so that he could have more control over it? The deeper I started thinking, the greater the throbbing sensation in my head became. The other Ren, entity, or whoever he was definitely trying to mess up the way I was thinking. So much so that I finally realized why I had never been able to get the upper hand over him. It wasn't that he had everything planned, but it was just that he was playing a psychological warfare against me. Just like now, because of everything that he had said, I no longer had any idea how to proceed. Should I heal my soul, or not? Secretly, my fists clenched tightly. This was definitely not a pleasant feeling. He looks quite tired. I think we need to give him some space. Whilst in thought, I suddenly heard a sweet voice from the distance. Turning my head, my eyes met Amanda's mother. Once our eyes met, for a brief moment neither one of us spoke. Then, turning her head, she looked toward the Elven Queen. What was his name again? Ren. The Queen answered. Nodding her head, Amanda's mother turned to face me one more time. Or rather, before that she glanced in Amanda's direction before looking back at me with a strange look on her face. Her gaze felt weird. All right, Ren, there are many things that I want to say to you, but it looks like you're in no condition for it, so I will cut it short. Lowering her head slightly, she said, Thank you. Thank you for what you did for me." Following her words, for a brief moment of time, silence enveloped the room. Raising my head and seeing that she still had her head lowered, I pursed my lips together. "It's fine. You don't have to mention it. Most of it was the other Ren's doing. But that didn't mean I wasn't ever planning on helping her. It was just that it would have taken a lot longer. Even then, I would still like to thank you. I was already grateful for the fact that you were willing to dispose of something so precious in order to heal me. But after seeing the sacrifice you've made just to heal me, I felt compelled to do this." "It's fine, really," I answered back, feeling a little bit awkward about the situation. Raising her head, Amanda's mother's eyes paused on Amanda for a good while. Then, with a soft smile on her face, she headed for the door. "All right, I guess we should head back now. You should definitely get some rest." "What about her?" Just as she was about to leave, the Elven Queen pointed in Angelica's direction. My face froze when I saw this. As I had not yet woken up when she revealed everything to them, I had no idea about what had happened whilst I was asleep. My heart tensed when I saw the Elven Queen stare at Angelica. Just as I was about to say something, Amanda's mother spoke up. "Leave her be." "Ha!" A strange sound escaped from my mouth as I heard her words. I wasn't the only one that reacted this way, as almost everyone in the room, aside from Melissa, who had no idea about what was happening, showed a similar look. Recovering from the shock, the Elven Queen asked, "How come?" Instead of answering the Elven Queen, Amanda's mother shook her head. "There is no point. Since she's now contracted to that boy, I mean Ren, all I would be doing is adding trouble to the person who saved me. But this would have never have happened had it not been for her. We don't have to kill her, but we can still lock her up." The Queen replied, obviously displeased by Amanda's mother's words. Her displeasure was understandable. Being a queen, she naturally had to be more ruthless than others, and as a sovereign, being lenient towards enemies was a big taboo. Glancing in the direction of the Elven Queen, Amanda's mother merely shrugged her shoulders. She's a demon, to begin with. She was just following orders. The people I should be angry about should be the ones behind her, not her. Pausing, she looked in Angelica's direction. Her brows furrowed a bit. Don't get me wrong, just because I'm not acting up doesn't mean that I have forgiven you. Had it not been for my daughter, I would have loved nothing more but to have followed Malin's suggestions, but then again, such is life. Following her words, closing her eyes and letting out a sigh, she said, it's also my fault for being careless. Had I been more attentive, none of this would have happened. With a soft smile on her face, Amanda's mother took a step out of the room and left. The Elven Queen followed from behind. There were still obvious signs of displeasure on her face, but it didn't look like she would go against Amanda's mother's wishes. Following their disappearance, the next one to leave was Melissa. Still mad about the words I said to rebuke her, she only gave me a casual look before disappearing. After Melissa, it was Kevin who left, after a simple goodbye. You should get some rest. Following Kevin, Amanda also left. She looked uncertain about whether to leave or not, but as soon as her eyes paused on Angelica, she quickly made up her mind, and also bid me goodbye. Clank. Once the doors closed, the only people that remained in the room were Angelica and I. Lifting my head up with some difficulty, I bitterly said, rough day, ha. Isanor, infirmary. Silently gazing toward the city of Isanor from her bed, Emma's figure silently rested by the side of the bed. She had a dull look on her face. Clank. Suddenly the door opened up and Kevin walked in. Walking into the room, the moment he saw Emma's condition, he softly sighed and sat beside her bed. You're still up, Emma softly nodded her head. Following her words, silence descended on the room. Pursing his lips, Kevin tried to strike up a conversation. You know, I'm going to win the tournament soon. Once I get my hands on the Elven tier I can. Don't. Before Kevin could finish his sentence, Emma quickly cut him off. Weakly turning her head, she replied, I don't want you to waste your chance on me. I'm only going to be holding you back. Use that opportunity to make yourself stronger. What are you talking about? Kevin's brows furrowed. Kevin, during this time that I had to myself, I came to realize just how useless I am. Not only do I always drag you into problems, but not once have I ever been of help to you. As she was speaking, the corner of Emma's eyes started to water. I know my limit. I will at most reach S rank in my life while you will sooner, or later reach A rank that is far above that. Use this chance to grow stronger. If you really want to heal me, do it after you've become strong enough to get the Elven tier, without wasting all of your achievements. Clenching onto the bedsheets of the bed, Emma bit her lips. I can wait. If it means that you won't have to waste this opportunity that you've been given on me, then I can wait. Listening to Emma's words, Kevin didn't know how to reply. It was only after a couple of seconds had passed that he finally said, Emma, I never thought of you like that. Grabbing her hand, Kevin scratched the back of his head with his other hand. Also, I can't really do that. Why? Snapping her head in Kevin's direction, Emma raised her voice. Why must you waste your opportunity like that? Just let me be like this. I've come to terms with reality. I'll just go back home and handle the matters there. It's not like it's the end of the world. I can wait till you get strong enough to heal me. Focus on yourself, and focus on helping me later. Raising her hand, she repeatedly tapped her finger on Kevin's chest. You need to set your priorities straight. And right now your priority is to become stronger. If you don't want anything similar to happen again, just grow stronger. So strong that nothing like this ever happens again. Grabbing onto Emma's finger, a bitter smile appeared on Kevin's face. Emma, do you know how I managed to get to where I am in the tournament? Ha! A confused look appeared on Emma's face as she heard Kevin's words. As if stating the obvious, she replied, by beating all of your opponents? The smile on Kevin's face grew even more bitter as he shook his head. No, it wasn't that. Lowering his head, Kevin let out a long sigh. Matching Emma's gaze, he bitterly said, the only reason why I've come this far in the tournament is because Ren was bored. Chapter 457. A red sky enshrouded the world. Rubble and debris appeared everywhere as corpses and limbs sprawled all over the ground. Absolute silence enshrouded the world. Ha, ha. Breaking the silence was the sound of someone's rough breathing echoing throughout the space. White hair, dull gray eyes, and a presence that completely enshrouded the world. A man stood on top of a broken building, with his right hand missing, and a long scar tracing down his well-built body. The man coldly looked towards the distance. There lay a figure who had similarly colored white hair and red eyes, with black blood seeping down from his mouth, and his body laying down on a broke building. The figure blankly stared toward the sky as a cruel smile sprung up on his face. It's no use, you won't be able to kill me. His playful words rang throughout the world as he proceeded to raise his hand. The moment he raised his hand, the world seemed to have come to a standstill as demonic energy gathered towards the palm of his hand, forming a small ball the size of a basketball. Stay put. But before the black orb could fully form, the white-haired figure with dull gray eyes raised his hand and motioned it in a downward manner. Crack, crack. As though gravity had been warped, cracks formed beneath the red-eyed figure as his body crushed against the ground hard as a crater formed beneath him. Even though the force of the impact was huge, the red-eyed figure remained completely unfazed as he gazed in the direction of the gray-eyed man. The smile on his face only deepened. Stop with your useless struggle. I've already won. Shut up. The gray-eyed figure replied as the area him pulverized into bits. Whilst this was happening, standing not so far from the two figures was a male with jet black hair and crimson red eyes. He was none other than Kevin. Holding on to the left side of his arms, he dully looked at two figures before him. Then, turning his head, he looked at the world around him. Devastation. Wherever his eyes looked, all he saw was pure devastation, as the world he once knew had been turned into nothing but a desolate place. Recalling the memories of how the world was in the past, Kevin stumbled a couple of steps. Having fought a terrifying battle for the past couple of days, he was on the verge of death, and right now the only reason he was even able to move was because of the effects of overdrive, which was slowly eating away at his lifespan. How did things turn out like this? He thought as he slowly moved towards the two figures. As he was walking forward, sensing his presence, the gray-eyed figure turned to look in his direction as he coldly muttered, "Your turn." With the palm of his hand motioned downwardly, he kept the other figure in check. However, it was painfully obvious to Kevin that his power wasn't enough to contain the other figure for long as his hand slowly started to shake more and more. "What are you waiting for? End him," the gray figure once again said. His voice sounded a little bit more rushed this time. Turning his head to glance in the red-eyed figure's direction, and then looking towards his surroundings, Kevin's lips trembled. Is this the outcome that you wanted? What are you talking about?" The white-haired figure replied back. His brows furrowed tightly, and his voice became even colder. Clenching his teeth, Kevin pointed towards the distance. "Take a look at the world. It's completely destroyed. Almost all of humanity has been destroyed because of your actions, and yet, you don't seem to care." Kevin's voice powerfully rang throughout the world as his fists clenched tightly. "For the sake of killing him, you decided to sacrifice the whole of humanity. What's the point of killing him when there's no one left? What's the fucking point?" Quietly listening to Kevin's words, the gray-eyed figure answered, "Because I don't care." "You don't care." A powerful red hue suddenly sprang out of Kevin's body. The hue that sprang out of his body was very faint and almost invisible, but the pressure that came out of it was nothing to scoff at. "You don't care about the fact that because of your actions humanity is on the verge of extinction. What are you doing?" Ignoring his words, the gray-eyed figure dully asked. Raising the palm of his hand, Kevin pressed onto the space next to him and replied, "Something that I should have done the moment I remembered everything." Clank, 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 clank. Right as his words faded, much to the shock of the gray-eyed figure, black chains suddenly sprang out from the ground beneath him, clasping onto his legs and arms. Finally, for the first time in a while, the gray-eyed figure's face crumbled apart as he looked at Kevin, who was staring back at him. "What do you think you're doing?" Raising his hand, the gray-eyed figure tried to move his body, but regardless of how much force he applied, he couldn't move his body at all. The mana inside of his body had been sealed completely. Realizing just how much of a predicament he was, his voice raised. "What did you do to me?" Ignoring his words, Kevin turned to look at the other white figure, who was watching the scene with an amused look on his face. Although he was also on the verge of death, there was a triumphant look on his face as he looked at Kevin and the gray-eyed figure. "It looks like it's going to be another failure." Clenching his teeth, Kevin proceeded to ignore the figure. Stumbling forward, he could feel his vitality slowly leaving his body. The hue around his body slowly started to fade as Kevin's figure paled. "Kill him now. End this now. End it. You know full well that you're the only one that can stop him. What are you waiting for?" Once again the gray-eyed figure's words reverberated loudly as he glared intensely in Kevin's direction. A look similar to desperation flashed across his face as he shouted those words. "It's always the same with you." Taking one more step forward, Kevin's feet came to a pause a couple of meters away from the gray-eyed figure. Clank, clank, clank. As he walked, the chains wrapping around the gray-eyed figure became more numerous as his whole body stopped moving. Seeing that his words couldn't reach Kevin, the gray-eyed figure stopped shouting. His face, which was originally cold, dulled completely. Lowering his head and glaring in Kevin's direction, the gray-eyed figure monotonously. "You think this will be enough to stop me?" "I don't know." Kevin shook his head. "But we will find out soon. At least for now, you won't be able to do anything." Spurt. Raising his hand, Kevin suddenly pierced right through his own chest. Instantly, blood leaked out from his body. Staring at Kevin, the gray-eyed figure's eyes grew colder. How did? The moment Kevin's life slipped away, the world turned white and everything crumbled. Ha. Abruptly sitting up from his bed, Kevin's breathing was ragged as sweat trickled down the side of his face. Glancing around the place, it was only after he realized that he was back in his own room that he finally calmed down. "What just happened?" he muttered out loud as he clenched his chest tightly. Letting out a groan, he hunched his body over as he felt his chest throb intensely. What's going on?" The pain left as fast as it came, but the sensation was deeply etched inside of Kevin's brain as recollections of the vision flashed across his mind. Sorting out the memories, his mind became a mess. He knew that this was part of the synchronization reward that he had gotten from the previous quest, but he couldn't quite understand what exactly had happened. The number of questions he had inside of his mind only caused his head to throb even more as he held his head with his hands. Blinking a couple of times, sweat continued to trickle down the side of Kevin's face as a multitude of different scenarios presented inside his mind. Lowering his hands and clenching onto his bedsheets, he bit his lips. What should I do? 2 days quickly flew by, and the tournament resumed. Seated down in the spectators' stands, wearing a mask to hide my identity, my face flinched from time to time. Damn, it still hurts like hell. Despite the fact that a few days had passed since the incident, the discomfort that came from the damage my soul took was still affecting me now. From time to time it would feel as though a large needle pricked through my heart, sending shivers all over my body. Unfortunately, as I was still on the fence on whether to heal my soul or not, I had to endure the pain. Are you really okay? In the midst of my pain, a soft voice rang from beside me. With my head still lowered, I forcefully nodded my head. Yeah, I'd like to think I am. That doesn't sound very convincing. Turning my head and staring at Amanda, I could only force a smile. Ever since the incident, she had been a lot more attentive toward me. It sort of got to the point where she was now acting like my personal nurse. I didn't dislike it, but it felt very weird to me. Amanda, I get that you feel compelled to help me because of what I did, but really, I'm fine. Despite my words, Amanda retained her stubborn look as she refused to leave my side, and thus, letting out a long sigh, I decided to switch topics. That aside, are you sure you're not going to fight? Yes. Amanda nodded her head. Closing my eyes and leaning back in my seat, I softly muttered, I see. Before I could say anything else, Amanda added, the main reason I am forfeiting is not because of what happened. I'm forfeiting because I know my limit. My opponent is too strong for the current me to face. I know. There was no need for her to say that. I naturally understood the reason for Amanda's forfeit. The reason was because her opponent was none other than Volyun, the strongest contender left, alongside Kevin and Jin. A part of me was glad that she chose to forfeit. After all, I did humiliate Volyun in front of everyone. Though unlikely since Amanda had the Elven Queen's backing. What if a situation similar to Emma's occurred? A situation where she would almost die happened. Just the thought made me uncomfortable. I couldn't allow another fiasco to happen. Turning my head to gaze in the direction of the tournament, just as I was about to look for Kevin, I felt a slight tap on my shoulder. What is it? Malin wants to speak to you after the matches for today are over. Amanda's voice reached my ears from the side. Hearing her reply, my brows furrowed. Malin, the Elven Queen. Oh. I had a sudden look of understanding as my head moved back. Secretly, I was trying to hide the smile that was threatening to appear on my face. It's time I get what I want, right? As I've previously mentioned, there was a reason why I wanted to participate in the tournament, and the only reason why I forfeited was because I knew that I could still get it without winning. Most likely, at the moment the Elven Queen had called for me in order to thank me, was definitely planning on using this situation to my advantage. Snapping me out of my thoughts was the boisterous sound of the crowd cheering, as I saw Jin's and Kevin's profiles suddenly appear on the large projections. Oh, it looks like Kevin and Jin both passed the round. Standing up, I clapped with the crowd. The matches had not even lasted a couple of minutes, and they had already won. That was really impressive. Patting my hands together, I stretched my shoulders and glanced in the direction of where the Elven Queen sat. Guess I need to get ready to meet the Queen and claim my rewards. Chapter 458. Been a while since I've been here. Standing on top of the boat that led to the enormous white building in the middle of the lake, lowering my head and taking a look at the crystal clear water of the lake, I marveled at the sight. As the boat moved, the calm and still water of the lake rippled, and the imagery of the mountains in the distance reflected on the surface of the water distorted. Taking my eyes away from the water, a calming breeze tickled my earlobes as I could faintly hear it whispering something in my ears. Every time the wind passed by, it left behind a scent of maple and berries so strong that it made my nose twitch. It smelled heavenly organic yet delightfully tasty. It reminded me of the sweet honey-like brew that the elves had to offer. It wasn't before long that we finally reached the other side of the lake, as the front side of the boat gently touched the small wooden pier. We're here, the elf responsible for pushing the boat said. Nodding my head, I hopped off the boat. Then, as I got off the boat, I extended my hand. Thank you. Taking my hand, Amanda gently got off the boat as her feet landed on the wooden pier without making a sound. Quickly letting go of my hand, Amanda headed toward the building in the distance. As she moved toward the building, I noticed that her footsteps were quite rushed. Tilting my head, I asked, "Are you in that much of a hurry to see your mother?" Without looking back, Amanda nodded her head. I found her behavior strange, but I didn't think too much of it. After all, she had just met up with her mother after 15 years, so it was understandable for her to want to see her every day and catch up. Swoosh! Suddenly another breeze blew, and Amanda's hair swayed towards the side of the wind. The moment that happened, I noticed something peculiar. Amanda's ears were red. I instantly pointed this out to her. "Hey Amanda, your ears are red." The moment those words came out of my mouth, Amanda's body suddenly jumped up in fright. Without turning around, in a stuttering voice she said, "It is because it is cold." Oh, okay. Raising my hand and feeling the breeze, I shrugged my shoulders. In a way, she wasn't wrong. It was pretty cold. Following Amanda from behind, it wasn't long before the two of us arrived at the entrance of the building where a couple of strong-looking elves were waiting. Sensing the power behind the elves guarding the structure, my back unknowingly straightened. They are without a doubt S rank. I may have reached B+ rank, but S ranks were still in existence that I couldn't touch. Therefore, the pressure that came out of their body was quite overwhelming. Not that I wasn't used to it. As soon as Amanda and I arrived, taking a step to the side, the elves quickly led us toward the building. "Please follow us." The interior of the place was exactly as I remembered from a while back. Following a minimalistic style, plants and simple furniture decorated the place. Compared to the typical luxurious buildings back in the human domain, the decorations inside of this place were less extravagant. Walking for about a minute, we soon arrived in front of a large hall. On the opposite end of the hall was a small flight of stairs. A golden throne rested atop the flight of ornate stairs, looking over the entire hall. Upon that throne sat the elven queen, Malin. Her long, silver hair gently cascaded down her back, highlighted by the ornate crown upon her head. She rested her hand upon her cheek, looking upon me and Amanda, who had just entered the hall. Standing next to her was Natasha, whose lips curled in an upward manner when her eyes met with Amanda's. Her beauty not lose out to Malin's at all. The guard that had led us to the place knelt down on one knee. Following his example, Amanda and I did the same. "You have arrived," Malin said as she tapped onto the armrest of the throne. A thin metallic sound rang throughout the space as her nails came into contact with the metallic armrest of the throne. With my head still lowered, I suddenly felt her gaze from above. "Do you have any idea as to why I summoned you here?" "No, I do not," I flatly answered with a straight face. Secretly, I was trying my best to hide the smile that was threatening to show up at any second. Of course, I knew why she had summoned me. What else but to give me the reward for saving Amanda's mother? Seemingly unaware of what I was thinking, Malin slowly stood up from her seat. With a simple wave of her hand, the doors of the hall burst open, and 5 elves came into the hall. Adorned with simple servant attire made out of thin silk, the hem of their clothes silently fell toward the bottom of their ankles. On each of the servants' hands was a red fluffy pillow, where an item rested in the middle. Walking towards the elven queen, they stopped beneath the flight of stairs and knelt on one knee. With their heads lowered, the servants raised the pillows above their heads. "Good," Malin softly said as her gaze swept over the items resting on top of the pillows. Pursing her lips together, I once again felt her gaze land on me. Her sweet and crisp voice soon rang throughout the hall as she started speaking. "Previously, because of circumstances, I was unable to thank you personally for saving Natasha's life. I'm sure that the fruit that you have given her must have been extremely rare and hard to find. Although I'm curious about where you have gotten such an item, I will not ask further as I don't want to put you in a difficult spot." Taking a step forward, Malin walked down the flight of stairs. Every step she took carried no sound, as she soon stopped in front of the servants that were holding onto the pillows. Sweeping her gaze over the items, she continued, "Over here are some items that I think you might find useful. Originally I was planning on letting the winner of the tournament take the first pick, but I believe that you have done more than enough to get the first pick." Extending her hand, a gentle sigh escaped from her mouth. "Please, choose whichever item you want. You can pick whatever item is over here." Raising my hand to cover my mouth, with a slight cough I stood up. It is an honor." I then proceeded to calmly look through the items that were presented before me. To be honest, I already knew what item I wanted from the very beginning, but if I acted too fast it would seem as though I had planned for this beforehand. Therefore, interlocking my hands behind my back, I carefully looked through each of the items presented before me. Glancing at the items on the pillows, my eyes soon paused on a small hexagonal-shaped glass bottle. Inside of it was a crystal-clear liquid that looked exactly like clean water fresh from the mountains. The moment my eyes paused on the bottle, I was able to instantly recognize it as my eyebrows jumped up. "Oh, that should be the elven tear." Malin, who had been staring at me from the beginning, seemed to have noticed my reaction as she spoke. "I heard that one of your friends is injured. You want to choose that?" "No," I shook my head. Before she could say anything else, I continued. "That's Kevin's job." "Kevin? That handsome boy?" Suddenly, Natasha's voice reached my ears as she unknowingly appeared next to me. Blinking a couple of times, I nodded my head. "Yeah, I guess." Then, tilting my head ever so slightly, I looked at Malin through the corner of my eyes. He should have no problem winning the competition. As expected. The moment those words escaped from my mouth, Malin's face twitched. This was to be expected. After all, I was basically saying that Kevin was going to win when Volyun, the elves' strongest competitor, had still not been eliminated. Well, I didn't care about how she felt as I reached my hand forward and grabbed onto a small black pill that had a nice yellow luster revolving around it. As soon as I picked the pill up, a strange look appeared on Malin's face. "You're going to pick that?" Staring at the pill in my hand, I slowly nodded my head. "Yes, I will pick this." "Are you sure?" Malin once again asked. There was a weird look on her face as she said those words. This was understandable though. The pill that I had taken was the item that I needed from the very beginning. It was the item that could help me reach A- rank a lot faster than originally planned. Pinching the pill in between my fingers, I turned to look at the queen. "This is the item that I want." Hearing my words, the queen's face turned even stranger as she carefully said, "You know about the side effects of taking the pill, right?" "Yes." I firmly nodded my head. Before I could continue speaking, overhearing our conversation, Amanda suddenly spoke up. "Side effects?" Turning her to look at me, her eyes grew colder. Feeling her intense stare, I raised my hands and quickly explained. "Wait, it's not a bad side effect. I will be in a weakened state for a while and lose all the hair on my body." Silence. Right as my words faded, silence descended on the hall as Amanda looked at me with her eyes wide open. Staring back at her, I shrugged my shoulders. "What? It's not like it's permanent. It will last till the effects of the pill wear out and I reach A- rank. If I had to estimate how long it would take for me to reach A- rank, I would say it would take me about a month or 2. Although I would find myself in a weakened state for a while, it wasn't the end of the world. I wasn't really planning on doing anything big for the next 2 months, so it didn't really matter. Regarding the hair loss, I had the mask of Dolos with me. Could easily make it look as though nothing happened. Pinching the pill even more tightly, I focused my attention back on the Elven Queen. "Anyhow, I've made up my mind. I choose this." The next day, Sitting cross-legged in the middle of the room, I stared intently at the pill in front of me. This is it. After selecting the pill as my reward, instead of hastily eating it right after I returned, I chose to wait a day to make enough preparations for it. To be honest, as of right now, what I dreaded the most was the hair loss rather than the weakened state that I would find myself in. However, this was a necessary sacrifice. Without the pill, I estimated that it would take me at least 8 months to reach A- rank. Shortening that time to 2 months was definitely worth the small side effect. Phew, here goes nothing. Letting out a long breath, I licked my lips. Glancing around the place to make sure there was no one else present, I slowly picked up the pill and placed it in my mouth. Touching the tip of my tongue, a sweet and sour taste instantly enveloped my taste buds as the pill slowly started to melt in my mouth like hard candy. No longer hesitating, I popped the pill inside of my mouth and kept it on top of my tongue. As the pill melted inside of my mouth, a wave of warm energy flowed into my body and slowly but surely, I felt my strength start to increase. Chapter 459. Give me a break. Passing my hand over my head and feeling just how smooth it was, I bitterly smiled. The effects of the pill are a lot stronger than I originally thought. For my own sake, I refused to look at myself in the mirror. Wasn't too keen on seeing my appearance, which in the most likely scenario, probably would have reflected the lights coming from the top of the mirror and blinded my eyes. That aside, I wasn't exactly sure about how much time passed since consuming the pill. However, if I had to make an estimate, I would say that I had been in my room for about a week. Ugh. The stench that was coming out of my body made my nose momentarily close up. Covering up my nose, I turned my wrist and checked for any new notification. Oh right. Checking my watch, my eyes lit up as soon I noticed the date. Today was the day of the finals for the tournament. I wonder if Kevin managed to get to the finals. I thought out loud as I stretched my body. Since I had not moved for about a week, my body was understandably sore. That aside, I would start questioning life if Kevin didn't make it to the finals. My sacrifice would end up for naught. Anyhow, I should probably go see the match now that I'm at it. Lowering my hand, I glanced around the room and pretended to not see just how messy it was. Then, letting out a small sigh, I headed for the shower. Boom. The platform shook and a powerful energy blast spread out throughout the whole platform. Skidding back, Kevin's feet came to a halt near the edge of the arena grounds. A faint red hue enshrouded his sword. 18. He muttered inside of his head as he slowly lifted his head, and his eyes soon paused on the figure before him. With long silver hair gently cascading down his back, and a haughty look to match his presence, Valion glared in Kevin's direction. Is this really the best you can do? Were all the words that arrogant human said lies? Despite his words, there was heavy solemnness in Valion's voice. They had been fighting for over 10 minutes, and neither of them had still gotten the upper hand in their exchanges. Their fight was even, and this enraged Valion to no end. Raising his hand, the mana in the surroundings converged towards his body. Then, twirling his fingers, a small magic circle manifested in front of him, as the mana around him twisted into small sharp funnels that levitated around his body. As soon as the spikes formed, with a simple wave of his hand, Valion directed his attack in Kevin's direction. Die. Swoosh. Like fast projectiles, Valion's attack shot in Kevin's direction at an unbelievable speed. They were so fast that only a select few from the audience below could see the path of his attack. Hugh. With his eyes locked onto the attacks, Kevin took a deep breath. A red hue suddenly enshrouded his body, as he raised his sword in the air and slashed down. 19. With a sound akin to a paper being cut, the moment Kevin slashed his sword, the area around him froze. Following this, much to the audience's shock, Valion's attack once again became visible for everyone to see. However, what made the audience gasp in surprise was the fact that the attacks were split into equal halves as they diffused in the air. Once again, their exchange resulted in a tie. Or at least, that was how it seemed at first. However, it soon became clear to the audience that Kevin held the upper hand in the exchange, as the energy coming from Kevin's attack still persisted for a bit, and was only stopped when Valion chanted another spell to block the attack. Stopping the attack, his body skidded backward before coming to a halt a couple of meters away from the edge of the arena. Valion's face twisted when he saw this. It had to be noted that the attack he had just used now was not just a simple attack, but one that was filled with everything that he had within him. He didn't notice it at first, but only now that he was fighting did he notice that Kevin's attacks were becoming stronger and stronger with each slash. It had gotten to the point where he was now at a disadvantage. His heart tensed when he realized this. I need to finish this quickly, Valion thought. After the day he had been humiliated in front of everyone, people started to doubt his abilities. They even went as far as saying that Kevin might have a shot against him. This enraged Valion to no end. A B rank having a shot against him, someone at the pinnacle of the elven younger generation, and an A- ranked individual. Preposterous. Clenching his fists tightly, mana sprung out from his body. His long silver hair flayed wildly the moment he channeled his mana. Lowering his head and extending both of his hands outwardly, the mana in the surroundings agglomerated in his direction as his A- rank pressure bore down on the arena grounds. As the mana gathered towards him, the pressure that he was emitting strengthened even further as a blue ball the size of a basketball materialized in his hands. All of this happened within seconds, and not long after the ball of energy materialized, Valion closed his hands together and compressed the energy ball. Contract. He cried out inside of his heart as a circular pressurized wind gale spread out from his body, as he contracted his hands together. Then, with a low clapping sound, Volume managed to clasp both of his hands together. Once that happened, a smirk appeared on his face. It is over. Lifting his head and revealing his delicate and handsome features to the spectators, Volume slowly lifted his palm. On it, a blue wisp was writhing slightly. An instant later, it suddenly shot out in Kevin's direction. Theoretically speaking, because the wisp was so small and so fast, it should have been extremely hard for the spectators to see its course. However, this was no regular wisp. This wisp was filled with extremely cold energy. Therefore, a white trail of ice formed beneath its course. Normally this would not have been a good thing, as it would allow an opponent to see the course of the attack, but in this case, because the attack was so fast and so powerful, it made such a small flaw negligible. Hugh. In that split second that the wisp headed in Kevin's direction, Kevin, who had not been standing idly whilst this was happening, raised his sword in the air. The moment he did, a bright red-colored flame suddenly sprung out from his sword, enveloping the area around him. Overdrive. Kevin muttered inside of his heart as the bright-colored flame became even more vibrant, and the energy coming out from Kevin's body exploded. Clenching his teeth together, Kevin ignored the terrifying energy that was starting to become too strong for him to handle. His hands were entirely focused on moving the sword downwards. Within an instant, his hands started to bleed profusely as he increased the grip of his sword. 20. Kevin muttered inside of his mind as he cried out inside of his heart and slashed out. Unlike his previous attacks, something different occurred. With a muffled thunder-like roar, as Kevin's sword fell, a violet flame shot out from its tip. This was no regular flame, as the moment it shot out it carried a terrifying force. Waves of ripples surfaced in the air as Kevin's attack shot in the direction of Volin's attack. The two attacks soon met. At the moment when the two energies came into contact with each other, the space around the two attacks distorted. Two different kinds of terrifying energy, one being white, and the other being bright red, cold and hot, stood off against each other for a moment before suddenly exploding in the air. Bang! The intense energy explosion sound reverberated throughout the surroundings, spreading through every corner of Isinor. It was so loud that even those that were not actively watching the tournament could hear it. The arena grounds instantly tore into shreds, and the spectators' vision blurred as dust and debris flew everywhere. It wasn't only the spectators that were unable to see the outcome of the match, but even the referee had a hard time seeing who had won, as the energy released by the attack of the two individuals was not something he could take lightly. Following the massive explosion, silence pervaded the surroundings as everyone eagerly waited to see the outcome of the match. Bang! Aw shit. Looks like I'm late. Hearing the loud explosion in the distance, I hurried towards the tournament areas. After having taken a shower, I quickly got dressed and put on the mask to hide my face. Prior to ingesting the pill, I had taken a copy of my face, and therefore, if I wanted to, I could look exactly the same as I did before. The only problem was my weakened state. That one was actually annoying, as it meant that I had to stay away from fighting for a while. Well, it wasn't like I was planning to pick a fight with anyone. Entering the tournament stands, glancing around the place, my eyes soon paused on a few familiar figures in the distance. I immediately headed in their direction. Upon arriving close to them, I asked, "Who won? Who are you?" Jin's brows furrowed as he looked at me. Before he could say anything else, Amanda softly whispered, "It's Ren." Ren? Tilting his head, Jin had a sudden look of understanding. "I didn't recognize you with your mask." "That's fine." Waving my hand, I shrugged it off. Couldn't really blame him. The face I was currently using was the face of one of the guards I had killed back at the monolith. What I really was surprised by was how Amanda had been able to recognize me. From what I remembered last time, she had almost mistaken me for someone that was hitting on her, yet the moment she saw me now, she was able to instantly recognize me. Just as I was about to ask her how she knew, seemingly being able to read my thoughts, she moved a bit closer and whispered, "Since that incident, I've memorized the faces of all the humans that were supposed to be present in Isinor. Your face doesn't belong to anyone on the list." Ah, that made sense. Sounded like a lot of effort. Not that I was one to speak, as I had also done the same. Blinking my eyes a couple of times, I suddenly noticed something. Lowering my head, I was surprised to see Emma sitting down in the stands, watching over the match in the distance. Currently, her eyes were focused on the arena grounds in the distance that was covered by a large dust cloud. Seeing the worried look on her face, I decided to not say anything and just focused my attention on the arena grounds. The dust that was enshrouding the arena grounds did not stay for long, as it was soon cleared out by the referee, who simply waved his hand. At the exact moment when the dust was cleared, silence pervaded the stands as everyone's eyes locked towards the distance. He didn't disappoint. With one knee on the ground and supporting his body up with his sword, Kevin appeared in the middle of the arena. Apart from the fact that his clothes were torn and his hair was messy, he didn't look too injured. The same couldn't be said for Volume, his opponent. Laying down with his eyes closed, his hair scattered all over the ground, and heavy injuries all over his body, it became clear to everyone watching that Volume had lost. In the midst of the silence that was enshrouding the place, I turned to look at Jin. "Hey, is that really the guy that kicked us out of the coffee shop? I kind of feel embarrassed now. Also, now that I think about it, since you're here, it must mean you have lost. What place did you get?" Jin's mouth twitched when he heard my words. Before he could say anything else, the crowd erupted into large cheers, and a relieved look appeared on Emma's face. Turning my attention away from Jin and staring at Kevin's figure in the distance, a soft smile appeared on my face as I thought to myself, guess I can finally go back home now. Chapter 460. Once Kevin won his match, he was quickly brought to the medical area. Even though he looked fine on the outside, I knew for a fact that he was anything but fine. Having used overdrive for the lengthy period time that he did, his internals must have been heavily damaged. Besides that, Volume was no easy opponent. That last energy blast was something that even I had trouble handling, let alone Kevin, who was weaker than me. Congratulations on your victory. Entering the nursing area, and seeing Kevin all bandaged up, I tapped onto the mask on my face, and my face warped to my regular face. With hair, obviously. There was no chance in hell I would ever let Kevin find out about my hair situation. Not even if I was on the verge of death. Just imaging the consequences of the reveal made me secretly clench my teeth in anger. Absolutely no way. Let me take a seat over here. You do not mind, do you? Currently, it was just the two of us in the room. The reason for this was because Emma was in a wheelchair, and thus Amanda took it upon herself to push her here. That being said, it would still probably take them a while to come here. Therefore, I quickly took a seat next to Kevin. Sitting down, I massaged my chin and complimented. It was a pretty good fight, not going to lie. Not that I watched it. The moment I arrived, the match was already almost over. Thanks. Kevin weakly said as he laid on the bed. He had a serious look on his face. Noticing this, I asked, "What, you not happy about the fact that you have won?" "No, I am," Kevin replied with a difficult look. "It is just that." Halting himself mid-sentence and turning his head, Kevin faced the window that was beside him. "Never mind, I will tell you later. Right now is not the right place to tell you this. Maybe once I sorted my thoughts out." "Oh." My eyebrow raised when he said this. Just as I was about to say something else, Kevin quickly switched the topic. "How are you holding up?" Despite noticing Kevin's attempt at changing the topic, I decided to feign ignorance to it. Since he was not planning on telling me right now, I was planning on waiting till he felt comfortable enough to tell me. "I am fine," I replied with a smile as I flexed my bicep. Kevin's brows knit when he saw this. "You do not look fine to me." The smile on my face froze. "You can tell," were the side effects of the pill that obvious for him to see. Crossing his arms together, Kevin nodded his head. "Yeah, the mana revolving around your body seems extremely weak. You are more perceptive than I originally thought." Crossing my legs and leaning back on the chair, I let out a long and extended sigh. I have currently ingested a pill that will boost my rank, so for the next 2 months I will be in a weakened state. Surprise flashed across Kevin's face as he asked again. "Ingested a pill?" "Yeah, it is a pretty strong one at that." "That is problematic. What if someone suddenly attacks you?" "Small price to pay for strength." Well, it was not just that. What was truly special about the pill was not only the fact that it allowed me to cut a considerable amount of time for me to rank up, but the fact that during the 2 months that I was in a weakened state, I would be able to perceive the scenes in the air a lot more clearly. In fact, as of right now, my perception of scenes had boosted significantly. Although I could not quite see them as the elves could, I still had 2 months to get to that level. Under this ultra-perceptive state, if I took advantage of my situation properly, my scene control should reach a level far above what I had in the past. Therefore, although it only looked like the pill made me rank up, it actually had the added effect of drastically improving my perception of scenes, and thus give me a considerable strength boost. This itself was what made the pill so miraculous and tempted me so much. The stronger my scene control, the stronger my general moves would become, and not only that, so would my mana consumption efficiency. Simply put, this was a must-take pill, and I was glad I took it. Snapping out of my thoughts, I suddenly recalled something. Lifting my head, I looked at Kevin. "Before I forget, Kevin, what are you going to choose for your reward?" Clank. Before Kevin could reply, the door opened up and Emma walked in with Amanda pushing her from behind. The moment Emma entered the room, Kevin's eyes lit up. "Emma." Pushed behind by Amanda, Emma smiled in Kevin's direction. "Congratulations on your victory." "Thank you." Staring at them who had just entered the room, I glanced in Kevin's direction. The moment I saw the expression on his face, I already knew the answer to my question. Letting out a long sigh, I pressed my hands over my thighs and stood up. Stretching my neck, I patted Kevin on the shoulder. "Guess this is my cue." Taking his eyes away from Emma, Kevin looked up at me and dumbly nodded his head. Yeah sure." Seeing the state that he was in, I shook my head and secretly spat inside of my head. "Simp." Glancing in Amanda's direction, as though we were in sync with each other, she quickly bid Amanda goodbye, and we both left the room, leaving the two of them alone together. Stepping out of the room, Amanda pursed her lips before she turned to look at me. "What are you planning on doing after this?" Thinking for a bit, I responded. "I am going to pack my stuff, you." Actually, that was a lie. I did not really need to pack up. However, as I have previously mentioned, with my perception of scenes intensified, I wanted to take advantage of every little moment I had to study them, and thus improve my control. Every second that I used was precious. "My mother," Amanda answered with a calm look on her face. "Is she going back to the human domain with you?" "Yes." "I see." Not sure why she decided to leave, perhaps because she wanted to help out with the guild. I was not really sure, but, in a way this was good. From what I have heard, Amanda had been having a hard time back in the guild since she was taking care of everything single-handedly. Having her mother help her was a good thing. 2 days passed since then. The conference was officially over, and every human that had come to participate was slowly leaving to return to the human domain through the portals outside of the city. Waiting at the front of my residence were a couple of familiar figures: Gervis, Douglas, and Ornal, Malville's disciple. After having spent over a month in Isinor, it was finally time for me to return to the human domain. How long had it been since I returned home? A year, or 2. Honestly, I had lost count, but it had been too long for my comfort. Here you go. In the midst of my thoughts, I suddenly heard Gervis's voice as he tossed me a small transparent flask. Snapping out of it, I quickly raised my hand and caught the flask. Thanks. Without needing to look at it, I knew what it was. The elven tear. Since I had promised Hein that I was going to get him one for his father, I naturally pulled some strings and had Gervis get one for me. Of course, this was at a price and not for free. In exchange for the elven tear, Gervis had asked me to do something for him. Fortunately, the task required me to be at around S rank, so I still had time. Taking a look at the flask in my hand, I decided to put it away. Then, raising my head, I alternated my head between Gervis and Douglas. About the result of the conference. You do not have to worry about that. Raising his head to stop me from speaking, Gervis smiled. If you are asking about whether humanity will be able to join the alliance or not, although we have not come to an agreement just yet, things are looking promising for you guys. That is great, Douglas replied with a smile. Clasping his hands together, he turned to look at me. Are you ready? We will be leaving soon. Yep, give me a second. Glancing in the direction of Ornal, I extended my hands forward and took an object that was currently enveloped in a white cloth from him. It was my sword. After my fight with Kevin, since I was no longer planning on fighting anymore, I gave Ornal the sword to check for any damages. Even though it was made out of a material that made it almost impossible for it to break, it was never bad to double-check. Handing me the sword back, Ornal reminded. As I have said before, there are no damages to the sword, and the first seal should break as soon as you reach A- rank. Putting the sword back in my dimensional space, I nodded my head. That is good. With a displeased look, Ornal crossed his arms. Take good care of it. My master said that the sword will only be yours if you can fully unlock all of its seals. If before the age of 28 you cannot unlock 4 of the 5 seals, he said that he will not unlock the final seal for you. Yes, I know, you do not have to remind me. This was not the first time that I heard this. Malville had repeatedly told me the same thing before. I naturally understood his intentions. Malville was not the type to give out his works easily. One had to prove to him that they were worthy of them, and therefore, as I had still not proven to him that I was worthy of holding onto the sword was still not actually mine. Well, in a sense it was, as Malville would not actually take it back, but without his approval, the final seal of the sword could not be opened and therefore lose a lot of the potential the sword had. With all the seals unlocked, I did not doubt that the sword's rank would reach a level near, or even above SS rank. Alright Ren, it is time for us to go. In the midst of my thoughts, Douglas's voice reached my ears, snapping me out of it. Ah sure. Spending the next minute or so bidding Gervis and Ornal farewell, I soon followed Douglas from behind. It was not long before we arrived at our destined portal station. Because Douglas and I did not go to Isinor the same way as the others, we were led to a different portal to get back to the human domain. Apparently, it was for security reasons. Pausing in front of the portal, Douglas turned around and asked, "Did you bring everything with you?" Patting my clothes and checking my bracelet, I nodded my head. Yes, I have everything with me. This included the red book that was currently resting inside of my bag. Upon hearing my words, with a soft smile on his face, Douglas turned around and stepped into the portal. Okay then, let us get going. Entering the portal, his figure soon disappeared from my vision, and I took a deep breath. This is it, I thought. Finally, I was about to return home. Taking another breath, I slowly stepped into the portal, and a familiar sensation washed over my body. Chapter 461. It has been a while since I have been here. Staring at the metropolis that was Ashton City, I felt a wave of nostalgia wash over me. It had truly been a while since I had gone back to the human domain. Everything felt weird, from the skyscrapers that covered every inch of the city, to the general vibe of the place. Compared to Henlauer and Isinor, it just felt different. After separating from Douglas and altering my face with the mask, my first stop was my parents' house. Well, in a way it could also be argued that this was my house, since I did not really have my own home. I used to live in the locked dormitories, after all. This should be the place, no? Halting my steps in front of a large building, and double-checking with my phone's GPS, I proceeded to walk inside. The building I was currently walking into was owned by the Demon Hunter Guild. It was the place that Amanda had given to my parents in order to ensure their safety. Walking into the building, I could understand why Amanda had decided to bring them here. The moment I stepped into the building, blocking the door were several guards whose rank was in between B rank to A rank. Not only that, but the moment they appeared, I felt the presence of a few lasers scanning my body from top to bottom. Did stop right there. A booming voice echoed as several guards came to greet me at the entrance. It was clear that whatever the laser beams were, they were able to alert the guards of my strength. They all came at me with solemn looks on their faces. For a moment I did not know how to react to the situation, as I was slowly surrounded by the guards. Taking a step forward, a buff guard with a sharp look and serious disposition scanned me from top to bottom. State your name and the reason for entering this place. Staring at the guard in front of me and feeling his aura, I secretly thought to myself, she was not kidding when she said that security here was tight. In terms of size and strength, he was comparable to Keimer. Putting on a polite smile, I tapped on my face and handed him my ID. I am here to meet my family. At the exact moment I tapped on my face morphed to my normal face, with hair obviously. Surprise flashed across the guard's face as he hastily took my card. Checking the card, the guard lowered and raised his head multiple times. This repeated for the next minute or so. Just as I was about to get annoyed, the guard's disposition crumbled apart, as he weakly muttered, "It's really you." Ha! Following his words, he, alongside the other guards, quickly rushed toward me. "I am a huge fan of yours. That fight was amazing. I replayed it multiple times. The way that you made those arrogant bastards know their place." Overwhelmed by the looks that the guards were giving me, I became slightly flustered and took a step back. What in the world is going on? The way they were looking at me felt as though they were looking at their favorite celebrity. Although I had originally expected such a reaction after my performance at the conference, I did not expect it to go as far as this. I was typically used to being ignored and low-key, but this sudden change took me by surprise. I knew that this was going to happen. Before I could do anything about the situation, a crisp and tired voice sounded from behind me. I was able to instantly recognize who the voice belonged to as I turned my head with glee. My savior had finally arrived. Amanda. Yes. Standing at the entrance of the building wearing simple blue shorts and a plain white shirt, Amanda's hair, which was tied in a ponytail, swayed from left to right as she walked up to me. Looking at her coming in my direction, I had to say, although she was wearing simple clothing, it could not hide her stunning beauty. She quickly mesmerized all of the guards present. Not minding the stares and stopping next to me, Amanda eyed the guards that were surrounding me with a displeased look on her face. "I am not paying tens of millions of you a month just for you to stand there and fanboy over him. Quickly go back to your post." "Yes. Yes, madam." Listening to Amanda's words, all of the guards quickly lowered their heads and apologized. Following this, handing my ID card back, they all returned to their regular posts. Once the guards disappeared, Amanda sighed. "You need to be more careful. After what you have done at the conference, your name is no longer unknown. You are now one of the most famous people in the human domain. Your face is quite recognizable." Touching my face, I softly muttered, "That's so." "Yes." Amanda nodded her head before she started to walk towards the far end of the building. I naturally followed her from behind. Stopping in front of the elevator, Amanda pressed the button and called for it. With a small chime, the button lit up. "Day." Taking her hand back, Amanda turned to look at me. "When did you arrive?" "Just now, you." "This morning." "I see." This made sense. Since I had to wait for Gervis to give me the elven tier, as well as wait for Douglas to finish with his tasks, I returned to the human domain at a much later hour than the others. Glancing around the place, I asked, "What about your mother?" "She is already settling herself at home." Pausing for a moment, I saw her brows twitch. It was very subtle and almost unnoticeable. For a moment I thought that I saw wrong, but her next words made me understand that I had seen correctly. Her face crumbled slightly. "She also already met Nola." Ha! My eyes opened widely when I heard this. "She already met Nola?" "Yeah, we live on the same floor after all." Let us not talk about her reaction. "That bad?" "Yes, and I have also met her. She is very excited to see you." A smile appeared on my face when she said this. Did. With a loud chime, the elevator doors opened up and we quickly got in. Pressing onto the top button, the elevator soon closed, and I felt a pushing sensation coming from the bottom of my feet. Unbothered by it, my brows suddenly furrowed as I thought aloud. "Wait, you already told her that I am coming?" "Yes." Amanda tilted her head and gave me a what about it look. My mouth twitched when I saw this, and here I was trying to surprise her. Well, in hindsight, this was for the best. After all, it had been quite a while since I had last seen Nola. A child's memory was short, and she could have already forgotten about me. Hearing that she was excited about my arrival made me feel more relaxed. There were a total of 200 floors in the building, and it did not even take half a minute for us to reach the top floor. Once the doors opened, I followed Amanda out of the elevator. The walk was not long. As the top floor was reserved for the most premium guests, there were only a couple of rooms. Here we are. Halting in front of a large door, my heartbeat unknowingly sped up. Closing my eyes, I quickly recomposed myself. There was no need for me to be nervous. I was just about to meet my parents. It was not anything life-threatening or anything like that. Hell, I was not even nervous when I planned to infiltrate Inferno, an organization that was even bigger than the Monolith. Why would I be nervous now and not then? In the midst of me trying to convince myself that I was not nervous, Amanda extended her hand and placed it by the side of the door. With a subtle click, the door unlocked. Then, placing her hand on the handle, Amanda opened the door. With a smile on her face, she turned to look at me. "There is no need to be nervous, they are already waiting." But not even halfway through her sentence, her mouth froze. Following which, with a small swoosh, something flew past us as a soft and cheerful voice rang in the air. Staring at the scene presented before me after the door opened, my mouth twitched as I had trouble processing what was happening. Standing in the middle of the room, with a soft orange glow enveloping her body, Monica raised her hand in the air. Levitating in the air was Nola, who wore a cute red one-piece dress with white dots all over. Staring at Monica, Nola giggled uncontrollably. More. With her eyes locked on Nola's figure that was currently levitating in the air, Monica's smile widened. Do you want to go faster, Nola? Nola clenched her fists and nodded her head repeatedly. Faster, okay, here we go. With a satisfied smile on her face, the glow around Monica's body intensified and Nola's body shot away. Nola's voice rang throughout the whole house as her body flew all over the place. Staring at the scene in front of me, I opened and closed my mouth repeatedly. For the first time in a while, I had become so speechless that I felt my mouth hanging all the way toward the bottom of my neck. What in the world is going on? To make things even more confusing, sitting by the other end of the room were my parents, alongside a couple of familiar faces. Donna and Amanda's mother were there as well. They looked to be completely fine with the fact that Nola was currently flying all over the room. Nola's joyful voice once again rang throughout the room, as her body zigzagged through every corner of the room. With a dull look on her face, Amanda shook her head and sympathetically said, I was the same as you this morning. I am trying to go, Ren, you are finally here. Cutting me off mid-sentence was Monica's high-pitched voice. Following her words, everyone finally took notice of my presence and Nola's body halted mid-air. Brother, she joyfully shouted as she extended both of her hands. Before I could even react, Nola's body suddenly shot in my direction. Swoosh. Caught by surprise, my eyes opened widely and Nola's body came crashing down on my chest, knocking the air out of me. Og. Fortunately, I was able to safely catch Nola, who snuggled up on my chest like a puppy that had not seen its owner for years. Brother, 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 she repeatedly shouted as her body tightly clung to me. Lowering my head and staring at her, a soft smile appeared on my face. Extending my hand, I caressed her small head. I am back, did you miss me? I saw you on TV. So cool. My brother is the coolest. Is that so? Listening to her words of praise, unknowingly the smile on my face deepened. Not going to lie, it felt good being praised by her. While Nola was still snuggling in my arms, I suddenly heard my mother's voice coming from the distance. Oh my, Nola, your brother is tired. Do not cling on to him too much. Standing up from her seat, she quickly approached us and grabbed Nola by the armpits, trying to snatch her out of my arms. No. However, Nola's grip was strong. Latching onto my body like an octopus, she refused to let go. Nola, let go right now. No. Unfortunately, despite all of Nola's protests, my mother proved to be too much for Nola to handle. She quickly retrieved her from my body. Then, turning to face Amanda, she handed Nola to her. Amanda dear, would you do me a favor and hold her for a bit? Okay. Nodding her head, Amanda took Nola in her arms. Although Nola wanted to protest, under her mother's glare she could only obediently do as she was told. An odd look appeared on my face when I saw this interaction. Since when had Amanda gotten so close to my mom? Their interaction felt oddly natural. Unaware of what I was thinking, clasping her hands with a satisfied look on her face, my mother turned to look at me. Okay, my turn. The moment her words fell, my eyes opened widely. Shit. Unfortunately, I realized her intentions too late. Before I could even react, she already dashed in my direction and instantly brought me into her embrace. Oomph. Oh, Ren, my dear son. Your mom was so worried about you. Pausing every few seconds, she would pinch my face all over and repeat the same words. Look at how much you have grown. Oh, my boy has grown up so much. Under her constant hugs and kisses, a bitter smile appeared on my face. To add insult to injury, as my mother was clinging to me, giggles and laughter rang throughout the whole room. Everyone looked at me with pity in their eyes. Even Amanda, who usually never laughed, was giggling uncontrollably. Never before in my life did I ever want to bury my body so deeply down under the ground. Okay, honey, you can calm down now. Coming to my rescue was my father, who quickly arrived and patted my mother on the shoulder. A little bit more. My mother protested. However, my father shook his head. Did you not say it before? Ren is tired. Let him rest a bit. Ugh, fine. Finally, after a couple of seconds, she let go of me. However, as she let go, I could see a look of deep reluctance on her face. Free from my mother's grasp, I gratefully looked at my father. Thank you. Smiling back, he nudged me with his head. Come, have a seat with us at the table. Upon saying those words, he quickly brought my reluctant mother towards the table where everyone else sat. Amanda followed after him. Raising my head and staring at everyone in the room, I lowered my head slightly and muttered, okay. For the first time in a very long time, I felt at peace. Chapter 462. Inside of a pitch-black void. With his eyes closed, a figure bearing striking resemblances to a human sat in the middle of the void. He had ashen gray white hair and a cold merciless look that chilled anyone that looked in his direction. Sitting cross-legged in the middle of the void, the figure's eyes were closed. For an unknown period of time, the figure remained seated without moving a single muscle of his body. Had it not been for the rhythmical movement of his chest, someone could have easily mistaken him for dead. How much time passed since then? No one could tell, as the concept of time had become null in that black void. Twitch. With a small twitch, the figure's eyes suddenly moved. Following the first twitch came the second twitch, and before long the figure's eyes suddenly sprung open, revealing two blood-red pupils. Blinking a couple of times, the area surrounding the figure suddenly froze. Glancing around the place, the figure had an apathetic and cold look on his face. It was then that his lips tugged upwards as he slowly opened his mouth. You have weakened, haven't you? Drifting throughout the void was the figure's cold, yet arrogant voice. A deep chill permeated the place as the figure slowly stood up. Taking a look at his surroundings, the figure closed his eyes and raised his hand. With a simple swipe of his hand, the space in front of him tore apart. Crack, crack. Once the space tore apart, creating a small crack in the fabric of space in front of him. Following the space tear, a shocking scene was revealed behind it. Over 30 or so different figures stood behind a large honeycombed sphere that was currently surrounding the white-haired figure. Each figure emitted a tremendous pressure that caused the surroundings to distort at their mere breath. Staring at the figures standing behind the sphere, the ashen white-haired individual smiled. What an interesting welcome, the figure muttered before he closed his eyes and took a step toward the crack. Before entering the crack, he mouthed a couple of more words. It looks like the two of them have already partially awoken. It is time for me to do my part. Welcome back. Congratulations on your victory. Your performance was amazing. The moment Kevin entered the Union headquarters, he was instantly greeted by his colleagues who flattered and applauded him for his achievements at the conference. No one mentioned his loss with Ren, but this was understandable. Kevin was part of the Union while Ren was not. Furthermore, Kevin was the rising star of the Union. No one wanted to get on his bad side. With a calm smile on his face, Kevin thanked everyone that complimented him. He was already prepared for such a scenario, and therefore was not the least bit flustered. Thank you, thank you. After thanking everyone, Kevin quickly headed for the changing room. Today he was tasked with the role of entering a dungeon with another small team from the Union. It was a simple reconnaissance mission, with the Union owning over 1,000 different dungeons. Every once in a while they needed to do a small check to see if any demon had infiltrated, or if the dungeon was still stable. Arriving at the changing room, Kevin opened his designated locker room and took out a special suit. Clank. He quickly put it on. The suit was made from the skin of a rare beast that could only be found on the outskirts of the human domain and had to be personally hunted. What made the skin so special was its special properties that allowed for it to absorb 10% of the damage inflicted by an A-ranked individual. It did not sound like a lot, but for Kevin, this amount was something that could potentially save his life. As he put on the suit, he secretly thought to himself, even though I won the competition, they only gave me a few days rest. How ungrateful. Not even a couple of days had passed since his return to the human domain, and the Union had forced him to go on this small excursion. He was honestly quite tired, but a job was a job, and thus, ZP. Spinning the back of his suit up, Kevin calmly walked out of the changing room. Then, turning right of the room, Kevin headed for a special room where several people were already waiting for him, all wearing similar suits to him. Upon arriving in the room, Kevin glanced towards the other and solemnly asked, "Everyone is already gathered?" With their backs straight, all of the recruits simultaneously shouted, "Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir." Good. Kevin nodded his head in satisfaction when he saw this. Extending his hand, Kevin asked, "Give me the report on the dungeon." "Yes, sir." Taking a step forward, a young girl with long brown hair tied in a ponytail and a chubby figure handed Kevin a small tablet. "Thank you." Taking the tablet from the girl with a polite smile, Kevin quickly looked through the information written on the tablet. B-rank dungeon, as this is called. Swiping right of the tablet, he read the details of the dungeon aloud. The dungeon is a land-type dungeon. Its setting is in the grassland of the demon realm, and the monsters that can be found in the dungeon are the Mongslow, Kobarweb, a sentiatic scorpion. As Kevin read through the list of monsters found inside the dungeon, his brows could not help but furrow. This dungeon is a lot more difficult than I had originally anticipated. It was only now that he looked through the list that Kevin realized that the dungeon he had been assigned to was on the higher spectrum of the B-ranked dungeons. In terms of danger, this dungeon could even rival some low-leveled A-ranked dungeons. Alright, I get the gist of the situation. It was only after he read through the information a couple of more times that Kevin finally put the tablet away and turned his attention back toward the recruits. With a solemn look on his face, he looked at everyone present. I am not exactly sure why the heads of the department chose to hand this mission to us, but from the In the midst of his speech, Kevin's eyes suddenly shrunk as the whole room suddenly started to shake uncontrollably. Rumble, rumble, ha, what is going on? An earthquake. At the exact moment the trembling happened, everyone inside of the room became alarmed as they grabbed onto something to keep themselves steady. Grabbing the side of the portal, Kevin also wondered what happened. Channeling the mana inside of his body, he kept his body upright and looked around the room in wonder. However, before he could even have time to process everything, a low chime suddenly rang inside of his head as multiple red labels materialized in front of him, startling him completely. What the? Warning, warning, warning. Demon King Ascension. 5 years, 8 months, 2 days, 57 seconds. Staring at the system interface in front of him, Kevin's mouth hung open as his mind blanked completely. What? What is going on? Everything happened so fast and unexpectedly that it took time for him to understand what the message meant. And when he did, his eyes opened widely, and a curse escaped from his mouth. Shit. It was at that moment that Kevin understood that something terrible must have happened. Bye Nola. Bye brother. Dropping Nola at school, I bid her goodbye with a smile on my face. Having spent the last couple of days with her and my family, I felt much more relaxed. Because I had been away from her and my parents for a very long time, there was a lot I had to catch up with them. During the days that I returned, I spent most of my time at home catching up with them. From there, I was able to learn a lot of new things, such as the fact that Nola was now in kindergarten, and that my parents were now no longer in any debt. In fact, with the world now knowing of my identity, they received multiple sponsorship deals from large conglomerates, in hopes of trying to get on their good sides. I originally thought that this was a good deal for them, however. It appeared as though the two of them were satisfied with what they had and refused all of the offers that came their way. Despite me telling them that it was okay for them to accept the offers, they adamantly refused, and so, shrugging my shoulders, I could only accept their decision. I should probably get going. It was only after I watched Nola's figure disappear in the school that I finally left the school premise. Clank. Heading for my car, the moment I arrived a couple of meters away from it, the car door slowly rose in an upward manner. Following this, I quickly entered the car and stepped onto the accelerator. My next destination was the group headquarters. It had been a while since I had met the others, and it was time that I started making preparations for the future. That, and the fact that I needed to take care of a couple of problems. Primarily, Everblood and Aaron's parents. Now that I was back in the human domain, I decided to quickly eliminate all possible threats before they got to me. Rather than wait for them to come at me, the best decision was to go at them before they even had the chance to come at me. There was also the monolith, but they were not an organization I could simply touch as I wished. I was still far too weak to handle them. Coming to a stop in front of a traffic light, my brows suddenly furrowed. Staring toward the sky, I suddenly saw a horde of birds flying in the air in a weird manner. To make things even weirder, I suddenly felt a weird fluctuation in the mana in the air. Twisting the keys of my car, I turned off the engine of the car and stepped out of the car. Placing my hand on the top of the car, I looked at my surroundings. Everything felt normal, yet different at the same time. It was hard to explain, but it felt as though this was the calm before the storm. Bah, thump, bah, thump. Unknowingly my heart started to speed up. Rumble. Before I could make heads or tails of the feeling that I was feeling, the ground started to shake and startled screams rang everywhere. Shit. A curse escaped from my mouth as I channeled the mana inside of my body and kept my feet planted on the ground. Rumble, rumble. As seconds passed, the ground started to shake even more fiercely, and people started to fall over. Their panicked screams rang throughout every corner of the city, and the cars around me started to beep uncontrollably. Craw, crack. Just when I thought things could not get any worse, my ears twitched as I heard the sound of something tearing apart. Slowly lifting my head, my pupils instantly dilated as I watched the sky tear apart, and a huge tear appeared in the sky. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, I opened and closed my mouth repeatedly. It cannot be, this event. Before I could even finish my sentence, the crack in the sky opened up even more widely, and suddenly, the mana in the air thickened up considerably. Instantly the pores of my body opened up, and my body started to greedily absorb the mana in the air. My strength, which had been growing at a steady pace, increased by a notch or two. Normally I would have been happy about this development, however, I was anything but happy. Rather, a heavy solemnness enshrouded my body as I quickly got back into my car and turned on the engine. Pressing onto the gas pedal, I quickly turned back and headed back to the kindergarten. As I sped through the streets, I could not help but repeatedly curse aloud. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Chapter 463. Screech. With a loud screech, the car came to a stop in front of Nola's kindergarten, and I got out of the car. Without looking back, I quickly headed for the kindergarten. Although the situation was not exactly dangerous as I knew what was happening, I still decided to pick Nola up. I could not quite trust my memories anymore. Rumble. Entering the premise of the kindergarten, there were a couple of guards guarding the entrance. However, they were all too preoccupied, looking at the sky, to even notice my appearance as I quickly headed inside. Which one is Nola's classroom? Cluelessly navigating through the corridors of the building, I looked left and right in hopes of seeing Nola. As I looked around the place, I could hear the panicked screams and cries of the teachers and students echoing throughout the corridors and classrooms of the place. Nola. To my luck, I did not have to look for long as I soon found Nola inside one of the classrooms, hunched on the ground with her head covered with her hands. I immediately rushed towards her. Hearing me call out for her, Nola turned around and reached her hands for me. Brother, I am here. Grabbing her by the armpits, I brought her into my embrace and finally calmed down. So long as she was okay, then everything was okay. Raising my head and staring at my surroundings, my brows furrowed. There were over 20 other children inside the room, and they all looked panicked. Rumble. With another rumble, the classroom shook, and the children started to cry even harder. Nola, who was tightly holding on to me, tugged the back of my shirt as she softly said, "Brother, I am scared. It is all right, it is nothing major, just a small earthquake." Caressing her head, I quickly reassured her that everything was fine. Earthquake? Yes, just grab tightly and nothing will happen. Lowering my head and staring at Nola, I smiled. Did you not say it before? Brother is strong, is he not? Seemingly convinced by my words, Nola brought her face closer to my chest and closed her eyes. I sighed in relief once I saw this. Taking a look at the children inside of the classroom, I headed for the teacher that was trying to calm everyone down. Because of what was happening, she had still not realized my presence. Walking toward the teacher, I softly called out for her. "Excuse me. Ha, who are you?" Startled, the teacher jumped back. Tilting my head and showing the teacher Nola's face, I quickly tried to calm her down. It is all right, I am her brother. Then, glancing toward the others, I quickly said, you do not have to panic about the situation. It is only a light earthquake. It should disappear in a couple of minutes. What you should do is calm the kids down. The building is reinforced with special means, so it will not crumble down under this type of shaking. If I had to estimate the strength of the shaking, I would say that it would be comparable to an earthquake of magnitude 6.5. It was strong, but it was not something that could cause the building any trouble. After all, the building was designed to even withstand earthquakes of magnitude 9.9, which was the highest ever recorded, even when the first cataclysm occurred. Simply put, this situation was not dangerous. As I said those words, I made sure to release a wisp of my aura to reassure her that I was someone reliable. Oh, okay. Hearing my words and sensing my power, the teacher finally managed to calm down. She then quickly got to work and helped all of the children calm down. I nodded when I saw this. Then, with Nola still in my arms, I quickly got out of the building. As I had memorized the way when I entered, it did not take me long to get out of the building. Arriving at my car, the door opened and I let Nola sit on the front seat. Clip. Fastening her seatbelt, I got onto my seat and pressed the accelerator of the car. My current destination was the mercenary headquarters. At the moment, that was probably the safest place that I could go to. As I was driving the car, I glanced towards the small screen that sat at the front of the car. With my right hand, I tapped onto the screen and called my parents to make sure that everything was all right with them. The last time I checked they were home, and therefore should not be too worried about their situation. But I still needed to double check. Ringing. The phone did not ring for long as my mom's panicked voice sounded from the speakers of the car. Ren, is everything all right? Are you okay? Is Nola with you? Seeing how panicked she sounded, I quickly tried to calm her down. Mom, calm down, everything is all right. I am with Nola. Turning my head, I looked at Nola. Nola, say hi to Mom. Hi Mom. Oh thank God, I was very worried. Thank God you two are fine. It was only after she heard Nola's voice that my mom calmed down. Before she could continue, I quickly informed her of my plans. Mom, I am going to bring Nola to my workplace. I figured that is the safest place to bring her, so you do not have to worry about us. As I was talking, I suddenly noticed Nola tilt her head away from the speakers. Extending my hand, I lowered the volume of the speakers before continuing. Regarding the situation, it is best if you stay home for the next couple of hours. The situation is not as bad as you think it is. But just in case, stay at home with Dad, okay? Because I already had an idea of what was happening. I knew that the situation was not exactly terrible. However, just in case something did happen, I still suggested that they should stay at home for the day. Fortunately, my mother readily agreed with my words as she said, okay, if you say so. Make sure you keep Nola safe, okay? I trust you. Yes, don't worry. Glancing at Nola who was staring at the streets, I once again repeated, don't worry. What is happening? Standing up and staring toward the window of her apartment, Monica's brows furrowed. Taking a step forward, she appeared outside of her building, levitating in the air. Her bright orange hair gently moved upwards as the wind blew past her. Raising her head and staring at the crack in the sky, her brows knit tightly. This does not look good, she softly mumbled to herself. Although she could not quite understand what was happening, she knew that the crack in the sky was not a good sign for what was to come in the future. Her disposition quickly became serious. From above she could faintly hear the panicked cries coming from beneath the city. However, this all went deaf ear to her as she suddenly an odd sensation coursed through her body. What is going on? Raising her hand, her pupils dilated as she found millions of bright red particles floating around her. Swiping her hand to the right, she watched as the bright red particles brushed past her hand like water. To make matters even odder was the fact that as she brushed her hand past the particles, she could feel the mana inside of her body increase. Her lips dried up once she felt this. The mana in the air, it is thickening up. Before she knew it, the red particles in the air surrounding her became denser and denser. It was not long before she was surrounded by the red particles. Phew. Instead of panicking, Monica suddenly closed her eyes. Following this, something extraordinary happened. The bright red particles that were floating around Monica came to a sudden stop. Then, as though Monica was a vacuum, the particles in the air suddenly shot toward Monica's body like a funnel. The hue revolving around Monica's body intensified, and her hair shot upwards. With her eyes still closed, a bright flame-like hue suddenly materialized by the side of Monica's eyes as the area around her froze. Om. An humming sound rang in the air, and a red funnel manifested above Monica's body. This persisted for an unknown period of time, before Monica's head suddenly arched upwards and a bright red pillar shot out from her body. The moment the bright red pillar appeared in the air, all the powerful individuals in the human domain simultaneously raised their heads and stared in its direction. At this moment, they all knew that something extraordinary was about to happen. Dashing out of the Union headquarters, Kevin's footsteps came to a stop once he was finally able to get a clear view of the sky. There he saw the massive tear in the sky, and his face could not help but twist once he saw this. What in the world is happening? From the system message to the crack in the sky, Kevin had no idea about what was happening. However, if he had to make a guess, Kevin believed that it somehow had to do with the Demon King. For the timer to suddenly shrink down, and this to happen, Kevin knew that this was not a coincidence. The Demon King was definitely up to something. His teeth clenched at the thought. Because Kevin had been too distracted by his thoughts, it was only after a couple of minutes had passed that he noticed something odd about the world. Or rather, the mana in the air. The mana in the air. Unlike Monica, Kevin was unable to see the individual scenes in the air. However, he was not dumb. He could definitely sense that something was up with the mana in the air. Closing his eyes, Kevin quickly channeled the mana in the air towards his body. After a couple of seconds, his eyes opened widely. The mana in the air is denser. If before it took him an hour to fully recover his mana, at the moment, Kevin estimated that it would take not even half of that time. The mana in the air had become that much denser. This was a pleasant surprise to him. Not only did it mean that he could now fight longer, but it also meant that he could break through at a faster rate than in the past. Kevin did not rejoice for long, however. Although the fact that the mana density of the earth had increased was a good thing for humanity as a whole, he also knew this was just as bad as it was good. If only every human was good. By now, Kevin knew that he was not the only one that noticed that the density of the mana had increased. From the members of the Union to the members of the Monolith, this sudden change definitely threatened the balance of the world. The stronger people became, the more chaos it sowed, and the Union would have a much harder time retaining the little order the world had. To Kevin, this change was not ideal. Rather, it only served to make him more apprehensive about the whole situation. Snapping Kevin out of his thoughts, Kevin suddenly sensed an enormous pressure coming from the distance. Turning his head to glance in the direction of where the pressure came from, Kevin's eyes opened widely as he stared at an enormously large orange pillar in the sky. Gazing at the orange pillar in the sky, Kevin felt an odd feeling of familiarity coming from it. It did not take too long for Kevin to realize where the feeling came from as his head rolled back in shock. This familiar mana footprint, it definitely belongs to Monica. It was not clear to him at first, but because the mana output coming from the pillar in the distance was so enormous, Kevin was able to instantly tell that the mana belonged to Monica. He had been with her long enough to know this. Is she about to break through to SS- rank? Furthermore, to his shock, he realized that the mana in the air was rapidly covering in her direction. Having broken through several times in the past, Kevin was quite familiar with the process, and therefore, after staring in Monica's direction for a couple of more seconds, he was able to quickly come up with the conclusion that Monica was just about to break through to SS- rank. Once his thoughts paused there, his fists secretly clenched. Finally, after a long time, humanity was about to gain another powerhouse. Chapter 464, 8:10 a.m. A huge unknown crack suddenly appeared in the sky. What followed after was intense trembling resembling that of an earthquake of magnitude 6.5. 8:40 a.m. The trembling persisted for a total of 30 minutes before stopping. At the moment there have been no reports of deaths, as there were only reports regarding a couple of injured individuals. Not much is known about the crack in the sky. 9:15 a.m. Reports coming from the Union have stated that everything is under control, and that they have increased their guard on the crack in the sky. 9:15 a.m. In a shocking turn of events, scientists have reported the fact that the mana density of the planet has increased by a factor of 3. Many individuals who had been stuck at the same rank for years have suddenly found themselves breaking through. 9:15 a.m. Our world has reached a new turning point. Click. Turning off the holographic projection, Small Snake solemnly looked toward the others gathered in the room. At the moment, everyone was currently seated on the large wooden desk set up in one of the rooms of the warehouse. The room was a special room made for emergency situations. The moment the crack in the sky appeared, Hein and Ava panicked, and were just about to rush back to their parents and family to make sure that they were all right. However, before they could go out, they were quickly stopped by Ren, who had called in and told everyone to remain in the building. Before Ava and Hein could protest, he also told them that their parents were going to be all right. Although Hein and Ava wanted to protest, since Ren was the one to speak, and they knew that he was usually not wrong in these types of situations, they obediently followed his orders. That being said, an air of nervousness and tension permeated throughout the whole room, as everyone was still confused about the sudden turn of events. Out of everyone present, the only one that seemed to be the least bit concerned about the situation was Angelica, who was currently seated by the far end of the table with her eyes closed. Next to her was Ava, turning on his laptop and browsing through his information channels. Small Snake thought for a moment and raised his head. Angelica, do you have any idea about what is going on? Her calmness made Small Snake think that she knew something. However, it appeared as though he had assessed wrongly as Angelica quickly shot him down. No. The frown on Small Snake's face deepened. Pinching the screen of his laptop, Small Snake looked through the images of the crack in the sky. However, regardless of how much he tried to look, he couldn't make heads or tails of what was happening. I hope Ren gets here sooner. I really am not liking this situation. Staring at the different headlines and titles in front of him, Small Snake shook his head. This situation was worrying him to no end. Lowering his head and checking his watch, just as Small Snake was about to call Ren, Small Snake was suddenly alerted of the presence of someone in the warehouse. Opening the cameras and seeing that it was Ren, Small Snake finally relaxed and closed his laptop. Thank God he is here. Clank. Entering the warehouse, with Nola still in my arms, I quickly headed for the conference room. If they listened to my instructions, everyone should be there at the moment. And it was exactly as I thought. The moment I entered the room, I found everyone already seated, waiting for me. Upon my arrival, I felt everyone's eyes directed in my direction, or to be more precise, Nola in my arms. I feigned ignorance to the stares. Small Snake was the first to speak. Or at least tried to, however. I quickly cut him off. Ren you. Shut up, Small Snake. There were more important things that I needed to say. But just as I was about to speak, Nola's brows furrowed as she looked at me and said, Brother, that is not nice. Raising her finger, Nola said. You cannot say shut up. Shut up is a mean word. Ear. My mouth twitched. Before I could say anything else, Nola pointed in Small Snake's direction. Mommy said that you must apologize if you say a bad words. Once again, my mouth twitched. Biting my lips and staring at Nola, who had a serious look on her face, my shoulders slumped down, and I let out a long sigh. All right, fine. Turning my head to look at Small Snake, who was looking at Nola with tears in his eyes, my right hand twitched uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, I mouthed. All right, Small Snake, I am sorry for what I said before. Seemingly taking pleasure at the situation, Small Snake's chin raised as a benevolent look appeared on his face. It is okay. No harm feelings. My teeth clenched when I saw this. However, realizing that Nola was still in the room, I could only relent and dropped her on a seat beside me. Be a good girl and sit over here. If possible. I did not want her to be here, however, since everyone was gathered in the room, and there was no one outside to supervise her. I could only have her listen to the conversation. Still, I was not just going to let her listen to the conversation. Once she sat down, I gave her my phone. I am going to have an important talk right now, so play with my phone. Taking my phone, Nola obediently nodded her head. I smiled when I saw this. Then, raising my hand, a small transparent barrier formed around her, blocking all the sound coming from the outside. This should do. Satisfied, I turned to look at the others. Placing my hands on the desk and leaning my body forward, I took a deep breath. Puff. Just as I was about to speak, out of nowhere, smoke diffused in the air. I did not even need to look to understand who was responsible for this. Closing my eyes, I slowly said, Leopold, for the love of God, please put the cigarette down. I had already been told by Small Snake just how much of an addict Leopold had become ever since coming back from Isanor, and at first, I did not believe Small Snake. No, rather, I did not want to believe it. However, staring at Leopold in front of me, I could only secretly shake my head. Puff. Fine. Taking another small puff of the cigarette in his hand, Leopold glanced at Nola before flicking the cigarette away. Thank you. Thanking Leopold, and making sure that there was nothing else I needed to pay attention to, I started to speak. Many of you are probably wondering about what is currently happening to the world, and what the big crack in the sky is. Well, I have some good and bad news for all of you. Pausing, I smacked my lips together. The good news is that the situation is not as dire as you all think. For the next year or so, there will not be that many changes to the world apart from the fact that the mana density is slowly increasing. In fact, you could say that this is a good thing. With the mana density increasing, not only would it become easier for people to break through to the next rank, but so would the speed at which they broke through increase. Lifting my head, my eyes paused on Small Snake and Ryan. Do you guys know how a talent limit is measured? I know the answer to this. Ryan enthusiastically answered, as he lowered the gaming console in his hand. Oh, go on. Placing the gaming console on the table, Ryan sat up straight and started explaining. Jimnook told me this back when I was in Isanor. There are several factors that can measure the talent limit of someone, however, the most important factor is their mana absorption rate. Yes, that is correct. Listening to Ryan's words, I nodded my head. There were many factors that determined the talent limit of someone, however, the primary factor was their mana absorption rate. Typically, the higher their mana absorption rate, the higher their talent. In the midst of my thoughts, Ryan continued. Correlating the mana density in the air with the mana absorption rate of the user, we can determine the talent limit of someone. Mana absorption rate is typically linked to the genetic spectrum of the user, thus it cannot be changed through internal factors. There can only be so much mana that they can absorb at once, and therefore, comparing the data with the mana density in the air, an estimate of someone's potential can be measured. That point aside, there is a general positive correlation between mana density and absorption, meaning that the higher the mana density, the higher the absorption. A satisfied smile appeared on Ryan's face as he finished his sentence. However, before he could fully rejoice, Small Snake shook his head. Ryan, you are forgetting something. Ha. Turning his head to face Small Snake, Ryan tilted his head in confusion. Raising his brow, Small Snake looked at him with a face that said, aren't you forgetting something important? Alright, I almost forgot. Smacking his fist on the palm of his hand, Ryan's eyes lit up. When measuring the talent limit of someone, the biological structure of the user is also taken into account. For those with low mana absorption rates, once the mana inside of their body reaches a certain threshold, the rate at which they grow also stunts. How impressive. Listening to their conversation, I was left pleasantly surprised. It looked like they had not spent their days in Henlauer in vain. What they said was true. With the crack in the sky increasing the mana density in the air, the talent assessment of individuals would now need to be reassessed as the limit was now pushed upwardly. Of course, that primarily applied to the lower-ranked individuals. For the higher-ranked individuals, although they would also experience a change, it would not be as drastic as the lower-ranked individuals. However, even if they did experience a change, it would not go as far as breaking the talent cap. Only I could do that as I had consumed the seed of limit. Without it, no one could realistically break through the limit. Secretly smiling, I nodded my head at Ryan. That is correct, Ryan. Massaging the bottom of my chin, I asked. Now, hypothetically speaking, what do you think will happen if the mana density in the human domain continuously rises throughout the years? Before Ryan could answer, Small Snake interjected from the side as he answered. Well, that is simple. Everyone will rank up faster, and the people who previously thought they were limited to their talent will find themselves breaking past their talent limit. Mid-sentence, Small Snake's eyes opened widely. Wait, are you saying that is what is happening right now? Correct. Glad that Small Snake caught on. I continued to explain. What is currently happening is the very early prelude of the third cataclysm, and the very last cataclysm, before the Demon King will finally enter this world. Once my words faded, the room instantly became tense. However, before anyone could panic, I quickly reassured them. Don't worry though, the third cataclysm is still quite far away from now. I would say that it will happen in 5 years' time. According to my memories, this event signified the Demon King's awakening, and from what I remembered, it took about 5 years for him to ascend to Earth once the crack in the sky appeared. Even though I knew that I could not blindly trust the memories in my head, I did not think that these memories were wrong. Since the other entity's goal was to defeat the Demon King, I did not think that the information was wrong. That being said, with the mana density in the world thickening up, in about a year's time, the peace that we are currently experiencing will crumble apart as more dungeons will appear, and dungeon overloads, which were previously thought as nothing dangerous, will now become a major threat to the world. Closing my eyes, I sat down on the chair behind me. Leaning back on my chair, I gazed at everyone present. Don't think too much about the future. Your job is simple, and that is to improve as much as you can. You guys, including me, are still too weak to think about the future. I hated to say this, but this was the sad reality. At the moment everyone was still too weak to worry about the Demon King and the impeding third cataclysm. Hein and Ava were still around C+ rank, Leopold was B- rank, and Small Snake and Ryan were both unranked. There was also Angelica, who was A ranked, but her situation was still unknown as the contract was going to expire in a little less than 2 years. Hopefully, she would decide to prolong the contract. However, the possibility of her not doing so was still there, so I could not get my hopes up. Angelica aside, it was a fairly strong group. However, it was a far cry from where I wanted them to be. Tap, tap, tap. Tapping on the table with my finger, I opened my eyes. I will not say much more. However, this crack is an opportunity for everyone to become stronger. It would truly be a waste to let go of such an opportunity. Chapter 465. Thud. Softly landing on the ground, Monica's hair gently fell over her shoulders. Opening her eyes, she lowered her head and glanced at her hand. So this is how it feels to break through to SS- rank. She quietly mumbled. The sensation was completely different from when she was S+ rank. She couldn't quite explain it, however. If she had to put it into words, it felt as though her connection with the mana in the air had significantly improved. With just a simple thought, she could will the mana in the air as she wanted. Raising her hand, she waved it in the air. What followed after the simple gesture was an incredible scene. The moment Monica's hand swiped right, the red particles that were floating in front of Monica all froze in the air. Following this, as though Monica's hand was a magnet, they all rushed toward her hand. A thin bright red coating soon formed on Monica's hand, creating some sort of gauntlet. Gazing at her newly formed gauntlet, a look of amazement appeared on Monica's face. So this is how it feels to truly agglomerate mana. Mana agglomeration, a technique that she was able to replicate when she was S+ rank, and was supposed to be something that only SS rankers could use. If before her technique was unrefined and still weak, it was now no longer that, as the mana expenditure had decreased drastically, and so did the power that was held within it. Clenching and unclenching her hands repeatedly, Monica looked towards the sky as her pupils started to shine with an orange glow. Arching her back, Monica clenched her fists as tightly as possible and punched towards the sky. At the exact moment she punched out, the space around her distorted, and a massive orange beam shot towards the sky with unprecedented speed and power. Boom! A defeating explosion akin to that of the sound barrier breaking apart rang through the sky as circular pressurized wind gales began to expand out from the area Monica punched out, spreading throughout the sky like forever expanding rings. Not bad. Gazing at the sky, Monica muttered in a satisfied tone. Let's try adding a little bit more power. Still excited by her newfound power, Monica decided to test out her powers once again. Arching her body backward once again, the red particles floating in the air gathered around her at an even faster rate, as the glow around her arm intensified considerably. As a result of this, the gauntlet in her arm thickened up. It didn't take long for Monica to gather enough mana to once again release another attack. However, just as she was once again about to punch out in the air, a voice rang from the distance. Monica, stop. Frowning, Monica looked toward where the voice came from, and there she saw Donna looking at her from the glass window of the building she was previously in. Donna? The moment she recognized Donna, her eyes returned to their normal color, and the glow in her hand disappeared. What's wrong? Monica curiously asked as she looked at Donna. In response to her question, Donna looked toward the ground. Have a look for yourself. Following her line of sight, Monica's face froze. What? Gazing at the sea of people that were staring at her from below, Monica finally realized just how much of a scene she had caused. I messed up. Pinching her nose in embarrassment, Monica took a step in the sky and reappeared in front of Donna. The moment she appeared in the room, she instantly apologized. Sorry, I'm not the one you should be apologizing to. Donna replied back as she let out a long sigh and proceeded to sit back down on a sofa. Once she sat down, her line of sight paused on an unfinished cup of wine that was resting on the table in front of her. Moving her body forward, Donna grabbed the cup and leaned back on the chair. Taking a sip of the wine and savoring the taste, Donna looked at Monica. SS- rank at the age of 32. You truly are a monster. It's not that. Monica shook her head once she heard Donna's compliment. Sitting down on the seat opposite of her, she looked at the crack in the sky. You've also felt it, didn't you? The fact that the mana in the air has suddenly become denser. Taking another sip of the wine, Donna nodded her head. I have. Smacking her lips together and putting the wine glass down, Donna's face turned solemn. I've already contacted the union and Douglas about the situation. They've told me that they currently don't know anything about the crack, and that they are still studying it. For now, they told us to stay put and conserve our strength in case something bad happened. That's a good idea. Monica nodded her head. Furrowing her brows, Donna decided to switch the topic. Those matters aside, now that you've reached SS- rank, you probably won't be able to help me with the request I previously asked. You're right. Monica had an awkward look on her face when she replied. Scratching her neck, she looked at the crack in the sky and softly muttered. You can't really blame me for this though. With both index fingers touching each other, Monica pursed her lips. You know yourself that I really can't control the fact that a huge crack appeared in the sky, and the mana density of the world suddenly increased. No, I know you're not at fault. Donna fully understood Monica's situation and did not blame her. Similarly glancing at the crack in the sky, she continued. This is a situation that none of us could have ever predicted. It's just a pity that you won't be able to help me. The situation would have been a lot easier had you been helped. Wait. Cutting Donna off, Monica's head snapped in her direction. Snapping her fingers, she suddenly said, Donna, there's a perfect replacement for me. Well, not perfect. After all, no one can replace me. Who are you talking about? Isn't it obvious? With a mysterious smile, Monica leaned back on her chair and crossed her arms. Although he won't be as good as me, he should be good enough to help you. Plus, the mission isn't even that hard, and he owes the both of us for helping him. Ah. The moment when Donna heard the last part of Monica's sentence, her eyes opened up as she finally caught on. The smile on Monica's face deepened when she saw this. What do you say? He's the perfect replacement, isn't he? Brushing her hair back, Donna smacked her lips before she closed her eyes and nodded her head. I hate to admit it, but your suggestion is quite a good one. Oi, there was no need for that. Ignoring Monica, Donna stood up, taking out her phone. Just as she was about to dial a number, she proceeded to lower her phone. You know what? I don't think this is the right time to tell him. I'll call him in a while to tell him about the situation. Rend over. Staring at the caller ID that she was about to press, Donna smiled. I'll give him more time to rest. He must still be tired after all the time he has been away. It would be unfair of me to ruin his days of peace. It looks like the situation has calmed down. Seeing that there was no more shaking, I finally relaxed and looked toward the others. After my words, everyone had managed to calm down, and everyone was no longer as tense as when the situation occurred. Glancing in Hein's direction, I tapped on my bracelet and threw something in his direction. Hein, catch. What? Caught off guard, Hein, who had his feet on the table, almost fell off the chair. Watch it. Fortunately for him, Ava was sitting next to him. Placing her hand behind his chair, she managed to stabilize the chair he was sitting on. Thanks to that, Hein was able to easily catch the thing I threw at him. Once he managed to catch the thing I threw at him, he threw a grateful look at Ava. Thank you. However, Ava didn't seem to be too amused with Hein as she shook her head. Didn't I tell you to sit properly before? What does that have to do with anything? I didn't expect him to throw something at me. I was just caught off guard. Sure. Ignoring her words and still seated with both legs on the table, Hein turned his hand and opened his palm, revealing a small hexagonal-shaped flask. What's this? He curiously said as he examined the contents of the flask. Tilting his head to the side and raising his head to look at the bottom of the flask, the look of confusion on his face only deepened. I smiled when I saw this. Hein, you should be a little bit more careful with that. Ha, why? Well, it's because I wouldn't really want to play with the one thing that can cure your father. The moment my words faded, much to my amusement, Hein's face drastically changed as his mouth hung open and his eyes opened widely. However, what followed after was the sound of something hitting the ground as Hein unknowingly dropped the flask on the ground. No. Clank, clank. With a loud sound, the flask bounced up and down on the ground as Hein's face drained of all color. Jumping down from his seat, he quickly caught onto the flask and held it in between his hands as though it was the most precious thing in the world. Speechlessly staring at the scene from my seat, I honestly couldn't find the right words to say. Glancing around, I found that I wasn't the only one who was speechless, as almost everyone looked at Hein with the same look. The first one to break the silence was Ava, who covered her face with her hands. Hein, are you stupid? Didn't I literally tell you to sit down properly? Was caught off guard, okay? Ava's face twitched when she heard his answer. What caught off guard? I literally told you 2 times to sit down properly. What does the seating arrangement have to do with the fact that I was caught off guard? Yo. Staring at the two of them, I let out a sigh. Calm it, you two. Then, turning to look at Hein, I quickly said, For now, it's best if you put the flask inside your dimensional space. Fortunately for him, the flask was made out of a special glass, and so it was extremely durable. Even if it fell from the top of a building, the glass wouldn't break. Yes, yes. Repeatedly nodding his head, Hein quickly put the flask away. Once he put the flask away, I let out another sigh. This time, it was out of relief. Turning my attention back to Nola, who had her tongue out as she tilted her body left and right while playing a game, a chuckle almost escaped from my mouth. Waving my hand and removing the barrier around her, I put my hand over Nola's head and patted her head. Nola, it's time to go home. Close the game. Tubbing her eyes, Nola nodded her head. Putting the phone down, she extended her hands in my direction. Smiling, I first took my phone back before picking her up by the armpits. Once I picked her up, I looked at the others in the room. Alright, I think I already gave you guys the general overview of the situation. I will be leaving now. Turning around, I headed for the exit of the room. However, just as I was about to leave, I suddenly recalled something, and my footsteps came to a halt. Right, before I leave, I want you guys to keep something in mind. Unless it's an emergency, please don't contact me for the next week or so. How come? Small Snake curiously asked. Glancing toward the ceiling of the room, I pursed my lips and replied, I think I'm going on a holiday. Chapter 466. A white-haired figure suddenly materialized inside a dark hall where 30 or so figures appeared. The surroundings fell silent, and all eyes fell on the white-haired man that materialized out of nowhere. The sound of heavy breathing could be heard throughout the surroundings, but the increased breathing was not out of tiredness. No, it was out of fear. A multitude of different emotions flashed on the faces of the people present. Respect, awe, jealousy, fear, and even more fear. Step, step, step. The white-haired man's footsteps echoed throughout the hall. It was the only sound that the people present could hear, perfectly synchronizing with the rhythm of their heartbeats. Sitting atop a flight of stairs by the end of the hall was a gigantic and obscure black throne. An eerie chill permeated throughout the hall as no one dared to speak a single word. They all looked towards the white-haired figure that was slowly walking towards the throne by the end of the room. Each step the white-haired figure took was slow and steady. However, to those present, each step carried an unprecedented amount of pressure. Some could not help but secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva. Finally arriving at the throne, the white-haired figure slowly sat down on it. Propping his arm up with the aid of the armrest of the throne, the white-haired figure, better known as the Demon King, rested the side of his cheek on his hand, which was curled into a fist. Without looking at the people in the room, he slowly closed his eyes. The clouds covered the sky like a big black sheet, completely masking the light that was coming from the sun above the sky. Nothing could be seen except a darkness that seemed to go on forever. Boom. The darkness did not last for long, however. Thunderous explosions rang throughout the world, as different colored lights began to spread throughout the sky. Boom, boom. Smoke permeated throughout the world as the ground shook, and black creatures fell from the sky like wingless birds. They crashed onto the ground, and formed small craters around the area they fell. Bang! Levitating in the sky like creatures of justice, and with light spreading out from behind them, a dozen or so figures stared at the area where the black creatures had fallen. Slowly descending down toward the ground, a woman wearing a silver armor that shone brightly and gently wrapped around her figure finally opened her mouth. Your race does not belong in this universe. Her crisp and melodious voice rang throughout the world. There was a mixture of displeasure and disgust in her voice as she looked toward a particular creature down below. Twitch, twitch. Weakly turning around, the black creature turned his body over and looked toward the woman standing in the sky. With the light shining brightly from behind her, she looked like a goddess that had descended upon the mortal world. Cough, cough. Coughing black blood down his body, the black creature laughed in deprecation. His blood-red eyes gazed upwards, towards the dark clouds covering the sky. Hanging down his neck was a simple silver necklace. Attached to its end was a black box. You are nothing but a bunch of hypocrites, he softly muttered after a while. Right as his words faded, the air froze before the whole world started to tremble. The silver necklace around his body danced up and down his chest. What did you say? The woman in the air spat as anger rose from deep within her voice. Staring at her from below, the black creature coughed. Cough. Supporting his body up with his hand that was constantly trembling, he stared at the sky. You speak as though we have committed some grave sin against you all. But what is so grave with us trying to survive? Survive? The woman suddenly scoffed. Raising her hand, a bright yellow sphere resembling the sun morphed on the palm of her hand as bright yellow particles vividly appeared in the air, agglomerating towards the sphere. Does creating havoc on other planets justify your means? What about the billions of creatures you have killed to satiate your thirst? Have you ever cared for them? Cared? Why should we care? We are merely following our instincts to conquer and survive. You do not tell an animal how to behave. It is merely written in their biological structure. Closing her eyes, the woman nodded her head. It is true that you are merely following your own instincts, and that is why we are following ours as well, eliminating a future threat that can shake the balance of the universe. An unwanted parasite, as some might say. Ha, an unwanted parasite. The black creature let out a chuckle before his face slowly became icy. What gives you the right to come here and judge us like you are some sort of god? Mustering every little bit of power inside of his body, the black creature finally stood up and glared at the woman in the sky. I had long seen this coming. I told everyone that you guys were not to be let alone. I told them that you were a bunch of creatures that would come in our path of survival. I told them to get rid of you before it was too late. Pausing, the black creature let out another laugh. Ha, aha, ha. They called me an idiot, a madman, and look what happened. Everyone is dead. Just like I had warned them. Cough. Just as he managed to stabilize his footing, with another cough, black blood sprayed on the ground, and he fell on one knee. Shit. The moment the creature fell to his knee, the orb that was forming in front of the woman's palm fully formed, and the sky was enveloped by an enormous glow. Lowering her head and staring at the black creature, the woman's words gently fell down towards the world. Do not blame me for doing this for the sake of our people. Like you have said, we are merely doing this for our own survival. Yo. Before the black creature could say anything else, the bright orb finally descended down towards the ground. In an instant, his figure was enveloped by the orb, and it completely disappeared. The only thing that remained intact was the silver necklace that hung from his neck. However, that too disappeared after a while. What followed after was a bright light that wrapped around the whole world. It was similar to when the sun rose from the horizon. Boom. A terrifying explosion followed as the earth rose from the ground, sending massive chunks of rocks the size of a mountain flying everywhere, completely destroying everything in sight. Staring at the scene from above, the woman closed her eyes and turned to face the other creatures levitating in the air that were watching the scene with pure indifference on their faces. That was the last of them. What should we do now? The woman asked. Let us, blow up the planet. One of the creatures suggested. Levitating in the air with an enormous armor warping around his bulky body, a nasal-like sound came out from the creature's mouth with each breath he took. Ensure that no demon survives. We cannot let those parasites continue to exist. Their existence is a threat to the universe. Extending his hand, a huge hammer materialized in the creature's hand. Without waiting for the other's confirmation, he raised his hammer in the air, holding on to the hammer above his head for a couple of seconds, and seeing that no one was stopping him, the creature let out a deep shout and swung the hammer down. Wherg. Dropping down to the ground at incredible speeds, the land cracked apart as the creature's feet landed on the ground. Following this, the hammer came into contact with the ground, and the world froze over. What followed after was the complete destruction of the planet as the lands, mountains, and everything tore apart. Opening his eyes, the Demon King's bright red pupils shone brightly, as the air inside of the hall chilled considerably. Recalling memories of the past, his cold face twisted slightly, and a horrifying pressure bore down on the hall. Gathered around him were the figureheads from the 7 clans. A look of horror and respect flashed across their faces, as they sensed the terrifying pressure coming from the Demon King's body. It did not take too long for the Demon King to recollect himself as he slowly raised his head. Glancing around the place, the Demon King's eyes swept over the bodies of each demon present. Every time his eyes paused on a figure, their bodies would unconsciously tremble. Once his eyes swept on every figure present, he raised his hand in the air and waved it. Crack. The moment his hand fell down, a crack formed in the fabric of space. At the exact moment the crack appeared, the same scene from before he materialized in front of the hall was displayed in front of him and everyone in the hall. The scene where over 30 figures stood in the air, behind a large barrier. Gazing at the scene for a brief moment, he finally opened his mouth. Disappointing. The moment he said those words, the hall shook uncontrollably. Before any of the demons present could speak up, he swiped his hand again. Crack. 3 more cracks began to form in the fabric of space, as depicted behind them were 3 different planets. Gazing at the planets in front of him, the Demon King's cold voice once again rang throughout the hall. Kintuar, Lanet, and Polinsit. Tapping onto the armrest of the throne, the Demon King swept his gaze over the other demons present. How is the situation with these planets? Have you done as I have tasked? Yes, Your Majesty. Stepping up, a lanky demon lowered his body and bowed down on the ground. The demon that was currently lying down on the ground was in fact a Dukranked demon, and the head of the Pride clan. Yet, when faced with the Demon King in front of him, there was no semblance of any pride being in his body. In front of such a being, he could not dare muster any pride. Not daring to look at him, the head of the Pride clan started to speak. As you have requested, we have completely saturated the planets with demonic energy. There are no more creatures living inside of those planets apart from our brethren. I see. Nodding his head, the Demon King turned his attention back toward the planets in the distance. Opening the palm of his hand and raising his arm toward the space cracks in front of him, the Demon King indifferently asked. The only people inside of the planets are our brethren. Yes, okay. The Demon King suddenly clenched his hand into a fist. Following this simple gesture, the planets that were being displayed behind the cracks suddenly trembled. Then, as though they were in sync with each other, the planets started to rapidly expand as cracks started to form on the outer layers of the planets, revealing the bright red inner layers. The expansion happened within an instant. Following the expansions, rocks began to shoot out throughout the space as a bright yellow cloud formed in the middle of the planet. That too was also expanding. No sound accompanied the explosion due to the lack of air in space. However, the image of the planets exploding with just a casual gesture of the Demon Kings and became deeply imprinted in the heads of the demons present. Opening the palm of his hand once again, the Demon King made a beckoning gesture. Following his gesture, 3 luminous white orbs began to shoot out from the center of the explosion, all headed in the Demon King's direction. Shum, shum, shum. Passing through the space fabric, 3 white orbs suddenly materialized in front of the Demon King. Passing through the cracks, they all stopped on top of the Demon King's palm. Glancing at the 3 orbs in front of him that resembled small white suns, the Demon King softly muttered, "Planetary seeds." Following his words, he brought his palm towards his mouth and sucked the orbs into his mouth. The instant the orbs entered his mouth, the Demon King's head recoiled back as a hissing sound rose from his mouth. Rumble, rumble. The halls of the room shook uncontrollably, and all the demons present in the room fell to the ground in a prostrating manner, completely unable to move. The pressure did not persist for long as it disappeared as fast as it came. Opening his eyes and staring towards the ceiling of the hall, turbid air began to escape from the Demon King's mouth. Ha! Chapter 467. Clank. Closing the door behind me and entering the apartment, I was greeted by my mother's cheerful voice. "Welcome back, you two. We're back." Lowering my body, Nola hopped down on the ground. In her mouth was a small lollipop. Mama. Like the traitor that she was, she immediately ran in our mother's direction. "Oh, my sweet Nola." Grabbing her from the armpits, my mother picked Nola up from the ground and cuddled with her. Rubbing her cheek against Nola's, I could hear Nola's heartful giggle come from the distance. "Are you jealous, Ren?" my mother teasingly asked. "Jealous?" I shook my head and scoffed. "I'm not jealous." The edges of my mom's lips curled upwards. "Aw, that's cute." Putting Nola down, she proceeded to extend her hands in my direction. "Come here, Mama will also give you attention." "I'm good." Taking off my shoes, and ignoring my mother, I proceeded to head for the living room. Although I had my back turned on my mother, I could practically hear the sound of her heart shattering as I left. This was a necessary evil, however. The number of hugs and kisses that she had given me the past few days were enough to make me want to once again leave the human domain. Ha! Upon stepping into the living room, I was surprised to find a familiar figure sitting down. Tilting my head, I spoke. "What are you doing here?" Tap, tap. Tapping onto the screen of the tablet in her hand, Natasha casually glanced in my direction. "Oh, you're back. You didn't answer my question." Sitting down on the opposite end of the sofa, I looked at Natasha with a skeptical look on my face. Once again she ignored me. "Ego, the technology has advanced so much in the 15 years that I was asleep." A look of frustration appeared on Natasha's face as she repeatedly tapped on the tablet in her hands. "Looks like she is too busy trying to figure things out than to answer my question." After observing her for the last minute, I could more or less guess what was happening. Ever since coming back from Isanor, Amanda had given her mother the room next to ours. Since my mother was now no longer as busy with guild matters, and Natasha had nothing else to do, they had both grown closer together. Hence why she was here. Freshly baked cookies coming up. Entering the room holding on to a tray of freshly baked cookies was my mother. The moment she entered the room, a sweet buttery scent permeated the room. Catching a whiff of the scent, Natasha turned to look at my mother and pointed at the tablet. "Samantha, help me out over here. How do you turn on the holographic function?" "Oh dear." Putting the tray down on the table, my mother proceeded to sit down next to her. Following her from behind was Nola, who sat down on her lap. Leaning closer to Natasha, she began to explain. "If you want to turn on the holographic function, you need to press this button over here. This one." "Yeah." Smack. A low smacking sound resounded across the room. Pointing her finger at Nola's hand which was reaching for the cookie, my mother scolded. "No, Nola, you already had a lollipop. No more sweets for you." But. Taking her hand back, tears started to gather by the side of Nola's eyes. However, Nola's tricks were futile in front of my mother. Her protests only served at making her voice sterner. "No means no. Wah." Before Nola could protest, a startled shout suddenly rang through the air as holographic images sprung in the air. The one responsible for this, Natasha, jumped back in shock, almost dropping the tablet in the process. Fortunately for her, my mother was quick to react. Extending her hand, she caught the falling tablet. "Careful now." She then proceeded to hand it back to Natasha. "You should have seen this coming." "Thank you." With a quick thank you, Natasha took the tablet back. Turning her head, she tried to hide her embarrassment. Smack. Once again a low smacking sound resounded across the room as my mother raised her voice. Nola, caught in the act, tears finally started to stream down Nola's cheek as she turned to look at me. "Wah brother, Ren, stay put." Opening my mouth, I quickly shut it back as I suddenly felt my mother's glare. Biting my lips, I turned my head to look away from Nola. "Sorry, Nola. This is not someone I can defeat." The only thing I could do at the moment was secretly apologize inside of my mind. "Haze, Ren, you spoil your sister too much." My mother's frustrated voice rang throughout the room. Hearing her words, I shook my head. "No, not so much." "Oh really?" "Yes." Nodding my head, I gazed at her from the corner of my eyes. The spoiling only went as far as buying her candies. I never went overboard. "Heh." My mother scoffed. "Ren, don't think for a second that I'm a fool." Lowering her head, she pointed at the hairpin on Nola's head. "I know just how much money you've spent on the hairpin on Nola's head." Hearing her words, my face cringed and I turned to look at Nola. The moment I did, I finally caught sight of Nola, who was sitting on her lap with her hands and head hung low. The look on her face reminded me of someone who had lost everything. Their family, their friends, their homes, and everything that they held dear in their hearts. She looked like a husk of her former self. What a drama queen, I thought. Feigning ignorance to it, I tried to defend myself. That so-called hairpin is an automated artifact that will activate whenever Nola is in danger. Although they were being protected 24/7 by Amanda's security, I took extra precautions to ensure Nola's safety. The hairpin on Nola's head did in fact cost me a pretty penny, but it was a necessary purchase. Ha, alright, what you said makes sense. Letting out a sigh, my mother leaned back on the sofa. Caressing Nola's listless head, she proceeded to ask, "By the way, do you have any plans for this week?" "No, I'm on holiday." "Oh, then do you have any plans for what you're going to do on your holiday?" Thinking for a bit, I shook my head. "No, not yet." Honestly, although I said that I was going on a holiday, I had zero ideas on how to do that. For the past 3 years, I had been training and trying to survive every day, that I had long forgotten how a holiday worked. Kind of pathetic if I had to say. At that moment, my mother suggested, "Then how about you bring Nola to watch her favorite idol group?" "Kimball? Idol group? Kimball? What in the world was that?" Before I could ask, Nola, who had been listless the whole time, sprang back into life as her body jerked up. "Yeah, Kimball." Jumping down from our mother's lap, she ran up to me and clutched my leg. Raising her head, she looked at me with a pleading look. "You will bring Nola, right?" Ugh. Staring at Nola, my heart suddenly squeezed. Raising my head, I looked at my mother. "Do you have any videos of this group?" Of course, I do." Taking out her phone and pressing onto the screen, my mother quickly loaded up a video of the idol group my sister loved. "Have a look." Pressing onto the screen of the phone, I saw 5 really beautiful girls dancing to the rhythm of a catchy song. Staring at it for the next few seconds, I was left impressed by the girls' coordination and the song. I could understand why Nola was so interested in it. As I was watching, my mother started to speak. "They're currently the most popular idol group out there, and are quite the hot commodity around here. Going to be hard to find tickets, however. I don't think you will have a problem getting them if you pay a little extra." I nodded at her words. Money did speak more clearly than words. "I don't kn." Just as I was about to push back the phone, my hand suddenly froze. That was because I suddenly saw Nola dancing to the rhythm of the music by the side of the table. Lowering my head and staring at the video, I raised it again to see Nola matching the movements of the girls dancing in the video. "We're going." Handing the phone back to my mother, I quickly came to decision. "Mother, you can count on me. I'm 100% going there." Even though I wasn't a big fan of idol groups, Nola's actions were enough to convince me to go. "Will you really?" my mother asked. I nodded in response. Taking out my phone, I proceeded to look at the prices for the show, and honestly, although they were quite expensive, they weren't something that could hurt my pockets. "Hear that, Nola? Brother will bring you to watch the concert." As she had been busy dancing to the music, Nola was only able to hear the news now. The moment she heard those words, her face instantly brightened. "Wah." She quickly lunged in my direction and snuggled all over my legs. "Thank you, brother." Patting her head, I replied with a smile. "No worries. No worries. Now that we're at it, why don't you bring Amanda with you?" At that moment, Natasha suddenly suggested. "Amanda?" I tilted my head. That was quite the random suggestion. "But isn't she busy with guild-related stuff?" "It's exactly because of that I am suggesting this." Putting the tablet in her hand down, Natasha let out a tired sigh. "Ever since coming back here, I rarely see my own daughter. All she does is work from morning till night. Just like you, she needs a break." Pausing, she looked at Nola. "And while we're at it, I don't think Nola would mind, right Nola?" Nola shook her head. "No, Nola doesn't mind." "Well, there you have it." With a satisfied smile on her face, Natasha turned to look at me. "Since Nola agreed, you won't have a problem with it, right?" Lowering my head and staring at Nola, I nodded my head. "Yeah, actually, inviting Amanda was probably for the best. If an adult and a kid suddenly showed up for a pop show, it would just look weird." Clapping her hands together, Natasha continued. "That's great, the guild is nearby. How about you go visit Amanda and tell her in person? I already told her that you are on the way." "All right." Letting out a long sigh and pressing my hands on my tights, I slowly stood. Was planning on visiting her anyways. This works out for me. Mainly because Amanda was the one in charge of distributing the magic cards. Could use this chance to ask her about the progress of the situation. As I stood up, I glanced toward Nola. "Nola, will you come with me to see Amanda?" "Why?" Before she could reply, my mother quickly cut her off. "No, Nola will stay here. It's already too late for her to go out. She needs to go to sleep." "No," Nola protested. But it was all futile. Lifting her from the ground, my mother quickly restrained her. "You're going to bed right now, brother." "Sorry, Nola." Once again, I could only apologize to Nola. The mother had spoken, there was nothing else I could do about the situation. Stealing my resolve, I turned around and left the house. It was quite late in the evening and the entrance of the Demon Hunter Guild was still flocking with people coming in and out of the building. The distance between my apartment and the Demon Hunters Guild was only a 10 minutes walk, and thus, I was able to arrive at the entrance fairly quickly. Entering the building through the front door, I headed for the main reception area. The interior design of the place was fairly simple, however. It contained a strange elegance to it, as the floor, which was made out of marble, perfectly reflected the lights coming from above. The furniture was quite minimalistic in style, and there was a nice scent of lavender lingering in the air. Arriving at the reception, I was greeted by a beautiful young lady. "Hello, how may I help you?" "Right, I've scheduled an appointment." Tap, tap. The receptionist tapped on the keyboard of the computer. "May I ask with whom?" "Amanda Stern." At the exact moment I said those words, the receptionist's finger paused. After which, recollecting herself, she once again pressed on the keys of the keyboard. Give me a second. Taking her hand away from the keyboard, she grabbed onto the phone that was beside her and quickly dialed a number. The call went through in an instant. Yes, Miss Stern, there is someone here claiming to have made an appointment with you. Okay, yes, I will quickly ask. Placing her hand over the phone, the receptionist turned to look at me. Sir, may I know your name? Casually glancing at the receptionist, a thought struck me as the edges of my lips curled upwards. I teasingly said, tell her that I'm the most handsome guy she knows. Caught off guard by my sudden response, the receptionist froze on the spot. I nudged her with my head. Don't worry, you won't get in trouble. Just tell her that. Okay. With a forced smile on her face, the receptionist took her hand away from the phone and did as I told her. I could read her thoughts from where I was standing. The reason she complied was because she was afraid of me being a big shot that she couldn't defend. He claims to be the most handsome man you have ever seen. Relaying the message, her voice trembled from time to time. Just as she finished her sentence, the secretary's face squinted. Clearly, she was scared of Amanda's answer. However, contrary to her expectations, she didn't get scolded as she turned to look at me with an astonished look. Yes, okay, I will immediately bring him up. Following this, she hung up the phone and looked at me with a look of shock. It took her a bit to recollect herself, and when she did, she bowed her head. Miss Stern is waiting for you, Mr. Han Yufei. Chapter 468. This is a godsend opportunity for us. With the mana density of the world rapidly increasing, our recruits will experience a faster rate of growth. Increasing the budget for rookie recruits should be our #1 priority. I disagree. I think we should approach this situation carefully. We still don't know anything about this phenomenon. In fact, I'm more worried about the dungeon overloads. If before there were no overloads due to the thin mana in the atmosphere, what about now that the density has increased? Our current priority is investing in the defensive budget. I agree with this suggestion. If a dungeon overload truly happened, and the monsters don't die instantly, the consequences will be too much for us to handle. It's already bad enough that the guild leader isn't here. If something like this happened, excuse my words, we're fucked. No, you're wrong. This conservative thinking is wrong. We need to grasp the opportunity now. Train the youngsters for the future. We can use them to handle the dungeon overloads. It's a win-win situation. You guys are being too narrow-minded. Sigh. Listening to the conversations happening in front of her, Amanda let out a long sigh. Leaning back on her black chair, she gazed at the holographic projection in front of her. At the moment, the elders of the guild were discussing the measures the guild should take in response to the sudden increase in mana density. This discussion had been taking place ever since the morning, and since then, there had been zero progress. Zero. Whenever an elder presented an approach, another one would quickly interject, and an argument would start. This had persisted throughout the whole morning, and had now become an endless cycle that tired Amanda to no end. Really tired. That being said, although she was only present out of formality, she did express her input from time to time, but the elders were simply too stubborn with their opinions. They wouldn't listen to each other, let alone her. That doesn't work. The time it will take to train those recruits will be 2 to 3 years. Can you guarantee that nothing will happen then? Neither option is good. We should currently be focusing our strength on the production of magic cards. Once that hits, all those problems will no longer be problems. Letting out another sigh, Amanda raised her head and stared at the ceiling. I want to go home, she muttered inside of her mind. Clank. Out of nowhere, the door suddenly burst open, and an enraged Ren entered the room. This is bullshit, Amanda. Already expecting such a scene, pressing a blue button next to her, Amanda turned off the speaker of the call. Lowering her head, she asked, "What's wrong?" Actually, she was merely pretending at the moment. She knew exactly why he was angry. What do you mean, what's wrong? Grabbing the guest chair and pulling it back, Ren exaggeratively sat down. Leaning forward and pressing his finger on the table, he angrily spat. Mr. Han Yufei. Han Yufei. You came here for him too. Ren's finger paused. Came for him too. Amanda nodded her head with a stoic look. My secretary informed me not too long ago that he's coming. Should be here at any minute now. Bullshit. Standing up, Ren angrily smacked his hand on the table. Pointing at himself, he spat. That was me. A frown emerged on Amanda's face. Why would you be Han Yufei? Ren's mouth twitched. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, he sat back down on the chair. After he managed to calm down, he managed to say, not once did I ever introduce myself as Han Yufei. How odd. Tapping on the table, a thoughtful look appeared on Amanda's face. Could there have been a small misunderstanding? She did say the most handsome guy that I had ever seen, and that's Han Yufei. I thought that I made that clear to you back in Isinor. The moment she said those words, Amanda watched as Ren's hands clench into fists. Ho ho ho. His fake laugh rang throughout the room. Raising her head and staring at his angered figure, the edges of Amanda's lips threatened to curl up. Cute, she thought. Amanda always found Ren's childish side cute. Most of the time he tended to act mature, but he always had a childish side in him. One that she would see from time to time. No matter how much he tried to hide it, he couldn't. Most notably was his petty side. If there was one thing that Amanda noticed after having interacted with Ren long enough was that he was extremely petty. That, and the fact that he was extremely insecure about his charm. Oi, are you listening to me? Snapping out of her thoughts, Amanda saw as Ren snapped his fingers in front of her face, finally getting her attention. A displeased look flashed across his face as he leaned back on his chair. You weren't paying attention at all. Sorry, Amanda quickly apologized. Brushing her hair by her ear, she asked. What were you saying? Can you repeat it for me? Fine. Letting out a long and exaggerated sigh, Ren once again started to speak. As I was saying, my charm is currently B- rank. That is planet top. Piffed. Unable to keep her composure anymore, Amanda suddenly bursts out laughing. Ha ha ha. Holding on to her stomach, she burst out laughing like never before. Like morning bells, her laughter rang throughout the whole room. As she laughed, she couldn't help but find all of her stress vanish out of thin air as her line of sight fell onto Ren. Truly, only with him could she ever laugh like this. Oi, what's so funny? Ren angrily spat through his clenched teeth. Something funny about what I said. Covering her mouth with her hand, Amanda shook her head. No, not hing funny. Her voice trembled slightly. Clearly, she was having a hard time trying to hold her laugh in check. Whatever, Ren said as he glared at Amanda. Crossing his arms and leaning back on the chair, he changed the topic. Jokes aside, I came here for two things. Returning to his usual expression, he raised two of his fingers. 1. I'm here to get some information regarding the magic card situation. I want to know if you have any problems. Lowering one of his fingers, he added. 2. I want to ask you if you're free anytime soon. I'm going to bring Nola to watch. Scratching the side of his head, Ren frowned. What was it called again? Caramel. Chocolate. Kimbuel. Kimchi. It's an idol group. You mean Kimball? Ah, yes that. Snapping his fingers, Ren nodded. However, his face suddenly turned strange. Hold on, how do you know that? Are you also into idols? No, I'm not. Amanda shook her head. Before Ren could follow up, she continued. I know because that's Nola's favorite idol group. Ah, right. During Ren's absence, Amanda was the one who spent most of her time with Nola, and therefore, she naturally knew about Kimball, her favorite idol group. During the time they would spend together, Nola would always play their music and dance to their tunes. Secretly, Amanda recorded everything. Not just her dancing, but just her everyday silliness. Whenever she felt tired or down, she would quickly replay the videos to herself. The videos of Nola reminded her of the childhood she never had, and seeing that she was able to bring a smile to Nola made Amanda feel warm. It would always bring a smile to her face. She didn't want Nola to experience what she went through in the past. Do you want to come with me and Nola one of these days? Ren suddenly suggested. Lowering his head and pointing at the files of papers on her desk, Ren added. It looks like you're also in need of a holiday. Raising her head and staring at the elders that were still speaking, Amanda bitterly smiled. Tell me about it. Ever since returning from Isanor, she had not once taken a holiday, nor a weekend off. Although the videos of Nola dancing had helped her cope with the stress, they were nearly not enough. Amanda did not answer immediately. Leaning back on her chair, she looked toward the ceiling of the room and thought, maybe I should also take a break. Honestly, if she asked, Amanda didn't doubt that the elders would give her a couple of days off, especially since she had barely taken any ever since joining. In fact, some of them would probably encourage her to do it. Lowering her head and staring at Ren, Amanda smiled. The thought of going with him and Nola made her strangely happy. Okay, really. Hearing her response, Ren's eyes lit up as he stood up. Seeing how excited he was, Amanda couldn't help but once again think, cute. Those thoughts did not last for long, however, as Ren's next words caused the smile on her face to freeze. I'll quickly call Kevin and tell him about the concert. He also deserves a nice rest. Oh, I should probably call Jin, Emma, and Melissa too. Just as he was about to call him, he paused and mumbled something underneath his breath. No, this won't do. I need to find a way to screw all of them over somehow. What if I tell them it's something important and make them suddenly show up at an idol concert without knowing? Ren chuckled. Hee hee, bet they will never see that one coming. Ah. Listening to his words, Amanda let out a strange sound. She then proceeded to lower her head. She should have seen it coming. Of course, it wasn't just going to be the two of them and Nola. All right, I've messaged everyone. After a while, lowering his phone, Ren nodded his head with a satisfied look on his face. They will definitely be very surprised. Speechlessly staring at Ren from her seat, Amanda didn't know what to say. Turning her head to look away from Ren, she softly mumbled, Idiot. Rochefield household. It had taken a while for Oliver to clean up the mess that his cousin had created in the house. However, with him now gone, he was able to get it back on track within a couple of weeks. Finally all of the complicated stuff is out of the way. Moving a file of papers by the side of his desk, Oliver tiredly sighed. Taking out another set of papers, he pinched the middle of his brows. Request to use invest in the crypto coin. An investment of 80 million U. Reading through the papers, Oliver frowned. Then, after a while, he dismissed the paper. Dismissed, the risk is too high and we're low on funds. Compared to the time that he had been the head of the household, the funds that he had managed to accumulate over the years had rapidly shrunk. Through terrible investments, bribery, and lavish spending, the money quickly dried up. The funds which Oliver thought would have lasted over a century had turned into something that could barely cover their expenditure for the next 5 years. Once his thoughts paused there, Oliver's fists clenched tightly. I should have made sure he died a more painful death. Jasper's death had been too easy. He should have tortured him for all the trouble he had caused his daughter and the guild members. Fuck. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. To talk It was then that Oliver suddenly heard the sound of someone knocking on the door. Closing his eyes and sensing who it was, a smile appeared on Oliver's face. "Come in." Clank. Opening the door and quietly coming in was a girl with auburn-colored hair. She was none other than Emma. Putting everything down, Oliver warmly smiled as he looked at his daughter. "Emma, what brings you here this late at night?" "Father." Greeting her father with a simple nod, Emma closed the door behind her. The smile on Oliver's face became bitter once he saw this. He didn't know what happened, but ever since returning from Isanor, he found his daughter to be more reserved. She wasn't as cheerful as she was in the past. "Is she sick?" Oliver thought. However, he quickly dismissed such a thought. No matter how he looked at her, she looked healthy. Maybe her complexion was a bit paler than usual, but that was about it. It was then that a thought suddenly struck him. Could it be related to the boy that Ren was talking about? His brows furrowed. If it was truly that, then it looked like he needed to have a talk with that boy. Shaking his head to dismiss all those thoughts in his head, Oliver raised his head and looked at his daughter. "Emma, if you have anything you wish to tell me, I'm all ears." "Okay." Emma nodded her head, closing her eyes, and taking a deep breath, she stared straight into her father's eyes. Her next words caused the room to freeze over. "Dad, I want you to give me permission to enter the Fallen Pit dungeon." Chapter 469. Emma Courtney Rochefield. The temperature of the room chilled considerably, as Oliver sat up straight. Propping his elbow on his desk, and covering the tip of his mouth with his finger, he coldly asked, "Repeat the words that you have just said." "I want to enter the Fallen Pit dungeon," Emma repeated with a resolute look on her face. Despite being subjected to her father's enormous presence, not once did she leave her side away from him. Her decision was made, and no one could change her mind. Being her father, Oliver naturally knew just how stubborn his daughter was. Therefore, he did not try to change her mind. He simply wanted to understand why she would make such a request. "Tell me why." Leaning back on his chair, he crossed his arms. "Tell me exactly why you want to enter that dungeon." Staring at her father, Emma bit her lips as her eyes flashed with sadness. Oliver did not miss this as he brought his body forward. "I want to become strong," Emma earnestly replied with her back straight. "I am far too weak to be of help." Oliver frowned at her words. "You are already C+ rank at the age of 20, and that is without having any resources. Now that I am back, you do not need to worry about any resources. I think you are worrying too much. You still have so much time to develop." "That is not what I mean." Emma cut her father off. "Dad, I understand that you are trying to help me. However, I need this for myself." The fact that Ren and Kevin had to give up on their rewards for her made Emma realize just how much of a burden she was. Had she not gotten injured, Ren would have most likely picked up the first place reward. However, because of her situation, he had purposely given up on the tournament for Kevin to win it and give her the Elven tier. She obviously did not buy the whole "I am bored" excuse that Ren used. Even if he was bored, why would he give up on such clear rewards? Emma was not stupid, and honestly, she was both extremely thankful and sad about the situation. Thankful for the fact that they would go to such lengths for her, and depressed by the idea that she was the reason why the two of them had to give up on their tournament rewards. Right then, her father once again spoke. "Can I really not change your mind? You know just how dangerous that dungeon is." "I know." Emma nodded her head, clenching her hands tightly. "If I did not know, I would not have suggested it." The Fallen Pit dungeon. It was a B-ranked dungeon owned by the Rochefield household. It was one of the few dungeons that the Rochefield household closed from the eyes of the public. The reason for this was not because it was dangerous. Although it was dangerous, in terms of danger, it was like any regular B-ranked dungeon out there. It was not anything worth worrying about. However, there was a particular feature about it that made it off-limit to the public and members of the Rochefield household. And that was the fact that once someone got in, they would only be able to come out once they managed to reduce the dungeon energy by half. There was no time limit, and only once the dungeon energy was cut by half, through killing the monsters inside, would the dungeon once again open up. No one knew why the dungeon was like that, however. That last factor alone was the reason why most people tended to avoid that dungeon. In order for someone to kill half of the monsters inside of the dungeon, it would take them at least months at their fastest. Not only that, they needed to survive in that harsh environment for that period of time. That dungeon was not a place anyone could just go in as they pleased. "Are you sure, Emma?" Oliver stood up. Walking out from behind his desk, he stopped in front of Emma, and both of their eyes met. Neither one of the two spoke during the time. This proceeded for the next minute, before Oliver eventually closed his eyes. "All right." He then let out a long sigh. "This is probably going to be irresponsible of me, but all right, I will do as you say. However, only for one condition." Opening his eyes once again, Oliver sternly said, "You are not going to go inside of that dungeon before you reach B- rank, and I personally train you for a while." "I understand." Emma nodded her head. That was what she was planning from the very start. She was not going to be reckless again. Only when she felt that she had an adequate shot at surviving did she plan on actually entering. In the meantime, she was planning on using her free time to train. Now that her father was back, and so were the resources, she was planning on taking advantage of them. Although she disliked the fact that she had to rely on her father to grow stronger, she was not stupid enough to reject them. Since it was available to her, she would naturally take advantage of them. "Good." Oliver nodded her head in satisfaction. Extending his hands and embracing Emma, he softly muttered next to her ears. Emma, although I had been missing for the past few years, I am going to try my best to make it up to you and support your decisions. Emma's body shook at his words. Leaning her head against her father's chest, she nodded her head. Sunday night. Are you already there? Amanda's voice rang from the speaker of the phone. Yup. I nodded my head. Glancing at Nola, who was currently swinging my arm around and singing in excitement, I added. Nola and I are currently near the entrance of the stadium. We will wait there. Okay. She then proceeded to hang up. Putting my phone away, I looked up toward the stadium in the distance. Although it was late into the night, the temperature in Ashton City was quite warm. That being said, even though it was warm, I was currently wearing a black hoodie. Given what happened in the tournament, it was fair to say that I was quite recognizable at the moment. Well, not if I used the mask. If I did not use the mask, no one would recognize me. It is quite loud, I muttered as I stared at my surroundings. Despite the concert still not having started, the surroundings were extremely noisy, as a sea of people headed for the stadium in the distance. Seeing just how crowded it was, I squeezed Nola's hand tightly. Nola, make sure you hold on tight, okay? Nola replied with a soft hum. Then, raising my hand, she started swinging it. I shook my head when I saw this. How nice must it be to be without worries? Following the people from behind and stopping in front of the stadium, I tensed my arm to stop Nola from swinging it. All right, let us wait over here. Why? Nola questioned. Do you not want to wait for Amanda? Yes. Nola's face brightened. I want sister. How cute, I thought when I caught sight of her face. Fortunately, we did not have to wait for long for Amanda, as I soon spotted her coming in our direction. Actually, it was not really that hard to spot her. The moment she appeared, she instantly attracted the attention of most of the people present. With her hair tied behind her back, and wearing a thin black shirt coupled with a small black skirt, Amanda looked really beautiful. Imprinted on her shirt was the name of the idol group, Kimball. Wow, is she an idol? So beautiful. I think I have seen her before. Wherever she walked, be it boy or girl, they would stop and stare at her for a brief moment and comment on her looks. Why is she not covering her face? Knowing that this would happen, I told her to bring a hoodie or a mask, but it seemed like she did not care too much about attracting too much attention. Guess she was too used to it. Ignoring the stares, Amanda's footsteps came to a pause. Raising her head, she looked around the place. She was probably trying to look at us. Letting Amanda know where we were was Nola, who screamed out loud. Sister. Even though it was quite crowded and Nola's voice was quickly drowned out by the noises, Amanda was able to somehow hear Nola's words as her head snapped in our direction. Her eyes lit up and she headed our way. Nola. Hee. Rather than greeting me first, the moment she arrived she bent down and gave Nola a hug, causing her to giggle in happiness. Have you two hugged enough? The hug persisted for quite a bit, and it was only after I complained that they separated from each other. Standing up, Amanda looked at me. You jealous? Why would I be? I rolled my eyes and once again took Nola's hand. All right, let us get going. Wait. Amanda suddenly cut me off. Raising her head, she looked around. What about the others? Others? Yes, did you not tell me that Kevin and the others were also coming? Raising my hand, I smacked my forehead. About that, how should I put it? Scratching the bottom of my chin, I turned my head away from Amanda and mumbled in a soft voice, hoping that she would not be able to hear it. It was a lie. A lie. Unfortunately, somehow, Amanda was able to hear my mumble. I suddenly felt a small tug coming from my shoulder as Amanda turned my body. What lies? She asked with her brows furrowed. Seeing the slight annoyance in her face, the edges of my lips curled upward. I lied about the fact that others were coming. Ha. Amanda let go of my shoulder. You were the one who said that Han Yufei was more handsome than me. Amanda's head tilted to the extreme. Her brows, which were already knit, furrowed even tighter as her face became slightly colder. Squeezing Nola's hand, I dragged her to the entrance of the building. Well, let us get going. The show is about to start. You. Dragging Nola from behind, I moved away from Amanda, who seemed to be speechless at the situation. She had that coming. To be honest, apart from the fact that I wanted to get back at her for what she did, I had another reason for doing what I did. Primarily, I wanted to see what sort of reaction Amanda would make. Ever since what happened back in Isanor, Amanda had become a lot more attentive to me, and although I was not the brightest when it came to the romance department, the idea that Amanda could possibly like me sprung inside of my mind. Of course, this was only a far-fetched assumption. After all, she could have just been grateful for what I did. Still, I wanted to test if she actually liked me or not, and thus, lied to her about the others coming. And although brief, I did see Amanda look at me with annoyance back then. Did that prove to me that she liked me? I still was not 100% sure, but I now knew for sure that it could be a very real possibility. Tickets please. Handing the tickets for the concert to the guard waiting at the entrance, I looked back. There I saw Amanda headed our way with an angry look on her face. She is definitely angry. Although her expression was the same as usual, expressionless, the aura she was giving out clearly indicated to me that she was angry. Our eyes soon met, and a smirk emerged on my lips. I will see you inside. I mouthed with my mouth before heading inside with Nola, who was clueless about what exactly happened. Chapter 470. Thank you all for coming to our show. Entering the main stage were 5 girls all wearing cute dresses. They were the members of Kimball. At their appearance, the crowd erupted into cheers as they all started waving their glow sticks in the air. What? Waving her glow sticks in the air? Nola mimicked the crowd as she cried out in excitement. Grabbing onto her small legs, I raised my head and shouted. The way she was moving made it hard for me to keep a hold of her. Nola, be careful. What? But it did not seem as though she could hear me as she continued to shout alongside the crowd. I could only sigh at this. I guess I just have to be more careful. Thank you, thank you. Thanking the crowd was a girl with soft black hair and a very pretty face. Her name was Sophia Ray, and she was the leader of the group. I knew this because throughout the whole journey to the stadium, Nola had made me memorize the names of each of the girls in the group. Flashing a stunning smile, Sophia winked at the crowd and got into position with her group. Thank you all for coming today. We are very happy with your presence. Today, we will start with our first song, Tribunal. I hope you enjoy it. The already boiling crowd became even more excited as they began to shout words of love. We love you, Kimball. Thank you, Sophia. We love you all. Listening to the crowd's words, my face cringed a little. To be honest, I was not the type of guy that loved this type of stuff. I was more into classical and calming music. Sometimes I liked listening to different genres, but that was when I was in a mood to destroy something. Glancing at Amanda, who was standing next to me, I asked, "Still angry at me?" "I am over it." To my surprise, Amanda shook her head. Oh, tilting my head to get a better look at my face, I remained skeptical. "Are you really?" "Yes." Amanda once again nodded her head. I squinted my eyes when I saw this, however. I eventually shrugged it off. Did not really buy it, but there was nothing else I could do anyways. What was done was done. A lot of women fall in love and chase empty dreams, but I want to take that to the head before I leave your side. You make me happy, just being with you. I fall in need of your love. It was then that the music started playing, and the girls' beautiful voices started traveling throughout every corner of the arena grounds. It had to be noted that the girls were currently not holding onto a microphone, and that was because the sound they were making was created through the vibration of the mana in the air. It was sort of similar to Benjamin, the guy I wanted to recruit back at the lock. Through manipulating the mana in the air, the singers were able to directly instill emotions into the viewers' heads, making the music seem more impactful. The general person could not have noticed it, however. That was the general crowd. With my strength nearing A- rank, such tricks could no longer fool me. You also noticed it, right? Yes. Amanda also seemed to have noticed the same thing as she nodded her head and added, "Their mana control is not bad." I agree. For them to be able to do what they did, they without a doubt had trained a lot. When things get rough, love is all you need. So let me shoulder your burden. Love me right now. And that you love her, like roses loves them overgrowing. The first song lasted for a total of 5 minutes, and throughout the whole performance, the dancers danced to the rhythm of the music in a very coordinated manner. Following the first song, they began to sing a second, then a third, and soon they were on the 8th song. By this point, I was already exhausted, yet the crowd and Nola seemed more energized than before. Waha. Fortunately, it did not seem like I was the only one who felt this way, as Amanda also seemed to be feeling the same as me. I understood where she came from though. Just like me, she was not someone that liked crowds a lot, and was not really the energetic type too. Leaning closer to her, I whispered in her ear, "You also tired, are you not?" Seemingly caught off guard, Amanda's head recoiled back as she covered her ear with her hand. She glared at me. You. That was not on purpose." Raising my hands, I immediately tried to defend myself. "Don't blame me for this. The crowd is too loud." Squinting her eyes, Amanda lowered her hand. Once she did so, I was able to see that her ear was slightly red. I feigned ignorance to that. Pointing that out would do me no good. "Don't do it again," Amanda said in a soft voice. Pursing her lips together, she added, "It tickles. You ticklish." My eyebrow raised at this new piece of information. However, before I could follow up, I suddenly felt the attention of the whole crowd directed toward my general direction. "Gentlemen over there." Following this, I suddenly heard a familiar voice from the distance. Turning my head in the direction of where the voice came from, I finally realized why the voice sounded familiar. It was because it belonged to none other than the lead singer Sophia Ray. Oh God. I inwardly groaned when I realized this. Once I turned around and my eyes met with the lead singer, she proceeded to flash a smile in my direction. The moment that happened, I felt multiple jealous gazes headed in my direction. I then pointed my finger toward me. Although it was quite clear that she was trying to talk to me, I just wanted to make sure I was really the one person she was addressing. Her next words made me realize that I was. Yes, you. Taking a step forward, she looked at the top of my head and asked, "Gentleman over there, may I ask, is that your daughter over your head?" Daughter. Raising my head and seeing Nola, I finally understood why she had called for me. Ah, I see, she mistook Nola for my daughter. Understandable. My current face was that of an older man. Yes, she is our daughter. Before I could reply to her, I suddenly felt something soft grab my right arm, and my heart nearly jumped out of my chest. Ha. Letting out a weird sound, my head snapped toward my right, where I saw Amanda standing next to me with her face as red as a tomato. She had a look of regret on her face, however. Biting her lips and increasing the grip of my arm, she continued with her story. The girl is our daughter." Opening my eyes wide, I looked at Amanda with a dumbfounded look. My mouth opened and closed repeatedly. "Amanda?" In the end, those were all the words I could muster. Despite that, Amanda did not answer and forcefully kept her eyes on the front. From her expression, I could tell that she wanted to dig herself a hole. Unaware of what was happening, putting on a brilliant smile, the leading singer turned her attention toward Nola. "Oh, what a sweet couple you two are," the lead singer complimented. She then bent down and asked, "What is your name, little girl?" "Nola," Nola shouted back. What shocked me the most about this was the fact that she did not bother correcting the misunderstanding. Honestly, from that point on, everything felt like a blur. My mind was so out of it that before I knew it, I found Nola on the stage next to the singers. Nola, in the stage. Ha, Nola. Snapping out of it, my eyes opened widely. Turning around and glancing at Amanda, who had long let go of my arm, I pointed at Nola, who was on the stage. "Amanda, when did Nola get there?" Without turning her head and glancing at me from the corner of her eyes, Amanda replied, "Do you not remember?" "No." I shook my head before I lowered my head and asked, "Whose fault do you think that is?" Pursing her lips, Amanda turned her head away from me and said, "Everything should be fine. They only asked for her to dance on the stage. They do it every show." Massaging my forehead, I let out a sigh. Ha, was not this supposed to be a holiday? Why do I feel more mentally tired than back when I was inside of the monolith? Really? Just as I was about to come to terms with the situation, I suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure in the distance. Once my eyes paused on the figure, my head recoiled back as my face turned strange. Ha, what in the world is he doing here? What is wrong? Seemingly sensing my shift in mood, Amanda asked. Glancing at her, I softly muttered, "Nothing big, I just found a familiar face. Wait here and keep an eye on Nola." "What?" Lowering my hoodie, I took a step forward, however, recalling something. My feet came to a stop. Turning my head, I handed Amanda my phone. "Take a video of Nola on the stage. Make sure to capture everything." Without waiting for Amanda to reply, I quickly headed in the direction of the familiar figure. Unprecedented solemnness clouded my face. This is a problem. Passing through the crowd with my hoodie covering my face, I soon arrived next to the figure. Placing my hand on his shoulders, I pulled his shoulder. "Oi, what in the world are you doing here?" Ha! Obviously startled by my sudden actions, the figure angrily turned his head in my direction. "Who in the world are you?" Ha! I let out a dry chuckle. "Did not think you would forget about your boss, Leopold?" "That is right." The figure who I had caught sight of from the distance was none other than Leopold. "Boss." A sudden look of realization flashed across Leopold's face the moment I said those words as his face mellowed out. Then, turning his head, he avoided my line of sight, as he dryly laughed. "Ha, ha, what are you doing here?" "That is what I wanted to ask. I never took you for someone who was a fanatic for idol groups. Out of all the people that I knew, he was the last person that I would have guessed." Letting out a long sigh, I patted him on the shoulder. "Before anything else, I just wanted to say that I am not angry, just confused by the fact that you are into idol groups. Everyone had their hobbies, I was not one to judge. Was just weirded out by the idea of someone like Leopold being into idol groups. Just did not fit his image, actually." Scratching the side of his neck, Leopold had an awkward look on his face. "I am actually here for my daughter." "Daughter?" Freezing on the spot, I had a sudden look of understanding. "Alright, I forgot you had a daughter." Prior to recruiting him, I had looked through his profile, and did in fact remember that he had a daughter. Because Leopold never really talked about his past, I nearly forgot about it. Now everything made more sense. She was quite old if I remembered correctly. Looking around the place, I curiously asked, "Where is your daughter?" "Over there." Raising his hand, Leopold pointed toward the distance. "Where?" Curious, I followed the direction of where he was pointing at. Ha! Blinking my eyes a couple of times, I looked at Leopold with an incredulous look on my face. "I am not seeing wrongly, am I?" "You are not." Leopold shook his head. Turning his head to look at me, he said, "That is my daughter right there. She even has the same surname as me. Ray." My jaw dropped. Chapter 471. Thank you all for coming, and we hope you enjoyed the show. Doing her signature pose, Sophia waved at the crowd. This caused them to cheer even more loudly. Unfortunately for them, it was already the end of the show. Therefore, giving them one last goodbye, Sophia quickly headed back to the changing rooms with her group. Upon entering the changing rooms, Sophia slumped down on her chair. She let out a long and tired breath. "Ha, I am tired. Tell me about it." Slumping down on the chair next to her was Penelope, her other group member. Taking a wet towel, she covered her eyes with it and leaned her head back. "Ugh, my legs are hurting like crazy." "Same," Sophia replied in agreement. "But, I am used to it by now." Raising the towel on her face and uncovering her eyes, Penelope skeptically looked at her. "Stop pretending. I know that you are not tired at all. You are one of the star students at the Lock. You do not need to be humble." Sophia merely smiled in response to Penelope's comment. She then added, "Just because I am a student of the Lock does not mean that I am immune to tiredness." Yeah. Penelope completely dismissed her comment. Sophia shook her head when she saw this. In a way, what Penelope said was correct. Thanks to her training at the Lock, she was now able to keep her stamina in check during her performances. She also was not wrong when she said that she was one of the star students at the Lock, as she was in fact ranked in the top 50 in her year, an achievement that was quite considerable. I have always been meaning to ask." Putting the towel down, Penelope suddenly sat up straight and looked at Sophia. A frown appeared on her delicate face. "Is money still a problem? I know that the Lock costs a lot of money, but if you spend your time with us, will you not fall behind the others in your year?" "It is fine." Bending down and taking a similar wet towel, Sophia covered her eyes. Feeling the cold towel on her face, Sophia smiled in pleasure. Money is not really a problem. This was a bit of a difficult topic for her. The main reason why she was an idol in the first place was because of her family's past situation. Although they lived comfortably, they were not particularly rich, at least not to the point of being able to pay the Locke's yearly tuition fee, which was incredibly expensive. Despite making 7 million per year herself, she was still unable to pay the whole tuition fee. Had it not been for her father, she probably would not have been able to attend the Locke. Thinking about her father, Sophia felt a mixture of different emotions. She could not quite explain what happened, but one day while she was still a trainee for her idol group, she came home to find that her tuition for the Locke had already been paid in advance by him. Before she could confront him about the situation, she found out that he had gone on a long trip. A trip that lasted a whole 2 years. During that time, Sophia panicked a lot as she thought that in order to pay for her tuition fees her father had decided to undertake some extremely dangerous job. Only recently did she finally receive a call from him. Though relieved, she was still very angry at him. How could he just leave her like that, without any explanations, and making her worried sick for the past 2 years? Unknowingly, Sophia's teeth clenched and she secretly swore to herself. He said that he is coming to visit me today. When he comes I will let him have a piece of me. Hey Sophia, what did you think about the girl you brought on stage today? Was she not just adorable? It was then that she suddenly heard Penelope's excited voice. Raising the towel on her head, she found Penelope's face a couple of inches away from her. Sophia quickly moved her back. Wow, move back a little. Do not be like that, Sophia, here have a look. Taking out her phone, Penelope showed Sophia an image of the girl that they had taken to the stage. Staring at the photo, Penelope squealed in delight. Come on, you cannot tell me that is not cute. Staring at the photo, Sophia nodded her head. Sure, she could not deny it. The girl was indeed quite cute. It was then that the other group members huddled up together and stared at the image of the little girl on Penelope's phone. Oh, is that not the girl from today's performance? I did not get to see because of all the lights, but she is quite the cute one, huh? Oh my, how cute. Just look at her cheeks. Instantly, a cheerful atmosphere pervaded over the room. Hey, Sophia, why do you not look excited? You perhaps thinking of a boy? Out of nowhere, one of the group members suddenly teased. Glancing at the girl, Sophia bluntly replied, as if, there she is, the ice queen is back. Penelope commented from the side as she lowered her phone. Her lips curled into a smirk. Say, is there really no one you are interested in, Sophia? With your looks and popularity, I do not doubt the fact that you will be able to find a boyfriend easily. No thank you. Sophia quickly rejected. She then added, I do not have time for things like that. It was not that she did not want a boyfriend however, she just did not have the time for one. Setting aside her idol activities, she had to focus on her academy work. She barely had any free time for herself, let alone a boyfriend. And, well, none of them are as good as him. Sophia muttered inside of her mind with a longing look on her face. Actually, there was one guy that came to her mind when she thought about love however. He was not someone that someone like her could reach. He was someone that shone on a brighter and more important stage than she had ever performed in. From the moment she had set her sight on him, Sophia found all of the boys near her dull and boring. It is too bad that he is not someone I can reach. Unfortunately, he was not someone that she could casually talk to. Despite her idol status, their achievements were worlds apart from each other. The only thing she could do was focus on herself, and maybe hope that one day she could reach for him. We are almost there, Leopold. Patting Leopold in the back, I urged him to continue forward. At the moment we were currently headed backstage to meet Leopold's daughter, Sophia Ray, and the group leader of the idol group. This revelation was a pleasant surprise since I could use this as an excuse to help Nola meet them and take photos with them. How convenient, I thought. However, there was one slight problem. What are you so nervous about, boss? Give me a moment. And that problem was none other than Leopold, who looked extremely nervous at the prospect of meeting his own daughter. This was understandable though. He had not met her for almost 2 years. I would also be nervous if I were in his shoes. Click, click. Just then I suddenly heard a familiar clicking sound. Stop that. To no surprise, I found Leopold hunched up, trying to light up a cigarette. Dashing in his direction, I snatched the lighter and cigarette from his mouth and pointed at Nola, who was currently in Amanda's arms. There is a little girl over here. Why in the world are you smoking? Oh come on boss, you know that they are not that bad. Leopold looked at me with a pleading look. Ignoring his pleas, I put the lighter and cigarette away. No means no, let us go. Hayes. With a long and exaggerated sigh, I managed to drag Leopold all the way toward the changing room of Kimball. Along the way we were stopped multiple times by security. However, prior to coming here, the manager had given Leopold a special card that enabled him private access, and thus, we were able to get through without too much trouble. On second thought, I do not want to go in. The moment we arrived at the door, Leopold suddenly started to get cold feet. As if I am going to let that stop me. Grabbing him by the back of his shirt, I proceeded to knock on the door. To talk. Leopold's body instantly stiffened, and I finally let go of his shirt. This guy. Staring at him, I could not help but shake my head. Never before had I seen Leopold so nervous. Even when he was fighting against a horde of demons and Diergars, he did not look that nervous. It was a weird sight if I had to say. Clank. It was only after a couple of seconds had passed that the door opened. Peeking from the side of the door was one of the members of the group. Evelyn was her name if I did not remember wrongly. Was not really sure. Yes. How may I help you? Hello there. Taking a step forward and flashing a brilliant smile, I patted Leopold's shoulder. This guy over here wants to meet his daughter. Once those words left my mouth, Evelyn's eyes lit up. Ah, you are Sophia's father. Swinging the door open, the insides of the changing room became visible for all of us to see. From there, we instantly found multiple eyes staring in our direction. They were the other members of the group. Father. Just then, a familiar voice sounded from the other side of the room. Leopold's already stiff body stiffened even more as he forced a smile. Sophia. Sophia dear, it has been a while. It has indeed been a while, Sophia icily said as she looked at Leopold with cold eyes. Well, that was at least how it looked on the surface. I could tell from a glance that she was merely putting up a front. She definitely looked relieved to see her father. Not that he could notice anything since at the moment he was merely a shadow of his normal self. Before Leopold could say anything else, Sophia nudged her head in my direction. Who are those people behind you? Ah. Finally snapping out of it, Leopold turned to look in my direction. Grabbing me by the shoulders, he dragged me forward. Sophia. Sophia dear, let me introduce you. This guy over here is my boss. Your boss? With a skeptical look on her face, I suddenly felt Sophia's gaze stare at me from top to bottom. This persisted for the next few seconds before she quickly lost interest in me. She then proceeded to look in Amanda's and Nola's direction. However, halfway through her sentence, she suddenly stopped. What about oh, is that not the girl from before? It was not just her that noticed this as all the other members also finally took notice of Nola, as their eyes instantly brightened up. It is really her. How cute. Look at her cheeks. They all instantly dashed in Nola's direction. Way. Initially, afraid that Nola would be startled by their sudden actions, I tried to say something. However, I quickly stopped the moment I found Nola giggling happily at them. Never mind. Actually, the one that seemed to be the most overwhelmed at the moment seemed to be Amanda. So, MR boss, I would like to ask you a few questions. At that moment, I suddenly heard Sophia's voice coming from behind me. With her legs and arms crossed, she looked at me with a semi-cold look on her face. Yes, please sit. She pointed at the seat opposite her. Sure. Smiling slightly, I did as she asked. To be honest, I understood where she was coming from. Out of nowhere, her father came back home with a lot of money, and suddenly disappeared for a long time. Furthermore, he came back with a ton of money. Given his previous job and income, she would naturally be skeptical about what her father's job was. I would have been as well. Therefore, sitting down in my seat, I calmly smiled at her. Is there anything you would like to ask? Nodding her head, Sophia's brows knit tightly. Biting her lips, she asked, can you please tell me how much my father owes you? Owes me? Taken aback, a strange look appeared on my face. Before I could reply, she continued, I may not have enough money now, but I swear I can pay you back in a couple of years and… Hold on. I quickly cut her off. I then looked at Leopold and said, I think there has been a misunderstanding here. Leopold does not owe me anything. Hearing my words, Sophia had an unconvinced look on her face. Is this true? She asked. Ha. Seeing how skeptical she was being, I let out a long sigh. I guess I have no choice but to introduce myself properly. I tapped my face which soon morphed into that of my regular self. Then, lowering my hoodie, I extended my hand in her direction. Nice to meet you, my name is Reem. Midway through my introduction, Sophie's eyes opened widely as her mouth opened and closed repeatedly. What? Chapter 472. What? Unknowingly Sophia's face started to become bright red. Are you okay? Noticing her slight change in demeanor, I tilted my head to the side. There was something about her behavior. It did not seem like I was the only one who noticed this as Leopold worriedly placed his hand on Sophia's forehead. Sophia dear, are you okay? Stop. Smacking Leopold's hand away, Sophia stuttered as she looked at me. It cannot be. Hold on. Meeting her gaze, I suddenly had a strange thought inside of my mind. That cannot be. I quickly shook my head, trying to deny such a thought. It just could not be. Or rather, I wanted to not believe in the thought. It was then that Sophia once again spoke up. You are Rendover, right? As she spoke up, I managed to pick up a slight tremble in her voice. Letting out a small sigh, I nodded my head. It looks like my hunch was right. Yes, I am indeed him. Oh my god. Sophia's face instantly brightened up. Her face quickly snapped in Leopold's direction. Dad, why did you not tell me that he was your boss? Ha. Turning his head, Leopold looked at me with a look that said, what is she on about? I shrugged my shoulders in response. Although I already had an idea, I really wanted to deny it. It was right then that Sophia suddenly lunged in my direction and grabbed both of my hands and said, I am a huge fan. What? Finally, Leopold was able to understand what was happening. Turning his head, he looked at me with a betrayed and hurt look. His face then proceeded to contort. How is this my fault? I wanted to rebuke, however, before I even had the chance to do so, Sophia had already started speaking. I have watched and replayed all of your matches back at the conference, especially when you beat up that orc and that pretty boy. A word suddenly caught my interest. Raising my brow, I asked, pretty boy? Yes, that Kevin guy. Although he looks pretty, he clearly was no match for you. All my friends say he is handsome, but honestly, you are way better looking. Oh, and the way you forfeited was so cool. For a split moment, I wanted to let her continue. Just the fact that she was praising me over Kevin made me like her instantly. However, knowing just how wrong the situation was, I quickly freed my hands and looked at Leopold. My hope was that he would try and stop his daughter, but his response was not really what I had expected. With his arms crossed, and with his head lowered, he nodded his head. I have to agree with my daughter. You were pretty cool back there. Oi. Now it was my face's turn to contort. What in the world is he doing? This should be the bit where you are supposed to deny. Leopold shook his head. Boss, I am an honest man. Ha. Not knowing how to react, I could only let out a sigh. Sophia's sudden outburst seemed to have caught the attention of the other people present, as I was quickly surrounded by all the idol members. Oh my god. I remember you, Kaie. It is him. Surrounded by the girls, I did not know how to react as I looked in Amanda's direction in the hope of some help. However, all I was met with was a cold and apathetic look. You are enjoying this, are you not? Was what her face seemed to say, or at least what I assumed it said, as her expression was quite hard to read, especially since she was currently wearing a skin mask. I had given it to her before because she simply attracted way too much attention due to her looks. This was also why during the time the camera was pointed in our direction, no one took notice of her. Had she not been wearing her mask, I could have guaranteed that all attention would have been drawn to her, instead of Nola. Well, at least for a bit. In hindsight, bad move, because had it not been for the mask, she would have never pulled her previous stunt. Mr. Dover, wow. Suddenly finding Sophia's face near mine, I finally snapped out of my thoughts as I moved my head away from her a little. Sorry. Quickly apologizing, Sophia coughed. I read from reports that you were single, and that you were only 20 years old. Turning her head slightly, she glanced in Nola's and Amanda's direction. That woman over there said that she was your daughter, but does she not look a little bit too old to be your daughter? Unless the fact that Nola is our daughter is a lie. I cut her off before she could finish her sentence. The moment I said those words, Sophia's face quickly brightened up. However, picking this cue up, I quickly followed up by pointing in Amanda's direction. The fact that she is my girlfriend is not a lie. At the exact moment I said those words, I suddenly heard a weird sound come from behind me. Without needing to look, I could already imagine what face Amanda was making. However, this was something I had to do. This was not out of pettiness, but because I did not want Leopold's daughter to fall in love with me. In short, I was using Amanda as my shield. Oh. With a short nod, Sophia turned to look in Amanda's direction. Tilting her head to the side, she smiled and asked, "Is that true?" Turning around, my eyes met with Amanda's. After staring at each other for a brief moment, and seemingly understanding each other, Amanda simply took off her mask, revealing her features in front of everyone. Wow, so beautiful. Oh my god. I know her. She was also in the tournament. Instantly all of the girls, from Kimball apart from Sophia, looked at Amanda with amazement. Following this, they instantly gathered around her and tried to strike up a conversation with her. On a good note, I managed to get rid of all the attention away from me. On a bad note, it seemed that Sophia had still not given up on me as she looked at me with a skeptical look on her face. "Is she really your girlfriend?" she asked with her arms crossed. "Well, sort of." I nodded my head. Sort of. Yeah, we started dating not too long ago. Our relationship is quite new. I knew exactly what she was going to try at the moment. If my guess was not wrong, she was probably going to say something along the lines of prove to me that you two are in a relationship. And then we would be forced to do something very uncomfortable. Sorry, but no thank you. This was not because I disliked Amanda or anything like that. To be honest, with everything that happened today, the idea that Amanda liked me became more prominent. However, even if that was true, I still was unsure about my feelings for her. I mean, sure, she was incredibly beautiful, kind, and more than anything else a calming person to stay with, but I had been too busy preoccupied with everything that had happened with the other entity. I was afraid that my emotions were fake. Simply put, I needed more time to figure things out. Squinting her eyes, Sophia looked at me with a skeptical look on her face. She was still unconvinced by my words. Smiling at her, I stood up from my seat and looked at Leopold. All right, it is getting late and Nola is getting sleepy. Guess it is time for us to go back. You stay and have fun with your daughter. I needed to get out of here before things became too messy. Sure. Leopold nodded his head. Before I could turn around to the others, Leopold suddenly grabbed my shoulder. "Ren, wait up." "What is it?" I asked. Well, licking his lips and looking around the room, Leopold scratched the side of his cheek before eventually saying, "About the cigarettes you too." Nope. I cut him off before he could finish his sentence. There was no way in hell I was going to give him his cigarettes back. He was simply way too addicted. Instead of thinking about cigarettes, think about spending time with your daughter. Tapping on my mask to change my face again, I grabbed Amanda's wrist and dragged her out of the place. Before leaving, I made sure to say goodbye to the others. "Have a good day. Really enjoyed your performance. Oh, and keep our appearance a secret." Clank. Before they could even reply, I quickly closed the door behind me. Finally out of the mess, I let out a long and tired sigh and lowered my body. Glancing up to Amanda, I bitterly smiled. That was even more tiring than the show itself. I was met with no response. "Amanda?" Staring at Amanda and looking at her line of sight, I realized where the problem lay and quickly let go of her wrist. "Sorry." I quickly apologized. "No, it is okay." Shaking her head, She smiled and looked at Nola, who had her arms wrapped around her neck. A smile involuntarily appeared on my face when I saw this. Looks like she is tired. She looked quite adorable at the moment. Come here, Nola. Extending my hands, I tried to take Nola away from Amanda, however. She quickly refused and snuggled her head on Amanda's neck. No, it is fine. Amanda patted Nola's back. Let her be. I am not uncomfortable. Are you sure? Yeah. All right, I guess. Patting Nola's head, I scratched the back of my head and finally decided to head back home. Looking back, although this experience was quite tiring, in a way, it was also quite a breath of fresh air. It was not too bad. A few hours later, the ride back home after the concert was a quiet one. With the both of them understandably tired, neither spoke too much alongside the ride. The moment they arrived at their apartments, Amanda quickly gave Nola back to Ren and bid each other goodbye before entering their apartments. Clank. Opening the door to her apartment, to Amanda's surprise, she found that the lights were still on. Oh, you are back. Greeting her was her mother, who was currently sitting down on the sofa reading a book. I am back. Taking off her shoes, Amanda greeted her mother back. How was the concert? Good. I see. Natasha nodded her head before closing the book in her hands. Turning her head and leaning her arm on the back of the sofa, she teasingly looked at Amanda. So, any progress with the boy? It was at that moment that Amanda's body stiffened. Like a robot, Amanda turned her head to look at her mother. Progress? Ha, Amanda. Even if I have been missing since you were 5, do not think you can fool me. I know you like the boy. Covering her mouth with her hand, Natasha laughed. With your looks, I do not see any problems with him falling for you. Hee hee. Right. Nodding her head, Amanda decided to ignore her mother before heading for her room. Wait, Amanda, where are you going? You still have not told me. Clank. Shutting the door behind her, Amanda cut her mother off. The moment she closed the door, she instantly jumped on her bed and covered her face with her pillow, and her body rolled all over the bed. What? What have I done? Thinking back at what happened today, Amanda found her cheeks becoming warmer and warmer. She is our daughter. Recalling the embarrassing words she said in front of the thousands of people, Amanda could not help but clutch the bedsheets of her bed and swing her legs in the air. A muffled shout rang in the air. Fortunately for her, her shout was drowned by the pillow in front of her. This did not persist for long, however, as a frown soon appeared on her face. Lifting her head, Amanda turned her body to face the ceiling of the room, recalling the time when Ren was surrounded by the girls. Unknowingly, Amanda's grip on the bedsheets tightened. She did not really think too much back in the past, because Ren tended to be low-key. However, now that his fight had been broadcasted throughout the whole human domain, everyone got to see how strong he was. Not only that, but Ren was actually quite handsome himself, and added with what he did during the tournament. Amanda suddenly sat up straight. Oh no. It was then and there that Amanda suddenly realized something. Is Ren more popular than I thought? Chapter 473. A maddening scribbling sound rang inside a dark room that was lit up by a pale yellow light coming from a small lamp sitting atop a large wooden desk. Sat behind the desk was a male with long dark hair and green eyes. He was none other than Connell Rhinestone, Aaron's father. His current state was a mess as his eyes bagged, his clothes were unkempt, and a heavy stench of alcohol permeated throughout the room. How fucking dare they? He muttered as his head slumped to the side of the table. Bang. Standing up, he banged the table with his fist. Fuckers. How dare they do this to my son? He is 876. What bullshit is this? As he screamed, his voice was filled with resentment. The reason for this was because of the actions that the Union had taken after his son's death. Instead of giving him his son's body back, the Union handed him to the monolith and proclaimed him to be the wanted criminal 876. The repercussions of such an announcement were extremely powerful, as not even a day after the announcement was made and huge protests began to parade beneath his guild as people started branding him and his guild members as villains, murderers, supporters of evil. Their image was completely tarnished, and the following day, many of the members proclaimed their resignation, and slowly one by one more and more members started to leave. Connell watched as everything that he had painstakingly built over the years with his blood, sweat, and tears crashed in just a matter of days. From his guild to his own son. Fuck. Connell rolled his head on the table as his fist once again smashed against the table. What sort of bullshit was this? My son was 876? Impossible. Connell had already read about 876. This was only natural. After all, the bounty on his head was huge, and it had indeed interested him in the past. That being said, having read that, he knew exactly what it was impossible for Aaron to be 876. It was clear that the Union was trying to frame his son in order to protect the actual 876, which was none other than the kid Ren Dover. Connell would have been stupid to have not made that connection. Slumping back down on his chair, Connell powerlessly looked toward the glass window of his office. There he managed to catch sight of the beautiful city that shone brightly in the night. It was beautiful, or that was at least how it used to look in the past. However, now that his son was gone, everything started to become duller for him. Aaron. A parent's worst nightmare was seeing their own son die before them, especially when it was broadcasted throughout the whole human domain. Just recalling the image of his son being split into two, and his body laying down on the floor whilst everyone was cheering pained Connell's heart to no end. He could not understand it. Why? Why did this have to happen to my son? Connell mumbled repeatedly as he leaned forward on his desk and grabbed onto his head with both hands. What did we do to deserve all of this? Gulp. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Connell's eyes suddenly snapped open. Ha, ha. His breathing started to become more laborious, and sweat tricked down the side of his face. Swallowing another mouthful of saliva, he leaned back and opened the drawer next to him. Upon opening the drawer, Connell took out a small piece of paper shrouded by a mysterious black hue. So you have made your mind. It was at the exact moment that he took out the paper that a raspy voice suddenly sounded from the other side of the room. Instead of being startled, Connell's eyes remained fixed on the paper in front of him. Tracing his eyes alongside the paper, he soon raised his head and his eyes paused on a black spectral figure in the corner of the room. His bright and red eyes shone in the darkness. You are here, Connell said. Coo coo coo. A raspy laugh suddenly resounded throughout the room as the spectral figure took a step forward, revealing the features of a black humanoid creature. Staring at the contract in Connell's hands, he asked, "How about it? Are you interested in signing the contract?" Connell did not answer immediately. With his eyes still fixed on the creature before him, he opened his mouth and asked, "Why should I sign a contract with you? In terms of strength, you are only a count ranked demon, while I am S+ ranked. Would I not gain more if I signed a contract with another more powerful demon?" "You could." Pacing around the room and sitting on the table, the black humanoid creature suddenly smiled. "Let me tell you a story." "A story?" Connell's brows knit. His voice suddenly deepened. "I do not have time for stories, but I will bet you will want to hear this one." Ignoring Connell, the dark humanoid creature started to talk. There was once a demon, a young demon. He was just like any other demon out there, purposeless, just invading other planets and corrupting the mana of that world into demonic energy. The demon suddenly licked his lips and leaned closer to Connell, who was staring at him with a serious look. As he leaned closer to Connell, the demon whispered, "As you know, in order to survive, we must conquer planets and convert the mana into demonic energy. It is the way we can feed ourselves." Wah, ah, tada tada. Before Connell could speak, the demon placed his finger on his mouth and winked. "Let me finish my story." An intense pressure suddenly bore down on the room. The pressure came from Connell's body, however. The demon simply shrugged it off as he continued. "As I was saying, there was once this demon. He was young and well, he was a demon. Just like any other demon out there, he simply conquered planets after planets just to ensure his survival. His existence was, how should I say it?" Placing his hand over his chin, a thoughtful look appeared on the demon's face as he crossed his legs. "Purposeless?" Snapping his fingers, he looked at Connell. "Yeah, that is right. Purposeless. That is the best way I could describe his existence. Aside from conquering planets and surviving, we have no purpose. Because of the Demon King, we cannot do anything we want. How should I say it for you humans to understand? It is like going to work 24 hours a day without a rest." Pausing, the demon once again licked his lips. "Now, what do you think would happen if one day that demon got a purpose?" Placing his hands on the desk, he leaned his face closer to Connell's. "What if suddenly out of nowhere that demon got a purpose? Regardless of how big or small it was. What do you think would happen? You would try your best to do it." Connell instinctively answered before his body suddenly stiffened. Unknowingly, he had gotten swept by the demon's words. A smile appeared on the demon's face when he saw this. "Correct." Moving away from the desk, the demon sat down on the chair opposite. Raising his hand, he stared at his long and pointy nails. "Now, what if I were to tell you that I am merely a pawn? A small piece of a bigger board at play? What would you do if you were in the same position as me?" Lowering his hand, the room suddenly chilled as the demon's smile faded. His shift in demeanor sent chills down Connell's body. "Why am I scared? He is clearly weaker than me," Connell thought as he secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Shifting his body back, Connell was just about to reply when the demon answered in an apathetic voice. "You would obviously be the best fucking piece out there." His glare pierced right through Connell's eyes, and the temperature dropped even more. A deadly silence permeated the room as Connell and the demon stared at each other. This persisted for a good moment, before the demon smiled once again and leaned back on the chair. "Sorry about that, I almost lost myself there." Waving his hand over his face, he fanned himself. Glancing at Connell from the corner of his eyes, the smile on his face deepened. "You are probably wondering why I am saying this to you, right?" Without saying anything, Connell nodded his head. "What if I told you that alongside me, you were also one of the pieces? And what if I told you that what happened to your son was not a coincidence?" What? Opening and closing his mouth, Connell looked at the demon in front of him with a lost look. His heart started to freeze. "Not a coincidence? What are you talking about?" He. The demon suddenly laughed. At the exact moment he laughed, Connell finally lost it and stood up. "I have had enough of your crap, speak to me." Bang! Smacking his hand on the table, he glared at the demon in front of him. A tremendous hue suddenly sprang out from his body. "Speak to me. What are you talking about?" Ha 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 ha. However, instead of an answer, he was met with even more laughter as the demon smacked the armrest of the chair repeatedly. "You." Enraged, Connell raised his hand and a dagger suddenly appeared. He then raised it in the air, ready to slash down at any moment. "Wait, hold on, stop. However, just as he was about to attack, the demon suddenly stopped and wiped the corner of his eyes. Licking his lips, he looked at Connell, who looked back at him and threatened, "Speak or you will die." Rather than looking worried, the demon seemed even more relaxed as he leaned back on his chair. What is there to explain? Did I not already say it before? What happened to your son was not a coincidence. The pressure exuding from Connell further intensified. Who? He shouted at the top of his lungs as a crazed look flashed across his face. Tell me who is responsible for this. I cannot. The demon shook his head. Then die. Connell suddenly slashed in the direction of the demon. Since he was not going to answer, he was better off dead. Bang. With a powerful blast, the entire area before him broke apart, and dust rose in the air. Ha, ha. Breathing heavily, Connell stared in the direction of where he had attacked. Although he had only used a small fraction of his strength, he was sure that he had killed the demon. After all, the strength gap between A and S rank was that big. However, just when he thought that he had managed to kill him, an amused voice sounded from the back. Oh my, oh my. Snapping his head in the direction of where the voice came from, to Connell's shock, he found the demon from before standing there with a transparent body. How? Connell muttered incredulously. He could not believe it. How could he still be alive? It was a nice attempt. Raising his hands in the air, the demon's spectral figure started to become less transparent before his figure once again returned to how it looked before. Before Connell could snap out of it and once again attack, the demon spoke. Do not bother trying to kill me. This is merely a projection, a semi-tangible one. Why do you think I was able to bypass your security unnoticed? It is because I am here, and yet not here at the same time. Patting down his body, the demon walked back to where the chair used to be. Lowering his head and seeing that it was no longer there, he made a troubled look. Well, look at what you have done. Now I cannot even sit. Placing his hands over his hips, he let out a long sigh. After a while, shaking his head, he walked up to Connell and placed his hand over his shoulder. What happened to your son was very unfortunate. I am truly sorry for what happened, but... The demon's voice suddenly became colder. Some things just needed to be done. He was an important factor in growing a bigger piece of the board. He was an unfortunate expandable that needed to be used to push the game forward. He was also someone that needed to be used in order to create this exact scenario. A scenario in which the two of us meet. In a way, you can say that our meeting is not exactly fate. Extending his hand and tapping onto the sheet of paper on the table, the demon kept pushing. You want to find out the real culprit behind your son's death? Do you not want to avenge your son's death? Stop. Stop speaking. Hearing the demon's words, Connell had trouble breathing. Each and every one of his words sounded really enticing to him. But, yet at the same time, he knew that he would fall right into the demon's trap as soon as he agreed to his words. How will the world view you? Is not Connell Rhinestone a coward who cannot do anything because of the Union? Even if you do decide to take revenge and kill Kevin Voss, the Union, and the one that framed your son as 876, Ren Dover, will that be enough now that you know that there was someone else controlling everything behind the scenes? Stop. Please stop speaking. He pleaded inside of his mind. However, the demon just kept pushing and pushing and pushing. Are you really just going to be satisfied knowing that the one responsible for destroying your life is still roaming out there, laughing and chatting with his friends, having a merry time? Thud. With a low thud, Connell suddenly kneeled on the ground. A deep twisted smile appeared on the demon's face once he saw this. Grabbing onto the paper, he waved it in front of Connell, as he whispered in a soft voice. Sign this contract if you want to take revenge on the one that caused your life to be a mess. Chapter 474. Treeing. Waking my groggy mind up was the sound of my phone ringing beside my bed. Without moving, I extended my hand and touched the side of the bed until my finger tapped onto the screen of the phone, and the call went through. Who is it? I groggily asked. Ren, Jesus Christ. How much are you planning on sleeping? Small Snake's voice rang from the speaker of the phone. What time is it? Rather than checking for myself, I opted to ask Small Snake. It is 12 in the afternoon. Ha. Raising my head turned in the direction of my phone. Leaning toward my phone, I looked at the time. Wednesday, 12:38 p.m. Oh wow. Slumping back down on the bed, I stared at the ceiling of the room. I had slept quite a bit. Ren, are you even listening to me? Snapping me out of my thoughts was Small Snake's voice. I could feel hints of frustration in it. What is it? I lazily asked. Connell Rhinestone, the person that you have asked me to keep watch of has gone missing. Oh, How come you do not sound surprised at all? Because I am not. I replied in a flat and monotonous tone. Covering my eyes with my arm, I yawned. Wham. To be honest, I sort of expected this outcome from the very beginning. I mumbled in a low voice. Low enough for Small Snake to not hear. Did you say something? No. I shook my head. The reason why I had asked Small Snake to take a watch of Connell was because I wanted to get rid of him before he got too troublesome. However, the preparations needed to take care of someone of that caliber were not simple. I needed a lot of time, at least a couple of months, and that was something that I, unfortunately, did not have. Looks like some demon managed to strike. Given Connell's current state of mind, this was not surprising. The man watched his son die in front of the whole human domain, and instead of feeling anything for him, they all cheered for Kevin, treating him as some sort of hero. Not only that, after the deal that I made with Octavius, Aaron was framed as 876, and with all the stuff that the Union had put up, Aaron's guild naturally underwent turbulent times, falling into extremely chaotic times. Though I did not know exactly what happened, all I did know was the fact that his father was taking blows after blows. In just a couple of days, he watched as everything he built and worked hard for crumbled right in front of his eyes. Had I been in Aaron's father's shoes, I too would find my mentality start to wane. I was not the only one who had figured this out, as the Union also knew of this, and hence why they kept a close watch on him. The Union was not stupid to the point of thinking that just because he was S+ rank he would not succumb to the temptations of the demons. If they actually thought of it that way, then there would have been no hope for humanity. Just because someone was strong did not mean they were strong mentally. If strength was correlated to mentality, then why was Kevin's mentality still so weak mentally? Why were there so many strong figures with strength above S rank in the monolith? With their strength, they should not be able to succumb to their mental demons, right? Unfortunately, that was wrong. It was simply a naive way of thinking. Someone's mentality was not built over strength, but a true real struggle. And this was not something that Aaron's dad had, considering the fact that he had a similar upbringing to that of Aaron. A sheltered one. Fortunately, although some of the Union's actions were questionable, they were not arrogant to the point of thinking that someone like Connell would succumb to his demons. Now, the real question was, Small Snake, do you have any idea on how he managed to avoid your sight and the Union's? As far as I remembered, the Union was keeping a very tight watch on him. Not only did Connell manage to escape from the Union's watch, but Small Snake's as well. About this, actually, it looks like he had external help from somewhere. Also, the fact that a crack in the sky appeared made things a bit easier. I see. I had a sudden look of enlightenment. With the crack in the sky appearing, a lot of the focus was shifted away from Connell. That being said, they still kept a tight watch on him. Most likely, this was the monolith's doing. Alright, I think I already have enough information to somewhat make a conclusion about what happened. I will call you later, Small Snake. Turning my body, I quickly turned off the call. Sitting up straight on my bed, I let out another yawn and scratched my chest underneath my shirt. Standing up, I headed for the bathroom. Upon entering the bathroom, the first thing I did was stare at myself in the mirror. If I had to use 2 words to describe how I looked at the moment, then it would be a mess. My hair was all over the place, and I could even see some residual drool on the side of my cheek. Let us just say it was not really the most pleasant of sights. Splash, splash. Turning on the tap, I washed my face. As I did so, I could not help but think back on the topic of Connell. To be honest, there was something about the situation that bugged me. If I looked back on the past, from the fact that I did not eliminate Aaron back at the dome to the Emma incident which resulted in Kevin publicly killing Aaron, everything was linked together. I mean, was the Emma incident truly only just there for the sake of hurting Kevin's mentality? Or was there something deeper at play? If there was one connecting factor between all of these events, then it would be the other entity inside of my body. He was the driving factor between all of those events. Once I realized this, the gears of my mind started to quickly turn. This may be a far-fetched theory, but what if this was all planned by him from the very beginning? What if, aside from doing what he did to me, his other goal is to make Aaron's father a part of his plans? That would make sense. Given Aaron's father's strength, he would without a doubt be a formidable asset to use. It would be stupid of him to not take advantage of the situation. Then, if this hypothesis is true, the demon in question could be Everblood. I had already come to a conclusion a while back that Everblood somehow had a link with the other entity inside of my mind. Therefore, I had no trouble linking him with Aaron's father. Although quite far-fetched, I believe that this sequence of events is part of some intricate plan that the other entity planned beforehand. Since I found Matthew at the monolith back when I was there, it is safe to assume that Everblood also has a link there. And with the fact that the monolith may have had a hand in this, possibly, Everblood is indeed involved. Clack. Closing the tap, I leaned both of my arms by the side of the sink and deeply stared at the mirror before me. Therefore, if my hunch is not wrong, at the moment, both Everblood and Connell are in the monolith. Honestly, I was not entirely too confident about this hypothesis, but this was definitely worth taking into consideration. I was not going to once again risk the idea of falling for the other entity's plan like before. Call me paranoid, but after everything that happened to me, I was not going to discard any little piece of information I had. Alright, it is way too early for me to think about all of this complicated stuff. Though I said that, it was in fact 12 in the afternoon. Ruffling my hair, I proceeded to take a quick shower. After that, I got changed and finally got out of my room. Oh my, Ren was like that? Yes, he was. Although he looks lazy, he actually is a very hard worker. Nearing the living room area, I heard a couple of familiar voices. Who was talking smack about me? Squinting my eyes, I turned toward the living room area. The moment I entered the living room, I was left surprised by who the person in the house was. Miss Longburn, it is Donna. Donna corrected before smiling at me. You are no longer my student Ren. You do not have to call me Miss Longburn. Oh right. I scratched the back of my head. I did it out of habit. It is all right. Tilting my head, I looked toward my mother before looking back at Donna. Are you here for? No, I am here for you. Donna quickly cut me off before looking in my mother's direction. Taking the hint, my mother stood up with a smile on her face. Okay, I will leave the two of you to discuss. I will go back to the kitchen to make some lunch. Thank you. Donna thanked my mother with a grateful look on her face. Clank. Soon the door closed, and an awkward silence enveloped the room. Why do not you take a seat? The first one to break the silence was Donna, who looked at the seat opposite her. Yeah. Nodding my head, I did as she asked and sat down on the sofa. As I sat down, I stared at Donna. She looked exactly as she did in the past. Although only 3 short years had passed, during that time, instead of looking older, she looked even younger. Wearing a gray suit that perfectly outlined her body, Donna looked stunning. Crossing my legs, I met Donna's eyes and asked, "So what is it that you wanted to talk about?" Pursing her lips, Donna sat up straight. "Ren, I would like to ask you a favor. Before you say anything else, I want to say that you can refuse this request, and that I will totally be fine with it." A favor? The moment I heard her words, my eyes sharpened a little. To be honest, I actually owed her and Monica quite a bit. For one, during the conference while I was negotiating with Octavius, and my identity had been leaked, the two of them offered to leave the Elven domain to protect my parents till I came back. I also had to thank Douglas for that, as he was the one that allowed this to happen, as they were technically not supposed to leave. Not only that, I also owed them for the Mask of Dolos. The moment I revealed myself to the world, and the mask appeared, the union heads were able to make a small connection with the fact that it previously belonged to one of the criminals that Monica had captured. Had it not been for Monica vouching for me, and putting on her job on the line, who knows, perhaps the union would have forced me to give them the mask. What is the request? Crossing my arms, I calmly smiled at Donna. Although I could not make her any promises, I was willing to listen to what she had to ask. "Thank you." With a grateful nod, Donna quickly cut to the point. "Actually, ever since Douglas came back, we have been trying to find out all of the Monolith spies that are in the academy. We have managed to pick up several, however, we are unable to ascertain for sure since there is no concrete evidence. They have hidden their roots quite deeply." Listening to her words, I was able to instantly get the gist of the situation. Now that the Union and the Monolith were in a truce, if there was a better time to dig out spies, it would be now, since they could not exactly retaliate. Given that the Monolith was an organization that was many times more powerful than the Lock, the fact that there were a couple of spies, or two, was not strange. In fact, it would be weird for the Monolith to not have any spies. We have already asked Kevin for help, and we just need someone else to help us enroll at the Lock as an assistant professor for just a couple of months. Because of your fame, we will obviously give you a new identity and everything. In the midst of my thoughts, Donna continued to speak. However, halfway through her talk, a certain word caught my interest. "Wait, did you just say Kevin?" "Yes, he has also agreed to participate." "Oh." I nodded my head. Things were starting to become a little bit more interesting. Still could not exactly say I was interested. Before I could say anything else, Donna added, "By the way, before you misunderstand, although I am asking you as a favor, I am not asking you to do this for free. After talking to Douglas, we have agreed that upon completing the mission, he will give you access to the cube, the Lock's personal vault." Right then and there, my interest finally started to peak. Leaning my body forward, I asked, "Will I be able to pick anything from there?" "Yes." Donna nodded her head. A smile soon appeared on her face. "Douglas said that you can pick whatever you want if you manage to accomplish the mission." "I see." Leaning forward and picking one of the cookies on the table, Donna took a small bite of it and asked, "What do you say? Will you come back to the Lock for a bit?" Chapter 475. Sitting cross-legged on the ground of my room, I thought back at Donna's proposal. We have already asked Kevin for help, and we just need someone else to help us enroll at the Lock as an assistant professor for just a couple of months. If I had to be honest, that was not a bad proposal. Not only would I be granted access to the cube, which was the Lock's special vault filled with skills and manuals, but I could also use the chance to recruit some talented people to my group. Furthermore, since the Monolith and the Union were still under a treaty, this was the perfect chance for me to consolidate my powers within the human domain. Not only that, but the Lock did have some of the best training facilities, so that was another plus. Standing up from the ground, I stretched my body. Donna said that we can start as early as by next week, so I should use this chance to break through A- rank. Touching my face, I shook my head. I really need to break through. I could not stand the thought of still not having hair on my face. This was especially so since I was not planning on going to the Lock undercover. Although Donna did offer me to go there undercover since she knew that I disliked attention, I in fact already had an idea of who some of the spies in the Lock were. There was no need for me to hide. Furthermore, it was going to help me save a lot of trouble more than anything else. The place was filled with a bunch of arrogant teenagers filled with hormones. If I decided to go there undercover, I would without a doubt be put in a scenario where they would constantly challenge me out of nowhere. And if I went there as my regular self, rinned over, the number of challenges I would receive would be close to zero. After all, no one would be dumb enough to challenge someone who was A- rank and beat up an orc half to death in front of the whole world. At the same time, in another room. "So you are saying that you will not be available for the next couple of months?" Pacing around the room, a frown emerged on Kevin's face. At the moment, he was currently on a call with Emma. "Yes. I will be undergoing training with my dad during that time, so I will not be able to contact you for a bit." Unconvinced, the frown on Kevin's face deepened. However, it eventually receded. Knowing just how stubborn Emma could be at times, he knew that he could not change her mind. "All right, I will not try to convince you otherwise. This is your life, and it is not something I can control. I just hope that you remain safe." "Do not worry, Kevin," Emma reassured. "Do not forget that my dad will be with me. I will not go through any danger." "If you say so." Hearing her words, Kevin did feel a little bit more relieved. She was right. Her father was someone whose strength was around S to S+ rank. There was no way someone like him could not ensure her safety. Perhaps he was overthinking. All right, Kevin, I have to go now. I will see you in a bit. See you. Kevin bid Emma goodbye. Do. A repetitive beeping sound echoed in Kevin's ears, signaling to him that Emma had hung up the call. Lowering his hand and putting the phone away, Kevin sat down on a chair nearby and closed his eyes. System. He muttered out loud, prompting a virtual interface to appear in front of him. Once the interface appeared in front of him, Kevin swiped his hand toward the right and schemed to the quest section. Quest. Information. Stop the Demon King from consuming this planet. Location. Cassaria. Goal. Stop the demon corruption of the planet. Rank. A-+. Requirement for transportation. A ranked core. Total people. 3. Reward. Demon King Ascension plus 1 year. Minor realm rank up. Synchronization plus 15%. Penalty. Demon King Ascension minus 1 year. His eyes soon paused on a certain quest. The quest was something new. It was something that had appeared at the exact moment when the crack in the sky appeared, and he got the message telling him that the Demon King was ascending over the next 5 years. At first, he was shaken by the revelation, however. He was able to quickly calm down and think things through. Since the message appeared the exact moment the crack in the sky appeared, he was fairly certain of the fact that the situation had to do with the Demon King. Although he was not exactly sure about why exactly it happened, he knew that what was happening was definitely linked with the quest he got. Perhaps, once he completed the quest, he would finally know what exactly was happening to Earth and come up with countermeasures for it. Tucking his hand underneath his chin, Kevin muttered in thought. So I can bring 2 other people with me. Without needing to think much, Kevin already had an idea of who one of the people he would bring was. It was Ren. Who else but him? He was someone that already knew his secret. The secret about his system, and the fact that he could travel through different planets. Furthermore, he was quite adept in these types of situations, and so, to Kevin, he was the most logical person to bring. But what about the other person? Crossing his arms, Kevin fell into thought. However, regardless of how much he tried to think, he could not think of anyone else to bring. Treeing. It was then that his phone suddenly rang. Turning his head and glancing at the phone, Kevin found it to be Donna. He immediately picked it up. Hello? A week later, Monday, 6 a.m. Staring at the mirror and moving my hand across my head, which was now filled with hair thanks to the aid of a potion, I let out a satisfied, almost proud smile. Much better. Without constantly wearing the mask, my face felt a lot less stuffy. Having broken through to A- rank the past week, my hair could grow back again, and thus I immediately took a hair growth potion before heading to the barber to cut my hair which had regrown. Ren, are you ready? You are going to be late? It was at that moment that I heard my mother's voice coming from the other end of the living room. Taking another look at myself in the mirror, and fixing my black t-shirt and tie, I shouted, "Coming." Just as I was about to leave, I grabbed onto a pair of black thin-framed glasses, and put them on. Today was the day I was finally going to go back to the lock as a professor, and thus wanted to look presentable. Although I was not wearing a suit, I thought that this was enough. "Oh my, look at how handsome my boy became," my mother exclaimed the moment she saw me. Following this, she dashed in my direction, and patted my body from waist to shoulders. "Just look at how muscular you have become. Oh dear, this is not good." My mother's face suddenly became serious. Noticing this, my brows knit. "What is wrong?" Well, placing her hand underneath her chin, my mother had a troubled look on her face. "What is it?" I asked with a bit of worry. Looking up at me, my mother sighed. "Ren, I am just afraid that the girls you will be teaching will fall for you with how handsome you have become, and you are already 20. I do not want you to become a CRI. Stop right there." I immediately cut my mother off. Placing both of my hands on her shoulders, I sighed. "Mom, let us not go there, okay?" "But, no buts. I am not there to play around. I am there to do a job." Actually, that was a bit of a lie. Although I indeed had an important job to do, my main task was to observe people and see who'd attempt into recruiting. "Well, all right, okay." Giving my mother a quick hug, before she could react, I immediately left the house and headed for the bottom floor. Clank. Just as I managed to get out of the house, I suddenly heard the sound of the door closing next to me. Turning my head, my eyes met with Amanda's. The moment our eyes met, Amanda's eyes looked up at me from top to bottom. "Going somewhere?" she asked, closing the door behind her. "Yup, I am going to work," I replied back. "Work?" With a curious look, Amanda headed my way. Even though it was quite dark, from where I was standing I could see that she was currently wearing a nice black business outfit that matched her hair and eye color. In her right hand was a coffee cup. "Is it related to the mercenary group that you were talking about before?" Amanda asked as she took a sip of her coffee. She soon walked past me. "No." I shook my head as I followed Amanda, and walked alongside her. "I am going to be working at the lock, as an assistant professor for a while." Halting her footsteps, Amanda almost spilled her drink. "Wow, watch it." Fortunately, I was able to react in time and grabbed her cup. Before I could ask her if she was okay, her head snapped in my direction. "You are going back to the lock as an assistant professor?" Scratching the side of my neck, I slowly nodded my head. "Yeah." Because of how busy Amanda was, ever since the concert, I was not able to see her that much. And that was despite the fact that we now lived a couple of apartments apart. Amanda's eyes squinted. "I see." Quickly recomposing herself, she wordlessly headed for the elevator. She looked to be in deep thought. Seeing the state that she was in, I lowered my head and glanced at the cup of coffee in my hand. I quickly took a sip before following her from behind. I kind of needed that. Arriving next to the elevator, I took another sip of the coffee before giving it back to Amanda. Here, thanks. Distracted by her own thoughts, Amanda took the cup from my hand and took a sip. Ding. Soon the elevator arrived and the two of us got in. 7 a.m. I came in front of a familiar-looking building. I thought that it was going to be a lot more crowded since it was about this time when the students would go to class. However, the only person I saw at the entrance was Kevin. Wearing a more formal wear than me, Kevin rigidly stood next to the entrance of the campus. I should first greet everyone with a smile, then I should tell them what I practiced. Kevin stiffly mumbled to himself, and then noticed me. His eyes instantly lit up. Ren. I moved my head in acknowledgement. Why is everything so quiet today? They are at an assembly. Douglas is making his first official speech ever since coming back. Now everything was starting to make more sense. Glancing around the place, I asked, "So, what are we supposed to do now?" "We wait," Kevin answered. Turning his head and looking into the building, he followed up. "Donna said that she will pick us up soon, so all we can do is wait for her to be done with her stuff." I see. I had no problem with this arrangement. Lifting my head up and staring at the enormous infrastructure before me, I felt a mixture of different emotions. The emotions were mostly positive, but there were also negative ones, especially when I recalled certain events that changed my life, such as the time at the Dome, when I was brought back into the monolith, and had to go through all of that. I let out a long breath. Let us hope that nothing annoying Never mind, this sounds like I am setting up a flag. Yeah. Was not going to fall for that one. Chapter 476. Sure, yes, okay, we're coming. Hanging up the phone, Kevin headed for the entrance of the academy. I followed him from behind. Glancing around the place, I curiously asked, "Where are we going now?" "Section B," Kevin answered before he turned his head to glance my way. "By the way, I forgot to compliment you about the glasses." "Oh, these." Raising my hand, I pushed my glasses up a little. "Wanted to look the part. Kind of cringe," says the guy who is wearing a suit. I bluntly replied while pushing my hair back. Actually, the reason why I was wearing the glasses wasn't actually because I wanted to look the part. Well, a small part was. However, the main reason was something else. Connected to the glasses was a small camera that Small Snake and Ryan could see through. From there, whenever I wanted to pick information about someone, they would quickly send me a brief overview of their information. Was kind of handy. Wait, is that? It's them. It can't be. Along the way, some of the staff and students that were not in the auditorium managed to recognize us as I could hear faint whispering coming from their direction. Some even went as far as taking out their phones and started taking pictures of us from the distance. I feigned ignorance to that. We're here. Walking for the next 10 minutes, we soon stopped in front of a familiar rectangular infrastructure. Even after having seen the building countless times in the past, I couldn't help but be amazed by the sheer size of the structure. "Let's go." Waving his hand toward the guard, Kevin and I entered the building, and soon made it all the way toward Donna's office, which was on the 5th floor of the structure. To talk. Kevin knocked on the door and Donna's voice echoed soon after. "Come in, if you will excuse us." Clank. "Welcome you too." Upon entering the room, we were greeted by Donna who sat behind her desk. Kevin was the first to greet her. "Hey, it's been a while, Donna." It's nice seeing you again, Kevin. Did you have any trouble getting here?" "Not at all." "That's good." As the two were talking, I glanced around the place. It had been a while since I had been in Donna's office, and it still looked exactly as it did in the past. Small and comfy. Ren. Snapping me out of it, I suddenly felt someone tap me on the shoulder. It was Kevin. "What is it? Are you not paying attention at all?" Kevin rolled his eyes before nudging his head in Donna's direction. "She's saying hi to you." Coming to a realization, I lowered my head and greeted Donna. "Ah yes, good to see you again." "It's good to see you too," Donna replied with a smile, not minding my rudeness. She then pressed her hand on the table and passed 2 papers in our direction. "I'll get straight to the point. I need you two to sign these." As Donna passed the papers, a stern look appeared on Kevin's face. "Mana contracts?" "That's right," Donna said as she placed 2 pens next to the papers. "This is the academy policy. Each professor, be it an assistant, staff, or regular professor, must sign a mana contract. This is for security reasons, I'm sure you know, right?" "I see." Convinced by Donna's argument, Kevin sat down on a brown leather chair opposite Donna's desk and picked up a pen. Just as he was about to sign, his hand came to a sudden pause. "Hold on, if you guys do this, how come the academy still gets infiltrated?" This was a valid question. If the academy made everyone sign mana contracts, how was it possible for people to infiltrate the academy? Well, I already knew the answer to that. With a helpless smile on her face, Donna leaned back in her chair. This just tells you how deep-rooted the influence of the monolith is. Before she could follow up, I sat down next to Kevin and did a quick skim of the contract. Once I made sure that there was nothing I was against, I signed it and put the pen down. "Kevin, I'm sure you know this by now, but a mana contract is not exactly omnipotent. Mana contracts, although useful, weren't exactly without flaws. There were definitely ways for some people to escape its influence, although the method was actually extremely complex, and it required massive amounts of resources. That and the fact that the user would find their lifespan shortening by a large degree due to the fact that their soul would get split in half in the process. In short, it was not something that could be done easily, and the fact that the monolith had managed to infiltrate the lock, despite all of this, went to show how big of an organization they were. I guess you're right. Lowering his head, Kevin signed the paper and put the pen down. I wasn't thinking straight. I barely signed more than one myself. He then passed the contract back to Donna. Here you go. Thank you. With a satisfied smile, Donna put the papers away. A hologram was then projected in the air. All right, I will give you a brief rundown on who the individuals you should keep a close watch should be. A long list of professors began to show, from low-ranked professors to high-ranked ones. They all varied in gender, rank, and the level of suspicion that the lock had of them. So they are the individuals that the lock suspects of being part of the monolith. I thought as I stared at the projection. There were quite a few familiar faces amongst the list of professors, however. I never really interacted with them much, not to the point of being surprised by what I was seeing. Either way, after a quick skim, I was in fact able to spot a couple of figures whom I knew were in fact spies. I quickly memorized their names and positions. They can be of use to me. Kevin, you will be a professor, while Ren, you will be an assistant professor. Just then, snapping me out of my thoughts were Donna's words. Kevin is a professor? Donna's lips curved upward, then nodded. Ren, you have not even finished your first year at the lock. Even if you do have the qualifications to be a professor given your strength, unlike Kevin, you don't have a degree. Oh, I moved my head a little. Actually, I was happy with this arrangement. Since I was an assistant professor, it could only mean that I had less work to do. Looks like you don't have any issues with the arrangement. Donna clapped her hands. Raising her hand, she once again turned her attention toward the holographic projection in front of her and started to brief Kevin and me on all the individuals we had to be careful of. Okay, now that you two know what your roles are, I will now start giving you details on the people on the list. 30 minutes later, I left after Donna gave me a proper rundown on the situation and what I was supposed to do in the next 2 months. To summarize everything, all I needed to do was stick close to one of the targets and be their assistant. Demon Hunter Guild. Young miss? Snapping Amanda out of her thoughts was her assistant, Maxwell. With a worried look, he asked, "Is everything all right, young miss?" "Yeah," Amanda replied in short. She then lowered her head and stared at the papers in front of her. What were we discussing? We were discussing the launch of the magic card system. We have currently mass-produced over a couple of millions of cards, and we're currently sold out in terms of pre-released booking. We're practically ready to launch them, however. What we need at the moment is confirmation to officially launch them. Ah, right. Flipping through her notes, Amanda's eyes squinted. After a bit of thought, she replied, "Let's start releasing the cards to the market by next week. Amp up security during the time, and make sure that nothing happens to the reserves. Make sure that nothing happens during the transition phase. We can't afford to have our cards robbed. Even if it costs a bit, use the money." "Understood," Maxwell replied with a nod. Closing the folder, Amanda looked up. "Is there anything else?" No, Maxwell shook his head with a kind smile on his face. His reaction caused Amanda to tilt her head. "Is there something else you need from me?" No. Shaking his head, Maxwell took his folder back. Lowering his body, he bid Amanda goodbye before leaving the room. Clank. Silence descended in the room once Maxwell left the room. Glancing at the door for a couple of seconds, Amanda grabbed her coffee and took a sip. After that, from the corner of her eyes, she glanced at her phone, which was resting by the side of the desk. Her eyes immediately squinted into slits. Extending her hand, she turned her phone over. At the exact moment she turned her phone over, displayed on it was the image of a girl taking a selfie with several people behind her, wearing a cute fluffy hat, and with her fingers crossed together in a heart shape. The bottom of the image had the captions that said, "Back at the lock. I'm so excited." Further beneath it was a string of hashtags. Hashtag back here, hashtag awesome, hashtag lock, hashtag #1 academy. What followed the hashtags was a string of comments. Likes. 1,983,097. Georgina Smith. "You look amazing, bae." Evelyn 1287. "Wah, I am so jealous." Connor. "Please marry me, queen." Manor 97_98. "Not only are you an idol, but you are also a student in the lock. How perfect can someone get?" Tisk. Amanda subconsciously clicked her tongue. 30 minutes before the lecture started. "Good morning." Entering a small private room, I greeted the professor I was supposed to be assisting. Thomas D. Shuro was what he was called. According to Donna, he was one of the people that they suspected of being one of the spies for the monolith. But as I entered the room, I was left surprised by the fact that there was no one present. Not only that, but the whole room was a mess. With papers covering the whole room, it was quite hard for me to even walk. This place is a mess. I muttered to myself, "Oh, you're finally here." Who? Startling me, I suddenly heard someone's voice coming from somewhere around the room. "Over here." Once again hearing his voice, my eyes soon locked toward a certain location in the room. With the sound of paper falling to the side, a lanky male with a bowl cut and black-framed glasses groggily got up. Raising his hand to fix his glasses, he gazed in my direction. "You must be the assistant professor I was promised, right?" Yeah, I replied with a forced smile. Is this guy really a professor? I thought to myself. He looked like a complete mess. Not only were his clothes wrinkled, but there was also a strange odor coming from him, patting his body down and up. The professor turned to look at the clock by the side of the room. Oh, it looks like class is starting soon. With a nonchalant look on his face, he slowly stood up and stretched his body. Then, reaching out for his desk and grabbing a small folder, he got out of the classroom. Speechless, I let out a long sigh. He just went up and left without even introducing himself or telling me what I'm supposed to do. From this very moment, I already knew that my short stay here would not be as relaxed as I thought it was going to be. Slumping my shoulders, I followed the professor from behind. Professor, wait up. Catching up to the professor, I found myself in front of a large wooden door with the words, B09, engraved on the side. Good that you're here. Before I could figure out what was going on, the professor looked at me and pointed toward the classroom. Here's your first task as an assistant. Get everyone to stop talking. Chapter 477. Leaning her head by her arm, Sophia lazily scrolled through her phone and checked her socials. Scrolling through the many different posts, her fingers paused on a certain post. It was an image of an individual looking toward the sky with a lost look. Shoot for the moon. Even if you miss, you will land among the stars. Ugh. Her face started to cringe considerably. Why do people like this guy so much? I get that he is kind of handsome, but ugh. The individual in the photo was quite handsome, however. The lines beneath it were quite cringy. What was worse were the comments beneath his post. 3,033,025 likes. Coraline Colonel, you look amazing. Way to go, chapter. Muscle Beast for the win. You were spectacular at the tournament. Congrats on your victory. Muzzy. Cool. The poster was none other than Kevin Voss. Being one of the most successful law graduates, coupled with his looks, Kevin almost had a cult-like following at the law and outside. He was pretty much a celebrity wherever he went, and from time to time he would post an update on social media that would garner tons of views and likes. However, to Sophia, whenever he posted, all she could feel was utter cringe, especially when she would read the captions underneath his comment. She really could not understand why people would prefer him over Ren. What was wrong with them? And here I thought that you were not a fan of Kevin. An arm suddenly struck from behind, grasping Sophia by the neck. Hui. Right as the arm hooked on her neck, Sophia's eyes opened widely as she tried to pull the arm away. Coo. Maria, stop. However, regardless of how much strength she put in, she could not free herself from its grasp. Soon her face turned red and she was forced to tap on the arm in defeat. Maria, I cannot breathe. Haha, you know I am just joking. Finally letting go of Sophia's neck, a burly girl with short blonde hair and a tanned body slumped on the seat next to her. Her name was Maria Lopez, and despite her lazy and nonchalant look, she was fairly popular in the class for being one of the most beautiful girls in the school, alongside Sophia. If not for her fiery nature, she would have probably been a lot more popular. Not only that, but she was also ranked amongst the top 5 in her year. With her hands in her pockets and crossing her legs, she teasingly looked at Sophia. You previously told me that Kevin was just a pretty boy, and here you are, staring at him with drool on your mouth. Shut up. Sophia rolled her eyes. Putting the phone down, she seriously said, you already know that I do not like him at all. Then who do you like? Taking her hands away from her pockets, Maria gazed at one particular student at the front of the class. She was not the only one in the classroom who had her gaze on him, as a large majority of the girls in the classroom had their eyes on him. With short brown hair, a chiseled jaw, and outstanding looks, he was Ethan Kodak, the number 1 ranked in the whole year. Following Maria's line of sight, Sophia's face turned strange. Ethan. She then shook her head. No way, he has the worst temper of anyone that I have ever seen. He is even worse than you. You are right, Maria thought with a nod. Placing the palm of her hand on her neck, she glanced around the class before she started to scratch the back of her head. Say, what class do we have today? Did you not check? Sophia replied with a bit of annoyance in her voice. However, despite that, she quickly replied. It is scene adaptability in combat and control. Ah shit. Maria's head slumped back. Her eyes, which used to shine with vigor, quickly lost them as her body became listless. That class is so boring, she managed to utter after a while. I do not want to go. Raising her head, she looked at Sophia. Hey, can we skip? No. Sophia quickly shot her down. Rejected by Sophia, Maria powerlessly slumped down her chair. Mew. Ignoring her and taking out her phone, Sophia started scrolling through her social media again. Even though their class scenes adaptability in combat and control was supposed to be one of their more important classes, because of the professor they had, almost no one in the class was able to learn anything. The way the professor spoke was too monotonous and complex for most people to understand. It had gotten to the point that almost no one paid attention to the class. Most of the time, the professor's voice would be drowned out by the chatter of the students in the class. I hope the academy does something about this, Sophia muttered out loud as her thumb scrolled down the screen of her phone. Ugh. Once again she scrolled past Kevin's post, causing her face to cringe again. Clank. It was then that the door suddenly sprung open. The moment the door opened, no one in the classroom even bothered lifting their heads up to look at who had entered the classroom. Even Sophia did not bother to look. Hume. A subtle coughing sound echoed throughout the whole classroom. It was light, but it smoothly traveled through the ears of everyone present. Despite that, no one still bothered to pay attention to the person that had entered the classroom. Putting her phone away, Sophia slowly raised her head. However, at the exact moment she raised her head, a tangible, almost frightening pressure bore down on almost everyone inside the classroom. Ugh, what is going on? What is happening to me? Panic instantly descended upon the classroom, as everyone had difficulty moving or breathing. Not everyone felt this way though, as a couple of individuals were able to keep their heads up. Sophia was one of them. Interesting. An amused voice rang from next to Sophia as Maria sat up straight and stared at the person standing at the podium of the classroom. One by one, everyone raised their heads, and what they were met with were two dull gray eyes hidden beneath some thin-framed glasses. A chill ran down everyone's spine the moment their eyes met with the individual's eyes. Wearing a black t-shirt, and with both of his hands on the podium of the classroom, everyone finally realized that the person in front of them was not their professor, but in fact someone else. Someone that almost everyone in the room was able to recognize. The most mysterious and famous senior in their academy's history. Ren Dover. Looks like everyone finally managed to calm down. Upon seeing everyone calm down, cuffing the sleeves of his shirt, Ren's eyes slowly turned a deep shade of blue. The pressure that reached down on everyone immediately stopped. However, despite that, a deathly silence suffused the room. This was a lot more than I expected. Breaking the silence was a sluggish and almost nonchalant voice. Entering the classroom, Thomas arrived before Ren and patted him on the shoulder. Thank you. Twisting his head to look at everyone else, he started to introduce the individual who had just come into the classroom. Everyone, let me introduce to you my new assistant professor, Ren Dover. Ah. The first one to let out a sound was Sophia, who quickly covered her mouth with her hands. Staring at Ren's figure in the middle of the room, her cheeks could not help but redden as her heart leaped out of her chest. It cannot be. How is this possible? Could this be the best day of my life? Before she could open her mouth, the classroom erupted into noise as multiple eyes sparkled in excitement. Oh my god. He looks exactly the same as when he was on TV. Senior, what is your current rank? Were you really bored? Subject to all of the stares in the classroom, Ren's face remained calm. It was clear that he had expected such a reaction from the students, and was able to keep his composure. Raising his hand, everyone stopped talking. Thank you. Ren thanked the classroom with a slight nod. Glancing in the professor's direction, he started to introduce himself. Just like the professor previously said, I am here as an assistant professor, so please treat me as such. My name is Ren Dover. I am 20 and hope to be of help to you in the future. Regarding my personal life, I will refrain from answering. Much to some's dismay, Ren drew a line between himself and everyone in the room. Walking next to the professor, he wordlessly stood next to him. Well said. Patting him on the shoulder, Thomas pinched the tip of the nose and pushed his glasses up. He then walked toward the podium where he finally began his lecture. As everyone already knows, the lecture went on to continue for the next 2 hours. Listening to the lecture, my brows wrinkled and relaxed many times as I tried to comprehend the words that the professor was saying. Even though I could more or less understand what he was saying, the choice of words that he was using made it extremely hard for me to follow, let alone the students, who seemed bored out of their minds. When one conducts the mana in the air, at their resolve they can diverge the mana into different scions, consequently resulting in the tint that they engender when assailing. The grander someone's authority over scions, the more sumptuous the tint that revolves around them. About halfway through the class, almost everyone stopped paying attention to his words as they all took out their phones and started doing whatever they wished to do. Most shockingly was the fact that the professor did not seem to mind this at all, as he just continued to ramble and ramble throughout the whole lecture. By the time the lecture was about to end, no one no longer paid any attention to the class as they all looked at the clock at the side of the class. Seeing this, my eyes started to squint as I looked at the professor in front of me. I am starting to understand why Donna is suspicious of him. Is he just bad at expressing himself, or is he a spy? At the moment he did not strike me as a spy, as he just seemed bad at expressing himself. The reason why I believed this was because, for one, he was not one of the people in my memories that were a spy, and two, the contents of his lecture were actually correct. He was not misleading the students or anything. It was hard for me to follow along, but I did find myself surprised by his knowledge of some of the things he said, as even I had trouble understanding those areas. That being said, just because my suspicions were lowered, did not mean that he was completely off the hook. I was still going to pay close attention to him. This is it for today's lecture. It was then that the professor spoke up, marking the end of the lecture. At the exact moment his words echoed throughout the room, everyone stood up from their seats and started to leave the classroom one by one. Staring at the students that were leaving, a simple smile emerged on his face. For the next lecture that we will be holding tomorrow, we will go to section G for a practical session. So please come with the adequate attire. But it seemed as though he was talking to the air, as everyone just ignored him and continued to leave the classroom. Some did try to strike up a conversation with me, but I quickly rejected them. There was a time and place for that. Ren. Just when I thought that there would be no one else would come to me, I unexpectedly heard the sound of a familiar voice coming from my right. Right as I turned my head to see who it was, a groan escaped from my mouth. Oh God. Chapter 478. Oh God. The moment I turned my head and my eyes met with the person who had called out for me, a groan could not help but escape from my mouth. What are you doing here? What do you mean? This is my classroom. Placing her hands on her hips, Sophia pouted. I am more offended by the fact that you did not notice me at all. MMH. I casually nodded. Because my focus had been on the professor the entire time, I did not notice Sophia at all, which would have been for the best since her appearance gave me a headache. Pinching the middle of my brows, I asked, "Anyways, what do you need from me?" "How rude, I was just here to say hi to you." "Okay, hello, now go away," I bluntly replied, while shooing her away with my hands. However, it did not seem like she managed to get the message as she took out her phone and shoved it in my face. "So rude, anyways, I have something else to talk to you about. Please for the love of God stop this guy." "Who?" Moving my head back to get a better look at what she was showing, my eyes squinted. "What the?" My eyes dilated. "Give me that." Snatching the phone from her hand, I leaned my body closer to get a better look. "Shoot for the moon. Even if you miss, you will land among the stars." Shivers. The exact moment my eyes paused on the image and I read the caption, my body started to shiver uncontrollably. "Oh my God, Kevin." Raising my head, I handed the phone back to Sophia before muttering, "He needs to be stopped." "Right." Sophia took the phone back. "Please do something about it." Crossing my arms together, I nodded my head in agreement. "I am with you on this one." What Kevin was posting was a menace to society. He needed to be stopped at all costs. I am sorry if I am interrupting you too, but it was then that I finally took notice of the other person beside Sophia. Once my eyes paused on her, my brows creased a little. Setting her looks aside, the first thing that surprised me about her was her aura. It was wild and powerful. If I had to make a guess, she was in the early stages of C rank. Given that this was the second year, her achievements were quite outstanding. Feeling her gaze all over me, before I could ask her purpose, she suddenly spoke up. Her eyes burned with fighting spirit. "How strong are you?" My brow raised. That is a bit of a random question. However, taking note of the wild aura revolving around her, I instantly understood she was what some might call a battle junkie. Scratching the side of my neck, I looked up for a moment. "How strong I am?" "Well, did you not watch me during the tournament?" I did. The girl bobbed her head up and down. "But you gave up before the tournament ended, and back then, you were only B ranked when you defeated that A- ranked orc. Although I cannot tell what your strength is right now, I can tell that your strength is far above what it was back in the tournament, and I am wondering exactly how strong you are at the moment." Placing my hand beneath my chin, I murmured, "Aha, good question." Honestly, there was no real answer to this. In terms of strength, I had long surpassed Kevin, who was still B rank, or maybe B+ rank. I was not really sure at this point, but even if he did break through, he was no longer my match. In fact, I do not think there is anyone my age that can beat me, at least in the human domain. Glancing in the girl's direction, I mysteriously smiled. "Well, let us just say that I am pretty strong." Before she could start complaining, I turned around and waved my hand. "Do not bother complaining. Even though I am pretty strong, compared to the actual S rankers, I am still nothing but a small fish inside of a bigger pond. I have still got a long way. Ask me that question once I reach the ranks." Even though the achievement of being one of the strongest amongst my ages was something quite noteworthy, at the end of the day, it was really nothing worth celebrating. What really mattered was becoming the strongest amongst the strongest, not the strongest amongst the weakest. Lifting my glasses up, I proceeded to leave the classroom. With his shoulders slumped, Kevin let out a long and tired sigh. "Thank God this is over," he secretly thought to himself. Today was his first day as a professor, and it was quite frankly something that he wanted to forget. He initially thought that it was going to be a breeze since he was teaching third years, which were a lot more sensible and mature compared to the first years. However, he had completely underestimated just how rampant teenagers were. Even though no one dared to challenge him, they all bombarded him with a series of different questions and basically stopped him from teaching. Thankfully, this was only his first day of teaching, so he did not really need to get much done. Still, he could not let things progress like this. I wonder if Ren had it better than me. Realistically speaking, he should have had a much harder time than him. Not only was he an assistant professor, and he was teaching second years, but he was also fairly popular due to what happened back at the conference. The thought of Ren having a harder time than himself made Kevin smile. Taking out his phone, he sent him a quick message. "How was your day?" Not even a couple of seconds after he sent the message, he got a reply. However, the message written wiped the smile off of Kevin's face. "Do not talk to me." Lowering his head, he typed back. "What do you mean?" Ren's response caused Kevin to freeze on the spot. "Shoot for the moon. Even if you miss, you will land among the stars." Kevin's mouth started to spasm, and he quickly typed back. "I thought you told me that you do not go on social media. How did you find out about it? And also, what is wrong with it?" However, right as he sent the message, he was surprised to find that his message could not go through. What followed after was a string of red text that said, "The user has blocked you." Crack. Before he knew it, Kevin's screen started to crack. How nasty. Shaking my head, I put my phone away. No way in hell I was going to talk to him after what I saw. Even now, I wished I had never seen that. If only I could go back in time. Letting out a long breath, I stopped in front of a familiar door. To talk. Knocking on the door once, I pulled the handle and entered the room. Entering the room, I stopped right at the entrance. Although I wanted to enter the place, the state of the room prevented me from doing so. "Professor, is there anything you need from me?" Sitting by the other side of the desk, Professor Thomas leaned his back against the chair and rested his feet on the table. In his hands was a small tablet. Hearing my voice, he casually gazed in my direction. "Oh, you are here." "Yes." I politely replied back. Glancing around the place, I asked, "So is there something that you need?" But, not even a second after I started speaking, the professor spoke up. His next words caused my body to freeze on the spot. 876. Slowly my head turned in the direction of the professor, and our eyes met. For a split moment, all I saw was my very self inside of his eyes. I saw myself inside of a dark and endless space. An endless space filled with nothingness. Ba thump, ba thump. Unknowingly, my heart started to speed up. There was something about his eyes, something about them that really set me off. They felt familiar. Furthermore, how was it possible for him to know that I was 876? The Union had used all of its power to cover up every single trace of Aaron during the time I was at the monolith. Only a select few actually knew what happened. Quickly recollecting myself, alarm bells rang inside of my head as I solemnly stared at Thomas, who turned his head to look at his tablet again. "What is your purpose?" I asked. Secretly, I was channeling the mana inside of my body. Gulp. I swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Just when I was about to attack, Professor Thomas turned his head in my direction. Once our eyes met, he slowly turned his tablet around. 876. Do you not know him? Ah. Lowering my head, I glanced at the tablet. Displayed on the tablet screen was the image of a news article. Connell Rhinestone, father of Aaron Rhinestone, also known as 876, disappears. Could his disappearance have anything to do with what happened to his son? Should everyone be alert about his disappearance? Staring at the article, I stopped channeling the mana inside of my body, and my mind became less alert. Ah, he was talking about that. Right, with Connell's disappearance, it was not strange for 876 to once again be the topic of the town. Raising my head, and once again meeting Professor Thomas's eyes, I no longer gave the same feeling as before. Was I hallucinating? I thought to myself. Everything happened so fast that I was not able to process anything that happened. Was what I saw the fruit of my imagination? I really could not tell. 876, what a pitiful guy. While I was in thought, Thomas once again started to speak. Scrolling through his tablet, he shook his head. Although the Union did not release too much information about this guy, I did hear that he was a failed experiment from the monolith. For him to have escaped such a place, he must have suffered quite a lot. Right, I did suffer quite a bit. Recalling the events of the past, my brows started to crease. Unaware of what I was thinking, Professor Thomas sat up straight and scrolled more. If you took about it, this 876 guy, he was quite unlucky. How so? Was not he a wanted fugitive that committed a lot of crimes? Why was he unlucky? I asked. Before I knew it, I was suddenly getting swept by his rhythm. Lifting his head, Professor Thomas fixed his glasses. Well, you are right. He then proceeded to put the tablet down. But do not you think that the reason he committed all the crimes he did was because of what he went through at the monolith? I am sure his mind was filled with demons. Demons. I leaned my head to the right and asked, what exactly was he on about? Right, demons. Raising his finger, he slowly pointed it toward the middle of his forehead. Silence descended in the room. My breathing stopped. The voices inside of our minds. The ones telling us what to do, no matter how right or wrong they are. The voices that we cannot shut up no matter how much we try to shut up. The ones we try to ignore, but always come back. Like soft whispers, Thomas's voice entered my mind. Each and every one of his words deeply resonated inside of my mind. The demons target our deepest fears, guilts, morals, and before you know it, Professor Thomas suddenly clapped his hands. Bam! The clap was soft, but they powerfully rang inside of my head like thunderclaps, snapping me out of whatever thoughts I was in. You find yourself with your back against the wall, unsure of what to do. What is going on? Staring at my hands which were filled with sweat, I lifted my head up and once again stared at Professor Thomas. Why are you telling me this? Why am I telling you this? Lowering his head, I managed to catch a glimpse of his eyes underneath his glasses. With a simple smile on his face, he grabbed the tablet and put it away. Nothing really, I was just sharing my thoughts on the matter. This 876 guy, he has been quite the talk recently, you know? I see. Closing my eyes and recollecting my breath, I turned to look at the door. Professor, was not there something that you needed from me? Ah, yes. Professor Thomas smacked the top of his forehead. Glancing around the room, he said, can you help me clean up this mess? Chapter 479. Squeak, squeak, hold still. Squeezing the syringe in his hands a couple of times, only till a clear liquid dropped from the body of the needle did Joseph let out a satisfied smile. Licking his lips, he walked up to a burned body that was laying down on a rectangular metal plate. The man's hands and feet were bound by metallic latches. Rolling his chair forward and arriving before the burned body, Joseph proceeded to put some gloves on. Plack, plack. Glancing at the man laying down on the table, Joseph started to speak. I know that this is only our 12th dosage of many, but trust me, what I am doing is for your best. Grabbing onto the man's shoulder, which was filled with blisters, Joseph leaned his body closer and brought the syringe next to it. A perfect soldier is one that can perfectly blend with the world we are currently living in. One that can understand the human heart, yet at the same time, not have one. One that can watch the whole world burn before them, yet feel nothing from it. Pressing his fingers on the man's arm, Joseph looked up. This might hurt a bit. Squeak. He squeezed the tip of the syringe, and the liquid and 876's body started to spasm uncontrollably. A rattling sound came out as a result of the latches binding 876, moving up and down. Taking the syringe out of 876's body, Joseph turned around. Don't hate me too much. 876. All I am doing is breaking you so that one day you don't break. Yuck. My eyes opened abruptly and my body shot up. Lowering my head and staring at my bedsheets which were drenched in sweat, I forcefully opened and closed my eyes. Ha, ha, what was that? Clenching my teeth, I leaned back on the bed. Shit, just when I thought they had stopped. The nightmares about my time at the monolith. There used to be a time when I had nightmares every day. As time passed, the nightmares had become a lot less frequent, especially in Isinor. Ever since I reunited with the others, I had thought that the nightmares had stopped. The last time I had gotten a nightmare regarding my time at the monolith was about half a year ago. Just when I thought I had overcome my inner demons, the nightmare suddenly came again. Was it because of what the professor said yesterday? It could be. Having him remind me of the incident and his talk about inner demons may have reignited the memories that I tried so hard to forget. Ha. Covering my face with the palm of my head, I let out a long breath. Feeling the warm breath on my hand, I slowly got out of bed. What time is it? Taking my phone from the side of the bed, I looked at the time. Tuesday, 4:31 a.m. It is still quite early. Unlocking the phone, I sent Small Snake a message. Small Snake, when you see this, send me all of the information you know about Thomas D. Sherrill, a professor staying in the academy. Don't care about the funds or anything else, just find whatever you can find on him. Family situation, childhood, friends, just anything. No matter how big or small the information is. I may just be paranoid, however, the situation yesterday really triggered something from deep within me. Was what happened yesterday really a coincidence? I was not so sure. Putting my phone back, I closed and opened my eyes. I should train. Seeing that I was no longer sleepy, sitting down cross-legged on the ground, I closed my eyes and started to sense the scions in the air. As I have said before, even though I was extremely strong amongst those my age, I was a far cry from those that I actually needed to worry about. There was no time for me to think about the nightmares. All I had to do was train, and train. Ha. The moment I closed my eyes, I sensed millions of different colored particles roaming around me. Thanks to the pill that I had taken back in Isinor, my perception of scions drastically increased. If I had to make a guess, my perception was probably around the same as some S- rankers. Hugh. Taking a deep breath, my diaphragm moved up and the particles in the air started to move in a more orderly manner. Slowly, the particles started to separate, and before long, only green particles started to roam around my body. Noticing something, my brow suddenly twitched. Upon closer look, there were not only green particles roaming around me, there were in fact a couple of yellow-colored ones as well. Light scions. At their appearance, my heart jumped up a little. That was because their presence only meant one thing. I was close to understanding the fifth and final movement of the keiki style. 8:30 a.m. The sun shone brightly from the sky, enveloping the Section G grounds. Arriving at the grounds, the place was already packed with students. Everyone stood by the side of a small platform. Walking next to me was Professor Thomas. Raising his glasses up, he calmly walked toward the middle of the grounds. Along the way, I saw him move a couple of students to the side to pass through. Looks like everyone is here. Once he arrived, the chatter instantly stopped. I was a bit surprised to see this, however, now that I thought about it. Although the professor may not be good at explaining, perhaps the situation was different when put into practical use. Let us observe for now. Glancing at my watch, my brows knit slightly. Just moments before I entered the academy, I received a message from Small Snake. In his message was a small file. Name: Thomas D. Sherrill. Age: 48. Family: wife and 2 daughters. Information: graduated from Charleston Price Academy in the Northern District of the Human Domain. At the age of 39, he managed to break through to A+ rank where he stagnated till now. Unable to break through to S- rank, he is a professional in mana and scions control, and hence why he was selected by the Lock as a professor 2 years ago. Everything checks out. Taking my eyes away from my watch, I gazed in the direction of the professor, who was currently displaying to the students how to coat their weapons with mana. First off, start off by diverging the mana in the air and call out for the preferred scions. Once you have managed to select the desired scions, fine-tune them to pursue the flow of your will. Observing him from where I was, he did not look suspicious at all. Furthermore, his background checked out. There was nothing strange about him, yet something about yesterday's conversation really bugged me. I could not really explain. Was it really just a coincidence? Okay, now that I have demonstrated how to do it. At that moment, Thomas's voice rang out. Pointing toward the area around him, he continued. I would like for everyone here to start practicing. Space yourselves out, and try coating your weapons with mana. Turning around, he looked at me. This time, I felt nothing as I stared him in the eyes. Please watch over the other students. Help them if they have any troubles. Understood. Taking my eyes away from him, I glanced at the students who had taken out their weapons and had started channeling their mana. Instantly different colored hues started to appear on the bodies of the students. Some were brighter than the others, but generally, most were about equal in size. Gazing at everyone around me, secretly, I channeled the mana inside of my body. There was not a particular reason for this, but it was a habit I had developed back when I was in the forests, just so that I would be prepared for any situation that arose. Interesting choice of weapon you have there. Walking next to a familiar face, my gaze could not help but land on the brass knuckles in the individual's hands. Thank you, Maria replied with a silly smile on her face. Taking a closer look at her, I could not help but think, she is ranked in the top 5, ha. After returning home, the first thing I did was memorize the files of each individual in the class, and from there, I was able to find out that the girl next to Sophia was actually someone ranked so high. Furthermore, her choice of weapon was quite unique. Lowering my head, I pointed at her weapons, which were glowing in a purplish pink hue. Focus on the individual scions in the air. Yes. With a quick nod, Maria's face quickly turned serious and her eyes closed. I smiled in satisfaction when I saw this. Split them into the desired scions before guiding them toward your weapon. If you don't split them, then you won't achieve anything. Taking a deep breath and listening to my words, the purplish color slowly started to become fainter and fainter, and before long, only the color pink enshrouded Maria's brass knuckles. Good. Now, try condensing the mana into your weapon. Okay. With an extremely serious look on her face, the pink hue around her brass knuckles started to slowly condense. Good, good. Seeing her slowly condense her mana, I became more and more satisfied. There is a reason why she is ranked 5th in her year. Her talent is incredible. Not even I was like that in the past. Well, back then I had zero knowledge about mana, so it was understandable. Still, in terms of talent, Maria did not lag behind the likes of Amanda and Emma. Skok. Ah. Just then, right as the mana was about to condense around Maria's brass knuckles, it broke apart, and Maria let out a sad wail. Damn, I failed. Smiling, I patted her on the shoulder. It is all right. Had you done it on your first try, I would have called you a monster. Before I could finish, a scream reverberated from the distance, prompting me to turn my head. Ha. Right as I turned my head, my eyes fixed on a student in the distance where I could see a rampant blue hue enshrouded his whole body. With his sword raised in the air, he screamed. I cannot control it. Everything happened so fast that the people near him were unable to react. Instantly, I activated Eyes of Chronos, and time slowed down. Time started to slow down, and I was able to get a better view of what was happening. Right then, my eyes instantly locked on the figures that were most likely to get hurt by the rampant individual. Of the individuals, I noticed that Sophia was one of them. Once I locked my sight onto them, I slowed down the effects of Eyes of Chronos and quickly came to a decision. Third movement of the Keiki style. Void step. Touching the sheath of my sword, time that had slowed down for me once again sped up as my body shot in the direction perpendicular to where the student was about to attack. Within moments, I reappeared close to the student. Unfortunately, because I had used the third movement, my blade was out of my sheath. With only a split second of time, I quickly let go of the sword and twisted my body to the side. Raising my hand and redirecting my mana toward it, my hand came into contact with the sharp end of the blade and time returned to normal. Spurt. Blood spurted everywhere as I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my hand. I could not redirect my mana to my hand fast enough, and by the time the sword fell down on my hand, blood had started pouring down my arm. Coo. A muffled groan escaped from my mouth as I tried to suppress my scream. Grabbing onto the body of the blade, I forcefully lowered it and placed my hand on the other student's head. At the exact moment my hand touched his head, his body slumped down on the ground. Thud. Once the student fell down, I finally let go of the sword. Ha, ha. Lowering my head and staring at the student on the ground, unknowingly, my head turned toward the professor of the class. Was this also a coincidence? Chapter 480. Here you go, you are all patched up now. Raising my hand, which was now bandaged, I thanked the nurse. Thank you. Thankfully I was able to coat my hand with some mana, otherwise, the extent of my injury would have been worse. If only I was an orc, I thought. Unfortunately, because all of my mana was focused on my sword and feet, and given that everything happened in a split second, by the time I touched the sword, my bare hand came into contact with the sword, hence the injury. Had my skin been as tough as that of an orc, I may have been able to come off unscathed. Sadly it wasn't. Unlike orcs, a human's body was not as tough. Although it does become stronger with each rank, a real difference would only appear if someone practiced a body-based art, which was something I didn't have. An example of this would be Han Yufiai's art. An art that specialized in hardening the body and making it tougher. This incident right here hardened my resolve to get that art. It was no big deal. The nurse smiled. She had short brown hair, with a few wrinkles by the side of her eyes. Even though she was in the later stages of her life, she was still fairly beautiful in her own right. Taking my hand, the bandaged one, and turning it around, the nurse reminded me. Your injury is nothing serious. It's just a small cut that should heal in about a day with the ointments I gave you. You can take a potion to heal it in an instant, but that would be a waste. Sure. Taking my hand away from the nurse, I turned to look at the kid on the nearby bed. He was the same kid that was responsible for this incident. How's his situation? I asked. The nurse's brows creased. Standing up from her seat, she slowly walked up next to him and placed her hand on his forehead. After a while, she responded. He doesn't seem to be injured on anything, but the mana inside of his body is still unstable. He should have no problem making a full recovery in a couple of days. I see. This was a piece of good news. However, despite that, I was not happy in the least. That was simply because I found the situation quite odd. Ricardo Mintz, 17 years old, and ranked 1113. He is amongst the weakest in the class, and has a talent limit of D, which should now be C. That was the information I had on the student before me. The more I looked through his information, the more I was sure that there was something fishy going on about the situation. He just looked like the perfect target, given his low rank and talent. By simply exploiting his insecurities, I could see how the incident could have been deliberate. Where is the professor? Just then, raising my head and staring at the area around me, I suddenly realized that Professor Thomas was missing. Turning my head, I questioningly looked at the nurse. Have you seen him somewhere? I swear he was just here a minute ago. Don't worry about him. Taking her hand away from the student's forehead, the nurse went back to her seat. He's currently at the faculty center. He is going there to explain the situation to the higher-ups. He said that he will come back soon. Ah, okay. This made sense. Since he was the professor in charge and something happened during his watch, he naturally had to go and explain to the elders what happened. Still, I was not too pleased with him. Had it not been for my intervention, something bad would have happened. Just what in the world was he doing? I think I need to talk to Donna about him. Perhaps I may be overthinking and he was innocent, but I didn't want to take any risks. The best course of action right now would be for me to talk to Donna and convince her to have him fired, which shouldn't be too hard considering that he wasn't really that good of a teacher. All right, I guess it's also time for me to leave. Standing up from my seat, I glanced at the student one more time. Once I made sure that he was okay, I bid the nurse goodbye. Thank you for your help. I'll take my leave now. Have a good day. Section B, Donna's office. To talk. Come in. Upon knocking on Donna's office room and hearing her voice, I opened the door and entered. Putting the papers in her hand down, Donna gazed in my direction. What's going on, Ren? We need to talk about Professor Thomas. Making myself at home, I proceeded to leisurely sit down on Donna's leather sofa. Donna's brows creased when she saw this, but before she could complain, I started speaking. He needs to be fired. Caught off guard by my words, Donna's hands came to a pause. Her face quickly became serious. Did you find evidence about his involvement with the monolith? No. I shook my head. No concrete proof as of yet. However, he needs to be fired for the simple reason that he's a terrible professor. Without saying anything, Donna's eyes deeply stared into mine. I looked back without blinking my eyes. This persisted for a bit before Donna eventually let out a long sigh. Leaning back on her chair, Donna took out her tablet. Ren, I know what you're trying to say, however. If you don't have proof of his involvement in the monolith, I can't really help you. What? Why? Leaning to the side and opening her drawer, she took out a contract and placed it on the table. She then pointed toward a certain section. Look at the wrongful discharge clause in the contract. We cannot terminate his contract unless we provide a justifiable reason. You do have a reason though. Leaning my body forward, I grabbed the contract and pulled it my way. After taking a closer look, I put it back down. Shouldn't the fact that he's not a very good teacher be a good enough reason to fire him? I knew you were going to say that. Putting her tablet down, a series of holographic images sprung in the air. On them was a series of different tables and charts. What's this? I curiously asked, as my eyes darted all over them. Hold on. Raising her hand, Donna dragged a particular chart in front of her. Checking it for a bit, swiping her finger, the chart flew in my direction. Have a look. Raising my hand, the chart stopped in front of me. Removing my glasses, my eyes squinted. This. Upon seeing the numbers on the chart, my eyes widened. Lowering my head and staring at Donna, who had a wry smile on my face, I blinked my eyes and once again stared at the chart. How is this possible? On the chart was the list of all the students in the second year, all classes included. What the graph depicted was the score the students got for the course Sion's adaptability in combat and control, and most shockingly was the fact that the class with the highest median was Professor Thomas's class. How? I managed to mutter after a while. Lifting my head and staring at Donna, I incredulously asked, is the graph correct? How is it possible for his class to get such scores? I was there when he was teaching. He is a terrible professor. I also don't know. Donna also sounded helpless about the situation as she turned off the tablet. Just like you, I've been to his lessons, and I can fully understand where you are coming from. However, the results speak for themselves. Shit. Covering my mouth with my hand, I leaned my body on the chair. Once again staring at the chart, I noticed that there was a large disparity between the lower-ranked students in the class compared to the higher-ranked ones. It was clear to me that the only reason why the median was so high was because of the higher-ranked students. Placing my hand on the armrest, I softly muttered, if it's like. Before I could finish my sentence, cutting me off was the sound of someone knocking on the door. To talk. Raising my head, I looked at Donna. Turning her head, she opened her mouth. Come in. Clank. At her voice, opening the door, a familiar figure entered the room. He was none other than Kevin. Once my eyes paused on him, I couldn't help but groan. Oh God. Oi. A frown emerged on Kevin's face. What are you doing? Don't talk to me. I quickly cut Kevin off before he could finish his sentence. I then looked at him with a face filled with disgust. For at least a week, I don't know you, I have never heard of you, and you have never heard of me. We are total strangers, ugh. Just thinking about his post still sent shivers down my spine. Alternating her head between Kevin and me, Donna leaned her head to the side and curiously asked, what is up with you two? Hearing her voice, my head snapped in her direction. You want to know what happened? Wait, Ren. Ignoring Kevin and leaning my body to the side, and taking my phone out from my pocket, I unlocked my screen and searched for Kevin's post. Once I found it, I smacked my phone on the table. Donna, have a look. Sure. Taking the phone, Donna looked at the screen. Her face quickly turned strange. Kevin. Yes. Putting the phone down, Donna let out a long sigh. Raising her hand, she pointed it toward the door. Please get out of my office. What? What? You too? Kevin protested as he raised his hands. Turning my head and glancing in his direction, I nudged my head in the direction of the door. You heard her, get out. What? Out. Ha. Slumping his shoulders down, Kevin weakly turned his head before he shook his head and proceeded to make his way out. Before he left, he managed to mutter a few last words which I ignored. Just you wait. Clank. The door soon closed and silence once again returned to the office. Taking my phone back and putting it in my pocket, I smiled in satisfaction. Now, where were we? About Thomas. Is there really no way we can fire him? Donna shook her head. Not without a probable clause. Not without a probable clause, ha. Scratching my chin, I once again leaned on the chair. The gears inside of my head started to move. So as long as there is probable cause, he can be fired. Yes, all right. Placing my hands on the armrests of the chair, I slowly stood up. Donna, grant me access to the camera systems. If I looked hard enough, maybe, just maybe, I could figure out anything suspicious about him. Donna furrowed her brows. Brushing her hair to the side, she questioned. The camera systems? Yes. Raising my right hand, I showed her my bandaged hand. Did you not hear about today's incident at the training grounds? The one where one student went berserk. Donna had a sudden look of understanding. I see what you are trying to do. Closing her eyes and thinking for a moment, Donna eventually nodded her head. Okay, there should be no problem with you using the camera system. If you find anything suspicious about Thomas, you can report it to me. Thank you. A smile finally appeared on my face. Rest assured, Donna. Give me time and I will tell you if what happened was really a coincidence or not. Even if Thomas was not involved, I had a nagging suspicion that this was an instigated incident. Opening her drawer, Donna threw me a small card. Here you go. Raising my hand, I caught the cards. Thanks. Putting the card away, I quickly thanked Donna before making my way out of her office. However, just as I was about to leave, Donna suddenly said, Ren, be careful please. My feet came to a pause. Turning around, I asked, what do you mean? Squinting her eyes a little, Donna's gaze fell on me. After a while, she shook her head. I don't know. You just seem a little paranoid to me. I'd be careful if I were you. Hearing her words, my brows furrowed. Am I really being paranoid? Maybe. But honestly, I didn't care. There was something about him that ticked me off. I just couldn't explain it. Eventually, I nodded my head. Sure. Chapter 481. I am sorry. I am sorry. Clank. Coming out of Donna's office, the first thing I saw was Kevin standing by the side with his phone in his hand. He had a lonesome look on his face. I thought you had it coming before heading out. Right as I had taken a couple of steps, Kevin called out for me. Ren, wait. Without saying anything, my footsteps came to a halt. Ren, enough of the jokes. I need to talk to you. Sensing that Kevin's tone was serious, I turned around. What is it? Putting the phone away, Kevin looked around. His gaze locked on the cameras of the place. I don't think this is the right place for me to say. Actually, let's meet up on the weekend, outside of the lock. Seeing how mysterious he was being, my brows could not help but crease. However, in the end, I nodded my head. All right, thanks. Lowering his head, Kevin finally took notice of my hand. What happened to your hand? Nothing. Turning around, I raised my hand and bid Kevin goodbye. Even if I told him, he would eventually find out. I will see you around. I got things to do right now. Okay. Taking out the card that Donna had given me, I casually flipped it around my hand. This is probably going to be a long night. Lock, informatory. Clank. With the sound of the door opening, the nurse raised her head and looked at who had just come into the room. Oh, it is you, Professor. Upon setting her sight on the person that had entered the room, a smile appeared on her face. With his usual bowl-cut hair which was now in a bit of a mess and lanky body, Professor Thomas entered the room. Glancing in the direction of the youth laying down on the bed, the nurse asked, "You here to check up on him?" "Yes." Professor Thomas answered with a smile. Turning his head, his eyes paused on the youth on the bed. "How is his situation?" he asked. "He is doing pretty well," the nurse replied as she stood up. Walking beside Ricardo, the youth that was currently resting, she casually tapped him on the arm. A subtle and faint blue hue enshrouded the tip of her finger as she tapped his arm. Ugh. At the exact moment her hand pressed to his arms, with a small sound, Ricardo's eyes which were closed shut slowly started to open. Blinking a couple of times and glancing toward his left and right, he groggily muttered, "Where am I?" "You are at the infirmary," the nurse replied with a kind smile on her face. The infirmary. It took a couple of seconds for Ricardo to recall the events prior to his appearance in the infirmary, and when he did, his face bleached completely. No, mumbling to himself, sweat started to drip by the side of his face as he sat up and started to stutter. The lesson. I. Raising his head, his eyes finally paused on Professor Thomas. His mouth became dry. "Professor," he weakly muttered. "It is all right." Sitting down on the bed, Professor Thomas's voice was calm. "You do not have to worry about what happened today. Do not you remember what happened?" Raising his hand, he placed it on Ricardo's shoulder. However, right as his hand touched his shoulder, Ricardo flinched back in fear. Seeing Ricardo flinch, Thomas quickly took his hand away from his shoulder. Raising both hands in the air, he softly said, "Do not worry, I am not trying to hurt you." Realizing what he had done, Ricardo apologized. I am sorry, Professor. It is okay. Understanding the current mental state of the student, Thomas scooched his body away from Ricardo. In a calm manner, Professor Thomas started to explain to Ricardo what happened. Ricardo, if you are worried about what happened today, you do not have to. My assistant professor was able to resolve everything. No one was injured. Is that so? Ricardo stuttered a little. However, recalling the events prior to passing out, it indeed seemed to be that way. He secretly let out a sigh of relief. You should probably apologize to him after this, Professor Thomas suddenly suggested, and Ricardo nodded his head in a daze. However, his following words sent chills down Ricardo's body. Yes, even though he was not exactly hurt a lot, he did get injured. Snapping his head, he worriedly asked. His face became even paler. Injured. He got injured. You do not have to worry. Glancing at the nurse, Thomas slowly moved his body closer. His injuries are only on a surface level. They are not much. Despite his words, Ricardo was not in the slightest bit relieved. In fact, his body slowly started to tremble. He is not mad at me, right? He will not kill me because of what I have done. What if he targets my family? They already are suffering because of how expensive the school fees are. What if he targets them? Recalling just how ruthless Ren looked back in the videos he saw of him, Ricardo could not stop trembling. His teeth started to chatter. Hey, Ricardo, are you okay? He was only able to snap out of it when he felt something touch his right hand. Lowering his head, he found Professor Thomas looking at him with worry. What are you worrying about? Are you worrying that Ren will do anything to you? Richard silently nodded his head. In response, Thomas smiled. You do not have to worry about that. All you have to do is apologize. Thomas's voice slowed down a little. His voice deepened too. All you have to do is apologize sincerely. Yes. Ricardo slowly nodded his head. Yes, I need to apologize. If I apologize properly, he might not go after my family, right? Raising his head, his eyes met with Thomas's. As their eyes met, Thomas's head tilted slightly. You know what you have to do, right? Yes, Ricardo replied. With a satisfied look, Thomas stood up. That is great. Placing his hand on Ricardo's shoulder, and seeing that he no longer flinched at his touch, Thomas's smile grew a little. If you have any worries you want to share with me or anything of the sort, you can come to me at any time. As your professor, I will always be there for you. Okay, Ricardo slowly replied. Good. Thomas pushed Ricardo's body down. Have some rest for now. I will be seeing you in class tomorrow. Glancing at the nurse, Thomas waved his hand at her. I guess everything is sorted. It should be about time I leave. It was nice seeing you, Thomas. Once again waving his hand, Thomas finally left the room. Staring at Thomas's back from the bed, Ricardo slowly turned his head and stared at the ceiling of the room. I need to apologize, he softly muttered. Gulp. Chugging down a potion the size of a shot, I slurped in delight. My head, which was groggy, instantly lightened up. Staring at the potion in my hand, I muttered. Thank God for this. The potion that I had currently consumed was something that Melissa had developed and was what I used in order to help my mind calm down and stabilize. This was also the potion that I used in order to stop the negative thoughts inside of my mind from rising. Immediately after each shot, all sorts of negative thoughts regarding my past would quickly disappear. This was what helped me cope with my past. It may not necessarily be a long-term solution, however, this was something I could not live without at the moment. My mind was a very dark place, a place even I feared going into. Let us see. Standing in the middle of a small room, and surrounded by a series of holographic images, I swiped my hand right. At the exact moment my hand swiped to the right, the holographic images in front of me switched. Following this, a series of different images appeared in front of me. Ricardo Mintz. Glancing at them for a brief moment, I pressed on a certain profile, and the holographic images in front of me expanded. Good. Currently, I was at the locked surveillance system. By selecting Ricardo's profile, I was able to gain access to all videos with his face in them. Over 1,000 hours of different footage presented itself before me. My brows creased when I saw this. Crossing my arms, I shook my head. There is no way I have enough time to watch it all. Let us filter even more. After a bit of thought, I raised my hand and selected over 20 different profiles, each belonging to the individuals the lock suspected of being spies. Of course, Professor Thomas's profile was included in one of the profiles selected. This should do. Upon selecting the profiles, I pressed the confirmation button, and the holographic images slowly started to disappear one by one. This persisted for a good minute before finally, the holograms stopped, and the thousands of hours of footage became tens of hours of footage. This was still too much for me. Let us remove interactions when it is a lecture. After a bit of thought, I once again filtered the footage. This time I chose to remove the lecture time since that was not what I was looking for. What I was looking for was data that suggested to me that the incident that occurred not too long ago was instigated. What I wanted was one-on-one interactions. Pressing the confirmation button, the holograms once again started to diminish. It was not long before the footage finally stopped. To my delight, there was only an hour and a half worth of footage. However, to my shock, I found out that the person who had interacted with Ricardo the most was in fact not Professor Thomas, but another professor. Professor Jefferson. Furthermore, he was actually one of the individuals I knew was actually a spy. Wait, So this actually has nothing to do with Professor Thomas. Filtering Professor Jefferson's data for a moment, I was only left with several minutes of interaction between Professor Thomas and Ricardo. One of the interactions between him and Ricardo was at the training grounds, where he gently moved him away, alongside multiple other individuals, in order to get to the middle of the square. There was also another interaction at the nurse's office. Because he had his back against the camera, I could not see his face properly. However, listening to their conversation, I found nothing that was suspicious at all. What are you worrying about? Are you worrying that Ren will do anything to you? You do not have to worry about that. All you have to do is apologize. All you have to do is apologize sincerely. Most shockingly, Professor Thomas was asking Ricardo to apologize to me. This made me start to once question the validity of my suspicions. Maybe I am overthinking things. Was I perhaps just being sensitive? At this point, I really had no idea. Because other than that, the interactions that Professor Thomas had with Ricardo only amounted to either a few words or just simple greetings. Nothing else. What the? Unfiltering the video footage, I quickly looked through Professor Jefferson's interactions with Ricardo, and from there was able to see that each time Ricardo met with Jefferson, he would come out always more depressed, or how should I say, insecure. From this moment on, I already knew who was responsible for this incident. Without a doubt, Ricardo is one of Jefferson's targets. But I still just could not accept the idea that I was overthinking things. Raising my hand, I unknowingly started to bite my nails. Ugh, I do not care. Swiping my hand right and saving all the footage between Professor Jefferson and Ricardo, I proceeded to unfilter all the names in the system, and pressed onto Professor Thomas's name. Hundreds of hours of different footage appeared before me. Gulp. Taking out another shot of Melissa's mental potion, I started to play the videos. Fuck it, I do not care. Even if I end up wasting all of these hours, as long as it helps me find something, then it is worth it. Chapter 482. Nothing. Despite having looked through the footage for the whole night, I saw nothing. Even with Ryan's and Smallsnake's help, there was nothing in the footage that suggested that Professor Thomas was involved with anything. Am I really overthinking things? Or am I purposely being misled? Even though I had already taken this possibility into account a long time ago, the fact that this was all part of the plan of the other entity inside of my body never slipped away from my mind. It was exactly because of this that I was being so paranoid. If Professor Thomas was a spy from the monolith, then I would have not cared the least bit. However, if this was something that he had planned, then things were different. Gulp. Taking another shot of the potion, my mind started to calm down. Honestly, at this point, the best option would be for me to get rid of him even if he is innocent. Even though it is unfair, this is the only thing I can do to calm my mind. Worst case, I can just give him enough money to live comfortably for his whole life. Could not take any more risks. Letting out a long breath, I dragged my body to class. Let me observe for a couple of days before coming up with a decision. Stopping right before the door of the classroom, I fixed my clothes and glasses. Then, once I made sure that everything was fixed, I proceeded to enter the classroom. Clank. Upon entering the classroom, I found that I was actually the last one to arrive. Instantly the eyes of everyone present landed on me. Not minding the stares, and nodding once, I decided to sit down at the front of the classroom. I actually did not need to attend the lecture, however. I still decided to attend because of my paranoia. One's mana flow may be disjointed from the flow in the air, and as such, at the front of the classroom, the professor continued on with his lecture. Yet again, his lecture was filled with nonsense that I could not comprehend. I was not the only one that felt this way, as the students near me had bored looks on their faces. Glancing at them from the corner of my eyes, I could not help but laugh a bit. Kind of remind me of the time back then at the lock. Back then, when I still thought that this world was still a novel, and knew nothing about current world affairs, I would also behave like them. It felt kind of nostalgic. Wham! I let out a soft yawn. Before I knew it, my eyes started to become heavier. Was it perhaps because of the boring lecture, or because I had not been sleeping properly for the past 2 days? But slowly, my eyes started to close, and it was not long before my consciousness slipped. What in the world are you doing, Sophia? Shush, you will wake him up. Move back a little. I have not positioned myself well. Is this far enough? Yeah, perfect. Lower your body a little. Get the lighting right. Ugh, why is this so complicated? The previous 10 photos looked fine to me. Just shut up and do it. What is going on? Hearing a set of voices near me, my mind gradually cleared up and I slowly opened my eyes. Click. At the exact moment I opened my eyes, I heard a small clicking sound. Blinking my eyes a couple of times, much to my surprise, I found Sophia standing a couple of inches away from me with 2 of her fingers up in a peace sign. Opposite her was Maria, who held a phone in her hand. Once my mind cleared up completely, my brows furrowed. What are you two doing? Kia. Sophia jumped up in fright as she dashed behind Maria. Peeking from behind Maria, Sophia stuttered a little. You are awake. You think. Raising my head and glancing around the classroom, I checked the time. 9:32 a.m. It is already this late. Did I sleep throughout the whole class? It was only after I checked the time that I finally realized that class had ended not too long ago. Standing up from my seat, I grabbed onto my glasses and put them back on. Are you going to leave now? Sophia cautiously asked. Glancing at her for a brief moment, I turned my gaze in the direction of the other seats and slowly nodded my head. Yeah. At the moment the whole class was still full, as they still had another lecture going soon. However, there were still 10 minutes before that lecture started, so I was okay for now. Excuse me. Just as I was about to leave, I felt a slight tug on my shirt. Turning my head, I was surprised to find the student from yesterday's incident looking at me. Ricardo Mintz. Recalling the conversation he had with Thomas yesterday, a smile appeared on my face. How can I help? I am sorry. Before I could finish my sentence, lowering his body, Ricardo suddenly apologized at the top of his lungs, attracting the attention of everyone in the room. For a brief moment, I was unsure of how to react. What is going on? My slight hesitation proved to have given Ricardo the wrong message as his body started to tremble. Bang! Getting down on his knees, he banged his head on the ground and screamed even more loudly. I am sorry. I am sorry. I am sorry. Please do not kill me. I swear it was just an accident. What? Feeling the gazes of everyone in the class directed in my direction, and leaning my body forward, I grabbed him by the arm and stopped him from banging his head on the ground. Oi, what is up with you? Snap out of it. I will not kill you. Hi. I am sorry. I am sorry. Despite my attempts at understanding where his fear was coming from, I found Ricardo's face bleach more and more. Seeing that the situation was turning out for the worst, I quickly came up with a solution. Hold still. Grabbing him by the back of his hair, I pulled his head up and took out a small potion from my dimensional space. Hiua. Ignoring his screams, I uncapped the potion and chugged it down his throat. Shut up and drink it. The effects of the potion were almost instantaneous. Almost immediately after he ingested the potion, his body stopped shivering, and he started to calm down. Once I saw this, I finally let go of his hair, and he slumped back on the chair. Silence enshrouded the room. Ignoring it, I lowered my head and stared at Ricardo from beneath my glasses. Have you finally calmed down? I asked. Ha, ha. However, I was only met with the sound of his heavy breathing. Just as I was about to speak to him again, a familiar voice rang from behind me. What is going on here? Having spent the whole night spying on him, I was immediately able to recognize the person. I took a step to the side. Professor, did something happen? With a slight nod, Professor Thomas walked headed in my direction. His eyes soon paused on Ricardo. What do we have here? Lowering his body, his voice became soft. Ricardo, is everything all right? At Professor Thomas's words, Ricardo's head twitched a little. Then, weakly lowering his head, his eyes paused on the professor. Professor. Yes, it is me. Professor Thomas said with a smile on his face. Is everything all right? Raising my head, my eyes once again met with Ricardo's. After a while, he nodded his head. Yes, I see. That is good. Standing up, Professor Thomas patted him on the shoulder. You probably did not get much sleep yesterday, did you? After everything that happened, right? That is right. Ricardo weakly nodded his head. Professor Thomas turned his head to glance in my direction. Extending his hand, he passed me a small folder. Assistant, I will go bring Thomas to the infirmary. Can you do me a favor? Go to my office and put these on my top shelf. I probably will not return to my office, so it is best if you do it for me. Okay. Taking the folder, my eyes began to squint a little. Supporting Ricardo by the bottom of his armpit, Professor Thomas slowly helped him up. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly paused and turned to look at me. You know the password to my office, right? No. I shook my head. Leaning his body closer a bit, he softly whispered. The code is 091. 091. My brows knit. The numbers sounded oddly familiar. However, I could not quite remember where I had heard of them. Do you remember the password? It was then that Professor Thomas's voice rang, and I snapped out of my thoughts. Staring in his direction, I slowly nodded my head. Yes, I know. That is good. Turning around, Professor Thomas slowly helped Ricardo out of the room. Be careful of your step. Yes. Staring at the two from behind, my eyes began to squint tightly. At the same time, Han Clan, gathered inside a large hall, were the respective members of the Han Clan. Thank you all for coming here. Standing in the middle of the hall was none other than Han Yufei, the current heir of the Han Clan. Why have you called us here? Xiao Fei. Seated amongst the seats was an elderly man with a long white beard. He was Han Dinghui, and he was the grand elder of the clan. There was kindness in his eyes as he stared at Han Yufei in the middle of the hall. Grand elder, thank you for taking your time to meet me. Han Yufei cupped his hands. No problem, no problem. Han Dinghui dismissively waved his hands. He was very happy with this nephew of his. He would not mind taking some time to listen to whatever he had to say. Do not waste any more time. Tell us what you want. It was then that a grumpy voice suddenly sounded from one of the elder seats. The voice belonged to Han Chenyu, a fairly high-ranked elder. Hearing his voice, another elder beside him nodded his head. We do not have all day, so get on with it. Yes. Sensing the impatience in the elder's voice, Han Yufei smiled. He immediately went straight to the point. I would like to relieve myself of my duties as an heir for the next 5 years. At the exact moment his words faded, the hall became deathly silent as no one dared to utter a single word. Before anyone could blow their tops off, Han Yufei wisely continued. I believe that I have found the best opportunity for me to grow, and I do not want to let go of this opportunity. Raising his hand to stop anyone from voicing their objections, Han Yufei continued. I know what you are going to say, however. No, I do not believe that the clan can provide the same level of training. This may be a gamble that I am taking, but I believe that if it pays off, the Han clan can emerge at the top amongst the 4 clans. As he spoke, his eyes darted all over the room. From time to time, his eyes would stop on an elder. I want you all to trust me. If you give me this chance, I will not let you down. Finally finished with what he wanted to say, Han Yufei looked at everyone in the hall and cupped his hands. Once again, please allow me to do this. Right as his words faded, several elders stood up from their seats. This cannot. This is nonsense. Absolutely. Quiet. Before they could even finish their sentence, a booming voice echoed throughout the whole hall, shutting them up instantly. Staring in the direction of the person that had spoken and seeing that it was none other than Han Dinggui, everyone stopped talking. Once the hall quieted down, Han Dinggui sternly looked at Han Yufei. Your words, do you truly believe them? Han Dinggui asked. Yes, Han Yufei replied while raising his head and meeting the Grand Elder's eyes. For a brief moment of time seemed to have stopped moving for Han Yufei as his gaze met with the Grand Elder's. However, as he thought back at Ren's fight, back at the conference, Han Yufei's teeth clenched, and he continued to look at the Grand Elder's eyes. I want to be strong like him, he thought. Just the image of Ren beating the orc and Kevin so effortlessly ignited Han Yufei's spirit. Since you said that you can make me stronger, I will gamble on you. Han Yufei's and the Grand Elder's stare down persisted for a while before a soft smile appeared on Han Dinggui's face. Very well, he eventually said. Closing his eyes, he started to caress his beard. You are still young. I will not stop you. With your talent, even if these 5 years end up being a waste, you should have no problem reaching the full potential of your talent. Pausing for a second, he once again locked eyes with Han Yufei. His eyes became more serious. I may be allowing this, however. I hope you keep in mind that the clan's interest always comes first. Yes. Han Yufei's back straightened. Good. Han Dinggui let out a satisfied smile. Raising his hand to stop the others from speaking, he once again looked at Han Yufei. Is there anything else that you would like to say? Yes. Scratching the back of his head, Han Yufei's tongue stuck out from his mouth a little. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva and staring at the Grand Elder once more, he softly said, I would like permission to give away the family art to one person. Although his voice was soft, it powerfully rang through the ears of each of the elders present, and everyone's faces simultaneously froze. What? Chapter 483. Beep. Beep. 091. Typing the codes on the side of the wall, the door of the office slowly started to open. With my eyes locked on the side of the door, my brows slowly started to squint. This number. There was something about the number that made me alert. Turning around and looking at the empty corridors of the classroom, I slowly entered the room. Upon entering the room, my eyes locked on the professor's desk. Without further ado, I walked up to it and placed the folder he had given me on his desk. Right as I placed the folder on his desk, glancing around the place, I let out a long breath as I thought about the state of the room the first time I came here. Compared to the first time that I was here, it was now a lot cleaner. Just recalling the state it was in, and how many hours I had spent cleaning the place made me shake my head. It was quite frankly terrible. Anyhow, turning my head, my eyes once again locked in the direction of the door. That number. There was definitely something about that number that made me apprehensive. Closing my eyes, I proceeded to use the chip inside my head to jumpstart my memories. They could potentially be just random numbers, however. It was never wrong to double-check. Ugh. At the exact moment the chip activated, I felt a slight tingle in my brain. 091, 091, 091. Instantly, upon activating the chip, my thoughts became a lot clearer as I started to look through all my memories in hopes of finding just where I had heard the number before. It was not long before I finally figured it out, and when I did, my eyes snapped open. 091. I know who he is. Clank. It was then that at the exact moment I figured everything out that the door suddenly opened and a figure walked in. His deep voice echoed throughout the whole room. So you have figured things out. My head immediately snapped in the direction of the person who had come in. He was none other than Professor Thomas. My eyes instantly turned into slits. Turning around, he closed the door behind him. Gazing at him, I slowly opened my mouth. Professor, did you not previously say that you would not be coming back? I did. Professor Thomas nodded his head before slowly walking toward his desk. As he walked, I took a step to the side and allowed him to sit on his chair. He had the same carefree look as he always had. Without saying anything, I just gazed in his direction. After a while, interlocking his hands together, Thomas turned his head and our eyes met. It has been a while since we have last seen each other. 876. Breathing out from my nose, my eyes closed for a brief moment. As expected, it is him. Professor Thomas is indeed 091. My eyes opened up once again. 876. Is not that the guy you were previously talking about back when I first met you? It was from that simple greeting that I was able to confirm my suspicions, and that Professor Thomas was indeed 091. I proceeded to sit down on the chair opposite. Supporting my arm on the armrest of the chair, I crossed my legs and calmly observed Professor Thomas in front of me. How were you able to make yourself look like Professor Thomas? You do not seem to be wearing a skin mask, nor do I think you have an artifact that can help you do that. Professor Thomas prior to entering the lock was a real person. That I did not doubt. Since 091 had been an experimental soldier for a lot longer than me, I doubted the fact that he had been Professor Thomas for that long. My doubts were soon clarified as Professor Thomas responded. I have had my facial and skeletal structure reshaped in order to mimic Thomas's. That makes sense. I leaned back on my chair and nodded my head. Everything was starting to make more sense. Scratching the top of my nose, I continued. After selecting someone that was soon going to be a professor, you decided to kill him and disguise yourself as him. Then, with the help of the monolith, you were able to enter the lock. Even though the lock's security was extremely tight, for an organization as massive as the monolith, which was by far many times more powerful than the lock, setting everything up and helping a couple of people infiltrate was not actually impossible. Many people in the press complained that the lock security was too lax, but they were quite frankly just ignorant. Just because the lock was the #1 academy in the human domain did not mean they were impenetrable. Did they not understand that the lock was going up against an organization many times more powerful than them? Correct. 091 nodded his head. Silence once again descended in the room. Treeing. Breaking the silence was the sound of my phone ringing. Lowering my head, I glanced at my watch to check who the caller was. It was Kevin. Before I could take my eyes away from my watch, 091 calmly opened his mouth. You can take it. Wordlessly staring at Professor Thomas for a good minute, I decided to answer the call. Hello, Ren. Kevin's voice sounded rather panicked from the other side of the speaker. What is going on? I calmly asked. What do you mean what is going on? Have you not checked the news at all? Your name is all over the place. Everyone knows that you are 876. Not only that, over 10 professors at the lock were found dead in their own rooms. Their cause of death is suicide, and the time of their death is from 12 a.m. to early morning, during the exact time you were in the camera surveillance system. With the news of you being 876, some people are suggesting that you are the one responsible for their deaths. Glancing toward Thomas, I thought. I see, so this is what you have been planning. The professors that had died were most likely the ones that the monolith had under them, and had sacrificed in order to frame. The whole mental game that Professor Thomas had been playing was to get me to become paranoid enough to the point that I would check the camera system so that he could enact the plan. Since I was the only one that was in the camera system, while the deaths happened, the most suspicious person would be me. Furthermore, the whole Ricardo scenario was most likely also on purpose. He was probably trying to show the class that there was something off about me, further increasing the validity of the claims about me. What do you mean? Oh, this is B. Do. Before Kevin could continue, I hung up the call. Without looking at 091, I swiped my phone up and opened the news tab. Upon opening the news tab, the first thing I saw was my image on the first page. Breaking news. Recent revelations have been made that Ren Dover, the missing student from the lock, is in fact 876. Because of his excellent performance at the conference, he made a deal with the union and framed Aaron Rhinestone. Read more. Reading the article and looking through the evidence that was brought forward, I calmly nodded my head. I see what you guys are trying to do. You guys want to incite internal chaos. Turning off the phone, I leaned back on the chair. Not a bad move. It did not take a genius to understand the intentions of the monolith. By publicly letting the world know that I was 876, they were essentially trying to tarnish my reputation. Had it been in the past, it would not have mattered. However, at the moment I was one of humanity's hope. That is correct. Professor Thomas, 091, nodded his head. His impassive voice rang throughout every corner of the room. Once a person reaches a certain point, the way people look at you changes. The stronger you become, the more they expect you to do, and at some point, they start to rely on you. They no longer view you as someone like them. They start viewing you as someone that must protect them. Someone that is responsible for their lives. Professor Thomas suddenly paused. Lifting my head up, my eyes once again met his. The edges of his lips curled upward. Now imagine what would happen if their hope, their reliance turns out to be a byproduct of the monolith. What would the people start to think? Professor Thomas said as his words deeply echoed throughout the room. Not only that, but what would happen when the public comes to learn that the union, the one organization that they trusted, would go as far as trade the lives of some innocent groups for the sake of preserving the life of a wanted criminal? They would suddenly become warier of them. I answered back, closing my eyes. Just as I was about to open them again, Professor Thomas's voice once again rang. Even though I want to continue this chat, we no longer have any time. At the exact moment he said those words, my eyes opened up. What I saw after was Professor Thomas twisting his neck with his own hands. Crack. The sounds of bones breaking deeply resounded throughout the room. Thud. Following the bone-breaking sound, Professor Thomas lifelessly slumped down on the desk. Once again, silence descended on the room. A good minute passed since then. Throughout the whole minute, my eyes never left the dead body of the professor. Once again leaning back on my chair, I opened my mouth. Just like I expected, this whole fiasco was created by you. No. I was met with no response. However, I did not mind this as I continued speaking. I was not too sure at first. However, the first clue that I got that you were up to something was about a couple of weeks ago, when something happened to Aaron's dad. Back then I thought, just what in the world were you planning? What sort of link would you create in order to make my life more difficult? Raising my hand, I caressed my chin. No matter how much I tried to think about it, I could not come up with anything. Perhaps you were not involved with any of this, and perhaps you were simply just trying to plan for the future. However, that thought never left my mind. Standing up from my seat, I glanced at Professor Thomas on the table. Moving his body and turning it to face me, I continued. This thought only increased the moment I first interacted with Professor Thomas. Once he talked about me by name back at the monolith, and once our eyes met, that was the first moment I felt that you had something to do with the situation. It was then that multiple different possibilities formulated inside of my head. Of course, since you are someone that lives inside of me, and I am not really sure whether can read my thoughts or not, I decided to play along. I decided to follow the flow of this scenario you were setting up. Just to confirm a little something I have always been curious about for a while. Extending my hand and reaching out for the folder Professor Thomas had previously handed me, I took out a small recording device. And after playing along for the past few days, I came up with one conclusion. Putting the device away, I glanced toward the right side of the room, where a familiar individual stood. You cannot read my thoughts, can you? Without anything, and bounded by thick metallic chains on both arms and legs, the individual stared at the book library in front of him. Raising his hand, he picked one of the books up from the library. Clank, clank, clank. The rattling sound of the chain hitting each other resounded throughout the whole room. Interesting. It was only after a while that he finally spoke up, and once he did, a smile crept up on his face. Chapter 484. Interesting. Closing the book down, the same figure turned to look in my direction. Our eyes met. Clank, clank, clank. Taking a step forward, the rattling sound of the chains echoed throughout the room. Staring at the chains from the corner of my eyes, I was left surprised by the fact that the chains were directly coming from the ground of the room. Though confusing, I stopped paying attention to this detail as the other figure soon neared me. Coming to a halt beside Professor Thomas, the other figure slowly raised his head, revealing two deep blue eyes. A slight smile tugged in between his lips. So you are telling me that from the very beginning you suspected that I had something to do with this situation? He asked with an amused look on his face. You can say so. I calmly nodded my head and replied. Glancing at Thomas for a brief second, I looked back up at the other Wren. Like I have said before, from the moment that something happened with Aaron's dad, I already suspected that something was going on, and the moment that I met Professor Thomas, my suspicions became even more glaring. Tap, tap, tap. Lowering my hand, I began to tap on the armrest of the chair. It was right at the moment that Professor Thomas mentioned my name, 876, that I was able to somewhat gauge what you were planning. Of course, since there was the possibility of you possibly reading my mind, I decided to take countermeasures. Raising my hand, I pressed my finger on the temple of my head. If you could have read my mind, then you could have easily been able to tell that I was merely playing along with you. Even though I was having most of my thought processes inside of my chip in order to hide them, you should have still been able to determine my intent. Taking into account the possibility of Ren being able to read my mind, I decided to take some precautions. Since whenever I used the chip, my thoughts happened within a fraction of a second, I had a sudden thought. What if I used the chip to hide my real thoughts? What if the chip was fast enough to hide my real thoughts from the other entity? And so that was exactly what I did. Whenever I wanted to think about him, I just activated the chip. In that split second that I activated the chip, I would quickly contemplate everything that was happening around me. Letting out a long sigh, I shook my head. Unfortunately, there is a glaring flaw with this method. Raising my head, I met the other Wren's eyes. The flaw is that even though I might be able to hide from you exactly what I am thinking, it is practically impossible for me to completely hide my thoughts. It just is not. Regardless of how fast I was thinking, if the other Wren was truly capable of reading my mind, he should have been able to pick up my intentions, regardless of how small they were. Still, this was what I wanted to begin with. I wanted him to find this out so that I could properly gauge whether he could read my mind or not. However, it did not seem like he could. Had he done so, he would have found out that I had already made countermeasures for his plan. And thus, this only meant one thing. You cannot read my mind. Pursing my lips, I asked. I am right, are I not? Though I said that, I was not exactly 100% sure. After all, with everything I went through with him, the possibility of me being purposely misled was not impossible. Once again I was met with no response. Regardless, I continued. Anyhow, let us say that my hypothesis is correct, and that you cannot read my mind. How are you capable of always being a couple of steps ahead of me? Pausing, I glanced at the other Wren from the corner of my eyes. After thinking about it for quite a while, I came up with one conclusion. I paused. You know the future. At the exact moment those words left my mouth, the temperature of the room chilled considerably. The edges of my lips curled upwards. If you think about it, that makes sense. For him to have been able to plan the scenario with Angelica and Amanda's mother, there is simply no way you could have done that without knowing that I would end up being the Elven domain, and that the only way to cure her mother was through the Surin fruit, which I so happened to have. Also, the fact that he knew about the novel world was probably the biggest clue regarding the possibility of him knowing the future. Since you know the future, it also gives me the idea that the memories inside of my head were in fact implanted by you. The more I thought about it, the more plausible this possibility became. Even though the memories inside of my mind were possibly fake, the fact that they were a representation of the future was undeniable. For the other Wren to know about the future, and to be inside of my head, I could only think of one thing. He was the one that had planted the memories inside of my head. Or at least, he knew who was the one responsible for this. Crossing my arms together, I licked my lips. You know, I have always been curious. Even if you do not answer, I will still ask, but, tap, Tap, tap. The sound of my fingers tapping on the armrest of the chair echoed throughout the room. Is Everblood working for you? Even though I already knew the answer, I wanted to get proper confirmation from the other Ren himself. You do not have to pretend otherwise, I am. Yes. It was then that, cutting me off, the other Ren spoke up. My brow raised in surprise. Did not think he would answer so quickly. So you finally decided to speak. I instantly sat up straight. Thud. Grabbing Professor Thomas by the hair, the other Ren dragged him out of the chair and dumped his body on the ground. He then proceeded to sit down on the chair opposite. My brows furrowed tightly. I only noticed it now, but he also touched the book before, right? It was at the exact moment that he grabbed Thomas's hair that I realized that he had also been able to touch the book from the bookshelf. This made me realize something. He is no longer just a projection. How did that happen? Before I could open my mouth, the other Ren started to speak. His next words caused the frown on my face to deepen. You do not have to be wary of Everblood. What do you mean? I leaned my body even more. You think I do not know about the shit that he pulled? Interlocking his hands, the other Ren shook his head. His deep and detached voice rang across the room. What did I say before? My eyes began to squint. What is he on about? Staring into his deep blue eyes, I lowered my head slightly. There are a lot of things that you have saw. Just as I was about to finish my sentence, the other Ren quickly cut in. I am not your enemy. Ha. I once again raised my head to meet his eyes. You are not my enemy. Yes. The other Ren nodded his head. Piffed. I immediately scoffed. You think I will believe that after everything that you have done to me? In fact, extending my hand and tapping on my watch, I opened up the news article from before. The one about my identity being that of 876. Breaking news. Recent revelations have been made that Ren Dover, the missing student from the lock, is in fact 876. Because of his excellent performance at the conference, he made a deal with the union and framed Aaron Rhinestone. Read more. Does this look like something someone who is trying to help me would do? Wordlessly staring at my watch for a good couple of seconds, the other Ren took his eyes away from it. As I have said before, I am not your enemy. Once again, he repeated the same thing. I secretly clenched my fists underneath my table. Bullshit. I irritably replied. What have you done to ever prove to me otherwise? All you have done is messed with my mind, and, taking out a potion from my dimensional space, I smacked it on the table. Plaque. Had it not been for these, I would have probably once again fallen for your scheme. The potion was none other than the potion that Melissa had given me. Had it not been for that potion, I would have most likely fallen for Professor Thomas's mind games. People said that the scariest enemies were ones that were strong. However, I beg to differ. To me, the strongest and most dangerous enemies were ones that could read your thoughts and push the right buttons. Just like Professor Thomas. Had it not been for the potions Melissa had given me, and the fact that I knew that something was up, then perhaps, the outcome would have been much different. Upon smacking the bottle on the table, a brief moment of silence ensued. The silence was soon broken by the other Ren. I will repeat it one more time. I am not your enemy, be it me or Everblood. We are not your enemies. You may not figure things out now, however, you will soon know. Pausing, the other Ren stood up. Clank, clank, clank. Once again, the rattling sound of the chains hitting each other echoed throughout the room. With his hands behind his back, the other Ren began to walk all the way toward the bookshelf of the room. His feet soon came to a pause. Lowering his head, he glanced at the chains binding his body. I do not have much time, so I will only say a couple more words. Clank. Without a loud metallic sound, the lax chains suddenly straightened. Ignoring them, the other Ren stared toward the window of the room, or to be more precise, toward the sky. Use monarch indifference. Ha. My head moved back. Why in the world would I use? If you want strength, use monarch's indifference. So far, you have only used a small fraction of its powers. Clank. The chains suddenly started to exert more power. However, the other Ren simply ignored them. If things ever reach a point where you will die, use monarch's indifference. I will show you just how powerful you are. Clank, clank. Slowly, the other Ren's body started to get wrapped by the chains. Soon his whole body was enveloped by them, and just as he was about to be dragged to the ground, he was able to utter a couple of more words. I am impressed by the fact that you have been able to outplay me for once. However, do not get ahead of yourself. You are still not out of the waters just yet. Right as his words faded, his body disappeared, and the door of the room flung open. Clank. Ren. The first one to come into the room was Donna. Behind her were multiple different professors. Ren, I have been trying to contact. Entering the room, Donna's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Upon entering the room, her eyes locked on me for a brief moment before they paused on Professor Thomas's lifeless body close to me. It took a bit of time for her to process the situation, and when she did, she looked at me and asked, "What happened?" Chapter 485. What is going on, Ren? Donna's voice echoed throughout the room. It is nothing. I briefly replied as I turned to look at Professor Thomas's dead body on the floor. It is nothing. I repeated once more. Before Donna could reply, I stood up from my seat. I then tapped on my bracelet and threw a small black object in her direction. Catch. Extending her hand, Donna caught the object. It was the recording device that I had used before. What is this? Donna curiously asked as she looked at the recording device. You will find out later, I replied while heading out of the room. However, just as I came close to the exit of the room, my feet soon came to a halt. Where do you think you are going? Preventing me from getting out were a couple of professors. My brows creased. Move, I apathetically said. My words apparently were not appreciated by the professors, who proceeded to glare at me even more fiercely. Who do you think? The professor began to say. Do as he says. Donna interrupted the professor. Staring at the recording device in her hand, she continued. Let him go. He is not the type of guy to kill without reason. If he is really guilty, we will naturally take him away. However, I doubt this is the case. But, enough. Donna raised her voice. Turning her head to glance in the professor's way, her eyes began to shine. The professor instantly shut up. Staring at the exchange, I could not help but think. What a useful power. To have the power to make someone instantly shut up. I wished I had that. Wait, I do. I secretly facepalmed. For a moment I almost forgot I had the one. Snapping me out of my thoughts was Donna's voice, as she harshly scolded the professor trying to block my way. If you want to complain to someone, go and complain to Douglas. I am sure he would have said the same thing. Gritting his teeth, the professor lowered his head. Understood. He replied in a rather weak voice before backing away. You can go, Ren, Donna said as she glanced my way. Glancing toward Donna's way, I secretly thanked her with a nod before leaving the room unobstructed. As I left the room, I could not help but think back at the words the other Ren said to me. I will repeat it one more time. I am not your enemy, be it me or Everblood. We are not your enemies. You may not figure things out now, however, you will soon know. If you want strength, use Monarch's Indifference. So far, you have only used a small fraction of its powers. If I want strength, use Monarch's Indifference, ha. Staring at the empty hall in front of me, I caressed the bottom of my chin. Interesting. A few hours passed since then. We have confirmed the recording that you have sent. You are in the clear. The others are still somewhat unconvinced, but Douglas shut them up for you. That is good. Ding. Entering the elevator, I pressed the button for the last floor of the building. Soon the door closed. Is there anything else that you need to tell me? At the moment I was on a call with Donna. After what happened at the lock, I decided to head back home. However, because of all the people that were swarming the premise in order to find answers, it took me quite a while for me to get back home. By the time I was back home, Donna had already finished talking with Douglas and the other members of the upper board of the lock. She was currently briefing me on the conversation they had. Yes, there is going to be a press conference tomorrow, and they want you to be there. I see. I pursed my lips. Ren, this is an opportunity for you to clear your name. I am sure you have already seen the file that Monica sent you. With it, you should have no trouble getting your name cleared and… There was a brief pause in her sentence. Though I was not certain, I faintly heard the sound of Donna sighing. Did something happen? I wondered. However, I soon understood exactly why she was sighing. Ren, please do not say something unnecessary. Please do not do something like what you did back at the conference. You already have plenty of enemies. Please do not try to antagonize the whole world. Oh, that is not a good enough answer, Ren. Right. I half-heartedly replied. This obviously only further increased Donna's worries as she raised her voice a bit. Ren. Ding. The elevator bell suddenly rang, and the doors opened. Before Donna could voice out more complaints, I quickly bid farewell. Ah, Donna, I am in an elevator, the signal is pretty bad, I am afraid I will have to leave you. It was nice talking to you, and thank Monica for me. Re-do-do. The static sound that came at the end of each call rang in my ears. Sorry, Donna. Putting my phone away, I shook my head. There is simply no way I am letting go of such an opportunity. There were just so many things that I wanted to say to the people. Walking down the corridor of the apartments, I soon stopped in front of my apartment and opened the door. Clank. I am home. Upon opening the door, I heard the sound of rushed footsteps heading for my way. Following this, I was greeted by a few familiar faces. Ren. The first one to greet me was my mother, who rushed in my direction. Already prepared for this, I merely just let her hug me. Was too tired to put any resistance. Within seconds, she appeared in front of me and embraced my whole body with her arms. Ren, I saw what happened on the news. What is going on? Is everything all right? You are not hurt, are you? What exactly happened? Oh my, you look quite pale. Did you eat? Once she hugged me, I was instantly bombarded by an endless amount of questions. As expected, mothers were always mothers. Just as I was about to push her away, my dad appeared from behind and grabbed her by the back of her shirt. Samantha, stop asking questions. Cannot you see he is tired? It was only after my father's words that my mother finally moved her head back and looked at me properly. Her eyes squinted for a brief moment before her shoulders slumped down. Okay, fine. With a dejected look, she finally let go of me. However, just as she was about to let go, she suddenly remembered something and once again turned her head to face me. This time her face was a lot more serious. Ren, please do not tell me you are going to leave us again. There was a slight tremble in her voice following her last words. My brows furrowed a bit when I felt this. Brushing her hair to the side, she lowered her head and continued. I can understand that this situation is troublesome, but I do not want you to go. You just Cutting her off, I raised my hand. Stop right there, Mom. Glancing behind her for a short moment, I looked back at her and reassured her. You do not have to worry about the situation. I have got things handled. Although I might end up losing my job, I will not be running away anymore. From the moment that I stepped back into the human domain, I had decided to never again be put in a similar situation. And thus, despite my current circumstances, I was not planning on leaving the human domain anytime soon. Plus, It was not like I was actually helpless about the situation. Raising my head, I looked at my mother dead in the eyes. I will say this again, Mom, but you do not have to worry. I am not leaving. Letting out a visible sigh of relief, it did not take long for my mother to return to her usual cheerful self. Okay. Putting on a smile, she turned around. Since you have everything figured out, how about you join us in the living room? Nodding my head and taking off my shoes, I headed for the living room of the house. Right as I entered the living room, pausing for a second, I blinked a couple of times to make sure I was not seeing wrong. Once I was certain that I was not seeing wrongly, I turned my head to look at my mother and pointed in Nola's direction. Why is Nola lying down like that? I did find it odd that Nola had not greeted me the moment I entered the house. However, from the looks of it, things were not as simple as I thought they were. With her face facing the ground, Nola laid on the ground with both her hands and legs spread apart. Twitch, twitch. From time to time her body would start twitching. What in the world happened? I suddenly had an ominous premonition that a troubled look appeared on my mother's face as she turned to look toward the kitchen. About that. The cookies are ready. A soft voice echoed throughout the living room. Turning my head in the direction of where the voice came from, I was surprised to see Amanda. Amanda, you are here. With a soft nod, Amanda placed the cookies on the table. A nice buttery scent lingered in the room. Once she put the tray down, she cleaned her hands on the white apron she was wearing. I came here because I wanted to talk to you. Walking toward the cookies, I was left impressed by how good they looked. Pointing at them, I glanced at Amanda and asked, did you make these? Amanda once again nodded her head. Wow, I did not know you could cook. With how busy she was at her guild, I never thought she would have enough time to cook. I cannot cook, Amanda shook her head. Your mother taught me. I nodded my head in understanding. That made more sense. Lowering my head and staring at the cookies, I extended my hand in the direction of the cookies. May I? Yes, Amanda replied. There was a visible twinkle in her eyes. It was clear to me that she wanted me to taste her cookies. I smiled when I saw this. Just as I was about to pick a cookie up, my mother suddenly spoke up. Ren. Yes. My hand came to a halt. Glancing in her direction, I asked, what is wrong? Opening her mouth, my mother eventually shook her head and sighed. You know what, never mind. My brows furrowed. However, considering that my mother always tended to act strangely, I did not put much thought into it. Picking one of the cookies up, I smelled it for a second before putting it in my mouth. Crunch. It was at the exact moment that I took a bite of the cookie that everything started to make sense. Staring at Nola, who was still lifelessly lying on the ground, I proceeded to look at my mother, who lowered her head. Is it good? Amanda worriedly asked from the side. I did not know when, but my lips slowly started to tremble. Cough. Letting out a muffled cough, I gazed at Amanda and forced a smile. Yes. Cough. Weakly placing my hand on the table, I took a knee to the ground. Cough. Cough. It is. Great. Cough, but why is it? Cough. Spicy. I did not know how it was possible, however. Somehow, the cookies were spicy beyond compare. With each breath I took, it felt as though I was breathing fire. I could barely even think at the moment. Spicy. Tilting her head, Amanda glanced at the cookie tray. Wait. I tried to stop her, however, it was too late. Extending her hand, Amanda took one of the cookies and took a bite of it. Not even a second after she placed the cookie in her mouth, her face started to redden considerably. Slowly her eyes started to water. How? Amanda mumbled in dismay as she stared at her hands, which were currently shaking. She also took a knee. Chapter 486. Click, click, click. The clicking sound of the camera's shutter echoed throughout a large auditorium filled to the brim with people. Do you have anything to say regarding the current allegations? Are you really 876? Why did you frame Aaron Rhinestone? Is Aaron innocent? Standing in front of the seats were a series of reporters who asked an endless amount of questions. All of their attention was currently drawn toward the center of the room, or to be more precisely, toward my direction as I sat behind a large table. A few inches away from my mouth was a small microphone. Sitting beside me was Douglas. Seems like you are quite the popular one, Douglas joked as a small smile hung on his lips. Briefly glancing in his direction, I shrugged my shoulders. Guess I am. Nothing I could do about it. My charm was just that high. Douglas helplessly shook his head. You never change. I once again shrugged my shoulders. Just as I was about to say something else, the room instantly quieted down. By the way, clank. Following this, Octavius Hall entered the room. His entire presence enshrouded the whole room, making it hard for the reporters to muster any courage to speak. Even I was overwhelmed by his presence for a brief moment. It looks like he has made a small breakthrough. My eyes narrowed. I could feel it. He was a few years away from reaching SSS- rank. Glancing around the room for a couple of seconds, Octavius soon moved towards the table in the middle of the room and proceeded to sit down next to Douglas. Once he sat down, he crossed his arms and remained silent. For a brief moment of time, silence ensued. His overwhelming aura made it hard for the reporters to keep themselves composed. However, this did not last for long as the reporters soon jumped back up from their seats and started to ask questions. Octavius Hall, what have you got to say regarding the allegations thrown out? Evidence points out that the leak is indeed true. Why is this happening? With all the attention drawn towards him, Octavius suddenly raised his hand and muttered, quiet. Though his voice was quiet, it traveled through the ears of everyone present and all the reporters suddenly found themselves seated in their seats with their backs drenched in sweat. Snapping out of it, the reporters glanced at each other. From the looks on their faces, it felt as though they were all wondering the same thing. What in the world just happened? Ignoring the commotion, Octavius opened his mouth. The moment he opened his mouth, everyone's focus once again turned to him. I am sure everyone here has questions regarding the current allegations thrown at us. Many of you are wondering what is going on, and whether they are true or not. Octavius suddenly paused. Closing his eyes for a brief moment, the temperature of the room dropped a couple of degrees. Opening his eyes again, he once again opened his mouth. And the answer to that is, it is true. However, right as he was about to finish his sentence, I directly cut him off. From where I was seated, I could feel his gaze suddenly land on me. Ignoring Octavius, and with a nonchalant look on my face, I lazily looked at the reporters in front of me. Most of the stuff that was leaked is true. For a short moment of time, none of the reporters were able to utter a word as they all stared at me with a look filled with looks of shock. Beside me, I could feel Octavius's energy fluctuate slightly. Not sure about Douglas as his energy remained calm. Everyone was quick to recompose themselves, especially the reporters. Instantly everyone stood up and fervently started to ask questions. Click, click, click. The cameras started flashing as the reporters started speaking over each other. Did you just say that all the leaks were true? Can you once again repeat your statement? Are you saying that you are really 876? And that the stuff that was leaked was true? Were the crimes reported by the union really true? Because everyone was speaking over each other, it was hard to make out any of the questions they were asking. Lowering my head and massaging my forehead, I softly mumbled. How annoying. How in the world am I supposed to answer the questions if you are all speaking at once? Feeling Douglas's gaze from my right side, he once again shook his head. Turning his head to glance at the reporters, he lowered his hand. Quiet please. As he said those words, a trace of mana extended out from his hand, and all the reporters stopped speaking. Once silence returned in the room, Douglas looked at all the reporters in the room. If anyone has any questions to ask, please do so in an orderly manner. If you all ask questions at the same time, it will be impossible for us to hear what you are trying to ask. Pausing, Douglas's eyes squinted. Am I being clear? He sternly asked. All the reporters silently nodded their heads. Good. With a satisfied smile, Douglas turned to look at me. You can continue. Thanks. Thanking Douglas, I turned my attention back toward the reporters and cameras. I will make this quick, so listen carefully. At the same time, inside of a small private room, I am sure everyone here has questions regarding the current allegations thrown at us. Many of you are wondering what is going on, and whether they are true or not. Seated on a small sofa, and staring at a holographic image in front of them, Donna leaned her body forward. Worry flashed across her eyes. What are you so worried about, Donna? Seated next to her was Monica. Extending her hand, she grabbed a handful of popcorn, and shoved them down her mouth. Munch, munch. Are you worried about what is going to happen to Ren? Munch, if so, you do not have to worry, I have already given him the files. That is not it. Donna shook her head. That is not what I am worried about. Oh, munch. Gulp. Swallowing the popcorn in her mouth, Monica turned to look at Donna. Then what are you worried about? Ha. Sighing out loud, Donna covered her forehead. I am worried about what Ren is going to say. You know very well his mouth is just as unfiltered as yours. Aye. Monica's eyes squinted at Donna's subtle diss. Lowering her hand, she grabbed another handful of the popcorn. I think you are overthinking things. Halfway through her sentence, Monica stuffed her mouth with another handful of popcorn. Munch, munch. It is not going to be that bad. Turning to glance in Monica's way, Donna lowered her head and softly mumbled. I wish so too. She really did. However, knowing Ren for how long she did, she knew that this could only be a pipe dream for her, especially after her talk with him on the phone yesterday. At the moment she could only wish that he would not go overboard. I will make this quick, so listen carefully. It was then that Ren's voice suddenly echoed through the speakers of the projection. Turning their attention back toward the holographic projection, Monica and Donna suddenly noticed that the atmosphere around Ren had started to change. His previous nonchalant look was gone, and what replaced it was a serious one. Seating a couple of seats beside him, Octavius Hall's brows furrowed. I want you all to understand one thing, Ren slowly said as his eyes remained fixed on the cameras in front of him. I do not care about any of you. Though soft, his words rang in the ears of everyone watching and listening like powerful thunderclaps inside of a raging storm. Lowering his head, Ren's voice deepened. My performance at the conference was for me, not for you. I am not your hero, nor the hope that many of you are making me out to be. If I had to put it bluntly, do not mistake my previous deeds as me trying to be your savior. As I have said before, I could not care any less about any of you. Pointing his finger on the table, Ren leaned his body forward. You come here, demanding answers from me, as though I have suddenly betrayed all of your expectations, and shit, ha. Ren suddenly scoffed. Raising his hand and brushing his hair back, he glanced at the camera and muttered. It makes me sick. Silence. As Ren's words echoed through the auditorium, absolute silence enveloped the area as no one dared to utter a single word. Or rather, they could not. How could they answer Ren's sudden words, be it Douglas, Octavius, or any of the reporters? Everyone was just listening to Ren's words with a myriad of different expressions. Let me repeat this once again. I am not your hero, nor am I your hope. If you feel betrayed by the sudden revelations that I am 876, then tough luck. I quite frankly do not care about what you think. In the first place, it is you who put your expectations on me. Did I ever ask you to put your expectations on me? Ren shook his head. I did not think so. Pausing for a brief moment, Ren turned to glance in Octavius's direction. Meeting his eyes for a brief moment, he once again started to speak. The same cannot be said about the Union. They are an organization dedicated to protecting you. They are the ones you should be placing your hopes into. Ren's eyes suddenly narrowed. However, just because they are an organization that is set to protect you, it does not mean that they also care about you. Tapping on his watch, a black holographic image materialized in front of Ren. Extending his hand, he pressed on the holographic screen, and a recording suddenly started to play. Despite the fact that 876 saved you, we really cannot do anything about the situation. On one hand, sign a treaty to bring peace to the human domain, and stop the monolith from terrorizing the human domain for a few years, and let us recuperate, and on the other hand sacrifice some unknown D-rank talent that we know nothing about. As the recording played, everyone in the room was able to hear a conversation between two individuals, both of whom were female. Yes, we are grateful for what he did, however. As the Union, we are set to prioritize the lives of the many over one. It might come back and bite us in the future, however. This is the type of organization we are. What is done is done. Even though I have voted against the decision, the other heads all unanimously voted for 876 to be eliminated. In the end, he was not worth the sacrifice. The recordings lasted for a little over a minute, and once it reached its end, Ren tapped on his watch and turned off the holographic function. The silence from before continued to prevail over the auditorium. This conversation was a conversation between two of the heads of the Union. I will not say their names, but you can probably figure out from their voices who they are. As Ren was talking, he suddenly felt a small mana ripple spread from beside him. It did not take a genius to understand who it belonged to. Since they were in front of everyone, Ren knew that Octavius could not do anything. Therefore, without minding Octavius, he continued. As you have all seen, this is how the Union thinks. They are an organization that will not think twice about sacrificing you if it leads to the better good of humanity. No matter how much you have helped them in the past, if they believe you are not worth it, they will not think twice about throwing you away. In this case, they chose to sacrifice me. Turning his head, Ren gazed in Octavius's direction. Once their eyes met, a soft smile appeared on his face. 876. Chapter 487. I felt a sudden sense of amusement rise from within me as I stared at Octavius. Even though I couldn't tell at first, he really did look like Melissa from up close. Was that possibly the reason for my sudden sense of amusement? I couldn't tell. Turning my attention back toward the reporters, I continued. You people are probably unaware about what truly transpired before a bounty was put on my head. However, if I had to summarize what happened, I would say, leaning my body a little, I placed my hand underneath my chin and looked upwards. I guess you could say that I did what the Union couldn't do for quite a while, and that's actually doing some damage to the monolith. Silence. Once again, despite the words I just said, no one was able to say anything as they just continued staring at me with a dumb look on their face. They were apparently still processing what I previously told them. Regardless, I continued. To summarize what happened between me and the Union, it would be like this. Raising my hand, I pointed at myself. I reigned over, dealt more damage to the monolith than the Union ever had in their whole existence. The piece of recording you just listed is proof of that. Why else do you think the monolith would be so adamant in using me as a counterparty for the Union to sign the truce? Just for the sake of it? I shook my head. No, it's cause I can actually do something about them, unlike the Union who can't seem to be able to do anything at this point. Shaking my head, even more fiercely, I let out a sigh. Then, taking out a potion from my dimensional space, I quickly chugged it down. As I was chugging the potion down, I suddenly had a thought. Shit, I'm starting to become like Melissa. Over the past week, I had been taking the potions as though they were water. I need to do something about this. I knew that this couldn't keep going in the future. I needed to find a way to completely dispel my mental traumas. Plaque. Smacking the potion on the table, I gazed at the reporters. That being said, the reason I'm telling all of you this is not because I want you people to realize just how shitty of an organization the Union is. No, that's far from it. Raising my arm, I wiped the side of my mouth. Although I'm still pissed off about what the Union did to me, at the end of the day, I get their decision. Everyone has their priorities. Just like you people aren't my priority, my life isn't their priority. They are an organization designed to think the best for humanity, and back then, with all the information they had at their disposal, sacrificing me was the correct choice. Had I been in their position, I would have probably done the same. The faces of the reporters changed when they heard my words, however. I merely shrugged my shoulders when I saw this. As much as I wanted to antagonize the Union, I truly did think that their decision wasn't wrong. Heck, I myself took several similar decisions in the past. I completely understood where they were coming from. There was simply no way for the Union to know that I had taken the seed of limit in the past. Furthermore, they were also unaware of who I was exactly during the time I saved Monica and the others. I may hold some resentment for their decision, but I wasn't so blinded by rage to not understand their perspective. Though unfortunate, this was the cruel reality. I let out a long sigh. Supporting my chin with my arm which was propped up on the table, I gazed into the eyes of every reporter present. The same thing could be said to have happened to Aaron. Even though he isn't exactly guilty, he also isn't exactly innocent. I won't get into too much detail about what he's done, however. He was simply used as a scapegoat by the union in order to let me come back to the human domain. If you compare me to him, who by the time was already dead, selling him out was the most appropriate decision. Lowering my head, I fiddled with the empty potion bottle in front of me. Don't get me wrong, just because I'm bashing the union a lot, it doesn't mean I'm against their methods. All I'm trying to do is let everyone know what type of organization the union is. An organization that won't think twice about sacrificing you for the benefit of humanity. Pausing, I let go of the empty bottle in my hand. Raising my head, I closed my eyes for a brief moment before opening them again. Take this as a warning from someone who's been on the discarded side of the union. If you want to survive in this world, you must prove your worth. This was not a peaceful world. It was a world where the strongest survived, and the weakest died. It may have not been apparent now, but in the very near future, this would become more and more apparent to the people. It was best to let the world realize this now before it was too late. Leaning my body forward a little, I turned my head in the direction of one of the cameras recording. Prove to the union that you aren't some expandable. Don't just start blaming the union, or every organization out there for your problems. Raising my head, I glanced toward the ceiling of the room and asked, "You have seen the crack in the sky, right?" Because my eyes were currently on the ceiling of the room, I wasn't able to see the reactions of the people present. If you have, then I will let you know more. However, from how quiet everyone was being, I knew that everyone's attention was currently drawn toward me. The crack will continue to expand. The mana density in the world will increase, and so will your talent cap. If previously you had your talent cap to blame for your inability to climb to the top, now you don't. You may have lower resources than some others, but so did some of the current high rankers. You don't want the union to throw you away? Then you better get stronger, because in a couple of years' time, the least of your worries aren't going to be the union nor the monolith, but it will be the third cataclysm. At the exact moment I mumbled the last words, the eyes of many individuals present in the room started to open widely. Their previous silent and impassive expressions changed to that ones filled with shock, as some couldn't stop themselves from standing up. Finally, ever since I started speaking, the reporters mustered the courage to speak up. Impossible. Impossible. It can't be. You must be lying. Voices filled with disbelief echoed throughout the room as the complexion of some of the reporters paled considerably. I couldn't blame them though. Everyone knew just how catastrophic a cataclysm was, especially since the second cataclysm only happened 80 years ago. Knowing that a third one might happen, people would obviously start fearing for the worst. Some of you might be thinking that all I'm saying is a load of crap, however. I just wanted to let you know that in the few years that I was missing, I was actually in the Dwarven domain and the Elven domain. Isn't that right, Douglas? Turning my head, I glanced at Douglas, who looked back at me. After a short pause, Douglas nodded his head. Yes. Instantly, murmurs started to spread throughout the auditorium as the reporters started talking amongst themselves. Ignoring it, I continued to speak. As you all know, the other races have gone through what we're currently going through right now. So, listen well when I tell you this. Get your shit together, because in a few years' time, this so-called momentary sense of peace that you are all enjoying will be gone, and what you will see will be the true beginning of the end. If there was a better time to let the world know about what was about to come soon, now was the best time. With the third cataclysm and the Demon King soon arriving, it was time for everyone to wake up from this false sense of peace that they were currently experiencing. Even though I was planning on defeating the Demon King wasn't the only enemy out there. There was an army of demons behind him. If humanity kept progressing at this rate, when the time came that the Demon King arrived on Earth, most of them would end up being deadweight. Shit. Lowering my head and massaging my forehead, I let out a small curse. Even though I just told them that I wasn't going to be their hero, I am literally sounding like one. Letting out another sigh, I brought the microphone closer to me. I think I've said enough. Before any of you jump up to ask me any questions, I'll make it clear now, I've already said what I wanted to say, and I won't be answering any questions. Like I've said before, don't make me out as a hero just for your sake. If you're looking for one, then I've got the perfect candidate for you. Pausing, the edges of my lips curled upwards. And that's Kevin Voss. Covering my mouth with my hand, I had to once again pause as my shoulders trembled a little. For a brief moment, I almost laughed out loud. Fortunately, no one was able to notice this. Recomposing myself, I pushed the microphone back. Hume. Raising my hand into a fist, I coughed slightly. As I was saying, if you're looking for a pusho, Hume, someone to put your hopes into, then you can do that with Kevin. He's the type of guy that will care about random people that he doesn't know. As I spoke, I made sure to emphasize the last part. Simply put, I wanted to once again make it clear to everyone that I wouldn't get out of my way to save some random stranger's life if it meant that it could endanger my life. Just wasn't me. Once again staring at the reporters, I turned off the microphone and stood up. I guess this is enough for me. You can choose to believe or ignore my words, but as I said before, I don't care about you. If you choose to ignore my words, when the time the third cataclysm comes, don't come crying to me since I won't even bother looking your way. Got better stuff to do than babysit the lot of you. Glancing at Douglas, who was next to me, I softly mumbled, I'll leave the next part to you. Sure, Douglas replied with a calm smile. With a slight nod, I glanced in Occupyus's direction for a brief moment before leaving. His face was emotionless just as always, however. I could tell that inside he was very mad. Couldn't blame him. I did after all publicly shame the union in front of the whole world. That being said, I didn't regret my words one bit. And it wasn't like he could do anything about it. I may have just antagonized him and half of humanity, but I was confident enough to know that the Union wouldn't move regardless of what I did. Monica, Douglas, Gervas, and perhaps even the Elven Queen. Those were the individuals who Octavius knew were on my side. The Union simply had nothing to gain from attacking me or my family. Furthermore, with me saying all of this publicly, if anything did happen to me, the prime suspect would be the Union. Their reputation was already bad as it was. If they truly did try to silence me, their reputation would fall to a point where they would no longer be able to withstand the backlash. Hey. Leaving the auditorium, a small chuckle escaped from my lips. Chapter 488. No, it is cause I can actually do something about them. Unlike the Union, who cannot seem to be able to do anything at this point. Staring at the projection in front of her, Monica munched on the popcorn in her mouth. Munch, munch. I guess you were right, Donna. His tongue really did go loose. Munch. There was a trace of amusement in her voice as she said those words. Clearly, she was not the least bit perturbed about the things that Ren had said on the projection. Munch. Heh, he even said that he does not care about anyone. Ha ha ha. Way to go, Ren. Besides her, Donna was in total dismay as she covered her face with her arms. I knew it. I knew that this was going to happen. Gulp. Swallowing the popcorn in her mouth, Monica patted Donna on the back. Secretly, she was just trying to get rid of the grease on her hands. Calm down, Donna. The one that should be most worried about the situation should be me. Unlike you, I am actually working for the Union. Not that I disagree with what he is saying, but, lowering her hand, she grabbed another handful of popcorn. Well, what is done is done. The moment I gave him the recording, I already knew that he was going to pull something like this. Stopping her hand right before her mouth, Monica sighed. Actually, I am probably going to be in a bit of trouble since Daphne did not know I was recording her back then. But, well, I am SS- ranked now. Softly chuckling, Monica stuffed her mouth with another handful of popcorn. Munch, munch. What they gonna do about it? Gazing at the projection in front of her for a good minute, Donna eventually gave up. Well, alright. I knew that this was going to happen anyways. Though a small part of her prayed that Ren would not pull something like this. Thinking back at the words he said, Donna realized that perhaps this was for the best. The crack in the sky did indeed seem like a good indication that something big was about to happen. If Ren's words served as a catalyst to help humanity realize in just how much of a predicament they were in, then what he said was not as bad as she was making it out to be. There was only one problem, and that was the backlash that Ren's words would create throughout the world. For a good while, Donna knew that the human domain would be in a lot of turmoil. Turning her head to glance at Monica, who was carefully eating her popcorn, Donna softly mumbled, "It looks like we are going to be very busy this month." Because she had been so focused on the press conference, Monica was unable to hear Donna's mumbles. Turning her head, she asked, "Did you say something, Donna?" "No." Staring at Monica for a good couple of seconds, Donna shook her head and sighed. "Nothing, I did not say anything. And that is Kevin Voss." Piffed. Spitting toothpaste all over the mirror, Kevin's eyes opened widely, opening and closing his mouth like a fish stuck out of the water. Kevin almost dropped his phone on the ground. He had only woken up 10 minutes ago, and thus he did not have enough time to change as he was still in his boxers. The reason why he woke up so early was to watch Ren's press conference, however. Midway through the press conference, Ren suddenly name-dropped him. How could Kevin not be shocked? "Ren, what in the..." "As I was saying, if you are looking for a pushover, someone to put your hopes into, then you can do that with Kevin. He is the type of guy that will care about random people that he does not know." Not even halfway through his sentence, and Ren's voice once again rang out from the speaker of his phone. This time Kevin's body froze completely. He was trying to say pushover, was he not? For a brief moment of time, Kevin was unable to formulate a sentence as he found himself having a hard time trying to comprehend what he had just heard. Veins slowly started to protrude from the top of his forehead. Crack. Before he knew it, a cracking sound rang throughout the room, finally snapping Kevin out of his thoughts. Lowering his head to see what had happened, Kevin's face slowly started to turn red. Shit. Staring at this phone, a curse inevitably escaped from his mouth. "That is my second phone this week. The plan has failed." A deep voice echoed throughout the surroundings as an elderly man with turbid gray hair and wearing a dark gray robe gazed at a small projection in front of him. Depicted in the projection was a youth with deep blue eyes and black hair. Hatred flashed across the elderly man's eyes as he stared at the youth in the projection. I guess you could say that I did what the Union could not do for quite a while, and that is actually doing some damage to the monolith." The more he listened to the youth in the projection, the greater the hatred in the elderly man's eyes became. Crack, crack. Unknowingly, the elderly man's knuckles started to crack as the mana around him started to turn rampant. "Relax." Just then, a raspy voice rang from behind Mo Jinhao. At the exact moment his words echoed, the mana around Mo Jinhao relaxed. Without turning around, Mo Jinhao kept his gaze on the projection in front of him. "You said that to leave things up to you. Yet, it does not look like your plan succeeded." "It did." Refuting Mo Jinhao's words was the same raspy voice. "If you are talking about 876's situation, then yes, the plan could be considered to be a failure. However, if you are talking about the plan, in an objective manner, it did not fail. The Union has suffered considerably from this ordeal." After deliberating over the matter, Mo Jinhao's eyes began to squint. Indeed, if we set 876 aside, the plan could be considered a success in its own way. It cannot be considered a total failure. We may have not achieved what we wanted with 876, however, the seeds of distrust against the Union have been planted. If we take advantage of this situation, we may be able to harvest a lot out of this situation. The same raspy voice from before continued speaking. You just have to be patient and think long term. There will be plenty of opportunities against 876. Especially if we manage to break down the natural order established in the human domain. Crossing his arms, Mo Jinhao's face turned solemn as he deliberated over the words. His words are not wrong. Because of the contract, we cannot directly attack the Union or the human domain. However, just like the demon said, if we take advantage of this situation, we may be able to plant even more seeds of chaos in the human domain. Once that happens, getting to 876 should not be a problem. The monolith's goal was to create as much discord as possible in the human domain. This was so that they could break the natural established order and recruit more people for their cause. So far, although their plan did not succeed as much as Mo Jinhao wanted it to, as he wanted nothing more than to break 876 into bits, the current situation was very favorable for them. With it, they could plan for the future when the contract finally expired. All right, I have come to a decision. Raising his head, Mo Jinhao finally turned his head around, where his eyes soon paused on a black humanoid figure sitting down on a small red couch with a wine cup in his hands. Swirling the cup in his hand and bringing it toward his nose, the demon took a couple of sniffs of it. Ugh. His face soon grimaced. Moving the cup away from himself, the demon's eyes squinted considerably as he moved his head to the side. I still do not understand how you humans can possibly like this sort of stuff. Putting the cup down, the demon raised his head to look at Mo Jinhao. Their eyes soon met, and a smile emerged on his face. It looks like you have finally come to terms with reality. Yes. Mo Jinhao nodded his head. We may have not been able to trouble 876 as much as we wanted, but we have indeed achieved our main objective. Moving toward the projection, he quickly turned it off. I will be leaving to talk to the leader. If you will excuse me. Swinging his arm, Mo Jinhao's robe flung behind him as he directly headed for the exit of the door, leaving Everblood behind. Clank. With a loud sound, the room door shut, and silence surrounded the room. Coo, coo, coo. The silence was eventually broken by Everblood's amused laugh as his head moved back. With both arms on the back of the sofa, Everblood's raspy voice echoed across the empty space. Who would have thought that the plan we worked so hard for would fail like this? He managed to utter amidst his laugh. It is better this way. It was then that an apathetic voice devoid of any emotion sounded from beside Everblood as a figure appeared next to him. Better? Unperturbed by the figure's sudden appearance, Everblood tilted his head. You are saying that it is better like this? Or are you saying that this was also planned by you? The figure closed his eyes. Who knows? Leaning his body forward, the figure grabbed the wine cup on the table and sniffed the wine. Planned or not planned, if he was incapable of doing this much, it would only mean that he was not improving. Also, bringing the glass cup to his mouth, the figure slowly took a small sip. Clank, clank, clank. A small rattling sound echoed throughout the room as the chains binding his hands clashed against each other. Ha! Upon taking a sip of the drink, a satisfied smile formed on his face. The game would not be fun if everything went as I wished. Everblood's head moved back. The smile on his face deepened. Indeed, if he was not able to do this much, everything would simply be too boring. I may not understand what you are trying to do, but so far, I have not been disappointed. This truly is fun. Clink. Placing the cup down, the figure crossed his legs. The room suddenly became tense, and the smile on Everblood's face quickly wiped. How is the situation going on your end? The figure asked. His emotionless voice sent shivers down Everblood's spine. Everything is going just as planned. Everblood replied as his back unknowingly straightened. Connell has inserted himself in the deeper ranks of the monolith, and will soon break into the SS- rank. Following Everblood's words, silence shrouded the room as the figure slowly closed his eyes. It was not long before he eventually opened them. Good. He slowly started to nod his head. In a slow manner, he turned his head to face Everblood, revealing his deep blue eyes. Do not forget why you are here. Do not stray away from it. Make sure you accomplish it. Yes. Standing up, the figure walked toward the other side of the room. Following him from behind were thick black chains. Clank, clank, clank. He eventually stopped in front of the door of the room. Raising his hand and tracing his finger over the door of the room, the figure slowly closed his eyes and suddenly asked, "What do you think makes destruction so beautiful?" It is. Before Everblood had a chance to reply, slowly opening his eyes, he softly mumbled, I am not a very emotional guy. Some might argue that I have long lost my emotions, but watching everything you have worked hard for destroying something that someone else worked just as hard for, it really does move my heart. Like I have said, Ren, I am not your enemy. Chapter 489. What do you think about the comments in the press conference? Will there really be a third cataclysm? I say that this is hearsay. All bullshit fabricated in order to shift our attention away from his crimes. Then how would you explain the current phenomenon that just happened? The crack in the sky. It is undeniably there. We cannot just turn a blind eye to it. Furthermore, there is evidence that proves that Ren Dover has really traveled to the other domains. Click. Turning off my phone, I put it away and continued to walk on the sidewalk of the street. I was currently outside of my house, and the blazing sun in the sky made me feel extremely languid. I really did not feel like doing anything. Despite that, I still continued walking. My current destination was the Demon Hunter Guild. The reason for this was because Amanda granted me access to their top-end training facilities. As matters currently stand, I could not go back to the lock. With everything that transpired over the last couple of days, I was put on administrative leave for a couple of days. Therefore, I had no choice but to go train at Amanda's guild. Along the way, I could not help but think, I really should tell Small Snake to invest more money in the headquarters. Just before the press conference, Amanda came to talk to me about the situation with the magic cards, and from the look of it, they will be launching in a couple of days' time. With the money that would be coming in from their sales, I planned on creating my own state-of-the-art training facility back in the headquarters. Not just for me, but for Small Snake and the others. I think it is bullshit. Even if the mana density of the world increased, it will still be impossible for normal people like us to reach the top. Does that really matter? If the third cataclysm is coming, would you be better off at your current strength, or at a stronger level? That is a big if. Still does not hurt to become stronger. As I neared the guild, I was able to overhear the conversation of some of the people near me. Overhearing their conversations, I shook my head. Just as I expected, everyone is talking about the press conference. Public opinion about what I said at the press conference was divided into two. On one side, many people supported what I said as they also agreed with many of my points, while on the other side, people completely despised me for it. Not that I cared. Like I have said before, I did not really care about anyone else apart from a select few people. I was only one person after all. Halt. Because of security reasons, we cannot allow anyone unknown to enter the guild. Please state your purpose. Tall guards wearing black suits and sunglasses blocked my path right at the entrance of the guild. Glancing toward my right and left, and seeing people going in and out of the building, I could already tell that they were targeting me. Evidently, they were alarmed by my strength. Shaking my head, I brought out a black card from my dimensional space. Here you go. Did Amanda buff up the security because of the magic cards? If so, it was understandable. Given just how much money was involved in its launch, such measures were understandable. Lifting his glasses up with one of his fingers, one of the bodyguards checked my card. Upon making sure that there was nothing wrong with it, he took a step to the side. The guard next to him followed suit. You may go in. Thank you. Taking my card back, I nodded at the guards and entered the premise of the building. Just like in the past, a nice lavender-like smell lingered in the air the moment I entered the building. Glancing around me, I was surprised to find that the lobby of the guild was packed with people moving in and out of the building. It is a lot more crowded than usual. Is something going on? Squinting my eyes and checking out the place for a bit, I eventually shrugged my shoulders. It is probably none of my business. Let us just go train. Taking one last look at the crowd at the guild lobby, I turned around and headed for the elevators in the distance. At the same time, inside a white room that was the length of 2 Olympic-sized swimming pools, Shiyu, 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 splitting the air apart were 3 translucent blue energy beams. In a matter of seconds, the arrows arrived all the way toward the other side of the room and crashed against multiple thick rectangular pillars. Bang! A deafening sound spread out from the point of contact between the arrows and the pillars, and thin black smoke rose in the air. Squinting her eyes and staring toward the distance, Amanda had an unsatisfied look on her face. What is wrong, young miss? Appearing beside her was her assistant, Maxwell, as he handed her a white towel. Taking the towel, Amanda shook her head. I am still too weak. Weak? Maxwell raised his brow. Correct me if I am wrong, young miss, but are you not already nearing B rank? Considering your age, should that not be an achievement to be proud of? Raising her bow and aiming at the target in the distance, Amanda pulled the bowstring back. A blue translucent arrow materialized in between her fingers. Achievement to be proud of. Had it been in the past, then maybe. However, as she looked back at Ren, Kevin, and Jin who had also passed her, Amanda could not bring herself to feel any pride in her strength. Also, Amanda did not doubt Ren's words back at the conference. A third cataclysm will soon appear, and without a doubt, she was still far too weak to survive it. Her current level of strength was far from enough. I have still got a long way to go, Shiyu. Once her words faded, Amanda once again released the string of her bow, and the arrow on her bow disappeared. The air in front of her distorted, and not even a split second after she released the bow, a thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the room. Boom. Following the explosion, a gust of wind began to spread out, resulting in Amanda's hair flailing wildly. Staring at the pillar in the distance, Amanda lowered her bow and turned to glance at Maxwell. Has he arrived yet? Yes, he has, Maxwell replied with a short nod. His face slowly turned serious. I have told him to meet you at your office, however. He insisted on meeting you here. He appears to be in a bit of a rush. Okay. Amanda put her bow away and untied her hair, letting them fall over her shoulders. It is better this way. Not bad. The room I was in looked to be about the size of a small football pitch. It was neither too big nor too small. The insides were completely empty, as the bright lights from above illuminated the white room. The room here is created with one of the hardest materials that we have available. It may not be one of our strongest rooms, but considering your strength, this should do just fine. You would need to be at least S- rank to leave a scratch on the room. An attendant spoke aloud next to me. She was giving me a brief overview of the training facility. From time to time I would nod at her words. This was my first time here, and thus I needed to be briefed on the rules of the place. The lady continued to talk for the next 5 minutes before she finally left the room. Because you have selected the self-training room, there is no equipment available for you to use. However, if you wish to use them, you can call me up and I will readily come to your assistance. Thank you. No problem. Clank. The door closed and the place finally became quiet. Ha. Raising my hand, I removed the mask from my face. Since I was now even more popular than before, I had no choice but to wear this wherever I went. Not that I was not used to it by now. Putting my mask away and moving toward the middle of the room, I decided to sit cross-legged. Tapping on my bracelet, I took out my sword and placed it right in front of me. Compared to the last time I had seen it, the sword was now quite a bit longer than before. Not by much, but enough to see a notable difference. Now that I think about it, I have still not tested the sword after breaking the first seal. According to Malville, the first seal was supposed to break upon me reaching A- rank. Lowering my hand, I began to check the effects of the first seal. Seal 1. The sword will allow the wielder to gather mana at a much faster rate than normal. Staring at the interface in front of me, I had to blink a couple of times to make sure that I was not seeing wrongly. Once I was sure that there was nothing with what I was seeing, my mouth dropped a little. This is amazing, is it not? It may not look like an incredible skill at first, however. Given my circumstances and sword art, this was nothing short of miraculous. It was then that I had a sudden thought. With this, would I not be able to perform my movements even faster than before? It would take me a couple of seconds to gather enough mana to perform any of the movements of the keiki style. With this new skill, the time it took for me to gather enough mana to perform the skill would drastically decrease. It was basically a game changer. Staring at the sword, my hand started to twitch. For a brief moment, I wanted to test out this new skill, however. I quickly stopped myself. This is not what I am here for. There was a time and place for things. Taking a deep breath and closing my eyes, I cleared all distracting thoughts inside of my head and proceeded to feel the mana in the air. I have felt the sensation a couple of weeks ago, and now that the mana density of the mana in the air is denser, there should be no trouble for me to finally grasp the fifth movement of the keiki style. There were only 5 movements to the keiki style. Beyond that, Grandmaster Keiki had never been able to grasp the 6th movement. Some might say that the keiki style was a complete art, and that there were no possible movements beyond the 5th movement. However, I beg to differ. There was definitely a 6th movement, one that Grandmaster Keiki could not grasp throughout his entire life. After practicing this art for as long as I did, I knew for a fact that the 5th limit was not the limit. There was definitely more to the sword art than it showed. After grasping the 5th movement, my next goal was to grasp the 6th movement of the keiki style. Exhaling from my mouth, the seons around me started to vibrate more and more. It was not long before only the green-colored seons remained around me. From time to time, I would be able to see faint yellow-colored particles. My eyes brightened when I saw them. Light seons, the key element needed to grasp the 5th movement of the keiki style. Staring at the yellow-colored particles in the air, I focused all my attention on them. It was not long before more and more yellow-colored particles started to form around me. Drip, drip, drip. Sweat started to trickle down the side of my face. My breathing started to become more laborious. However, I did not care. Placing my hand on the ground and grabbing my sword, I stood up and proceeded to take a stance. In the process, the light-colored particles around me started to gather in the direction of my sword. A bright light soon started to form around the scabbard of my sword as more and more light-colored particles started to gather around the sword. It was not long before the light became even brighter and enveloped the entirety of the room. Chapter 490. To master the 5th and final movement, one must assimilate the light seons in the air toward their sword. The last movement is not something that anyone can pull off comfortably. It is a movement that does not need the body to do anything. Let the seons do the work, and let the sword flow naturally. Recalling the words imprinted inside of my mind, I tried my best to keep myself focused as I gathered the light seons toward me. There was not much I knew about the 5th movement of the keiki style. However, from the little words and images inside of my head, I knew that it heavily relied on light seons. This was why at the moment, I had gathered all my focus toward the air, trying my best to agglomerate all the light seons toward my sword. The process was very slow, however. With due time, the sword in my hand started to become brighter and brighter. Before I knew it, the glow coming out from the sword was so bright that it made it difficult for me to keep my eyes open. Not yet. Trying my best to remain in this state, beads of sweat started to drip down the side of my face. It may have been because the room was quiet, and that I was currently focused on trying to gather the light seons in the air, but the dripping sound of the sweat hitting the ground deeply resonated inside of my head. Drip, drip. The state of my mind was like that of a calm lake. Rippleless. Unknowingly, the surroundings disappeared from my view, and all I saw was pitch-black darkness. I could not exactly describe the state that I was in, however. At the moment, it felt as though I was one with the mana in the air. My breathing stopped, and my hand started to move. Grasping the hilt of the sword, I slowly pulled away. Click. A subtle clicking sound rang out, and the room flashed in white. Been a while, Jin said as he entered the training grounds and nodded in Amanda's direction. Glancing around the place, he commented, "Not bad, thank you," Amanda replied as she handed Maxwell her towel. Staring at Jin, her brows slowly started to crease. "Why did you want to meet me here? My office would have been a more appropriate setting for our discussion. It would have been a waste of time." Amanda tilted her head. She was obviously confused by Jin's answer. Before she could reply, Jin started to speak. A slight smile hung on his lips. "I never took you for a scheming one. Back then I did not realize why you agreed to the deal so easily, but now I know." Slowly, his eyes started to narrow. "It is because of those magic cards." Amanda thought back at the time when she made a deal with Jin. Pre-conference. A slight smile emerged on her lips. "Circumstances were different back then. You still benefited from the deal." "I guess you are right," Jin softly mumbled in an almost inaudible voice. He could not deny her words. That said, if he had to be honest, looking at things now, the deal was not as good as he thought it was back in the past. Secretly, he shook his head and cut straight to the chase. "Amanda, the reason why I am here is because we have located a big supply station near the outskirts of the Northern District. We are still monitoring the situation closely, but it looks like we need to join hands to complete this mission." Listening to Jin's words, Amanda's brows creased a little as she fell into deep thought. "Supply station?" Raising her head to meet Jin's eyes, she asked. "What do you need us to do exactly?" "Nothing too straining. Elaborate." "I just need a couple of A rankers to come and help us. We will not need S rankers, but just in case, I will bring one from my side. You should also bring one from your side, just in case something goes wrong." After having analyzed the place thoroughly, Jin found that this was the best probable formation needed to take care of the place. Had it been the past, Jin would never have collaborated with Amanda over this matter. However, as matters currently stood, Jin could not afford to bring out such a large force. Ever since the crack in the sky appeared, all of the guild members had been allocated toward different portals in case a dungeon overload occurred. Not only that, with the sudden increase in the mana in the air, many chose to use this time to break through to the next rank. In other words, Jin's guild currently did not have enough personnel to handle this mission. Given their time constraint, he had no other choice but to collaborate with Amanda. With her hand under her chin, Amanda had a thoughtful look on her face. Lowering her hand, she asked, "Are you sure that we only need one S ranker?" "Yes," Jin replied with a nod. "I am confident that we will not need more than 2 S rankers." In fact, Jin was fairly certain that he would not need even 1 S ranker. Bringing 2 was him already being cautious. "I see." Amanda extended her hand in Maxwell's direction. "Maxwell, please hand me the files." "As you wish." Tapping on his ring, Maxwell took out a file of papers and handed it to Amanda. "Thank you." Thanking Maxwell, Amanda proceeded to look through the files. As she looked through her list, Amanda's lips pursed from time to time. She did not look at the files for too long as she soon closed the folder. Handing it back to Maxwell, she gazed in Jin's direction. "I have just looked through the list of available members we have at the moment, and it looks like it is doable." Right then, just as she was about to finish her sentence, in the room next door, a thunderous explosion reverberated as the room Amanda and Jin were in shook, alarming both of them. Boom. For a split second of time, neither was able to react as they stared at each other. The first one to react was Amanda, who quickly dashed out of the training room. Coming out of the training ground, Amanda was met with the blaring sound of the sirens ringing. Following her from behind was Jin, who looked around with a serious look on his face. "What happened?" "I do not know." Amanda shook her head. Just like Jin, her gaze was extremely serious. Her bow quickly materialized on her right hand. "We might be under attack," she softly muttered. Glancing around the place, Amanda's gaze soon paused on one of the attendants rushing in the direction of where the explosion originated from. Taking a step forward, Amanda stood in her way. Grabbing her by the shoulders, she asked, "What is going on?" "Hey, what?" "What? Ha, young miss?" Recognizing Amanda, the attendant flinched. Recomposing herself, she looked with alarm at a room in the distance. "Young miss, I do not know, but the data is saying that the explosion came from over there." "There?" Letting go of the attendant's shoulders, Amanda did not waste any time and rushed in the direction of the room. Stopping right in front of the door, Amanda channeled the mana inside of her body. Just as she was about to enter, she once again turned to look at the attendant. "Do you know who entered the room?" "Yes." Nodding her head, the attendant took out a small card and handed it to Amanda. "This is the pass that the individual handed to us before entering the place." The pass. Taking the pass from the attendant's hands, Amanda's bow lowered. Her frown quickly relaxed and she let out a long sigh. What is going on?" Jin asked as he noticed Amanda's sudden change in stance. Turning her head to look at Jin, Amanda shook her head and put the card away. "It is nothing." Also putting her bow away, Amanda proceeded to open the door. Clank. At the exact moment she opened the door, smoke started to spill out, prompting Amanda to raise her hand and swipe it, creating a small wind funnel that cleared away the dust. Her brows, which had previously relaxed, once again furrowed. "What is going on?" Taking a step into the room, Amanda's feet came to an abrupt halt as her eyes paused on a figure in the middle of the room. Her eyes opened widely. Cough, cough. With his back hunched on the ground, and holding on to what seemed to be his wrist, an individual coughed up blood. Ren. Amanda instantly became alarmed as she rushed in his direction. Upon arriving next to him, she was able to get a better look at him, and worry flashed across her eyes. Taking a knee, she took a couple of tissues from her dimensional space and wiped Ren's mouth, which was covered in blood. "What happened to you?" Amanda asked with a worried look. His complexion at the moment was extremely pale, and not only that, lowering her head to glance in the direction of Ren's arm, she found that his right hand was broken. A couple of meters away from him was his sword, which was stained in blood. Cough, cough. Ren once again started to cough up blood. Snapping out of it and tapping on her necklace, Amanda took out a potion from her dimensional space and quickly fed it to Ren. Here, because of Ren's current state, in which he seemed to be completely out of it, Amanda brought it upon herself to chug the potion down his mouth. Because he was coughing up blood, he had most likely sustained serious internal injuries. It was best to give him a potion now to make sure that his injuries would not aggravate. "Ugh, drink it," Amanda said in a stern tone as she raised the potion up. Opening his eyes and staring at Amanda, Ren raised his left hand and grabbed the potion. Amanda let go of the potion when she saw this. Whilst this was happening, walking around the room, Jin walked toward the other end of the room. Coming to a halt, his eyes traced over a large scar on the side of the wall. The scar was not exactly deep. If he had to make an estimate, it would be around 1/4 of a meter in depth. However, what was most shocking about it was the fact that it traced from one end to the other end of the wall. Turning his head to glance in Ren's direction, his eyes paused on Ren's sword, which was pointed in the direction of where the scar was. Turning his head back to gaze at the scar, he traced his finger over the mark. Staring at his finger, Jin slowly opened his mouth. "Amanda, just how durable is the room?" Snapping out of her daze, Amanda looked at Jin. She soon also noticed the scar on the wall. Her eyes darted back to Ren, who was slowly starting to get better. Alternating her gaze between Ren and the scar on the wall, Amanda had a sudden thought. It cannot be. Amanda felt her mind blank. With her eyes still locked on the scar all the way on the other end of the room, Amanda slowly stood up. Without looking back, she called out for her assistant. "Maxwell?" "Yes." "Was the room in this state before?" "This." Maxwell had a troubled look on his face as his gaze paused on the scar in the distance. "I am not exactly sure." "It was not." A female voice answered for Maxwell. It was the same attendant from before. Nodding her head, Amanda's head finally turned. Biting her lips, she looked toward the assistant. "Has the room been inspected before it was being used?" Despite already knowing the answer, Amanda still asked. It was just too hard for her to currently process what was happening. It was not rare for someone to bridge the gap between sub-B ranks, as there were many occasions in which such things happened. Amanda just could not fathom how it was possible for someone who was A- rank to deal enough damage on the wall that only S- rankers could damage. No, it was not like that. Opening her mouth, Amanda's eyes closed. He got stronger again. "Amanda, you did not answer my question." Snapping her out of her daze was Jin's voice. How durable is this room?" Jin repeated. Opening her mouth, Amanda closed it again and bit her lips. This persisted for a couple of seconds before she eventually answered. "It should be S- rank." Chapter 491. That was a lot more painful than I thought. Leaning by the wall of the room, I heavily gasped for air. My arm still hurt, but with the aid of the potion that Amanda had given me, I was slowly starting to feel better. That being said, I don't think I can use the fifth movement at its full potential just yet. Injuries aside, it became apparent to me that there was still a small way to go for me before being able to use the fifth movement comfortably. My body could still not withstand the full power of the attack. If I had to make an estimate, then by the time I reached S- rank, I would have no problem executing it. Wait. Raising my head, my eyes lit up. There is actually a way. A way for me to use the fifth movement without breaking my body apart. Ugh. Propping my body up with the aid of my arm, Amanda suddenly called out for me. She had a complicated look on her face as she stared at the scar in the distance. "Ren." "Yes. Did you do this?" Staring into the distance, I finally noticed the long scar tracing across the wall. Not only that, but I was also able to see Jin. Scratching the back of my head, a wry smile appeared on my face. "How are you doing, Jin? Been a while since I've seen you. Let's just pretend that nothing happened." With his back turned against me, Jin continued to trace his finger across the scar on the wall. He then eventually turned his head and met my eyes. "How were you able to do this?" Well, pursing my lips and feeling everyone's eyes land on me, I knew that there was no point in feigning ignorance. Thus, I just came clean. I was just practicing a technique of mine. Didn't think it would end up doing this much damage. Actually, I didn't think I would have even have able to pull the move on the first attempt. Even though it wasn't exactly complete, it was still the fifth movement. Gazing at Amanda from the corner of my eyes, and turning my head to look at the scar again, I apologized. "Sorry about the scar. If you want me to pay, it's fine." Amanda sighed. "Next time choose a more appropriate room." Do you think I actually knew this was going to happen? No way in hell would I have expected the fifth movement to be so strong. "All right, I will do so. Thank you." Amanda softly nodded her head. Then suddenly, Amanda's smartwatch vibrated. It was a message. Amanda glanced at her smartwatch, then looked back at the female assistant. "Let the other know that the situation is resolved. There is no attack. It was just an incident." "Yes." The assistant's back straightened. She quickly rushed out of the room. Staring at the assistant leaving the room, it finally dawned on me. What was Jin doing here? He wasn't the type of person that would go out of his way to meet Amanda, unless it was something important. Mind if I ask, but what is Jin doing here? Jin. Amanda glanced at Jin, and their eyes met. He gave her a short nod. Pursing her lips, Amanda started to explain. He's here about a possible collaboration. Because of the crack in the sky, we're both currently short on staff. Collaboration. Yes, we're trying to get rid of a supply station, Jin suddenly cut in. You weren't here when this was happening, but recently, a new pill has started to spread throughout the human domain. We've currently found one of its bigger supply stations, and we're trying to get rid of it. Oh, right, there was something about this in my memories. A lot of the future events may have changed, however, there were still some things that didn't change. For example, this event. It was an event that was supposed to happen in the novel. And it was an event where Jin and Amanda would suffer tremendous losses to their forces. Not sure how that worked anymore. Regardless, I decided to say my piece. If you two are talking about the supply station in the Northern District, Morphell Street, then I suggest the two of you not to go. Amanda and Jin looked at each other. If I'm not wrong, then the supply station you two are going to is a trap devised by the other guilds to bring you down. Because the gap between the top two guilds and the other ones was widening. In order to reduce their influence and force, the other diamond-graded guilds decided to resort to dirty tactics in order to reduce their influence. As such, they devised a trap to damage a small elite force of both respective guilds. There was a chance of me being wrong with all the events changing, but it was never wrong to be on the safe side. If I'm not wrong, the two of you will probably go with only a couple of S-rankers and expect to bulldoze your way toward the supply station, right? Upon saying those words, the faces of Amanda and Jin changed. I felt a boost in confidence when I saw this. It really does seem like this is the event. Actually, if you're wondering how valid my words are, even I'm not too sure. However, it's best if you two become more alert during the mission. Who knows, things might truly end up as I said, and the both of you will suffer tremendous losses. I'm sure neither of you would want that. There was a brief moment of silence after I said those words. Breaking the silence, Amanda turned to look at Jin. What do you think? Lifting his head up to glance my way, Jin took a deep breath. How sure are you about this? 50%. Maybe less. Okay. Jin nodded his head. He then turned to look at Amanda. If it's as Ren said, this can also be a good opportunity for the both of us. I agree. Amanda replied in agreement. Placing his hand under his chin, Jin thought of something. Let's secretly bring more S-rankers with us. If there truly is a trap, we can take this chance to find out who is against us and deal a blow against them. How many S-rankers can Starlight Guild bring? If we exclude my father and grandfather, I can bring an extra 2. Demon Hunter can also do the same. I'll take my leave now. Seeing that there was nothing else for me to say, I tactfully decided to leave. As much as I wanted to go with them, there were other things I needed to do. Yes. Don't worry about the wall. Amanda bid me goodbye. Jin did the same as he nodded his head, and I nodded back before leaving the room. Clank. That's one problem sorted. With Amanda and Jin possibly avoiding a terrible scenario, my mind felt at ease. That being said, coming to a halt in the middle of the hall, I realized something. Perhaps not everything has changed. Recently, I had been using my memories of the future less and less. The reason for this was because I no longer trusted them as much, and because of all the changes that I did. However, if I looked back at it now, not all had changed. If that's the case, I should use this chance to study my notes of the future once again, and get rid of any potential trouble before they come. This was a feasible idea. Rather than just waiting for bad stuff to happen, it was better if I got rid of them before they happened. Putting my mask back on my face, I continued walking. I better get to work. A couple of days passed by in the blink of an eye, and it was now Saturday. This should be the place. Stopping in front of a coffee shop, I entered the place, and a nice aromatic coffee smell invaded my nostrils. Glancing around the place, I soon spotted a familiar figure sitting in the corner of the shop. Been a while, Kevin. Lifting his head up to stare in my direction, Kevin's eyes began to squint as his face darkened. Ren. Yes, that's my name. I sat down comfortably on the chair opposite. Leaning back on the chair, I noticed that there was an iced latte in front of me already. Did Kevin order it for me beforehand? How sweet of him. Thanks. Thanking Kevin, I brought the latte to my lips and took a sip. Feeling the refreshing taste of coffee in my mouth, I instantly felt a lot better. Nice. Putting the latter down, I looked at Kevin. So, what did you want to talk about? I did find it odd that Kevin wanted to talk to me out of nowhere. At first, I thought it was because he was mad at me due to what I had said at the press conference, but looking at him now, it didn't seem like it. Putting his own cup down, Kevin sighed. Glancing around the place, he waved his hand and erected an invisible sound barrier around us. Seeing his weird behavior, I became slightly alarmed. What exactly was he trying to do? It was then that Kevin started to speak. Ren, I need your help. My help? Yes. Kevin's face hardened a little. He seemed unsure about what to say. This aroused my curiosity. Spit it out. What do you need my help with? It's like this. Eventually, Kevin started to recount to me all the details regarding his mission. Since he had already told me all of his secrets, Kevin didn't shy away from telling me the stuff that he wouldn't normally say, like the fact that the mission was from the system, and stuff. Regarding the talk, It was about how he had to go to a different planet, to the rewards he would get from completing it, and the fact that he could bring 3 people to the mission. By the time he was done speaking, I had already gotten a good grasp of what the mission entailed too. And so since you already know about my secret, I didn't think twice about telling you. The only problem is that I'm still unsure about the third person. You don't have to worry about that. Taking a sip of the latte, I smiled slightly. I already have an idea on who to bring. You do? Kevin curiously asked. Yeah, I nodded. Given the details of the mission you told me, there is only one possible person that we can bring. Who? Lowering my hand, I stared at Kevin in the most obvious manner. Who else but Jin? Jin. Yeah, in the first place, we need someone to reach A- rank before even considering the mission. If we take that criterion into account, and the fact that Jin is very good with stealth, he's the best option we have for a mission. There was also Angelica, however, in this mission. She would probably be the worst person to bring along. Since demons could sense demonic energy a lot more easily than mana, if I brought Angelica with me, our location would potentially be exposed. Furthermore, I actually needed Angelica to stay behind, because I had something important for her to do. So she was a no-go, leaving the most likely candidate to be Jin. Considering that you still have a bit of time to break through to A- rank, it's safe to say that we still have a bit of time before the trip, right? Yes. Okay. Chugging down the latte in my hand, I stood up. If that's the case, I will take my leave now. I need to sort some stuff out. Regarding the trip, count me in. It would serve as a good experience. Sure. Raising my hand, I bid Kevin goodbye. Since there was still time before the trip, it was best for me to get everything that I wanted to get done now. Chapter 492. Clank. A clangorous metallic noise rang out as a large door closed shut behind, and darkness enveloped my vision. Step, step, step. Following this, a series of footsteps echoed throughout the dark place. Hey small snake, does this place bring back memories? It does. Good times? Back then you were still a nobody and look at you now. Still a nobody. Do you seriously have to say it that way? Despite it being dark, I could vividly feel the annoyance in Small Snake's voice. I do. Pausing, I repeated. I really do. That said, Small Snake wasn't anyone particularly big back in my memories. He was the type of guy that helped from the shadows, so nothing much changed. Puff. Right then, I suddenly heard a familiar puffing sound coming from next to me. Without needing to look, I already knew who the person was. Who else but Leopold? Puff. Been a while since I've been here. Do you have to smoke ever? I suddenly paused. To make sure I didn't hear incorrectly, I turned my head and looked at a dimly lit orange circle that levitated in the air. You've been here before? Yeah. Puff. With another puff, the orange circle brightened for a brief instant, and I was able to catch a glimpse of Leopold nodding his head. I've actually come here quite often in the past. In fact, I know someone that works here. Oh, didn't think Leopold would have connections here. This was a pleasant surprise. It was then that a deep voice suddenly echoed throughout the dark corridor. We're here. Clank. Following this, our vision started to brighten up as another metallic door started to open, revealing a familiar scenery. Wow. Oh wow. So this is the black market. Surprised sounds echoed from beside me as Ryan, Ava, and Hein stepped forward to get a better look at the place. They were all wearing white masks and a black hood to hide their appearances, but I could still tell how excited they were. I smiled when I saw just how excited they were. But, calm down for a bit. We're not here to mess around. This was the sad reality of the matter. The black market was filled with all sorts of interesting stuff and devices, but there was a time and place for everything. And now was not the time. You guys can mess around after you are done with all the matters I've assigned to you. For now, follow me from behind. Without waiting for them to reply, I proceeded to head deeper into the black market. Along the way, I would spot a couple of very interesting artifacts and objects, but through the sheer power of my will, I was able to stop myself from looking at the items. We have a special artifact that no other stall sells. Buy one get one free. We have the cheapest prices. The loud voices of the stall owners rang throughout the air as a bustling atmosphere enshrouded the place. Wait up. Snapping me out of my daze was a low shout. Catching up from behind me, I heard Small Snake's labored voice coming to me. Ren. Ha. Ha. Slow down a little. You're going too fast. All right. I finally paused and looked behind me. With both hands on his knees, Small Snake caught his breath and looked up at me. Ha. Ha. Where are we going? Raising my head to stare at the others in the distance, I looked back at Small Snake. We're going to Dungeon Seekers to meet an acquaintance. What do you mean? You'll know when we'll get there. Seeing that the others had caught up, I continued walking. Compared to the first time I came here, the place looked about the same. However, the atmosphere around me felt different. I couldn't quite explain it, but in the past, the black market felt a lot scarier than it was now. Was it perhaps because I was stronger? This was most likely the answer. We're here. Stopping in front of another large door, two tall guards stood in my way. They both emitted a powerful and overbearing pressure. Halt. This area is restricted for VIPs only. Smiling beneath my mask, I handed the guards a card. Here you go. As long as the card did not expire in the time I missed, it should still work. Hopefully. Thankfully, my worries were unfounded. Scanning the card, the guard handed it back to me. I apologize for holding you back. You may enter. He took a step to the side and opened the door for us. Clank. Thank you. Without waiting any further, I entered the door. Following me from behind were the others, who looked around curiously. The only one that seemed to be unfazed by the whole ordeal was Leopold, who nonchalantly smoked his cigarette. Walking past the door, I was greeted by bright lights coming from the ceiling of the room. A red carpet blanketed the floor, whilst a young lady, wearing a black suit, greeted us by the side. "Welcome, to Dungeon Seekers. Do you have an appointment?" "You're here." A rough voice cut the lady off. Appearing in the distance was a male with blonde hair, and a lazy look on his face. Just like in the past, his clothes were a mess, and though not clear as he was still far, I could smell a faint scent of alcohol coming off of him. "Thomas," I greeted. Thomas greeted with a teasing smile. "Oh, so you remember me?" "Of course. And here I thought you completely forgot about me." "I would never." My head turned sideways when I said those words. If I had to be honest, I did in fact forget about him. Not that I did it on purpose, but stuff happened. "I am sorry." Thomas clicked his tongue and waved his hand. Whatever, so, what are you here for?" "Actually, we're here to use the dungeons." "Dungeons?" Thomas paused for a moment. He then smacked his forehead. Right. What else would you be here for?" Tilting his body, Thomas proceeded to look behind me. "Who did you bring with you?" Halfway through his sentence, his smile suddenly froze. Noticing this, my brows started to crease. "What happened? What are you doing here, Leopold?" "Puff." "Thomas." A look of pleasant surprise flashed across Leopold's face as his eyes met with Thomas's. Putting the cigarette in his mouth away, he smiled broadly. "You've gotten promoted, Thomas. Congratulations." This voice. "Leopold?" Thomas opened his arms wide. "Haha, what about you? Last time I checked you were working at a crappy mercenary group. What brings you here? What's going on?" I dumbfoundedly looked at Thomas and Leopold. "You reek of alcohol. Looks like you still got your drinking problems." Look who is talking. You seem to be an even bigger smoking addict than in the past." "Drinking problems? Smoking addict?" What kind of conversation were they having? "You two." Interrupting their talk, I coughed slightly, instantly drawing their attention toward me. "You two know each other?" Staring at each other for a good minute, Leopold nodded. "You can say so. Leopold and I graduated from the same academy." Leopold hooked his arm around Thomas and stared at me. "That aside, how do the two of you know each other?" "This." Leopold turned his head sideways. I answered for him. "He works for me." "Works for you?" "Yeah, for about 3 years now." 2.5. Leopold corrected as he unhooked Thomas's arm from his shoulder. "We've been together for about 2.5 years." "Yeah, that. Is that so?" Crossing his arms together, Thomas glanced in Leopold's way and murmured something. He looks to be in a much better mood than in the past. His voice may have been soft, but I was able to hear it. It looks like he really cared for Leopold in his own way. Snapping me out of my thoughts, Thomas suddenly clapped his hands. "All right, that's enough of that. So you're here to enter the dungeons, is that correct?" "Correct." I nodded my head and glanced toward the others. "To be specific, we would like 2 dungeons. 2. Yes. One for me and Angelica, and another for Hein, Leopold, and Ava. Because of the dungeon limits, we couldn't exactly go into the same dungeon. This was a bit unfortunate, but then again, we weren't here to have fun and train. I came here with a goal in mind." "Do you already know the 2 dungeons that you want to go to?" "Yes. For me and Angelica, Silent Cliff, and for Hein, Ava, and Leopold, Desolate Mountains." Thomas's brows creased. Then, he murmured in a barely audible whisper. "Interesting choice of dungeons. You can say that." The dungeons I had selected weren't exactly special. They were respectively an A-ranked dungeon and a B-ranked dungeon. However, those were not the reason why I chose those dungeons. The main reason I chose those dungeons was because of the danger that lay within them. Just like in the past, with Everblood, there were demons lurking inside the dungeons. Their goal was simple. It was to create dungeon overloads. And with the mana density increasing, I feared that in the near future, they would become a very common occurrence. No, they will become a common occurrence. Therefore, there are no problems with the dungeons that we've selected, right? I decided to use this chance to get rid of a couple of future troubles whilst at the same time earning the black market's favor. It was a win-win situation. "No, there are no problems. I'll go get everything sorted out now." Thomas patted Leopold's shoulder and turned back. I asked Small Snake, who was standing next to me. "You already know what to do, right?" "Yes. I'll bring Ryan to my old job for a bit. I have to sort out a couple of things." With a serious look, Small Snake placed his head on top of Ryan and ruffled his hair. "He should help me get my stuff done faster." "Hey, stop it." Despite Ryan's complaints, Small Snake continued. Having stayed with each other for so long, it was only natural that their relationship had developed so much. Compared to the past, Small Snake also seemed to be a bit more confident. Not too much though. I couldn't allow that to happen. A proud Small Snake was not a Small Snake I wanted to have. Pooey, just the thought made me want to spit. "I've sorted everything, you can go now." It was then that Thomas's voice rang from the distance. That was fast. Taking one last look at Small Snake and Ryan, I urged the others to follow from behind me. "All right, let's go." Whiz. Ugh. Coming out of the portal behind me, I stumbled a couple of steps. I eventually stopped in front of an old tree and supported my body. Fucking portals. No matter how many times I tried to get used to the after effects of portals, I just couldn't. "Get over yourself." An impassive voice rang a few meters away from me. It belonged to Angelica. "You wouldn't get it." Shaking my head, I let go of the tree and raised my head to get a better look at the place. Just like the name suggested, we're near a cliff. It wasn't quite apparent at first, however, Once I raised my head and got a better look at my surroundings, I found out that we were currently at the bottom of an extremely steep and vertical cliff that stretched all the way to the ashen-colored sky. If I had to make an estimate, it would be that the cliff was around 100 meters tall. Around us were a multitude of dead trees. Furthermore, I could also hear the sound of raging water coming from nearby. We were likely close to a river. Inhaling the air, I smelled a putrescent smell like that of rotting flesh. It was anything but pleasant. Ugh. Covering my nose with my fingers, I looked at Angelica. Her face was impassive as always, but if one paid close attention to her nose, they would notice a slight twitch from time to time. Turning around, I secretly smiled. Look at her pretending to not mind the smell. I shook my head. Some people were just too prideful for their own good. Let's get going. The faster we get this done, the faster we get to go back. Chapter 493. BRR, it's cold. Coming out from the portal, Ava hugged her body as she started to shiver. What greeted her sight upon coming out from the portal was a vast flat land of white. Upon closer look, in the distance, she could see 3 majestic peaks reaching out for the sky. That should be where we should be going. Similarly emerging from the portal, Hein curiously looked around. Is it? Swoosh. A cold breeze suddenly blew, and Hein's hair and clothes blew back. Aren't you cold? Ava asked as she looked at Hein. He was currently wearing a white short-sleeved shirt that exposed his muscular arms and body. The more she looked at him, the colder Ava felt. Cold. Hein raised his head to glance at his surroundings. A bit. There was a trace of doubt in his voice, leaving Ava dumbfounded. What is he made of? Ava shook her head. She shouldn't be surprised at this point. Everyone in the mercenary group was a weirdo, herself included. Burp. Not even a second after she came to that conclusion, Leopold came out of the portal. In his right hand was a bottle of whiskey. I'm starting to see how Thomas is addicted to this stuff. Raising the bottle in his hands and taking down a big gulp of the drink, Leopold's cheeks flushed red. Ha. This. Alternating her gaze between Leopold and Hein, Ava's legs started to weaken. Massaging her forehead, Ava took out her flute and blew on it. Toodle too. The moment her lips touched the flute, the mana around her started to distort as 3 red wolves materialized in front of her. Without further ado, Ava hopped on top of one of the wolves and shouted, "Let's get moving, you two. We don't have much time." Following her words, the wolf started to move. Hein and Leopold finally recollected themselves when they saw Ava move into the distance. Wait up. Burp, we're riding wolves? Nice. Click. With a subtle clicking sound, multiple heads wearing white masks dropped on the ground in front of me. That's 15 for me. The masks belonged to a species of monsters known as soul masks. They were essentially a parasitic type of monster that was usually harmless when it wasn't attached to another monster. The key word here was attached. Once they managed to attach themselves to their prey, they would take control of their body and increase their power by a lot, making them an especially fearsome monster to face. Crack. Walking up to one of the masks, I stabbed it right in the middle, resulting in the mask cracking into 2. No core. To my disappointment, I found no core inside of the mask. Another goal in entering the dungeon was actually a core. If I didn't recall incorrectly, Kevin did say that he needed a ranked core, which could be bought from the market. However, they were extremely expensive. If possible, I would prefer not to spend that much money. That said, finding a core was easier said than done. Despite having killed many monsters in my life, not once have I ever found a core. Bang. It was then that a powerful blast that shook the surroundings rang out. Multiple rocks fell down from beside me, and a black deformed creature appeared a couple of meters away from me. Taking a closer look at the creature, I found that it had its chest caved in with white smoke rising out from it. In a flash, Angelica appeared in front of the creature. Extending her hand and digging into the creature's body, Angelica scavenged through the body of the creature before she took out a black orb. For a good minute, I was unable to utter a single word as I stared at the orb in Angelica's hand. Opening my mouth, I closed it and lowered my head. Standing up, I decided to distance myself away from Angelica. There were a lot of things that I wanted to say, but I refrained from doing so. Right as I took a couple of steps to leave, Angelica's figure surfaced in front of me. Then, much to my surprise, she tossed the core toward me. Here. What's this? Coming to a stop, I looked at Angelica in surprise. Was she really giving the core to me? Are you sure you don't want it? I asked, still surprised by the fact that she had given me the core. The core is useless to me. You can keep it. You sure? Somehow, I found it hard to believe this. Even for demons, cores were useful. Throwing me an annoyed glance, Angelica impatiently extended her hand. If you don't want it, you can give it back to me. That would be rude of me, Angelica. I quickly put the core away. Since you're being so kind, I must gladly accept your gift. As if I would let go of such a precious gift. Angelica rolled her eyes. Clearly, she was unamused by my behavior, but I didn't care. So I just decided to change the conversation. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, how long do you think it will take for you to break through to the next rank, Angelica? How long? Angelica fell into thought. A year or less. That's shorter than I thought. Actually, now that I thought about it, this made sense. Especially since Angelica enjoyed a lot of resources that she got from the Inferno raid. Since the dwarves found the stuff from Inferno useless to them, Angelica enjoyed most of the good stuff. Her strength soared since then. It will be faster in the future. Oh, how so? I became intrigued by her words. Angelica getting stronger was good news to me. When the third cataclysm happens. I waved my hand. Never mind. Shouldn't have asked. No shit, she was going to get stronger then. By then, the mana in the air would start to be converted into demonic energy, resulting in a better environment for demons to thrive in. Shaking my head, I looked upwards, towards the edge of the cliff in the very distance. We were currently not even halfway up, and the more we climbed, the harder the journey became with all the monsters coming our way. Fortunately, there was a small rocky road, allowing us to move up more easily. That said, at a certain point of the journey, the road would eventually disappear, leaving us with no choice but to climb all the way up. Let's get going. We still have a long way to reach the top of the cliff. All right. Is this the place you used to work at? Yes. Small Snake and Ryan walked into a large secluded building, where a large, luxurious garden could be seen the moment they entered the place. The number of hidden cameras and anti-crime magic in this place easily surpassed 3 digits. Welcome to Lost Creepers, please follow me inside. A middle-aged lady with nicely combed hair guided Small Snake and Ryan inside. The insides of the building had an elegant and refined decor which drastically contrasted the dull-looking exterior of the building. Walking through the hallway, Ryan asked, "How long did you work here for, Small Snake?" "About 2 months. 2 months? That little?" "Yeah." Small Snake smiled. However, his smile was filled with bitterness. "During the time I worked here, I barely got any consumers. It was a really tough time. Because his prices were so high, relative to some other more well-known brokers, almost no one used his services. He did in fact want to set the price lower, however, that wasn't something he could afford to do since he would have been in debt had he done so. In fact, his prices were already the lowest he could possibly set them. Had he set them lower, he would have made a loss. Given his circumstances, he couldn't afford to be in debt. He was already having a hard time feeding himself. Had he been in debt, he would have probably have had to sell one of his organs." Lowering his head, Small Snake whispered in an almost inaudible whisper. There were hints of gratefulness in his voice. "Had it not been for Ren, I'm sure I would have had a very hard time feeding myself." He truly did owe Ren a lot. And this was probably why he never complained about all the problems Ren threw at him. "We're here." At the woman's voice, Small Snake snapped out of his daze. What met his sight was a large and luxurious room. The way it was decorated reminded Small Snake of a royal room with paintings and miniature statues placed around the place. Small Snake and Ryan weren't the only people present in the room, as there were several other people waiting in line behind a marble counter where a male with squared framed glasses sat. "If you too wish to contact a broker directly, you may wait in line over here," the middle-aged lady explained. With a simple nod, Small Snake thanked the lady. "Thank you very much." "You're welcome." Smiling back, the lady tactfully left. Once the lady left, Ryan tugged Small Snake by the hem of his shirt. "What do we do now? Do we wait in line?" "No." Small Snake shook his head. Taking a step forward, he directly cut the line and headed toward the individual sitting behind the marble counter. "So you're looking for information regarding the Inter-Ion GUI?" The man suddenly stopped mid-sentence and raised his head. His eyes paused on the incoming Small Snake. "What are you doing?" "There is a line you must follow. Please go back before I call SE." "Here." Small Snake placed a small card on the table. With a confused look, the male with black-framed glasses picked up the card. His face slowly started to change. "Codename Small Snake?" "That's me." Small Snake nodded his head, smiling beneath his mask. The male stood up and apologized to the person standing opposite him. "Excuse me for a second." He then turned around and rushed toward the back of the room. Ryan looked at Small Snake in confusion. Why is he reacting like that? Small Snake smiled. "You know when I told you that I worked here for 2 months? Yes. Well, that's only partly true. I've actually still continued to work for them." After Small Snake started to work for Ren, and he managed to stabilize his financial situation, he decided to once again work at his old job. This time, however, he had the financial capabilities to operate at a loss, and therefore, that was exactly what he did. He operated at a loss in order to display his capabilities to the public and give rise to his name. Recounting this to Ryan, Small Snake raised his head with pride. "And so, you can say that I'm a pretty big shot around here. Does Ren know?" It was then that Ryan suddenly posed a question. "Ha." Small Snake's hand suddenly froze. Scratching his mask, he shook his head. "Not really. I started during the 8 months that Ren was missing. By the time he came back we were forced to leave the human domain, and I've never had the chance to tell him." This was actually half a lie. In reality, he couldn't quite bring himself to tell Ren. The reason was because he actually didn't know how to tell Ren. The whole reason why he continued to work here again was because he wanted to repay Ren for all the help he had given him in the past. Compared to the other members of the mercenary group, Small Snake knew that he was quite lacking. Simply put, Small Snake didn't want to get left behind by the others, who continued to grow at unprecedented speeds. Unlike them, Small Snake was not born talented. He was barely F rank at the moment, and he knew that even with the mana density around the world increasing, he stood no chance of catching up with the others. He knew his limitations more than anyone else. And so, instead of feeling down, Small Snake brought it upon himself to increase his influence and connections to better help his mercenary group and friends. "I may not be able to help in the front lines, but I will without a doubt help from behind the scenes." Oh. Ryan had a sudden look of understanding. "Small snake, it's nice to finally see you again." It was then that a loud voice echoed throughout the room, as a tall male with a robust body walked up to Small Snake with a flattering smile. The noise inside of the room suddenly disappeared as everyone stared at the male who had just entered the room. At the same time, both Ryan and Small Snake turned their heads toward the robust male. Tiptoeing slightly, Ryan asked, "Who's that?" Glancing at Ryan from the corner of his eyes, Small Snake softly replied, "He's the vice head of Lost Creepers." Chapter 494. Spurt. Squeezing my hand, blood spurted out, and my clothes became soaked in blood. I frowned when I saw this. Thud. With a low thud, a creature resembling a large overgrown bird dropped dead to the ground. Kicking it with my foot to flip it around, I looked for a core. Yet again, there was no core. Seriously, what is up with my luck stat? Was it perhaps broken? I wasn't sure. Cow, cow. Snapping me out of my daze, a series of high-pitched whistling or piping notes echoed through the air, as multiple shadows headed in my direction. Still haven't learned your lesson. Grabbing a handful of red cards from my dimensional space, I channeled my mana into them and threw them in the air. At the same time that happened, I raised my hand and pointed in the direction of where I threw the magic cards. It was at that moment that 3 rings dashed out from behind me and covered the magic cards from all sides. In that split second that the rings enveloped the cards started to ignite, releasing a raging ball of fire. But it was then that something peculiar happened. Right as the fire began to expand, the rings around them slowly started to turn red, and the fire which was quickly expanding came to an abrupt halt. All of this happened in a split second of time, and the result was a compact energy sphere reminiscent of a sun that was slowly starting to get compressed together. It worked. Clenching my fists, I focused my attention on the shadows heading in my direction and directed the rings toward their direction. In one swift movement, the miniature sun appeared before the creatures and I softly murmured, "Ignite." Boom. A thunderous explosion that shook the surroundings echoed throughout the air. A bright light enveloped the sky, and the air trembled. The explosion was quick. It lasted for a total of a couple of seconds, as the sky soon returned to its normal color, allowing me to see the aftermath of the explosion. Despite the explosion being short, in that brief moment of time it exploded, I could feel just how terrifying the energy it released was. Good enough. From there, I was able to see multiple charred creatures weakly levitating in the air. Even though they were not dead, they were still heavily injured. I was satisfied with this. In the first place, magic cards only had the power of AC ranked, maybe even B ranked spell. I was currently inside of an A ranked dungeon, clearly indicating that the creatures I had been fighting were of that level. Had I not thrown a stack of magic cards, I would have never been able to deal that much damage. Looks like it worked. That said, after realizing my weakness in long-ranged attacks, I came up with a new attacking method that enabled me to deal with long-ranged creatures. The technique was simple. Ignite as many magic cards as possible, and use elemental discharge from my defensive art ring of vindication to contain the energy inside a small space to then release it all in one go, creating a tremendous explosion. I murmured as I stared at the creatures in the sky. It may not be fully ready yet, but I'm not too far off from developing this new technique. I then glanced at Angelica, who was standing next to me. "Angelica, do me a favor and finish them." "Okay." Extending her hand, black threads started to form around Angelica. Swiping her hand to the right, the creatures in the air suddenly stopped moving and dropped dead to the ground. Good job. Moving up the narrow rocky road, I placed my hand underneath my chin and mused over my current technique. Just what should I do to increase the power? Clearly, although powerful, it lacked a lot, especially since it was an expensive move, and the mana expenditure was also high. I should talk to Melissa about reducing the mana expenditure even further. Along the way, we would encounter monsters attacking us from out of nowhere. Thankfully, I had Angelica with me. She dealt with most of the monsters for me, easily at that. This was understandable though. Since dungeons were small pocket dimensions of the demon world, it was finally with demonic energy. She was like a fish inside of a pond. Stop. Snapping me out of my thoughts, I suddenly felt a hand grab me by the shoulder. Ha! I let out a surprised sound. Angelica's cold voice echoed from behind me. "Are you trying to die? Die?" Lowering my head, it was then that I realized that I was one step away from falling down the cliff. I swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Thanks. I won't save you next time." "Sure." Secretly, I shook my head. "You don't really have that choice. I die, you die." Taking a step back, I raised my head and stared up. We're almost there, near the top of the cliff. Let's not waste any time. Without further ado, I gripped the hard and cold rock in front of me and got myself ready to climb up. Wait. Yet again, I was stopped by Angelica. What was it again? Did something happen again? Angelica slightly nodded. Raising her hand, she pointed it down. "Look over there." Down. Following the area she was pointing at, I was surprised to find a couple of figures in the distance. My brows furrowed. This is troublesome. Since this was a dungeon owned by the black market, it was made public to anyone who could afford to use it. It wasn't strange that there were other people apart from us. "What should we do now?" Angelica asked. Her right hand was raised, and black threads revolved around it. She was ready to kill. Grabbing her hand, I lowered her hand. "Not yet." "Why?" Angelica was clearly unsatisfied with my attitude. Not caring the least bit, I took out a white mask and put it on my face. "First off, put your mask back on. The same goes for your hood." I didn't really have to do this since I was already wearing a different mask, but Angelica was a demon, and thus she had to cover herself. She did cast a spell on herself to blur out her appearance from the distance, but that wasn't enough. At least, I didn't think it was enough. Fortunately, as this dungeon was under the black market's control, we didn't have to worry about her demonic energy arousing suspicion. Okay. With a wave of her hand, a white mask appeared on Angelica's face. The mask only covered the top half of her face, and the hood covered her horns and body. I did the same. Touching my face to make sure the mask was in place, I once again glanced at the figures in the distance. Turning to Angelica, I reminded, keep your guard alert. If my guess isn't wrong, they might be directly working under the demon here. Deaths in dungeons weren't uncommon. The cause of death could either be from humans or monsters. Therefore, if something happened to us, the black market wouldn't bring itself to investigate our deaths. If my assumption isn't wrong, the reason they are moving now is because they noticed that we're aiming for the top of the cliff where the demon is. Had we not aimed to go for the top, they would have most likely stayed hidden. If we kill them now, we might alert the demon at the top. This was the last thing we wanted since I wanted to catch it off guard. I understand. Coming to an understanding, Angelica lowered her hand and the demonic energy revolving around her stopped. Glancing at the group of people beneath us, she asked, what should we do now? I answered after pondering for a bit, let's continue going up. If they are really working for the demon, then. My eyes began to narrow. No longer looking back, I placed my hand on the hard rock and started to climb up the cliff. We'll get rid of them. In an even more luxurious looking room than before, that had a slightly modern touch to it, a robust man with curly orange hair and a mustache that curled at its end sat behind a large table. The man was none other than the vice leader of Lost Seekers, Sebastian Wolfberg, a major figure that overlooked the entire black market. Sitting opposite Small Snake, Sebastian had an amiable smile on his face, one that left a good impression on anyone that saw him for the first time. Extending his hand, he passed a small teacup in Small Snake's direction. What brings you here, Small Snake? Haven't seen you in quite a while. There are lots of people requesting your services. Thank you for your offer, but I must kindly refuse. Small Snake calmly answered. Caution flashed across his eyes as he spoke. Small Snake wasn't one to be fooled by appearances. He knew that the man's outer demeanor was just a facade to hide his real thoughts. This was the black market. Everyone here was wearing a mask, both outwardly and inwardly. Taking a small sip of the tea in front of him, Small Snake calmly placed the teacup down and answered. The reason why I'm here is simple. He paused and smacked his lips. Poison detection. Null. A small voice rang inside of his head, and his face relaxed a little. Raising his hand, he threw a stack of papers on the table. It's because I would like to make a deal. A deal? Sebastian retained the smile on his face. Extending his hand, he dragged the papers his way. Had it been anyone else, I would have probably dismissed the proposal. But since it's you, I'll have a look. I trust in your capabilities. Licking his finger, Sebastian turned the pages. For a brief moment of time, silence descended on the hall. In the meantime, Small Snake calmly sipped on the tea in his hand. From the corner of his eyes, he was keeping track of the vice leader's facial expression. He was planning his next set of actions depending on the facial expression Sebastian would make. It wasn't long before he started noticing changes. Slowly but surely, the sound of pages being turned at a faster rate began to echo throughout the room. The vice leader's face finally started to change. This, he murmured softly. Small Snake could feel an audible sense of shock coming from Sebastian's voice, prompting him to make a small smile. One that marked his victory. Got him. Secretly, he unclenched his fists which were sweating uncontrollably. He may not have shown it outwardly, however. He was secretly sweating buckets. Hey. Feeling a small tug on the corner of his suit, Small Snake turned his head. What is it, Ryan? Stop smiling. Small Snake tilted his head, clearly confused by Ryan's words. What are you talking about? Leaning his body closer, Ryan whispered. Small Snake, stop smiling. You look just like Ren. The hand that was holding the teacup froze. The slight smile on his face quickly wiped. Better. Ryan leaned back in his chair with a satisfied look. You can't pull off that look. It makes you look creepy. Opening and closing his mouth, Small Snake couldn't find the right words to say. Did he really smile like Ren? Oh god, it looks like I've been influenced too much by him. His head started to ache. Unfortunately for him, with a loud sound, the vice leader smacked the stack of papers on the table. Small Snake. His voice deepened, so much so that the room started to shake a bit. With a solemn look, a far cry from his amiable one moments before, the vice leader's eyes locked onto Small Snake. Tell me more about this deal. I'm interested. Chapter 495. By the time I reached the top of the cliff, I was already starting to feel exhausted. It wasn't because the climb was hard. No, rather, that was the easiest part. The main problem was the constant attacks coming from the monsters in the sky. Jumping back and twisting my body in the air, my foot landed on a small ring, and I placed my hand on the sheath of the sword. Click. What followed the low clicking sound was black blood that spilled toward the ground like heavy rain. Whilst this was happening, I twisted my body in the air. Placing my right leg on another ring, I propelled my body to the top of the cliff, and I rolled a couple of times. With my back facing the ground, I took a few moments to collect my breath. I am tired. Getting up, I walked back and extended my hand toward Angelica, who was still climbing up. Here, my gesture seemed to have caught Angelica off guard as she paused for a moment. After a while, she took my hand and helped herself up. Thank you. No problem. Letting go of Angelica's hand and massaging the back of my neck, I finally got a better view of my surroundings. It was then that I finally spotted it. Looks like we are in the right place. A large black castle sat at the very edge of the cliff. Above it was a large beacon that attracted the mana in the air, creating a large vortex, closely resembling a tornado. Seems like some part of the future is still intact. For the castle to be here meant that not all of the future had changed. I was secretly relieved by this as it meant that I could still make some changes to it. That aside, placing my hand over my forehead, I got a better look at the castle in the distance. It looks the same. The castle was almost identical to the castle where I first met Everblood, and it didn't bring me any good memories. Sometimes I wished I had never gone into that dungeon, but I knew that it wasn't something I could have controlled. Leaning a bit, I looked beneath the cliff. Are they still following us? No, Angelica replied, also looking beneath the cliff. Strange. My brows creased. Was I perhaps wrong? Were the people really just some random people who had nothing to do with the matter? It was possible, but I didn't think things were that simple. Angelica, stay on high alert. There is a high chance we are going to get ambushed. Regardless, I wasn't planning on letting my guard down. Yes. All right, let us get going. I turned to face the castle in the distance. Surrounding it, and behind it was a large expanse of dead trees, giving off a desolate and cold feeling. Compared to the bottom of the cliff, the trees were a lot denser and taller, evoking a creepy and ghostly feeling. If I had to make an estimate of how far the castle was, I would say it was about 5 kilometers in the distance. It wasn't that far. In fact, it was quite close. Even then, let us approach slowly. There is most likely going to be a lot of traps ahead, so be careful. If there was one thing I understood after looking at the forest, it was that it was the perfect place to create an ambush, especially the figures below. If my guess was not wrong, they had most likely taken a shortcut up and were waiting for me and Angelica. Secretly, I started channeling the mana inside of my body. Let us go. 3 wolves sped into a vast canopy of white, leaving behind a sunken trail of imprints. Where do we need to go? Hein asked as he caught up to Ava. With the speed the wolf was going, added with the fiercely blowing wind, his hair shot back, making him look ridiculous. Staring into the distance, Ava squinted her eyes. We are close. Not even a second after her words faded, she tapped her right hand on the wolf's neck. Stop. The wolf came to a halt and Ava hopped off. Staring into the distance, her face had a tinge of sullenness. Similarly coming to a stop, Hein got off. Is this the place? Yes, Ava replied. Out of precaution, Hein took out his shield which was still cocooned in a white cloth. Burp, we stopping. With a loud burp, Leopold also got off. Wow. Getting off, he stumbled a couple of steps. Stabilizing his footsteps, he stared at the half-filled bottle in his hands. This is a lot stronger than I thought. He quickly put the bottle away. He was already warmed up enough, and it was no longer needed anymore, and he might actually get too drunk to fight. Squinting her eyes, Ava adjusted the beanie in her head. It looks like we can only walk for now. They were currently at the bottom of one of the mountains, and so, Ava realized that going up with the wolves was no longer a viable option. Ava raised her flute and blew on it. Toodle-too. A melodious tune rang in the air, and the wolves disappeared. Dropping her hand which was tightly clenching onto the flute, Ava proceeded to head up the mountains. Be careful you two, we are probably going to encounter a lot of monsters. Finally, Hein murmured, unveiling his shield which was shining brightly. Burp. With another burp, Leopold wordlessly took out a gun-like device and rested it on his shoulder. This might help me sober up a little. Stop. Extending my hand, I stopped Angelica from moving forward. Squatting down a little, I squinted my eyes. There is something wrong with this place. From the moment we entered the forest, I knew that there was something wrong with the place. If I had a choice, I wouldn't have entered the forest, but since it was the only way that led to the castle, I had no choice but to enter. Anyhow, despite sensing that something was wrong with the place, I couldn't quite explain what was wrong. I had been keeping my guard up the whole time, yet, I was unable to realize what was going on. That was until now. Staring at the area in front of me, I extended my hand forward and raised my finger in a particular direction. What are you doing? Angelica asked, confused by my actions. I answered in a low tone, just checking something. Closing my eyes and sensing the mana in the air, I stopped my finger at a particular point. Making sure that I wasn't sensing wrongly, I slowly moved my finger down. Pluck. Like the string of a guitar, a plucking sound reverberated throughout the air. It was then that I was finally able to catch a glimpse of an invisible string in the air. Not only one string, but in fact a series of them, but I was unfortunately unable to see where they were. As I expected, pinching my fingers together, I felt a wet sensation. It was probably blood, but I didn't have time to care about that. Placing my hand on the sheath of my sword, I got ready to attack at any moment in time. Angelica, get ready, it looks like we are trapped. Then, using my left hand and taking out 3 cards from my bracelet, I threw them in different directions. Left, right, and center. It took about 2 seconds for the cards to ignite, and once they did, I was finally able to catch a glimpse of the area around me. Just like the previous string from before, the area around us was filled with them. Most shocking about this was the fact that Angelica and I didn't notice this at all. Upon closer look, I realized why. Lowering my body, I pinched my fingers. Feeling a hard sensation on the tip of my fingers, I turned my fingers a bit to get a closer look. It is these fuckers. A small spider the size of a nail appeared in between my fingers. In fact, it was probably even smaller than a nail. No wonder they managed to trap us undiscovered. Our attention was focused elsewhere, resulting in this crappy situation. Rustle, rustle. A rustling sound arose from the distance, and 3 figures showed up. There is someone here. A rough and deep voice echoed out. Following the sound, a bald and tall dark man appeared from behind a couple of trees. Wearing thick metallic armor, his footsteps sunk to the ground. Siphon, it looks like you are right. A lanky man with long hair and green eyes emerged from behind the bald man. He had this vicious smile on his face, one resembling that of a snake targeting its prey. What do we have here? The third person was a female with red hair and a voluptuous body. Licking her lips, I felt her gaze scan me up and down. A pity, she murmured. A pity that you are wearing a mask. Sensing her gaze, I felt disgusted. Still, I regained my composure and spoke inside of my head. Angelica, play along. I then fixed my clothes and straightened my back. I will give you one option. Let us go. At my words, the trio's faces froze. Turning their heads to stare at each other, they soon began to laugh. Ha 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 ha. Haha, we have got some feisty ones. Interesting. In the midst of their laughs, I heard Angelica's voice inside of my head. Let me kill them. She was mad, wasn't she? I still shook my head. Calm down, Angelica. Like I told you, play along. If we kill them now, we are going to alert the demons inside. From where I was standing, I could feel traces of demonic energy coming out of their bodies. They had without a doubt signed a contract with a demon. It was only a hypothesis for now, but since there were 3 people here, in all likelihood, there were 3 count-ranked demons inside of the castle. This was a number I could not make light of, even if Angelica was with me. It was when I realized this that multiple different scenarios started to play inside of my head. Each was drastically different from the other. Taking a step forward, the lanky individual's smile grew more savage. Why would you think we would let you go? Shut up. Raising my head, I activated the one for a very brief moment. About a couple of seconds. But that was enough. The moment I activated the one, the trio stopped laughing, and their faces finally changed. This was especially so for the lanky individual, whose book shook uncontrollably. Before they could recollect themselves, I took this opportunity to talk. We know what you are doing here. Let us go. We are on the same side. Whilst talking, I tried to keep my voice deep and authoritative. I was trying to leave an impression on them. Naturally, I had reasons for this. Ha. The dark man raised his head and looked me in the eyes. Extreme caution flashed across his face. From the corner of his eyes, he glanced at his teammates. This did not escape my sight, and I knew exactly what he was planning on doing. He was probably signaling them to get ready to attack. Recomposing himself, he asked, "What do you mean we are on the same side?" "Just like you have heard." Extending my hand in Angelica's direction, without any warning, I pulled down her hood, revealing her 2 horns. Once I took her hood down, Angelica's body flinched a little. My actions had definitely caught her off guard. Thankfully, she was still wearing a mask, somewhat masking her expression. What? Revealing Angelica's features, the atmosphere once again froze. Smiling slightly, I repeated, "As I have said before, we are on the same side." Chapter 496. The bald man took a step back and stared at Angelica. Heavy solemnness tinged his face. "On the same side?" he asked in an uncertain tone. "That is correct." I nodded my head and spoke right away. On the inside, I was trying to sort out my thoughts, but what I showed on the outside was an impassive face that held slight traces of contempt. "We are on the same side. Let us go unless you want us to resort to force. You have clearly already felt our strength. The 3 of you are not our match." This part may have been true, but that was not what worried me. What worried me was the possible problems that the trio before me could pose. They may be weaker than the demons, but they were all about the same rank as me. They were no easy opponents. The bald man glanced back and forth between Angelica and me. "Honestly, it is hard to believe the fact that you 2 are on our side." "How so? Is it not obvious? What are the 2 of you doing here?" "We have received no reports of anyone coming. That is already the number 1 cause of concern. And why should we announce our presence?" I raised my chin up and looked down on the group. Once again activating the effects of the one to add impact to my voice, the trio's expression stiffened. "Do you not know who the demoness before you is?" Subjected to such pressure, the trio was unable to answer. Walking next to Angelica, I lowered my head and took a knee. "This over here is Countess Angelica von Doya, a directed descendant of the Lust clan, and Ka, the matriarch of a major Lust clan sub-branch." Midway through my sentence, I almost fumbled with my words. The cringe was too much for me to bear. Unfortunately, I had no choice but to continue. "Follow my example, and pay your respects to the matriarch." Following my cue, Angelica removed the mask from her face, revealing her appearance. The trio stumbled a little bit. This action was not voluntary, but in fact due to the bloodline impression that came out from Angelica's body. It had to be noted that Angelica was currently suppressing her bloodline. She did not want to alert the demons inside the castle. Sweeping her gaze over the trio, Angelica closed her eyes and no longer looked at them. Her demeanor, coupled with her cold exterior, gave her a noble aura, one reminiscent of that of an aristocrat from the old era. I secretly raised my thumb. "Great acting, Angelica." "Shut up." Angelica crossed her arms and replied in an irritated tone. "I have played along with your little games. What do you need me to do now? Lowering my head, I touched the bottom of my chin. Staring at the trio that was slowly recovering from the shock, I shared my thoughts with Angelica. Listen up, Angelica. After thinking for a bit, I came up with 3 different scenarios. The first scenario is the scenario where they believe in our story. A story in which you are a high-ranking demon assigned to overlook the dungeon for a bit and make sure that everything is working correctly. Their story is not bad, and there is a chance for them to buy it, but I paused and shook my head. As I paused, I noticed Angelica looking at me with eyes asking for more. I did as she wished. But what? The key word is chance. Chance. Yeah. I sighed. This scenario can happen, but I do not think it will be very likely. The most likely scenario, in my opinion, is the second one, the scenario in which they eventually figure out that we are actually pretending to be on their side in order to infiltrate the facility. I was indeed tempered by the idea of infiltrating the place. However, that was not part of my plan currently. It just would not work in this scenario. What makes you think things will turn out this way? Angelica asked. There was a hint of doubt in her voice. Resolving her doubts, I continued to explain. From the corner of my eyes, I kept track of the trio. Think about it, Angelica. Although the fact that you are a demon can add credibility to our lie, at the end of the day, once the 3 of them manage to recover from the scare we gave them, they are going to realize that we are frauds. Demons were not stupid. They knew that they could have traitors in their midst. Just because Angelica was a demon, there was no way they would instantly believe that she was on their side, especially when she showed up out of nowhere, without any prior warnings. They would have to be very arrogant and self-confident to believe that. In all likelihood, the 3 of them will realize this soon, and bring us to the castle in the distance whilst pretending to have bought our story. Once we arrive at the castle, the 3 of them alongside the demons in the castle will come at us all at once and basically kill us. If I had to put it bluntly, we were screwed if this scenario happened. Sounds reasonable. Angelica replied with a short nod, but the middle of her brows was still tightly knit. She eventually voiced her concerns. If that is the case, what do we do now? I tilted my head and looked at her strangely. What do you mean, what should we do? Is it not obvious? I thought I had made my next course of action fairly obvious by now. Or maybe it was just me. That aside, it did not seem like my blunt words were very appreciated by Angelica, whose expression darkened a little. Spit it out, she demanded in a cold tone. I shrugged my shoulders. The answer is obvious. We play along. Angelica's face froze. A look of realization soon dawned on her. I understand. I am glad you do. I smiled in appreciation. The goal was simple. Let them lead the way toward the castle. Since the place was riddled with traps and all sorts of methods designed to hinder our way, I thought that by playing along we could get rid of most of those problems and conserve some energy. So what if they knew that we were coming? In the first place, from the moment we entered the place they were probably already aware of our existence. They just did not know that Angelica was a demon. A smile threatened to escape from my lips, but I tried my best to hide it. This was especially so since the trio had finally recollected themselves. Glancing at each other, the 3 of them got on one knee. This was normal etiquette when meeting a titled demon. Pardon for our rudeness. We hope you will be lenient with us. Without sparing them a glance, Angelica looked into the distance. There will not be a next time, she then ordered. Bring me to where those bastards are. I would like to have a word with them. Lifting their heads and staring at each other, their eyes flashed for a brief moment. This did not escape my line of sight. Once again, I became even more convinced about my conjectures. Standing up, with an amiable smile on her face, the lady of the group raised her hand. A peculiar scene happened following her action. From the corner of my eyes, I was able to see a small lump of black headed in the lady's direction. Because it was far, I could not quite see what it was. However, it was not long before I was able to tell what the lump of black was. It was the spiders from before. All of them walked together in unison. My body flinched a little. If there was a bug I hated with all my soul, then it would without doubt be spiders. Is she a beast tamer like Ava? I wondered. I apologize for the earlier disturbance. Getting rid of the net that was around us, the lady smiled seductively my way. Alongside the smile was a small wink. My body shivered uncontrollably. Shall we get going, handsome? What handsome? I am wearing a mask. Shaking my head, I kept an impassive exterior and ignored her. Taking a step forward, I followed her from behind. Angelica did the same as she walked next to me. Along the way, she suddenly asked, by the way, what about the third option? That. I paused for a second. The third option is basically attack us on the spot. Probably the option that would have been the most troublesome of the others since we would have essentially been forced to bulldoze our way to the castle and face off against multiple count-ranked demons. By the time we would arrive, we would be extremely low on mana. The journey toward the castle was fairly unobstructed. Just as I had predicted, no monster came our way. Because of how unobstructed our journey was, it did not take long for us to finally reach the castle. As the castle was too far for me to get a proper look, now that I was moving closer to it, I slowly started to realize how slick and well-designed the castle was. It was nothing compared to Everblood's, which was a lot cruder. Coming to a halt right at the entrance of the castle where a tremendously large door stood, the trio turned around. The first one to speak was the bald individual. We are here. Pressing his hand on the large door of the castle, the ground started to shake and the door slowly started to open. Rumble, rumble. All you have to do now is follow me and see. I glanced in Angelica's way, and as though we were perfectly synchronized with each other, our eyes met. Angelica, now. Touching the sheath of my sword, a clicking sound rang out. Click. Blood splurted out and a head rolled on the ground. In the meantime, Angelica raised her hand as black threads started to form beneath the feet of the other two. What the? Caught off guard, the two were unable to react in time. Taking a step forward, Angelica's body reappeared a couple of inches away from the two. Before they could even retaliate, placing her slender hand on the heads of the duo, the hue coming out from the duo's bodies started to head in Angelica's direction, resulting in their bodies to slowly starting to dry out. The scene looked especially terrifying from behind. Thud, thud. With two low thuds, the mummified bodies of the duo fell to the ground, and Angelica turned to glance at the enormous door. We are done here, should we enter? Wait. Squinting my eyes, I bent down and observed the corpses in front of me. Raising my head to stare at the entrance of the castle, my eyes began to squint. I was wrong. I slowly came to a realization. The three of them did not sign a contract with any of the demons inside of the building. The goal of having them killed here was so that, apart from catching them off guard, in the off chance that any one of them was contracted with a demon inside, the demon would suffer tremendous damage upon their death. If that happened, the next few steps would become a lot easier. Unfortunately, it appeared as though I was wrong. Shit. Things became a lot more troublesome. What are you waiting for? Snapping me out of my daze, was Angelica's impatient voice. Raising my head to meet her line of sight, I let out an exasperated sigh. Coming. Standing up, I followed Angelica into the castle. Right as I was about to enter the castle, I suddenly felt a slight itch coming from the right side of my head. Raising my head, I scratched. How annoying. Chapter 497. Angelica. Entering the castle, what met my sight was darkness. Tranquility encompassed the surroundings as the area around me was deathly silent. What was most odd about the situation was that I could not see what was ahead of me. It felt as though I was inside of a different dimension, one devoid of any sound and light. Angelica. I called out again, my guard on full alert. Yet again, I was met with no response. Closing my eyes, I came to a conclusion. This situation was without a doubt something planned by the demons. Step, step, step. The clear and regular sound of footsteps echoed through the dark space. A gentle white glow coming out from my body illuminated the area around me. Despite that, I still could not see anything. Odd. I came to a stop. There is no way the castle is this long. For the past 10 minutes, I had been walking in a straight line. Having seen the castle from the outside, I knew that it was not that long. This only meant one thing. I am inside of an illusion. Or at least this was what I thought was the most probable scenario. Licking my lips, I fell into thought. Eventually, I sat down cross-legged and closed my eyes. Since this is an illusion, then there is no point in me moving. The fact that I was in an illusion was not what worried me. What really worried me at the moment was the condition of my real body. If this was an illusion, what was actually happening to my real body? That said, how am I supposed to get out of this situation? Illusions dealt with the mind, meaning that all the skills I learned, except for two, were useless to me. Use Monarch Indifference. If you want strength, use Monarch's Indifference. So far, you have only used a small fraction of its powers. However, do not get ahead of yourself. You are still not out of the waters just yet. Faint recollections of a conversation I had a while ago started to replay inside my mind. Did you predict this? Was this what you meant when you said those words? Swoosh. Out of nowhere, the scenery around me started to change. Ha! Caught off guard, I stood up from my spot. It was then that I realized. It is starting. The real illusion was starting. Jet black hair, deep blue eyes, and a height that was around 178 centimeters. Rendover. That was the name of the human that made her suffer a humiliating defeat in the past. He was also the man that had changed her life, and someone that Angelica could not quite describe in words. Going from a Baron-ranked demon all the way to a Count-ranked demon in the span of a couple of years. An achievement that she would not have been able to accomplish had it not been for him. She could still visibly recall the moment when he promised her that he would help her grow stronger. She did not really believe him in the past, but circumstances forced her to sign the contract. Who would have known that he would have managed to keep the promise? In fact, he had even exceeded her expectations by quite a large margin. What shocked Angelica the most was not his strength, that soared like a meteor, nor the elaborate schemes he would come up with from time to time, but it was his knowledge. A knowledge so vast about the world that even shocked her. One example of such knowledge was the current circumstance. How was he able to tell that the demons were residing inside of this dungeon? Furthermore, he also seemed to know exactly what they were planning. This was not something someone like Ren should have known. It just did not make sense to Angelica. But there was something that even he did not know about her. Bang! A bright dark purple light flashed, illuminating a dark hall for a split second. What accompanied it was a loud explosion. Cough, cough. Stumbling a couple of steps, Angelica's hair scattered all over her face, and her chest heaved up and down unevenly. We have been looking for you all over the place, but we did not think you would actually come to us. A sinister voice echoed throughout the large and majestic hall of the castle. By the side of the hall stood 6 black pillars that dimly lit the surroundings through a series of torches attached to their bodies. Coming out from the shadows was a black humanoid figure with long black hair that cascaded down his shoulders. He wore formal attire reminiscent of the Victorian era's clothing with a black top hat on his head, appearing close to the embodiment of elegance, an eye-catching appearance that left a powerful impact on whoever looked at him. On both hands, he wore white gloves, as a calm and noble aura filled with dignity spread out from his body. With his eyes locked on Angelica, the edges of his lips curled upwards. "Young miss, your mother is looking all over the place for you. I think it is about time you return to the main clan." "My mother?" "You heard correctly." Clenching her teeth, Angelica bit her lips. Recomposing herself and throwing her hair back, she shook her head. "That is not possible." The face of the demon before Angelica changed a little. The smile on his face lessened, and his eyes grew more sinister. This only happened for a split moment, however, as he quickly returned to his usual expression. Turning his head, the demon's eyes locked on a figure in the distance. Is it because of him? The figure was none other than Ren. He was currently immobile with his eyes closed. Surrounding him were two other demons that were in a similar state. The aura of the two demons surrounding Ren was around a rank. This signified that they were both count-ranked demons. Fortunately, it did not seem as though they could attack him. "Is he the reason why you are not returning to the main clan? Or are you that afraid of your mother?" the demon in front of Angelica asked. Angelica frowned. She then coldly spat. "Think whatever you like." "Oh." The demon laughed a little. A terrifying pressure came out of his body, forcing Angelica to take a step back. Angelica's countenance slowly started to change as graveness flashed across her eyes. "Count Nebulous," she muttered underneath her breath. Once her words faded, the pressure coming out from the demon came to a stop. Surprise flashed across his face. "So you still remember me?" "Yes." Angelica slowly nodded her head. Of course, she knew him. How could she not know him? He was one of her guards back when she used to live in the main clan, the Lust clan. Despite having risen so much in strength, Angelica still did not think she could face him head-on, especially since he was on the verge of breaking through to Marquis rank. She knew that she was not his match. Raising his hand to adjust his gloves, Count Nebulous started to speak. His demeanor was a lot more friendly than before. "It has been a while since we have last seen each other, young miss." He paused and scanned Angelica's body up and down. With a look filled with satisfaction, he started to nod his head. "But if I do have to say so myself, you have grown up beautifully. Not only that, but from the fact alone that you have managed to reach Count rank, it is safe to assume that you have inherited your mother's genes." There was genuine happiness in his voice. The same could not be said for Angelica, who glared in his direction. "Do not mention her." "Oh my." Count Nebulous made a troubled look. "Are you still angry at the fact that your mother sent you to a small sub-branch?" Raising his head, Count Nebulous removed the top hat from his head. "Young miss, you have to understand that the reason she did that is not because she hates you, but because of your failure in completing the mission that we have assigned to you. We spent a lot of resources trying to help you, give you the opening back then, yet you failed." Count Nebulous paused. For a split second, Angelica felt his voice become extremely sinister and cold. "You needed to be punished for it." Gulp. Angelica unknowingly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, as she faltered a little. This did not go unnoticed by Count Nebulous, who continued. "I was originally very disappointed by your disappearance. So was your mother. However, from the looks of things, it seems as though I may have been overthinking a little. For you to reach such strength in such little time, I am impressed." Bending down on one knee, and placing the top hat beside him, Count Nebulous took his glove off, revealing his hand that seemed to have been made out of jade, and extended it in Angelica's direction. "Young miss, no, your excellency, would you do me the honors of coming back to the main clan?" "Ah." Angelica's body froze. Staring at the hand that was reaching out for her, Angelica felt a mixture of different emotions rise from deep within her. But out of all the emotions, the one that was the most prevalent was sadness. Acceptance. This was something that Angelica craved ever since young. She wanted to be accepted by her mother, a figure that should only be looked up to in the past. Someone that Angelica wanted to be, but that was the past. After everything that happened to her, she no longer felt the same sense of attachment and worship that she had for her mother. Angelica held no ill feelings toward her mother for throwing her away in the past, but that did not mean that she held any good feelings toward her as well. Now that she was fully grown up, Angelica realized just how the world worked. And it was because of this that she realized how lucky she was to have met Ren, someone who did not treat her as an expendable that would throw her away the moment they made a mistake. Therefore, lowering her head and gazing at Count Nebulous's hand that was reaching out for her, she shook her head. "I am sorry, but I cannot." "You cannot." Count Nebulous raised his head in shock. Lowering his hand, his previous gentlemanly demeanor started to crumble. "Did I hear incorrectly? Did you just reject me?" "Yes." Angelica nodded his head, this time a lot more firmly. Picking up the top hat from the ground and placing it back on his head, Count Nebulous slowly stood up. His face twisted sinisterly. Clearly, he still could not comprehend Angelica's decision. "I do not understand," he muttered softly. Meeting Angelica's gaze, he asked, "Why did you reject my offer?" "You do not need to know," Angelica replied in a cold tone. Count Nebulous's eyes grew sharp. "I see." Nodding his head, he slowly came to terms with the situation. Turning his head to face the human in the distance, he asked, "As long as I get rid of him, you will come back, right?" Angelica's eyes opened. She quickly shouted, "No." But it was already too late. By the time Angelica reacted, Count Nebulous was already upon Ren. Raising his hand, his nails elongated and became sharp. Without a second thought, he swiped at Ren. He did not hold back in his attack, as the energy contained in his attack was enough to alarm Angelica. "Die," he shouted in a bloodthirsty manner. But it was then that something incredibly shocking happened. Right as the claw was about to reach Ren, the atmosphere froze altogether. Be it the demons inside of the hall, Count Nebulous, or Angelica, no one moved. It was not that they did not want to, but they could not. Before anyone could figure out what was going on, Ren's hair slowly started to change. They slowly started to become white. Chapter 498. Has the illusion started? It was the only conclusion I could make as I gazed into the distance. Carnage. If I had to describe what I was seeing in one word, it would be carnage. Large cracks scattered throughout the scarlet-dyed sky. Coming out of them was a sea of creatures, all pushing each other, hungrily goggling at what was beneath them with an insatiable and malicious look. Buildings started to crumble as screams echoed everywhere. The blaring and irritating sound of the sirens became drowned out by the frightening explosions that were happening around the city. What is going on? Staring at the scene from the top of the building, I was left at a loss for words. An acrid smell permeated the area around me. In the end, I managed to murmur, "This place looks familiar." I had definitely seen this place before, but because of its current state, I found it hard to tell where exactly it was. Taking my eyes away from the city, I waved my hand in the air and realized that the temperature around me was scorchingly hot. Sweat trickled down the side of my face, and breathing started to become more difficult for me. What a powerful illusion, I thought. Clenching and unclenching my fists, I was left shocked by how realistic everything around me felt. The thing that shocked me the most about the illusion was the fact that I could feel all my senses. From my sense of touch, smell, sight, hearing, and taste, everything around me felt exactly as it did in the real world. Fixing my gaze on the city below, I took a deep breath to clear my mind. All right. Once my mind was cleared, I took a step forward and my clothes and hair fluttered upwards. Reaching my ears was a loud rush of wind, similar to the static from blowing into a microphone, which was also accompanied by a paper-like sound coming from my fluttering clothes. Bang! Crashing against the ground, fine miniature crevices formed on the area beneath my feet. Brushing my clothes off, I took a look at my surroundings. How odd. People continued running around the city, desperately trying to cling to survival. Yet, no one seemed to have managed to notice my appearance. It was then that I noticed a male with a short build running my way. Watch out, I warned. Despite my words, the man continued to run. I became alarmed. Cannot he see me? The answer to my question was soon answered. A split second after my words faded, the male passed through my body. As he passed my body, I turned my head to look at his disappearing back, before I looked at my hands. Lowering my body, I touched the ground. Feeling the rough and granulated road, my brows slowly knit together. Slowly, I came to a conclusion. I can only touch things that are non-living. To test this theory, I walked up to another pedestrian running, and just like the first time, he directly ran through my body. This confirmed my theory. I could not touch living beings. Where am I? Though odd, I decided to concern myself with other things. Looking around me, I tried to get a better idea of where I was. For a second I almost forgot that I was inside of an illusion. It was then that I noticed something. Carefully moving through the debris that littered the streets, I arrived at a small intersection. This place, Avenue Street, 17N. It was the name of a street that was not too far from my house. The one I used to live in before Amanda moved my parents. Curious, I decided to have a look. At the moment, I was still unclear about what the goal of the illusion was about, but I could tell that time here was slower than in reality. The real goal of going to my old house was to figure out if there were any irregularities with this world. Since I did not have any clue regarding how to get out of this illusion, this was all I could do. And I could not really explain it. But I felt this odd inexplicable feeling inside of me that told me to go there. I grew more alert when I realized this. Was this part of the illusion? It has been a while since I have been here. It took me around 5 minutes to reach my old house, and when I gazed at it from beneath the footsteps, I felt a small part of me stir. I may have not spent a lot of time in this house, but it still felt nostalgic to me. If there was one thing that was different about this house than the one inside of my memories, it was the fact that a part of it was damaged. Still, the damage was not to an extensive degree. What am I doing? Bitterly shaking my hand, I moved up the stairs and grabbed onto the metal handle of the door. Feeling the cool sensation of the knob, I twisted it and opened the door. Clank. The same homey scent of the past. The same wall that was littered with pictures of me and my family. Without a doubt, this place was home. Creak, creak. Taking a step forward, the wooden floor started to creak beneath my feet. This was typical of an old house, especially one that seemed to have gone through rough times. It is the same. Staring at the pictures on the walls, I realized that everything was the same as the last time I had seen them. The house was a bit worn out, and the windows were broken, but it was the same as it was in the past. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Strange. How were the demons able to create such detailed illusion? Coo, coo. It was then that I heard a muffled sobbing sound coming from the distance. My head immediately snapped in that direction. Coo. I instantly became alarmed. Was this part of the illusion? Raising the heels of my foot, I tiptoed my way toward where the sobbing sound was coming from. I wanted to be as quiet as possible, not sure if this was a good idea or not. Stopping right before the door frame that led to the living room, I carefully tilted my body to catch a glimpse of what was happening. What? My body stiffened. Catching a glimpse of what was behind the door frame, my body stopped moving. Mom, Dad, Nola. A frail and weak voice rang throughout the empty house. Sitting on his knees, behind 3 familiar figures, a figure hunched over their bodies and wept uncontrollably. His body continuously trembled, and though hidden, his complexion looked especially pale and skinny. It was clear that the figure had been mourning for more than a day. The scene looked truly heart-wrenching. This is all an illusion. I, of course, managed to recognize the sobbing individual. Who could it be but me? Biting my lips, I turned my head. Despite the fact that I knew that this was all an illusion, the images of my family lying down on the ground, dead, kept replaying inside of my mind. A sharp and inexplicable pain coursed through my heart, forcing me to look away. Fuck. I eventually swore. Clenching my teeth and fists, I calmed myself down. Get a hold of yourself. You are doing exactly what the demons want. As if I would let them. Slap. Slapping my face, I dispelled all distracting thoughts from my mind. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes and proceeded to walk over my hunched-up figure. After deliberating for a bit, I came to a conclusion. Since this is an illusion that is probably targeting my weak points, I should get rid of them in order to free myself. Extending my hand, a sword materialized on my palm. Firmly gripping the sword, I slowly started to unsheath it. Once I unsheathed the sword, I stared at its sharp and glistening body, which I could see my reflection in. Staring at my reflection on the sword, I raised my sword. Hew. I took another breath. Exhaling slowly, I gradually flexed my muscles and prepared to slash down. Hold on. Coming to a halt, I felt a hand grasp my shoulder. Weeing. Out of pure reflex, I rapidly twisted my waist and slashed in the direction of where the voice came from. But as I slashed down, my sword was met with no resistance as it simply slashed the air. Wow. A surprised voice rang out. Raising my head, my eyes soon met with a figure I was all too familiar with. Unexpectedly, despite having just slashed at me, the figure's attention was not drawn to me, but to the illusionary version of myself. What do you feel? He asked. His voice was the same as it always was, emotionless and cold. My brows furrowed. What are you talking about? Do not play dumb, I asked. Raising his hand, he pointed his finger in the direction of the illusionary version of myself. What do you think about what you are seeing? Do you feel anything at all? I do not. Oh. The other entity smiled. I do not believe you. Before I had a chance to speak, he took a step forward and suddenly pressed his palm on my back. How about you try feeling it for yourself? Wah. Before I even had the chance to reply, the world around me warped, and my consciousness slipped. Pain. An immeasurable pain that I could not describe consumed my entire body. It was a different type of pain. One that was drastically different from the times I almost had my soul incinerated and my body burned to bits and experimented on. It hit different, but it was a pain that I never wished anyone would bear. Ha. I found it hard to even breathe. I could not quite open my mouth. Every action, be it breathing, thinking, or anything that required energy seemed strenuous at the moment. Slowly, I placed my hand over my heart and clenched my clothes. It hurts. Opening my eyes, the faces of my parents, devoid of any sign of life, appeared in my vision. The pain intensified. I let out a heart-wrenching cry. The pain. It was overwhelming. I wished for it to stop. Amidst my cries, a voice echoed from behind me. It hurts, does it not? I wanted to reply, but I could not. I could feel tears drip down from the side of my cheeks. Regardless, he continued to speak. Losing the people you love so dearly hurts, does it not? Where was he getting at? His enigmatic way of speaking irritated me. How would you feel if you felt the same pain you are experiencing now, over and over again, in an endless cycle that will never stop? I slowly turned my head, before finally getting a better look at the other entity. It was then that I noticed it. The other entity that I was all too familiar with looked at me with a smile on his face. But his smile, the smile on his face, it was not normal. No, it was a heart-wrenching smile. A smile that seemed to tell millions of words with just a single glance. I was finally able to open my mouth. Stumbling back a bit, my eyes changed. It cannot be. The smile on the other figure lessened a little. With his eyes lowered, he opened his mouth. The pain you are experiencing. It is something I am all too familiar with. It is something that I cannot get rid of, regardless of much I try to. But, he paused. Raising his head, our eyes finally met. Unlike you, I experience this type of pain at a much higher level. Imagine watching your family die over and over again, and you cannot do anything about it. No matter how many times you try to change the inevitable future, something happens and forces you to experience the same pain again, and again, and again, and again, and again. His every word deeply resounded inside of my head. I could feel the sadness and detachment in his voice. Somehow, it deeply resonated with something inside of me, something that I wanted to reject with my whole being. At one point, when one experiences such pain, over and over again, what do you think will happen to that person? Stop it. Do you think they can move on and continue undergoing this endless cycle of torture, like nothing ever happened to them? Stop it, damn it. Or do you think that they will inevitably start to lose all the traits that made them human, lose a part of themselves, and only start to think about getting out of this endless cycle, even if it means sacrificing what they once held dear in the past? Stop fucking speaking. When pushed to the limit, death looks like the most comforting place one wants to be. I endlessly shouted inside of my mind, but deep down I knew exactly what the figure was trying to hint at. Ren, do you know why I always say that I am not your enemy? I did not reply. Inside, I already knew the answer. It is because I am you. Coo. I let out a muffled sound. I felt my body weaken, and my head went blank. I could not understand anything anymore. The figure who I had thought to be my enemy, and whom I thought was trying to kill me at every chance he got, was actually me. How did that make sense? I wanted to deny it, but, thinking about the past, everything was slowly starting to make sense. A blurry picture started to form inside of my mind. Turning around, I looked back at my parents. Imagine watching your family die over and over again, and you cannot do anything about it. We are cursed. Slowly the pieces started to fall into place, and the picture started to become more and more vivid. It looks like we do not have much time. If this keeps going, you are going to die. Lowering his body and hooking his arm around my neck, I heard his whisper in my ear. In front of me, a small screen materialized. Displayed on it was my figure, and the opposite of me was another figure speedily heading in my direction. It was then that I understood something. If I did not do anything now, I was dead. I have said this before. His words were soft, but never before did they ring as powerfully in my head as they did now. Use Monarch's Indifference. Chapter 499. Are you afraid that I will take over your body? His soft voice continued to ring inside of my head. Don't worry. Clank, clank, clank. I heard a familiar rattling sound. Even if I wanted to take over your body, with these chains binding me, there's no way for me to do that. Clank. Pulling his arm, the rattling stopped and a loud metallic ring echoed through the air. As you can see, no matter what I do, I will always be bound by the chains. I can't take over your body even if I wanted to. I wanted to deny his words, but I knew that he was telling the truth. I couldn't explain it, but I could tell that he wasn't lying about this. Was it because he was me? Or was this another mind trick? I no longer could tell. You can choose to not believe me, but you don't have time. I gazed at the projection. He was right. I didn't have much time. Staring at the demon that was fast approaching me with his sharp nails aimed at my head, I knew that it was only a matter of seconds now. Use it, Ren urged. His voice lowered into a whisper. Use Monarch's Indifference. See it for yourself. Your true strength. Closing my eyes, I bit the bottom of my lips, opening them again, and staring at the nail that was only now a couple of inches away from my face. My head began to lower. Opening my mouth, I muttered, Monarch's Indifference. The world warped and the scenery changed. Without even realizing it, I found myself inside the hall of the castle. I then turned my head and found everything around me revolved in slow motion. Eyes of Chronos. I realized that my skill was turned on. Not only that, but so was the one. All of my skills were activated. But most surprising was the fact that I could move in this slowed down reality. It was an odd and inexplicable sensation that I couldn't describe in words. My emotions. They were numb. I couldn't feel anything. But unlike in the past, I felt in control. It no longer felt like someone was controlling me. It was me. I then raised my finger, and time warped. Cling. Impossible. A startled and terrified voice reached my ears. My eyes slowly blinked. Turning my head to gaze at my finger, I noticed the sharp nail, reminiscent of a sharp sword, clinging onto it. A powerful wave of demonic energy veiled the body of the nail. The pressure that was coming out of it was terrifying. Or at least, it was supposed to. Meeting his gaze, the only words I could mutter were, "You're weak." I then waved my hand. Bang. Like swatting a mosquito, the demon's body crashed against one of the pillars in the castle. Koa. His agonized scream echoed throughout the place. At the same time, levitating atop an open palm was a luminous orb of light that pulsated in an odd manner. With each throb, the ball of light would release thick and powerful undulations of energy in the air. The sheer energy contained within that small orb made one tremble with just a look. Planetary seed. A thick and majestic voice echoed in the air as two scarlet blood eyes gazed in the direction of the orb. The key to his strength. Without it, he would have never been able to become as strong as he currently was. Closing his eyes to conceal his two scarlet blood eyes, the Demon King softly brought his hand toward his mouth and consumed the ball of light. It was at the exact moment that he swallowed the planetary seed that the area around him started to tremble. Rumble, rumble. A surge of majestic energy began to spring out from the Demon King's body, extending around the area he was in. The shaking amplified as a result, but the Demon King remained unfazed. With his eyes closed, a white hue began to circle around his body, covering it like a soft blanket. Ha! Opening his mouth, turbid air began to escape from his mouth, and the shaking stopped. Opening his eyes, his two scarlet red eyes shone for a brief moment. Bang! With a thunderous noise, the area in front of him exploded into bits. Gazing at the area, the Demon King shook his head in dissatisfaction. Not quite there yet. Drumming his fingers over the armrest of the throne, the Demon King rested his cheek on the other hand which was propped up by the other armrest. It was then that the Demon King felt something. Raising his head, the Demon King's eyes became sharp. Closing his eyes for a short moment, he opened them up again, and his lips curled upwards. So you've awakened. He then swiped his hand, and a fissure formed in the space in front of me. Overwhelming fear. A sensation that was so dreadful that it made one feel insignificant. Count Nebulus had only ever felt this type of emotion once in his life, and it was back when he met the Demon King for the first time in his life. That was the day he understood what true fear was. A glance. That was all it took for him to choke on the spot and almost pass out. Just a single glance. He felt his dignity, elegance, and everything that made him who he was stripped away from him. He thought that he would never experience such feelings again in his life. Yet, why? Why is it? Happening again? Two dull gray eyes. Eyes that seemed to look down on everything from a far away and unreachable peak. The color of their eyes was different, but the feeling was the same. Dread. Absolute dread. That was all Count Nebulus felt at the moment. Bang. He didn't know when, but his vision blacked out for a split moment of time, and he found his body crashing against one of the pillars of the castle. Koa. In the end, that was all he was able to force out of his mouth. A radiating and pulsating pain coursed through his back, forcing the air out of his body. Stumbling down on the ground, with both knees and hands on the ground, his top hat fell in front of him. What's going on? Count Nebulus was unable to process what was happening. Everything happened fast. Too fast for him to properly understand what had happened. He slowly raised his head. Ah, he made a weak sound. Talk, talk. The clear and regular sound of footsteps echoed out. Count Nebulus watched. He watched as the white-haired figure stopped in front of his two other clan members that were paralyzed on the spot. They had the same petrified and terrified look on their faces. He could see their legs shaking. It was clear that they wanted to run away, but they couldn't. Without any prior warning, the white-haired figure raised both of his hands. No, Count Nebulus screamed, but it was too late. Pressing his fingers on the forehead of each of the two demons, Count Nebulus watched as their eyes slowly turned white, and their figures started to disintegrate in the air, scattering like fine dust. Dead. With just a simple touch of his finger, two Count-ranked demons died just like that. How was that possible? How could the human that looked to be a little weaker than he was so strong? Regret started to kick in. I should have killed him first. He thought that he was of no threat, but he was wrong. He was the real threat. Ah, it was from that point on that Count Nebulus lost all of his will to fight. I can't win. He slowly started to accept his incoming death. His prior feelings of dread weren't a fruit of his imagination. They were real. Talk, talk. But, contrary to his expectations, the white-haired figure ignored him and proceeded to walk toward the very end of the room, in the direction of a long flight of stairs blanketed in a carpet of red. Count Nebulus watched as he slowly walked up the stairs in a slow and steady manner. The carpet may have been able to drown out the tapping sound that arose with each footstep he took, but to Count Nebulus, each footstep he took still powerfully echoed inside of his head. Stopping in front of a machine, the white-haired figure once again extended his hand and touched it. A similar scene began to play out. Scattering like fine dust, the machine disintegrated into thin air. His white hair fluttered as a gentle wind suddenly blew, carrying the dust away. Is this my chance? Staring at the exposed back of the white-haired figure, for a split second, Count Nebulus felt tempted to attack. But before such thoughts could even develop into something concrete, the white-haired figure spoke up. Come out. His detached voice echoed throughout the hall. Come out. Confused, Count Nebulus looked around. Was there someone else here? He didn't have to wait for long to get an answer to that question. The air suddenly started to tremble, and the space around them started to distort. Crack, crack. A sound akin to that of glass shattering spread out through the hall as fine miniature lines formed in the air. But that was not all. Crash. Split second after the crack formed in the air, with a loud crashing noise, a pale white hand reached out from behind the crack. Grasping on the side of the air, the arm pulled the air apart, expanding the crack even further. It wasn't long before a space that was the size of a regular person formed, and a foot reached out from behind the crack. Talk. The foot slowly touched the ground, but, to Count Nebulus, it felt like 1,000 thunderbolts had struck inside of his head at the same time. His body swayed as a result. What is happening? He wondered as he looked up ahead with even more dread. He wasn't the only one that felt this way, as from the corner of his eyes he saw Angelica stumble a couple of steps. She was only able to remain standing thanks to the aid of one of the pillars of the hall. Stepping out from the void was a figure with white hair and scarlet-red eyes, wearing a thick black armor that spiked at the ends of the shoulders and released a mystifying pressure that enshrouded the entire hall. A figure that resembled a human walked out. Aha, it can't be. With his eyes fixed on the figure in the distance, Count Nebulus found it hard to breathe, or even raise his head as it subconsciously lowered. No matter how much he wanted to raise it, he couldn't. There was this tangible and invisible pressure that prevented him from doing so. He then started to lower his body in a prostrating manner. Despite his incredible pride, Count Nebulus couldn't bring himself to raise his body. His blood shook, and he weakly turned his head to get a look at what was happening. That was when he saw it. Two figures standing on the opposite ends. A set of red eyes, and a set of blue eyes. Both stared at each other without saying a single word. From that point on, time seemed to have stopped. Chapter 500. Throughout his life and experiences, the Demon King found himself asking 3 questions. Why does the world reject my existence? What is the meaning of my life? Who am I? He was born a demon, a race that needed to conquer planets in order to survive. They didn't really have a choice. In order to survive, demons needed demonic energy, and that could only be created through the conversion of the mana in the air. That said, there were only 2 things that the Demon King remembered about his childhood. His name, Jezebeth, and the fact that his race was universally hunted down by all the other races in the universe. Everyone tended to call them a race that held no emotions, but this was far from the truth. Demons were no different from the other races. It was true that they were a lot wilder than some of the other races, but that didn't mean that they were evil and had no emotions. Evil was a subjective word. There were always 2 sides to the same coin, and everyone seemed to have failed to realize this. From a young age, Jezebeth never remembered staying in a single place at once. Destruction, death, carnage, those were the only things he saw as he ran from planet to planet, trying to avoid being hunted down by the hands of the Alliance. Despite that, his scenery never changed. He would always see death wherever he went. But it wasn't the death of the inhabitants of the planet they were moving into. No, it was the death of his own race, as they were mercilessly slaughtered down by the other races. Parasites. God's mistake. Why were you ever created? What purpose do you serve to this world? Wherever he went, he would repeatedly hear the same words being thrown at him, listening to the same insults over and over again. At one point he started to question himself. Why does the world reject my existence? That was when the first question arose. Why did the world seem to reject his very existence to the core? What wrong did he ever commit? He had only been trying to survive. Weren't the other races doing the same? Weren't they also killing livestock in order to feed themselves? What was so wrong with what they were doing? This happened back when he was still young. Skip a few years. Nothing changed. As he aimlessly ran from planet to planet in order to ensure his survival, the scenery that he saw since young never changed. Destruction, death, carnage. It was always the same scene. At some point, he had gotten used to the scene. But it was also when he got used to the scene that he stopped and looked around himself for once. It was from that moment that he realized something. He was alone. All of his family, friends, and demons that he had known throughout his years had long been killed, leaving him alone. The only memento he had of his parents was a small black box that rested on his neck. He didn't know what it was exactly, but his parents told him to never let go of it, and to put his demon core inside of it. He was still young, and thus he obediently accepted their suggestion. He didn't know much, but supposedly, the box was very durable, and it could help him survive. At least that was what his parents told him. But, as he grasped the silver box hanging on his neck, and took a good long hard look at it, Jezebeth felt nothing. The box used to remind him of his times with his parents. But it no longer did. It was from that point that the second question arose. What is the meaning of my life? Was he just born to be hunted? Was this his meaning to life? Ever since young all he had been doing is running away. Running away from the Alliance that was seeking to eradicate him. He didn't remember anything else. Was this all his life really amounted to? More time passed. Throughout the years, Jezebeth kept asking himself the same two questions. Why does the world reject my existence? What is the meaning of my life? Before he knew it, many years had passed, and he suddenly found himself blankly staring at the sky, levitating in the sky like creatures of justice, and with light spreading out from behind them. A dozen or so figures stared at him from above. Slowly descending down toward his direction was a woman wearing a silver armor that shone brightly and gently wrapped around her figure. She was one of the members of the Alliance that was created in order to exterminate the demons. Your race does not belong in this universe. Her crisp and melodious voice rang throughout the world. Hearing her words, something within him snapped. Your race does not belong in this universe. He had heard the same phrase over and over again. He was sick of hearing it. Why? Just why? Cough. Cough. Coughing black blood down his body, Jezebeth laughed in deprecation. His blood-red eyes gazed upwards, towards the dark clouds covering the sky. Hanging down his neck was a simple silver necklace. Attached to its end was a black box. It was his family memento. You are nothing but a bunch of hypocrites. He managed to utter after struggling to find his words. What did you say? Cough. You speak as though we have committed some grave sin against you all. But what is so grave with us trying to survive? Knowing that his death was already set, Jezebeth no longer held back. What gives you the right to come here and judge us like you are some sort of god? He vented all his frustration at once. In the last moments of his life, he wanted to let the people that had been hunting his race down know that they were simply just a bunch of hypocrites. But it was all a futile attempt from his end. Don't blame me for doing this for the sake of our people. Like you've said, we are merely doing this for our own survival. Before he could say anything else, a bright orb descended down towards the ground. In an instant, his figure was enveloped by the orb, and his consciousness slipped. He felt his body disintegrate. Before he died, he caught sight of the box on his neck. In the end, I will die without knowing the answer to my two questions. Or so he thought. He didn't know exactly what had happened, but just when he thought he had died, his eyes sprung open, and he found his body floating into space. I am alive. Turning around and gazing around him, his eyes soon paused on a floating metallic scrap beside him. Is this the reason I survived? Compared to before, the box was no longer the same. It was pretty much scraps at this point, but as Jezebeth grasped onto the box, unknowingly, a tear traced down the side of his cheek. The emotions that he had long lost started to once again resurface. Why? He wondered out loud. Unfortunately, no sound came out of his mouth as he was in space. But Jezebeth didn't care. Why is this happening to me? What is the purpose of my life? Even though no sound came out, he continued to question his very own existence. He couldn't understand. He couldn't understand his purpose. Why does the world reject my existence? What is the meaning of my life? It was then that something happened. A small ball of light the size of a small rock quickly headed his way. Before Jezebeth could have enough time to react and make out what was happening, the ball landed on his body, and his body arched backward. Ah! He let out an agonized scream. The pain shot up his body like a raging fire. He cringed. It exploded in his head with a blinding whiteness. It made him dizzy. It made him reel. The pain was reminiscent of having his whole body burned into bits before being regenerated and burned again. Not only that, he felt an inexplicable and sharp pain in his brain. The pain in his head was so strong that for a short moment of time, he completely forgot about the other areas that were hurting as he clutched his head with both arms. Ah! He once again screamed as different images and information started to insert into his mind. All of this lasted for a split second, but to Jezebeth it felt like an eternity. Ha! Ha! Once everything was over, Jezebeth's body floated in space. His chest heaved up and down unevenly, but the pain was gone. A strange power enveloped his body. He couldn't quite explain what it was. It took a while for him to calm down. Once he did, he slowly began to open his eyes, and his figure began to morph. The Akashic Records. He muttered in a soft tone. There was a lot of new information inside of his mind. Most of it was hazy, but in that information, he was able to learn of the existence of a higher existence. The Akashic Records. The entity that overlooked the entire universe. And not only that, but he had also learned of something else. The bright white light that had just hit him was called a planetary seed. And it was in fact a small fragment of the Akashic Records. Sorting out the information inside his mind and realizing a lot of new things, another question emerged in Jezebeth's mind. Who am I? That was how the third question came to mind. Unlike last time, however, he had finally found hope. A way for him to get the answers he so desperately sought. Answers about his very own existence. And it was none other than through breaking the limit and reaching the Akashic Records. It was from that point on that Jezebeth became the Demon King, and his curse began. Opening his eyes again, what met Jezebeth's sight were two deep blue eyes. They were a familiar set of eyes. Eyes that he had not seen in a long time. As he gazed into them from where he was standing, the edges of Jezebeth's lips curled. It's been a while. There was a time when he once thought that no one would ever understand him. A time when he thought that he was alone in the universe. But he was wrong. There was in fact someone else out there that had the same lost look in his eyes as him. Someone that the Demon King could see himself in. It was none other than the figure standing opposite of him. Or so he thought. The Demon King's forehead started to crease. He had finally noticed something. Opening his mouth, he eventually muttered, "You are not him." His voice echoed throughout the hall. Ren's head tilted a little. His demeanor remained impassive and hard to read. Not him. Yes. The Demon King nodded. The area around him started to fluctuate. You may look like him, but the look in your eyes. He paused and squinted his eyes a little. He once again carefully scrutinized Ren from his option, before eventually shaking his head. You are eyes. They feel more alive. You are not him. That lost look that was similar to his. It was gone. The person standing opposite him was not the person from his memories. He may look the same, but he wasn't him. He started to grow disappointed. Feeling the Demon King's gaze directed my way, I didn't feel anything. His pressure was enormous. Enough to make anyone cower with just a glance. But to me, it didn't really feel like anything special. It looks like you have still not completely awoken yet. The Demon King mumbled to himself. His voice was extremely soft, and had it not been for my now enhanced senses, I would have been unable to hear it. His words may sound ambiguous, but I perfectly understood what he was referring to. It was the future version of me. What exactly are you looking for? I slowly asked. What was the sudden reason for the Demon King's appearance? Since a dungeon was a pocket dimension inside of the demon realm, I understood how he was able to show up here. But I could tell that the figure in front of me was just a clone. He was here, yet at the same time, actually not here. What am I looking for? The Demon King raised his head. He eventually shook it. I was looking for an old friend, but he isn't here. His voice sounded rather disappointed. Even then, there was something about his sentence that threw me off. At least internally. Outwardly, I kept an impassive look. An old friend. I repeated slowly. The Demon King nodded. You heard correctly. He raised his hand and opened his palm to face my direction. A pity. He once again mumbled. Rumble, rumble. The room suddenly started to quake, and torrential energy sprung out from the Demon King's body, merging toward the front of his palm, creating a black sphere. The air distorted, and the black sphere disappeared from its spot. It soon reappeared right in front of me. Click. With a low clicking sound, the sphere split into two, crashing behind me. Boom, boom. Smoke filled the air, and the castle started to crumble. With my eyes still locked on the Demon King, I waved my hand. Angelica, leave now. Before she even had the chance to realize what was going on, her body was sent flying in the distance. I had no choice. With her here, I couldn't go all out. From just that single exchange I had with the Demon King, I realized just how formidable of an opponent he was. Don't get distracted in the middle of a fight. Not even a second after I sent Angelica away, a familiar face appeared in front of me. It all happened so fast. Without even giving me the chance to react, I felt something press against my abdomen, and my view distorted. Before I knew it, I found myself being flung in the air, and the castle I was previously in became a small black dot. Peachy. A red trail of blood followed my movement. Closing my eyes, I twisted my body, and unsheathed my sword, and swung it toward my right. Clang. A powerful ring reverberated throughout the air, dispersing the ashen-gray clouds in the air. Opening my eyes again, I found the Demon King holding onto my sword with just his bare fingers. I was left shocked by this. Only internally though. Outwardly, I didn't show it as my face refused to change. Crack, crack, crack. What followed after that was the sound of something cracking. I didn't need to raise my head to realize what was happening. The dungeon was about to break. My energy combined with the Demon King's was simply far too much for the dungeon to hold. It was then that I suddenly heard a faint whisper in my right ear. "Your movements, they are not as polished as his." His voice grew even more disappointed. By the time I was able to process his words, something pressed against my back, and my vision warped. Bang! Crashing against the ground, my vision turned black. I didn't even have the time to groan. A familiar iron taste clung to the back of my throat, but I held it in by swallowing. Talk, talk. A crunchy and regular sound of footsteps echoed out. Raising my head, I stared at the Demon King in the distance. Coo! With a low groan, I placed my hand on my knee and supported my body up. For a brief moment of time, neither one of us spoke. Disappointing. But the silence was inevitably broken by the Demon King. Shaking his head, he continued. "You are weak. So much so that I am starting to doubt whether you are him or not." Without saying anything, I just listened. And here I thought I could finally appease my curiosity. Did I waste this much energy to test an incomplete version of yourself? Taking a deep breath, I softly mumbled. Sorry, sorry. The Demon King repeated. The air around him started to stir, and I could feel his anger reach out to me. Did you? Don't misunderstand. I cut him off and finally stood up. You see. Raising my hand, I brushed my hair back and gazed at the Demon King. I am still quite unfamiliar with this new power of mine. You were also right about me lacking experience, but, staring at my hands, I clenched and unclenched my fists. This power, I couldn't really explain what it was and where it originated from, but it wasn't something the current me could fully control. I needed time to properly get used to it. I am slowly starting to get the hang of this. My body was slowly getting accustomed to this. So bear with it until I get used to it. Taking a step forward, my vision distorted and I appeared a couple of meters behind the Demon King. Click. What followed my appearance was a low clicking sound as a white line formed in the air. The Demon King's figure blurred, and he reappeared a couple of meters ahead of me. Drip, drip, drip. Raising his thumb and tracing it over his cheek, the Demon King lowered his head and looked at his thumb. He smiled. Interesting. Raising his hand and opening up his palm, he pressed it down. Crack. A large fissure formed in the sky, and a gigantic black palm the size of the castle from before came smashing down in my direction, with unprecedented speed and power. Blinking my eyes once, I remained standing where I was. Crash. Lifting my head up to gaze at the palm that was headed my way, my ears picked up a glass-shattering sound that echoed throughout the world as the palm headed my way. In a fraction of a second, the palm was upon me. The closer it came to me, the slower time became for me. Blinking once more, I raised my hand and tapped the air with my index finger. Time warped and before I knew it, my finger was touching the middle of the palm, freezing it in place. A horrifying energy started to circulate out from the point of contact between my finger and the palm in the air. Golden circles started to spread out, and the glass-shattering sound became even more frequent. Crack, crack, crack. This persisted for a good couple of seconds before I lowered my hand and turned my head toward my right. Once I turned, the palm in the air turned into a fine black powder that scattered in the air. A fierce wind blew and my hair scattered all over my face. On the other side, the same thing happened with the Demon King, as he directly gazed at me with renewed interest. With my right hand next to my face, I slowly clenched my hand into a fist. Rumble, rumble. The area around me started to distort, and the ground fiercely shook. Placing my hand on the sheath of my sword, like a vacuum, the mana in the air started to agglomerate in my direction. Positioning my body forward, my thumb pressed the hilt of my sword. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks started to form around the area the Demon King was standing on. Click. A familiar clicking sound rang in the air, and a glass-shattering sound rang throughout the air. Replacing the cracks were a series of fissures where bright white lights shot out at tremendous speeds. Furthermore, the number of attacks couldn't be counted with one hand. If I had to make an estimate, they numbered over 100. Responding to the sudden attack, the Demon King simply waved his hand. All the lights around him scattered, turning into bright white light particles. But because the attacks were endless, he was forced to fend them off. I took advantage of this and lightly pressed my foot on the ground before me. My vision warped, and the palm of my hand pressed onto the Demon King's face. Crash. With a loud crashing sound, I smashed the Demon King's face toward the ground. The ground started to shake, and a series of large pieces of rock the size of a regular car flew into the air. With my hand still pressed onto his face, I clenched it tightly, and raised his head before smashing it again against the ground. Bang! Once again pieces of rock were sent flying in the air as the crater we were in deepened. Unsatisfied, I repeated. Bang! With each smash, the pit around me enlarged and deepened. Bang! Bang! Had it been the me of the past, I would have probably have shouted something to vent out my emotions, but at the moment, as I smashed the Demon King's head against the hard ground, I felt empty. I didn't really feel anything. The same could be said for the Demon King, who continued to stare at me through the gaps of my fingers with his scarlet red eyes. Raising my hand one more time, I prepared to smash it one more time, but I soon stopped. Eventually, I let go of his head. Why aren't you fighting back? I asked. I didn't realize it at first, but it only became clear to me a few moments ago that the Demon King has not been fighting back. Because there is no point. Standing up, the Demon King patted his armor. He wasn't exactly in the best of shapes as his figure was slowly starting to turn transparent. Staring at him from my spot, I moved my hand behind my back. Following that, my hand started to twitch uncontrollably. I was at my limit. I do not see the need to fight against someone who has still not fully awakened yet. You may have gained a fraction of your former power, but you still haven't made it yours. He turned his body away from me. Not only that, but I didn't come here to fight you in the first place. I just wanted to check if you had awoken. Extending his hand forward, the Demon King grasped the air and pulled away, creating a small black fissure. That said, he slowly took a step into the fissure. You are not half bad. We will meet again soon enough. Once you have fully awakened. Those were the last words he managed to say before his figure completely entered the fissure, and he disappeared. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Crack, crack, crack. Amidst the silence, the resilient sound of something cracking continued to echo throughout the whole dungeon. Crash. What followed after it was a loud crashing sound, and the dungeon collapsed. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.